Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy. At the end of August, 1475, Aurora Avenue, Seattle, in front of the State Technical College. It was the beginning of the school term, and there were many vehicles and students in front of the school. Zhang Jing stood in the crowd, dazzled by the black, white, yellow, and brown people. Looking again, most girls were dressed coolly, with exposed navels, low-cut tops, and outer pants shorter than shorts. Noticing that Zhang Jing was alone in a daze, a girl with bold and hot clothes and long brown hair came forward and asked, "Hello, do you need help?" He couldn't understand anything else, but this English sentence was fine. "Auntie, sister, hi, auntie." After working hard for a long time, all he found were scrap copper, rotten iron, and worthless coins. Later, he left his hometown and went to Xinjiang alone, where there are large tracts of undeveloped land and deserts. In addition, due to the high latitude, many meteorites have fallen into the area. For example, the largest and second largest meteorites were both discovered in Xinjiang, and there are even more small meteorites. Being in a treasure land, with a golden finger and hard work, Zhang Jing found a lot of good things in the desert within 2 years and earned quite a lot of money. Unexpectedly, his girlfriend still thought it was not enough and ran away with a richer young man. Disheartened, Zhang Jing got on a train to leave Xinjiang and then found a random city and a random hotel to stay in. At that time, Zhang Jing was faced with the question of where to go. When he was a child, or 5 years old to be exact, his parents divorced. He didn't want to be a burden, and fortunately he had a grandfather. Unfortunately, Zhang Jing had just graduated and was looking for a job when the old man died in the cold winter. The village he couldn't go back to, the strange city he couldn't blend into, for Zhang Jing, leaving Xinjiang, everywhere was new. In the strange and small hotel room, after enough thinking and being influenced by others, Zhang Jing decided to try his luck in the United States. "I heard that there is a golden river in Alaska, that Edward's treasure has not been found, that the goddess of war is still sinking in the Florida Straits, and that the ocean horses are very beautiful. The ancients were not deceiving me. I don't know if there are other things, but the ocean horses are really beautiful and really hot. Hello?" The hot girl saw Zhang Jing in a daze and waved her hand. Zhang Jing took out his cell phone and used a translation app, saying, "I'm a freshman." "What major?" "I'll take you to find a teacher." He came to the United States to take advantage of a bargain, and he handled visas and other matters through a phone call on the street. The company applied for a student visa for him, so he could stay in the United States much longer. However, he enrolled in a fake university and had no intention of really studying, so he didn't know much about it. All the visa information was filled out by the agent. Zhang Jing didn't even know what major he had applied for. The information was found in the phone in a moment, and it turned out to be brewing. There was no expectation, and naturally no disappointment. Zhang Jing didn't care about any technical major. He just wanted to get a visa. Knowing Zhang Jing's situation, the girl took Zhang Jing through the gate of the college and walked deep into the college. There were many large maple trees on both sides of the road. "My name is Ruth," a very tacky name. Walking in the college, the brown-haired girl chatted, "I majored in veterinary medicine, and my ideal is to become a rural veterinarian, just like Jimmy Harry." "Wow!" Zhang Jing looked at Ruth again. He didn't expect that the idol of the senior sister with a bold dressing style and a hot body in front of him was Jimmy Harry. Zhang Jing happened to know this person after watching the TV series. A man of ordinary background, who worked as a veterinarian in the countryside all his life, served in the army in the middle, survived World War II, started writing in his 50s, and won the Imperial Medal and met the Queen at the age of 63. He was called a writer who made professional writers ashamed. It's completely impossible to tell. To put it bluntly, Ruth is more like a prostitute, and has nothing to do with Harry. Ruth saw what Zhang Jing was thinking and said indifferently, "Everyone has an ideal, provided that I can graduate from the college." Zhang Jing nodded in response. From the girl's clothes and image, it can be seen that she is going through difficulties. 2 or even 3 hands of clothes, heavy bags under the eyes, and rough skin. When talking, they passed a bend with grapevines on both sides and came to a 2-story teaching building. "This is the preparatory class," Ruth introduced, You are an international student and you have a 1-year language learning course. Good luck to you. Thank you, and good luck to you too. As Zhang Jing spoke, a 10 yuan note appeared in his hand. Ruth took the note. It was not up to Zhang Jing to decide whether to tip or not. He had to tip an extra 3 to 5 yuan when taking a taxi. If he didn't, people would ask for it directly. If he got into a fight, he would not only not get support from passers-by, but would be despised. Different cultures have slight differences. Watching Ruth's cool back disappear behind the grapevines, Zhang Jing suddenly felt that he had really come to a foreign country. In front of the 2-story teaching building, there were many people coming and going. Zhang Jing stopped a mature-dressed woman and asked, "Hello, classmate. My name is Zhang Jing. I'm a freshman in the preparatory class. Who should I go to register?" The woman was about 26 or 27 years old, with black hair like a waterfall, an upright figure, and yellow skin. Zhang Jing deliberately called her classmate. "Zhang Jing," the woman muttered in Mandarin, opened the list she carried with her and said, "My name is Gusk, you are my student, preparatory class 2, it's the classroom next to it." It sounded like Gus, or Gus. As the name suggests, it represents beauty and romance. For Gus, the name is just like the person. "So you are the teacher," Zhang Jing flattered, "you look so young, I thought you were a classmate." Gus pointed to the second classroom on the left on the first floor. "Thank you for the compliment, that's your classroom, I'll come over later." After finding the classroom and saying goodbye to the hurried teacher, Zhang Jing walked into the preparatory class 2. The classroom was of average size, with about 23 or 24 people sitting in it. Judging from the skin color and facial features, there were Indians, South Asians, Dragons, Eastern Europeans, and 2 Africans. It was a bit like a small United Nations. Zhang Jing looked at everyone in the classroom, and everyone was also looking at him, admiring each other. The 4th and 5th rows were almost full. No one liked to sit in the front row, and Zhang Jing was the same. He walked to the 3rd row and sat down. At %*, the boy at the next table on his left greeted Zhang Jing, *at. It sounded like Japanese, and he couldn't understand it at all. The other party also found that the languages were not intelligible, so he smiled slightly to ease the awkwardness. "Hello, classmate," the girl at the next table on the right greeted Zhang Jing and asked, "My name is Alina Svitolina, can you speak Mandarin?" The girl confused Zhang Jing. She looked like an Eastern European, and Mandarin was not very good. But the call was very good. "I once studied in Longwa," Irina complained. "After returning to my country, I encountered war and unfortunately became a refugee." I felt sympathy for Irina for a second and handed over my fist. "Zhang Jing, nice to meet you." Irina smiled and handed over her fist and bumped it with Zhang Jing. At this time, another new student arrived. A young Eastern European man who looked not easy to provoke walked into the classroom door. He was in his 20s. He looked around the entire classroom for a moment and walked up to Zhang Jing. He didn't understand the language, gestured to Zhang Jing to change seats, and his attitude was very arrogant. Everyone looked at Zhang Jing. People are sitting at home, and disasters come from the sky. What should I do in this situation? 2 years of treasure hunting experience, frustrated, proud, bullied, and bullied others, I know when to take action to protect my property and reputation. Fighting is not scary, but being soft is scary. Zhang Jing stood up, and in the mocking expressions of the Eastern Europeans, he picked up a metal chair and smashed it on the back of the provocateur. Bang! The Eastern European fell forward after being hit hard, and was about to get up on all fours. This was not the first fight, and Zhang Jing did not give the other party a chance to get up. He stepped forward and hit him hard again, and hit him again and again, until the chair was deformed. Until the Eastern European could not get up, his back was full of injuries, and he could not move. In the horrified eyes of everyone, Zhang Jing took out his mobile phone and made a call. "I had a conflict with someone in the classroom of the State Technical College. Help me find a big lawyer. Don't worry about the price. Are you injured?" The person on the phone asked with concern. "No, the other party probably needs to go to the hospital." "I'm glad you're okay. Don't worry. I happen to have the lawyer's contact information. The other party will be here soon." It sounded reassuring. As if he had experienced it before, the person on the other end of the phone said, "Go outside the classroom now and wait for the police and ambulance. Don't resist." Zhang Jing hung up the phone, and Teacher Gus walked in. She was stunned by the situation. 3 or 4 minutes later, the school police arrived. Zhang Jing put down her phone in advance, put her hands on her head, and surrendered. Then the ambulance arrived and the injured was carried on a stretcher. Zhang Jing was taken to the police station at the school gate. "Why did you hit someone?" A Latino policeman questioned Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing didn't understand, locked his hands behind his back, and remained silent. After a few fruitless questions, the Latino policeman found a middle-aged Asian policeman, sat opposite Zhang Jing, and asked in Mandarin, "Longboren?" Zhang Jing nodded. "Why fight?" "It's not a fight," Zhang Jing explained, "it's self-protection." The Asian policeman laughed. "It feels like a veteran." Zhang Jing kept silent and slowly stalled for time. "What are you waiting for?" the Asian policeman asked. "Lawyer." The Asian sheriff looked Zhang Jing up and down, wondering if he could afford a lawyer. Just as this thought came to his mind, he saw Shin Mingming, a famous Chinese lawyer in Seattle, walking in confidently with a briefcase. "Mr. Zhang Jing, right?" Shin Mingming asked directly. "It's me." As if possessed by the god of confidence, Shin Mingming looked at the Asian sheriff and said clearly, "My assistant has been to the classroom, and the case has been investigated. Mr. Zhang Jing attacked in self-defense. My team has applied for bail for him. In addition, we are going to sue the other party for causing trouble. Please treat my client well in the next 2 hours, because he will leave here before 12 noon. Seeing the sun again, Zhang Jing was shocked. He really left the police station within 2 hours. The price was only 40,000 yuan bail. Most importantly, he didn't even have to pay compensation to the injured. The 40,000 yuan bail could be recovered after the lawsuit was over. The lawyer's fee was a little expensive, 8,000 yuan. Considering that he didn't have to go to jail, pay compensation to the other party, or pay medical expenses, 8,000 yuan was worth it. When leaving the police station, Zhang Jing saw an acquaintance at first sight. Ding Jiechi was wearing a beige pleated dress, with her long hair tied behind her with a ribbon. She was about 17 meters tall and weighed about 110 kilograms. She had some fat on her face. She was not very beautiful, but not ugly either. She was from the south and had studied at Xizang University before. Zhang Jing met her on the Xizang Ring Railway line a year and a half ago. Zhang Jing didn't go to New York or Los Angeles, where there are the most Chinese people, for the first time going abroad. The reason was that Ding Jiechi was in Seattle and felt more at ease with acquaintances. "Brother Zhang, are you okay?" Ding Jiechi stepped forward to ask about her. "It's okay," Zhang Jing invited as the sun was shining. "I'll treat you to a meal. The lawyer you found is great." Ding Jiechi suggested, "Let's go canteen. It has been 15 days since I landed in the United States. Today is the first time I report. Because I just want to get a visa and don't want to go to school." Zhang Jing doesn't even know where the canteen is. After asking around, he found the canteen behind a teaching building. At lunchtime, the canteen was noisy. At a glance, the large canteen can accommodate 300 or 400 people eating at the same time. The majority of people are white, followed by African Americans, then Hispanics, and fourth are Asians. Students line up to walk past the self-service food display cabinet and take it by themselves. There are 5 cells on the meal tray, which means that 5 kinds of food can be taken. The varieties are divided into 5 categories. The first category is hot lunch, such as hot dogs, pizza, tacos, macaroni and cheese, sandwiches with various fillings, and beans. The second category is vegetables, which are raw, cooked, or made into salads. The third category is fruits, fresh fruits, or canned fruits. The fourth category is beverages, bottled water, milk, or juice. Take 5 kinds according to your preferences. The fixed price is less than 4 million yuan. You can pay in cash or by credit card. While looking for an empty seat, Zhang Jing saw Irina and walked over to sit opposite her. Irina was eating and looked at Zhang Jing with big eyes in surprise. "So it came out so soon?" Then Irina looked at Ding Jiechi and was slightly stunned. This was a girl with temperament. "Irina," Zhang Jing introduced, "Ding Jiechi." "Hello, classmate Ding." Irina greeted with a smile. "Hello to you too." Ding Jiechi looked into Irina's eyes and said in English with a smile, "Percent." At Zhang Jing didn't understand at all. Irina's expression was like a rabbit seeing a lion. She lowered her head and ate without saying a word. Halfway through the meal, Ding Jiechi seemed to be careless, but in fact she was reminding, "Brother Zhang, more than 50,000 people in Citigroup were infected with HIV last year, and the main new population was college students and international students. In addition, remember not to drink drinks from strangers, and people you are familiar with should also be properly vigilant. HIV is like something created by gods to constrain human morality. Zhang Jing understands it, but what's wrong with drinks?" At this time, the phone beeped and a message came in. After reading the content, Zhang Jing made another appointment with Ding Jiechi for dinner in the evening, and then left in a hurry. "There is no need to pay attention to the fake school. Anyway, I don't plan to study, so I just skipped the afternoon." After taking a taxi across the 502 bridge, Zhang Jing arrived at 1032 Avenue 84 on the east bank of Lake Washington/Done 40 minutes later. Unlike ordinary residential areas, each house here is far apart, with many big trees, and all have independent front and back gardens. The overall privacy and noble positioning. Zhang Jing couldn't do it. The reason he came here was to meet a client on the plane. An old lady from Manhwa. The problem is, how could someone who sat in economy class live in such a big house in front of him? When he was distracted, a middle-aged woman in home cleaning work clothes opened the black iron gate from the yard. "Good morning, is this Mr. Zhang?" The woman greeted in Mandarin. "Good morning, it's me." The woman opened the electric gate from the inside and invited, "Please follow me, the lady is waiting for you in the living room." Entering the yard and bypassing a tree screen, there is a wider view behind. Looking at the yard where you can play football, the neat lawn, the precious landscape trees, and the big house in the distance, Zhang Jing was sure that this was the kind that he couldn't afford even if he sold it in pieces. Take a covered four-wheel electric sightseeing vehicle and drive along the winding cement road from the gate to the main building of the house for about 2 minutes. Passing the tall hall door of the villa, under the watchful eyes of 2 sturdy Asian bodyguards, Zhang Jing entered the foyer of the villa. There are 2 carved doors about 3 meters high on the left side of the foyer entrance. A woman in home work clothes stepped forward, opened the double doors, looked at Zhang Jing and invited, "Please come in." Zhang Jing secretly swallowed his saliva. In his 23 years of life, this was the first time he knew that a house could look like this. Entering the living room, Zhang Jing saw the client he met on the plane, Wenli. The interior of the reception room is about 5 meters high, with simple furnishings, soft carpets, and a white main color. It is backed by large windows and outside is a green landscape of the yard. It was like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Looking at the old lady sitting comfortably, wearing a Tibetan dress and a pearl necklace, Zhang Jing asked slightly restrainedly, "What do you need me to find?" The two sat next to each other on the plane. During the chat, Wenli learned about Zhang Jing's identity as a treasure hunter. So she proposed to hire him, and then Zhang Jing came to her this time. Looking for someone, Wenli said expressionlessly, "My favorite grandson Su Lin, he has been missing for 5 years. "No," Zhang Jing said in a tactful voice, and his attitude clearly refused. "I am a treasure hunter, there is a difference between people and things. He is no longer here, and there is no body. If you can find it, you will get some considerable rewards." "How much is considerable?" Zhang Jing asked. "How about 100,000 miles yuan?" Zhang Jing was moved. "Do you have a general range? It should be in the lake. Do you have the last photo?" "There is a video." The old lady has a video on her mobile phone. The scene is a small pier with a fishing boat over 20 meters long parked next to it. A handsome young man, shirtless, wearing white shorts and flip-flops, passed by the camera. Zhang Jing had no hope at first, but when he saw the young man had a nose ring, he decided to give it a try. "This is destined to be a job that cannot be completed in a short time," Wenli said kindly as she sat on the sofa. "Sit down and have a cup of tea." She walked over to sit opposite Wenli, and the waiter served her tea. "Where have you lived in the past half-month?" Wenli asked, chatting, ? "The Space Needle, the Hilton Hotel near the tower." "With your little girlfriend?" Zhang Jing immediately understood that the little girlfriend Wenli was referring to was Ding Jiechi. Ding Jiechi flew from Dragon Country to the United States in July, 2 months earlier than Zhang Jing. Wenli met her once when she met her at the plane. "No," Zhang Jing shook his head, "she's not my girlfriend." After chatting for a while, Wenli changed the subject to work. "Behind the manor is Lake Washington. 5 years ago, my grandson disappeared in the lake. Pay attention to the water plants on the bottom of the lake when you dive." "I will." During work, no photography or video recording is allowed in the manor. Zhang Jing agreed. After understanding the needs and requirements of the owner, Zhang Jing officially started to work, following a white old man butler, passing through the middle of the villa and coming to the backyard. Zhang Jing was shocked by what he saw. He was already very good at playing football in the front yard, but he didn't expect that the backyard was a golf course with a large green area, occasionally dotted with a big tree. Looking up, the farther boundary of the backyard is connected to a large lake. The size of the yard is already exaggerated, and the key is that everything is well maintained. Maintenance is also the most expensive. For example, in this house, Zhang Jing has seen a total of about 20 gardeners, waiters, cleaners, security guards, and butlers. Following the butler in an electric car, through the entire backyard, to the clean, tidy, and spacious private dock. Pointing to the well-maintained beautiful yacht of more than 20 meters long, the butler introduced in standard Mandarin, "This is the fishing boat that Master Su Lin took when he had an accident 5 years ago. It has been kept the same." Listening to the butler's introduction, Zhang Jing looked around the surrounding environment. Through this brief contact, two things can be confirmed. First, Wenli must have asked someone to look for it, even the most professional one, but they didn't find it. Second, whether I can find it myself is a big question mark, and it is likely to be in vain. Brain spinning quickly, Zhang Jing interrupted the housekeeper's nagging, pointed to the many cameras nearby and asked, when were these installed? After Master Su Lin's accident, the housekeeper introduced, the manor changed its security system and switched to the Lin's system. Lin's sounded like a foreign company. Zhang Jing happened to know that it was a Longhua company disguised as a foreign company, specializing in building private villa manor protection systems. It was similar to the situation of a certain Chip International. Because it played too well, it could no longer be hidden and was known to the public. What about before the accident? Zhang Jing asked. There was only one before the accident, and the security was not so strict at that time. Did the old lady find a professional team to go into the water to search? Zhang Jing asked. The butler, dressed formally and with a serious image, nodded and said, in the past 5 years, we have invited 4 rounds of diving experts and teams, but none of them yielded any results. You are the 5th round, and the only one-person team. Although Zhang Jing always joked that experts were experts in the past, it cannot be denied that they often have deeper professional knowledge and equipment. Wenli is so rich, and the experts she invited must be experts who are not half-baked, and may even be the best in the industry. With this in mind, Zhang Jing temporarily gave up going into the water and looked at the butler and asked, can I take a tour of the manor first? I need to ask my wife. The butler took out his phone while speaking. With permission, Zhang Jing entered the villa accompanied by the butler, hoping to use the golden finger to find the nose ring from under the wall or floor. Then the more I saw, the more I was surprised. The main house was luxuriously decorated and restrained, with unique design and ingenuity. There were high-end touches everywhere, including chef-level kitchens, gold fixtures and furnishings, hand-carved wooden doors, and stone carvings, mosaics and ceiling murals by artists. The huge main house has only 4 suites, but 9 full bathrooms. There is also an office area, library, cinema, billiard game room, gym, 8-car-attached garage, and 3 swimming pools in different locations. What's more exaggerated is that there is an indoor tennis court. Then there is the single-family secondary house for entertaining guests. The secondary house has a fully equipped kitchen, living area, and 5 bedrooms with bathrooms. There is also a separate 6-car garage and a RV parking space that can be accessed from the front and back. After checking all these locations, half a day passed, and Zhang Jing didn't find anything. You look like you have found nothing. Wenli walked over slowly and asked. Looking at Wenli again, Zhang Jing guessed that she might be an anonymous shareholder of a certain taobao, a certain dog, a certain bank, or a certain newspaper. The thought flashed through his mind, and Zhang Jing replied, there is no gain. I don't think there is much hope of finding it. If you think it is unnecessary, I will not come tomorrow. Wenli smiled, let's eat first. I have an appointment with a friend to have dinner together. Then turn it down. Wenli would not tolerate rejection, so Zhang Jing had to send a message to Ding Zheqi to explain the reason. In a moment, Zhang Jing followed Wenli to the formal dining room. Rich people have many rules. The restaurant is divided into breakfast restaurant and formal dining restaurant. Meals are served separately, and there are people waiting on the side. Fortunately, the food is great. Baked lobster, the kind that weighs 2 pounds, steamed abalone, the size of a plate. There are 3 other vegetables, including sweet potato leaves, peas, and spinach, and the staple food is rice. I don't know what others think. Zhang Jing really wants a bottle of Dewusu, but the old lady doesn't seem to plan to provide alcohol. Halfway through the meal, Zhang Jing suddenly stopped eating, and instantly felt that the lobster was not fragrant. He looked at Wenli and asked tentatively, old lady, did you not expect me to find it at all? Why do you have such an idea? Wenli asked back expressionlessly. Guest. You are very smart and can think about problems. You didn't dive directly into the lake. So many experts can't find it, why do you still hire me? Because I am too disappointed with those so-called experts. They can't find it at all, so I want to try you, a brick expert. I disappointed you too. Zhang Jing felt bored. I am not disappointed, Wenli denied, your ideas are very novel. If you keep looking, you may find my grandson. Agreeing to come again the next day, Zhang Jing left the manor and regretted going out. Under the night, there was no taxi on the tree-lined avenue. It was similar to the situation in Longhua. There must be more taxis in the city and fewer taxis in the villa area. After walking 6 or 7 miles, he found a boutique hotel and ended a tiring day. After all, it was a hotel in a luxury residential area, and the price was not cheap, as high as 500 yuan a night. Zhang Jing thought he could sleep well at night. Unexpectedly, someone set off firecrackers in the middle of the night. When the ambulance police came with shrill sirens, Zhang Jing learned that the cash register on the first floor had been robbed and a hotel security guard was killed. Lying in bed in the middle of the night, Zhang Jing only wanted to say, "Oh." The next day was Saturday. At 6 in the morning, Zhang Jing came to Manhwa number 1032 again. The only clue was Su Lin's nose ring. That thing must be metal, and it is likely to still be there after 5 years. After asking Yuan Fong what he thought, he ruled out all possibilities, and the least likely one was the truth. He couldn't find it in the water, and guessed that Su Lin might have died in the manor. This time, Zhang Jing started looking in the front yard. He walked through the football field-sized front yard at a jogging and brisk walking speed, including the base of the wall and behind the tree. When Li woke up early and stood in front of the second-floor window watching Zhang Jing running, feeling that she was wrong. Compared with those professionals in the past, Zhang Jing looked stupid. The housekeeper waiting next to him reported, "Mr. Zhang arrived at 6 o'clock and ran and walked in the front yard for a while. The reason is unknown." The security said he stepped on a lot of sensors. Sensors are part of the manor's protection system. They are usually placed in places that are not often walked, under the soil or lawn, used for warnings, and are specially left for thieves and strongmen to step on. Let him toss. When Li didn't care, many methods have been tried, and this time is not bad. The housekeeper should leave. In order to make money, Zhang Jing worked very hard. He ran from the front yard to the backyard, and finally, God will not let down those who work hard. At about 11 o'clock in the morning, when Zhang Jing jogged past a beech tree planted in the middle of the golf course, he slowly stopped. Sitting down against the tree trunk and resting for a while, Zhang Jing returned to the villa to find Wen Li. "Want to give up?" Wen Li asked softly. "Do you still keep your word?" Zhang Jing asked. "What?" "Find the bones of your grandson and give me 1,000,000 mi yuan." Wen Li's expression gradually became stiff. "I'm already old and I won't joke with you. If you dare to joke with me, the consequences will be terrible." Zhang Jing sniffed. He didn't notice when they were on the same plane that Wen Li had a strong aura of a superior, a little scary, and took the initiative to remind, "When was the beech tree in the middle of the court planted?" It was visible to the naked eye that Wen Li's breathing was getting heavier, and the terrifying aura was rising higher and higher. She looked at the housekeeper and his voice was like a tigress's roar, "Dig up that tree." The back made people's tailbone cold. There was a skeleton under the developed root system of the beech. The nose ring that led Zhang Jing to find the body was also inside. Next, things are a bit complicated, and it seems to involve family infighting. These have nothing to do with Zhang Jing. He took the 100,000 check and left in style. Perfect experience of "the matter is done and the clothes are gone, and the body and name are hidden deeply." Passing the 502 bridge, returning to downtown Seattle, and coming to the downstairs of Ding Jiechi's rented apartment. After the call was made, Zhang Jing saw someone soon. "Brother Zhang, how come you are free today?" Ding Jiechi seemed to be dancing in every cell when he spoke. "I missed the dinner appointment yesterday because of a client," Zhang Jing said with a helpless expression. "The time is just right, I will treat you to lunch." "Can you bring my friend?" There seemed to be stars in Ding Jiechi's eyes. "She is my bestie and also my roommate." "Of course." Ding Jiechi cheered, turned around and rushed into the apartment building, took the elevator back to call people. Zhang Jing watched Ding Jiechi's back disappear with a smile on his face. It has been a year and a half since they met. "I didn't think Ding Jiechi was pretty before. After all, there are many beautiful women in western Xinjiang." After half a month in the United States, Zhang Jing now feels that Ding Jiechi is like a fairy. "In the past, I only knew that the United States had beautiful scenery such as homeless people, tents, adult products, garbage all over the ground, obesity rate, and $0 shopping. I didn't know until I got there that there was another beautiful scenery. There were many special practitioners on the roadside. Most of them are fat, their butts are like sheep's tail fat, they wear hip skirts, thongs, and low-cut clothes, and walk slowly on the roadside in the hope of hooking a rich man." In contrast, Ding Jiechi, who has a little bit of flesh on her face, is about 17 meters tall and weighs about 110 kilograms. She is simply a fairy, especially cute. Soon two girls trotted out. "Brother Zhang, my friend Chu Xiaoqing." "Hello." Chu Xiaoqing stretched out her hand. "I have heard your name every day, and my ears are already calloused." Zhang Jing didn't think much about it, and stretched out his hand to shake her gently. "What do you want to eat?" Zhang Jing asked. Ding Jiechi was cheerful and said, "How about fried chicken?" "Fried chicken?" Chu Xiaoqing looked disgusted. "It's different from Manhwa. The fried chicken in fast food restaurants in the United States is for livestock. Unless it's a free-range chicken, it's no different from eating chronic poison." Look at those terrible fat people on the street. For a perfect body, I will never eat fried chicken in fast food restaurants. Chu Shaoqing looked a little unreasonable, but Zhang Jing supported her because she made sense. Those butts are really terrible. Ding Jiechi looked back at the sky at a 45-degree angle. 300 meters away was the Space Needle, a landmark building in Seattle. She tried to ask, will it be too expensive to eat French food on the Space Needle? It seems that reservations are required for the Space Needle restaurant, Chu Shaoqing reminded. Business shouldn't be that good at noon, Zhang Jing suggested. Having just earned 100,000 yuan and being able to afford French food, maybe there are empty tables. Let's go and have a look. 300 meters is not far, so we can walk there. It costs 11 yuan per person to take the elevator at the entrance. Zhang Jing is a little afraid of heights. The higher the elevator goes, the weaker his legs become, and he has to hold on to the wall to stand firmly. In the end, the elevator stopped at 150 to 160 meters, where there is an observation deck and a revolving restaurant. The view is great, with a 360-degree panoramic view of Seattle. I was lucky, and there were empty tables in the restaurant, but it was very painful to eat. The speed of serving the dishes could not keep up with the speed of digestion. I ordered a bottle of ordinary red wine, and the meal cost 350 yuan per person. The next few days were relatively relaxing. I enjoyed the scenery during the day and watched pay TV at night. Occasionally, I asked Ding Jiechi to go out for dinner. The days were peaceful and beautiful. Because he was bored, Zhang Jing started to shoot videos. He didn't need any superb editing skills. He just posted the whole video to a certain audio and a certain post. Until when Li called, Zhang Jing rushed to 1032, 84th Avenue early again. Breakfast room. Zhang Jing glanced at the table quietly. Shrimp dumplings, soup dumplings, beef balls, barbecued pork, old white tea. It was so rich. Have you had breakfast? Wen Li asked. The hotel room rate included breakfast. Zhang Jing naturally couldn't miss such a cheap deal. After breakfast, he went out, but shook his head. Sit down. I have something to do for you after you eat. Zhang Jing was not polite. He sat opposite Wen Li and ate heartily. I don't know if he was not full or the chef was particularly good. Both the shrimp dumplings and soup dumplings were particularly delicious. Full. Wen Li gently placed an A4 paper on the table. This is what I'm going to do for you. Zhang Jing picked up the A4, and before he even looked at it, a golden finger prompt sounded in his mind. An incomplete treasure hunting clue has been obtained and has been collected. The host needs to collect more data or information to supplement the incomplete clues to obtain the accurate treasure hunting address. For 2 years, Zhang Jing thought the treasure hunting system was dumb, but he didn't expect it to suddenly issue a prompt today. Are there any problems? Wen Li asked. No. Zhang Jing got rid of his distraction and unfolded the A4 paper, which was written in Chinese characters. My father is good. My friend Jordan Beard collected 3 Declaration of Independence coins. Later, he died in a car accident. When I found his house, the house had changed hands. Su Hongzhua 1875 to 1945. Wen Li promised, if you find 3 coins, you can get a total reward of 30,000 yuan. Zhang Jing sighed in his heart. There was no specific address. The only clue was the name Jordan Beard. As the name suggests, this name is obviously an African-American brother, but that's all. Where can I find it? If it weren't for the rich reward, Zhang Jing would just walk away. With a try mentality, Zhang Jing asked Wen Li, where is Jordan Beard's house? Wen Li tilted her head slightly and thought, probably in Seattle. Zhang Jing, the old lady is so funny, why didn't she say it was on Earth? Or the Milky Way? Leaving the manor, Zhang Jing used a song to search for the Declaration of Independence commemorative coins. He didn't know until he searched, and he was shocked when he searched. According to the data, the Declaration of Liberty commemorative coins were issued at the end of 1776. The big guys who wrote the Declaration of Liberty originally planned to make 1,000 commemorative coins, but because of the lack of mechanical technology, they changed to hand carving, and the final number was 100. There are less than 20 in the world. The price is also introduced. If the appearance is perfect, one is worth up to 2 million yuan. If the appearance is average and the appearance is severely worn, it can also be sold for 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Zhang Jing continued to search for Jordan Beard. There are also introductions on the internet. Zhang Jing was told that his father was a leader of the African American movement. He himself was unknown and had even been in prison for 5 years. There was no address on the internet, and Zhang Jing was very disappointed. He felt like looking for a needle in a haystack and his chances were slim. Sure enough, money is hard to earn, and that's the same. Ding ding. The phone rang, and the agent who handled the visa called, and Zhang Jing pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Zhang, the school just called and said that you have been absent from class for many consecutive days. Please go to school in time. This is closely related to your visa. Longbo and the United States do not have visa exemptions, so Zhang Jing asked an agent to apply for an M1 vocational skills training visa. That is to enroll in a fake university. The agent had said before that it would be fine as long as he reported to the school occasionally, and he didn't have to attend classes every day, and he could just copy the answers for the exam. In theory, as long as he paid the tuition, Zhang Jing could stay in the United States for 3 or 4 years. What is the situation now? After realizing it, Zhang Jing gritted his teeth. You lied to me. That. Mr. Zhang, the agent stammered, it's true that I didn't have to attend classes or take exams before, but now it's an accident. Zhang Jing cursed, I bought my college diploma, I will take a hammer exam. Sorry. Beep, beep. I called back and was blocked. I applied for a fake university for a visa, and thought I wouldn't have to attend classes every day. Now it seems that I still have to rely on money to achieve personal freedom. Fortune and misfortune are interdependent. At this time, Zhang Jing didn't expect that because of the agent's call, he would soon find the commemorative coins. Zhang Jing once again came to the State Technical College opposite the East Gate of Seattle University. Compared with the majestic campus of Seattle University, the low-rise technical college is so humble that it is buried in the dirt. After lunch class, teacher Gus handed a key with a sign to Zhang Jing, double-person dormitory, you need to register with the dormitory manager, please don't skip classes next time. Zhang Jing nodded on the surface, but he disagreed in his heart. Separated from Gus, Zhang Jing walked along the cement road inside the campus and asked along the way to find the preparatory class dormitory. The dormitory is for 2 people, and surprisingly, the roommate is actually an African American. In my impression, African Americans are the image spokespersons of $0 shopping, smashing, looting, and being lazy. But the United States is now in the era of political correctness. From a small restaurant recruiting workers, there must be African Americans. From a medium movie protagonist, there must be African Americans. School teachers must be African Americans, and from a large country decision-making level, there must be African Americans. These have nothing to do with Zhang Jing, but he has to share a dormitory with an African American, which is very uncomfortable. He naturally resisted. Just when Zhang Jing was thinking about whether to check out of the dormitory, the other party took the initiative to greet him. Hello, my name is Yakubu Beard. Incomplete treasure hunt clues have been collected. Su Honzwa, my father's friend Jordan Beard collected 3 Declaration of Independence commemorative coins. Later, he died in a car accident. When I found his house, the house had changed hands. Congratulations to the host for finding Jordan Beard's descendants. He may know something. Looking at the short, weak, big-eyed African-American brother with naturally curly hair, someone's eyes gradually brightened and introduced himself, Zhang Jing. The subsequent communication requires the use of mobile phone translation software. Is there any meaning in Zhang Jing? Yakubu Beard asked. There is no meaning, it's purely because it's simple, it's a no-brainer, Zhang Jing asked. What does your name mean? Yakub stands for literati and strict self-discipline, Yakub Beard introduced, and it also means weak in body but strong in energy. Zhang Jing understood. To put it bluntly, literati are weak but hold great power, such as ancient civil servants. Your English is very good. You don't look like a freshman in the preparatory class. Zhang Jing asked. I'm not an international student. I was born in Tennessee, a U.S. citizen, and a freshman in the electrical engineering department of the college. So that's how it is, Zhang Jing said with a look of sudden realization, and asked temptingly, your name is very meaningful. Are there any celebrities in your ancestors? Speaking of his ancestors, Yakub Beard became very excited. My grandfather's father, that is, my great-grandfather, was once a famous leader of the African American movement in Seattle. 130 years ago, he lived at 125 57th Street. Unfortunately, he died in a car accident at the peak of his career. The incomplete treasure hunting clues have been collected and supplemented. 3 Declaration of Freedom commemorative coins are hidden in number 12,557th Street. Please take them away in time. Zhang Jing's heart was pounding. It turned out that treasure hunting could be so simple. After ending the chat, Zhang Jing said goodbye to Yakubu Beard and came to the downstairs of the dormitory. Unable to wait until tomorrow, Zhang Jing rushed to the entrance of the college, hailed a taxi, and got off near number 12,557th Street. This is an African American community. There are many young people on both sides of the road. They gather in twos and threes to chat or smoke. The same feature is that they wear brand-name sneakers and loose t-shirts, looking like they have no father. Rumor has it that one of the reasons why African American brothers like loose t-shirts is that it is convenient to hide guns. Thinking of this, Zhang Jing suddenly regretted getting off the car, and his heart was panicked. Sure enough, Zhang Jing had just walked out of the unknown. After a few steps, 3 young men stopped him. "Boy, this is the Sudanese gang's territory, where are you going?" Zhang Jing didn't understand, and when he took out his mobile phone to use the translation software, his mobile phone was snatched away. "Do you want to fight?" Zhang Jing is just young and has no problem with intelligence. The 3 gangsters all have pistols on their waists, so he can't afford to offend them. Just as he was about to leave, a Chevrolet hatchback stopped beside him. The Asian-looking man lowered the window and asked in English, "Are you from Longwei or Waguo?" "Longwa." Zhang Jing answered in Mandarin. "Me too," the man said in Mandarin. "Get in the car quickly, you shouldn't have strayed into this place." Zhang Jing opened the passenger door and sat in, only to notice that there were more than one micro camera in the car. Noticing Zhang Jing's gaze, Li introduced generously, "I'm a video blogger, and I came here to collect video materials." Speaking of videos, Zhang Jing almost forgot that he was also learning to shoot videos. "My name is Li, what about you?" "Zhang Jing. Why did you come to the African American community?" Li asked curiously. "I want to rent a house," Zhang Jing lied. "Someone told me the rent here is cheap." "Have you just come to the United States?" "Yes." "You've been cheated," Li introduced. Blocks 57 and 58 are famous African American gathering areas in Seattle, drug-infested areas, and gang areas. The house prices next to these 2 blocks are all over $1 million, but here they only cost a few $100,000, and they can't be sold. There are no Chinese renting houses here. Is it so exaggerated? Not at all. Rich African Americans don't live here. If you must pass by here, remember not to stop and don't get off the car. During the conversation, the car slowly drove out of the African American block full of garbage, as if the clouds had been cleared away to see the sun, and the world suddenly became clear. The first attempt ended in failure, but Zhang Jing did not give up. When one plan failed, he immediately came up with another one. Buy a mobile phone, replace the card, and download the real estate app. I wanted to check the house prices in Block 57, so I took the initiative to write to the current owner and asked to buy the property at number 125. Unexpectedly, the other party's property was also on sale, priced at 350,000 yuan. This is definitely good news. Begging to buy and rushing to sell are 2 different situations. Zhang Jing felt much more relaxed. He was humming a little tune and was about to call a taxi when a light blue Bentley sports car stopped in front of him. Chu Shaoqing wore a wide-brimmed sun hat and a black suspender skirt. She took off her sunglasses in high spirits and asked with her red lips, "Where are you going?" "I'll take you there." "Why do I feel like you have bad intentions?" Zhang Jing did not get in the car. Chu Shaoqing's pink tongue slid around her lips and tempted, "Let's find a place to have a drink." Zhang Jing felt that his brain was not enough. Is this woman crazy? In the end, Zhang Jing got into the sports car. Taking advantage of the free time in the afternoon, he decided to renew his driver's license and buy a car. Taking taxis all the time is not a solution. Fortunately, the United States recognizes Longwa's driver's license, so he just needs to go through the formalities a few more times. Although it is troublesome, it is much easier than retaking the test. Chu Shaoqing happened to be free, so he lent her as a driver. In the evening, Chu Shaoqing dragged her tired body and returned to the rented apartment building. Ding Jieqi and Chu Shaoqing are both international students at Seattle University. They looked at their friend and asked curiously, "You don't have classes in the afternoon, what are you busy with?" "I was almost exhausted to death by Zhang Jing." Chu Shaoqing opened the refrigerator listlessly, took out a bottle of water, and gulped down half of it. "You were together in the afternoon?" Ding Jieqi asked uncertainly. Chu Shaoqing nodded. "I wanted to test his character, but it turns out that his character is really bad." Ding Jieqi was confused. "How did you test it?" "I wanted to seduce him, but he treated me as a driver, and not only did he take me for free for the whole afternoon, but he also didn't treat me to dinner or water." Chu Shaoqing was so angry that her face turned red. "What are you kidding about?" "I'm not kidding." Chu Shaoqing's expression became serious. "You like Zhang Jing, and he really doesn't know anything about it." "Don't talk nonsense." "I'm not blind," Chu Shaoqing asked curiously. "What exactly did you experience in western Xinjiang before?" Zhang Jing didn't know what Ding Jieqi and Chu Shaoqing were talking about. The next day, he found Ruth in the college. Ruth was a classic white girl with shiny brown hair, a high nose bridge, deep eye sockets, and a few freckles on her face. She was known for her hot clothes, and her denim shorts could never be shorter. "Good morning, Miss Ruth." Zhang Jing stepped forward to greet her. "Good morning, Mr. Zhang Jing. I want to buy a property. Can you help me find a lawyer?" After a pause, Zhang Jing added, "You will be paid." "Which property?" Ruth asked. "I saw the information on the real estate website, 5125, 57th Street, asking price, 350,000 yuan. Try to buy it for 250,000 yuan. Ruth reminded, 57th Street is an African American gathering area, and the safety is very poor. You are Asian, and you will be robbed 100%. If you live there for a long time, there is a 90% chance that your life will be in danger. I have a reason to buy it." Zhang Jing paused for a second and added, "At least let me stay in for half a day." "Is half a day enough?" Ruth asked again. "Enough." In her heart, she sighed that Zhang Jing was rich and wanted to buy the house in half a day. Ruth took the responsibility. "I promise to let you stay safely in room 125 57th Street for half a day without buying a house." Zhang Jing promised, as an unexpected surprise, "If so, you will get a special reward." Ruth agreed excitedly. After running 7 or 8 meters forward, Ruth suddenly stopped and turned back to find Zhang Jing again. "Are you looking for something?" Zhang Jing nodded. "I'm sorry," Ruth explained, "if that's the case, it's safer to buy the house, otherwise the other party may be held accountable." The topic returned to the beginning. "Help me find a small lawyer to buy the house, the kind that charges cheap fees. If you do this well, you will still get a reward." Unlike the situation in Longwa, most English-speaking countries require an intermediary to buy a house, and a lawyer, and it is a must. Fortunately, the lawyer's fees are not expensive. Not to mention the luxury houses, 400 or 500 yuan is enough for the houses in the African community. Ruth took care of the matter, and Zhang Jing went to the preparatory class 2 to attend class. In the classroom, everyone looked at Zhang Jing as if they couldn't afford to offend him. Irina smiled and stretched out her fist. Zhang Jing raised his fist and bumped it with hers. He curiously asked the girl, "What makes you so happy? You don't have to go to jail for hitting someone." "You are a rich man," Irina said with a bright look in her eyes. "All the freshmen in the preparatory class know your name. Will a rich man go to the same school as a refugee?" Zhang Jing retorted. Irina was instantly soft and felt very uncomfortable. She reminded him, "Maybe it was just a joke to you, but you succeeded in hurting my self-esteem. I am very angry. Don't talk to me anymore." Zhang Jing had a bad reputation in the class. Even his compatriots were unwilling to talk to him. Irina was his only friend. Irina was really nice, considerate, and approachable. Thinking of this, Zhang Jing gave in and said, "I didn't mean it. I hope you can forgive me." Irina moved her and turned her back to Zhang Jing. After thinking for a second, Zhang Jing continued to persuade her, "I'll treat you at the cafeteria for lunch." Irina lowered her shoulders. Zhang Jing increased his firepower. "Tomorrow's lunch is also my treat. One lunch costs about 4 million yuan, 2 meals cost 8 million yuan, and Zhang Jing was bleeding a little. Finally, Irina turned around, her expression turned from gloomy to bright. "I forgive you." Zhang Jing felt interesting and handed over his fist. Irina extended her fist to bump with him, and the two reached a reconciliation, and their friendship was saved. When Zhang Jing was in class, Ruth skipped class to find the agent and lawyer. First communicate by phone. With similar intentions, Ruth, accompanied by the agent, came to number 125, block 57, and directly negotiated the price with the owner. The owner is a middle-aged African-American woman who raises 3 children alone. The house is noisy and messy. It can be seen that the pressure of life has put the owner on the verge of mental collapse. One is willing to sell, and the other is willing to buy. The two sides quickly reached a deal and negotiated 280,000 yuan. Compared with other areas, the average starting price of houses is more than 1 million yuan. This is a junk asset with a junk price. The original owner abandoned the house like a shoe and moved out before noon on the third day. Only then did Zhang Jing and Ruth take a taxi to the door of number 125, block 57. There were 2 people waiting here, a lawyer and an agent. Because of the role of the lawyer, Zhang Jing did not meet the seller during the entire transaction process. "Mr. Zhang," the buyer's young Chinese lawyer reminded, "this house has many problems, and Miss Ruth said it doesn't matter. The problem refers to the quality problem, and the transfer procedure is fine." "Yes," Zhang Jing lied, "I plan to tear it down and rebuild it." The young lawyer spread his hands and kindly reminded him, "This is not a good idea." Zhang Jing did not explain and settled all the fees for them. The lawyer's fee was 400 yuan, and the agency fee was 5%, which was a bit high. Fortunately, the house price was cheap. After sending the middleman away, Zhang Jing took a formal look at the house in front of him for the first time. It was a classic two-story building with white waterproof paint on the outside, which looked quite new. This is because if the exterior maintenance is neglected, the wooden house will rot quickly. Also because of different national conditions, under normal circumstances, before a house is sold, the seller will perform a facade maintenance on the house to make it look beautiful. Walking into the house, the floor is warped, the wall is leaking, and there is a strong musty smell. The scene is unbearable to the eyes and the smell is unbearable to the nose. Musty, sour, rotten, and perfume, all mixed together, make people want to vomit. Ruth covered her mouth and nose and asked curiously, "What are we looking for?" "Not us," Zhang Jing reminded, "it's me." Ruth shrugged and asked again, "Sir, what are you looking for?" "Silence, don't move, wait for me here." Leaving Ruth in the living room, Zhang Jing began to look for it seriously. Thanks to the golden finger, half an hour later Zhang Jing found 3 silver Declaration of Freedom commemorative coins on a wooden beam in the attic. The beam is a blind spot. If nothing goes wrong, if it weren't for Zhang Jing, they would continue to hide there. They cannot be touched directly with hands. Putting on gloves, Zhang Jing took out the small plastic box for storing coins prepared in advance and put the 3 commemorative coins that looked intact into the 3 plastic boxes. Congratulations to the host for completing the first treasure hunt mission, completing 3 treasure hunt clues, and obtaining treasure hunt related rewards. Ha! Zhang Jing was happy in his heart. This was a good thing, a growth system. He returned his sight to his hand and looked at the 3 commemorative silver coins that were still in good condition. The highest value was 2 million miles yuan each, and the lowest one could be sold for 30,000 or 40,000 miles yuan. At this time, Zhang Jing naturally hesitated. Is it necessary to give it to Wen Li in exchange for 30,000 miles yuan? Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out in succession, and Zhang Jing's heart skipped a beat. He put away the silver coins, bent over and trotted downstairs. It turned out that it was Ruth, who had a hot body and long legs, who fired the gun. She held a small revolver in both hands, with the muzzle pointing at the door. "What's going on?" Zhang Jing asked worriedly. "Why do you have a gun?" 2 thugs wanted to break in, and I spent 525 million yuan to buy the gun." Ruth looked scared, holding the gun in both hands, her arms shaking. "Did you hit anyone?" Zhang Jing asked. "Probably. It seems I don't know." Ruth was confused. Because of frequent exchanges, Zhang Jing's English improved rapidly, and he could have some simple conversations. 10 minutes later, the sheriff arrived with a bright smile on his face. He came up to congratulate Ruth as if there was a happy event. "Congratulations, miss," a white sheriff said. "You just shot a thug, and he died of excessive blood loss while escaping." "I didn't mean to," Ruth explained worriedly. "Of course you didn't mean to," the sheriff said with a smile on his face. "You were defending yourself legally and reasonably." While he was talking, the other 2 policemen inspected the scene. The blood of the thugs was spilled at the door of the living room, indicating that they had invaded the house. Ruth fired the gun in self-defense. She didn't have to go to the police station or wear handcuffs. She could leave by leaving a signature. The murder process seemed like a joke. Was it because Ruth was white that she received preferential treatment? After personal experience, Zhang Jing was sure that Ruth's white identity did give her some preferential treatment. At least the police were very nice to talk to her. There was no yelling, no threats, no kneeling on her throat, and no electric shocks. Goal achieved. Not wanting to stay any longer, Zhang Jing and Ruth returned to the entrance of the technical college. Looking at Ruth, he had originally planned to give her a special reward of 1,000 yuan. Considering her bravery today, if it weren't for her, he might have nothing or even be killed. The reward of 1,000 yuan became 2,000. Seeing Zhang handing over a thick stack of Franklin, Ruth had an incredible expression and asked uncertainly, "Give it to me? Here you go. Is it too much?" "No, practice your shooting skills, I'll call you anytime." Ruth felt that happiness came too suddenly. Will there be such an easy job again? "Yes," Zhang Jing encouraged, "I am optimistic about you." "Yeah." Ruth took the banknote and kissed it hard. "Thank you, boss. My phone is on for you 24 hours a day." Arriving at Manor 1032 again, Zhang Jing rang the doorbell and saw Wen Li in the restaurant 7 or 8 minutes later. "How have you been these past 2 days?" Wen Li asked slowly. Wen Li sat at the dining table, and Zhang Jing stood beside her, looking at the food on the table, and was shocked. "Are those grains of caviar? Are those slices of black pine mushroom? Is Remy Martin mouthwash?" With a lot of thoughts in his mind, Zhang Jing replied, "I have money in my pocket, and I am living well." "I have money in my pocket?" Wen Li laughed. "Is it more than 32 million renminbi?" Zhang Jing was shocked. How could others know such a secret? Subconsciously, he suspected that his bank card was lost and his password was stolen. When Li continued at a moderate pace, after breaking up with my ex-girlfriend, I found a rare meteorite and sold it for 2,286 million renminbi. I opened a cargo box at Dongluan port and found a bulletproof car, making a profit of 4 million after tax. Then someone blackmailed you, and you fought back and got 6 million in compensation, for a total of 3,286 million renminbi. Old lady, I'm a little scared. Zhang Jing's liver was shaking and his legs were shaking. He was also shaking. He had previously suspected that Wen Li was an anonymous shareholder of a certain treasure, a certain dog, or a certain bank. Now it seems that she is even more powerful. Sit down, Wen Li invited slowly, eat. You'd better make it clear first. Zhang Jing was very timid, otherwise no matter how delicious the food is, it will be like chewing wax. You just arrived and found the skeleton of my grandson. Is it normal to investigate your past? Zhang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. He was upright and had nothing to fear. He sat down to the right of Wen Li. The servant handed over the plates, knives, forks, chopsticks, and wine glasses. With permission, Zhang Jing took a spoonful of fish eggs. The grains were full and smooth, the color was transparent and clear, and there was a faint fragrance. Put it in your mouth. It was elastic, chewy, and rich in taste. It was definitely the best food he had ever eaten so far, no one else. This is the fish roe of an 80-year-old white sturgeon from the Caspian Sea. It is best to drink champagne. Wen Li chatted in a relaxed tone. The waiter took a bottle of champagne wrapped in gold foil and poured 1/3 of a glass for Zhang Jing. The wine looked like it had delicate bubbles. The color is attractive. How much did I eat in one bite just now? Zhang Jing asked cautiously. For food, the price doesn't matter. Eat more if you like it. When Li said so, Zhang Jing couldn't be rude, so he stopped at the right time and took a small bite. I heard that you went to the State Technical College for 2 consecutive days? Heard? Who did you hear that from? No need to guess, it's probably stalking. Still, Zhang Jing complained, I thought it was a fake college, I didn't have to go to class, and I copied answers on the exams, but I didn't expect it to be the opposite. Wen Li laughed, it sounds fun. Did you meet any pretty girls? Zhang Jing nodded. Ruth was indeed a pretty girl. Did you take her to the bathroom? Why the bathroom? Zhang Jing asked back in confusion. Convenient, fast, exciting, and high happiness. Zhang Jing didn't know what to say. Is it that the bad guys are getting old, or the old people are learning bad things? To deal with the conversation, he said, I'm afraid of contracting HIV. Tisk. Wen Li was disdainful, it's just a small probability event. Wen Li was very calm. She finished her dinner slowly and then asked Zhang Jing, what do you want to talk to me about? Zhang Jing got up from his chair and gently placed the 3 silver commemorative coins in front of Wen Li. It cost a total of 289,000 miles to find them, plus my 30,000 commission, a total of 319,000 miles yuan. Looking at the 3 commemorative coins lying quietly in the restaurant, Wen Li seemed to be possessed by a demon. She was dazed at first, then laughed out loud, looking up at the sky. Zhang Jing felt uneasy because of the laughter. When the old lady had laughed enough, Zhang Jing reminded her again, cost plus commission, please pay me 319,000 miles yuan. Li Xing, Wen Li waved to a middle-aged male assistant who was waiting not far away, check. The middle-aged man named Li Xing who was waiting nearby took out a checkbook and a pen and handed them to Wen Li rustling. Wen Li wrote down the number on the checkbook, signed her name, tore off a whole page, and handed it to Zhang Jing. This is what you deserve. Taking the check, Zhang Jing's eyes gradually grew bigger like light bulbs, his heart pounding, 7 digits. Incredibly, he asked Wen Li, did you write an extra 0 after the 6? No, they are worth this much. Zhang Jing held the check tightly. This was 6 million Mi yuan. It directly increased his total deposit by 120%. He was amazed at Wen Li's broad mind. This was a generous old lady. After calming down, Zhang Jing tried to ask, can it be exchanged into Hong Kong currency? The tax for such a large amount of money must be very expensive. Zhang Jing didn't know at first, but he found out before leaving the country that he had to exchange the money into Hong Kong currency. Hong Kong currency and Mi yuan can be freely exchanged. The other thing is that Hong Kong is exempt from capital gains tax on foreign profits and funds. Only profits generated locally are taxed. Profits within 2 million are taxed at less than 9%, and the excess is levied at 165%. In different situations, 6 million miles yuan needs to pay a tax of 35 to 45% whether in dragon country or city country. Wenli nodded, as if it was just a trivial matter, and instructed the assistant standing next to her, help Zhang Jing get the check is exchanged for Hong Kong dollars. Li Xing stepped forward and held out his hand to Zhang Jing. This was the first time Zhang Jing met Li Xing, who was about 40 years old and looked very much like Zhao Mozhua. He was reluctant to hand over the check. Do you have a Hong Kong bank card? Li Xing asked. Zhang Jing quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and opened the Nanyang Bank mobile app that he registered before leaving the country. Li Xing tapped the card number. How did you find it? Wenli asked curiously. State Technical College. My African-American roommate was called Yakubu Beard, and he accurately told me the address of his great-grandfather Jordan Beard. I spent 280000 Hong Kong dollars to buy the house, and then found 3 commemorative coins in the house. So simple? Wenli looked surprised. It's a lot of luck, Zhang Jing said modestly, otherwise it wouldn't be so fast. Your luck is amazing, Wenli recalled with emotion. There was once a fool who searched for 10 years without success, and you didn't even need 10 days. Zhang Jing thought silently in her heart, could the fool Wenli was talking about be her husband? There was nothing else to do, so Zhang Jing said goodbye and planned to go back early. Wait, Wenli called Zhang Jing, come with me. Zhang Jing had no choice but to follow the old lady to the door of a secret study hidden between the first and second floors. Go in and look around, Wenli said indifferrly. Zhang Jing hesitated and asked, what to look at? Look around. I have a headache when I read. Zhang Jing refused flatly. 10,000 yuan, as long as you stay in there for half an hour. Zhang Jing was the kind of person who was blinded by money, and he said, I'll go in right away. Entering the study, the area is about 50 square meters, and the decoration style is similar to the medieval vampire period, simple and old. It looks very old, and the things used are all good things, such as oak floors, mahogany desks, pearwood bookshelves, pure gold globes, and even ink and white paper are the best. Continue to look around, there are some photo frames hanging on the wall of the study, which contain many old photos. According to the note, the earliest photo was taken in 1842, and the owner's name was Zheng Luo, 1785 to 1855. The black and white photo was modeled and faded, but you can vaguely see that the person is a soldier, with sharp eyes and neat military uniform. There are 5 names. The first one is Zheng Bixian, 1656 to 1690, Zheng Wangting, 1675 to 1735, Zheng Huiyuan, 1701 to 1772, Zheng Qi, 1728 to 1785, Zheng Wensheng, 1755 to 1831. Obviously, these are the names of successive generations of a family. There is no photo before Zhang Luo, probably because of the time when the camera was invented. Interestingly, after Zhang Luo, the family heir no longer has the surname Zhang, followed by Su Huang, 1835 to 1895, Su Hongzhua, 1875 to 1945, Su Tongma, 1915 to 1983, Su Ck, 1935 to 2015, and Su Lin, 1997 to 2017. Su Lin is the last one, and he died 5 years ago. No need to guess, Su Lin must be Wenli's grandson. Zhang Jing looked back at Wenli standing at the door and asked in confusion, this doesn't look like an ancestral hall. This is a study, Wenli said affirmatively. Why don't you come in? The rules don't allow me to come in. It's okay, Zhang Jing advised, come in, I won't tell anyone. Wenli said nothing. Zhang Jing felt uneasy. Old lady, you are not going to use me as a sacrifice, are you? No, Wenli denied, on the contrary, I plan to have you hang on the wall in the future. You scared me. Zhang Jing's legs were shaking. My favorite grandson is dead. Wenli seemed to be much older. You found his bones, this may be God's will. What does it mean to hang on the wall in the future? Zhang Jing asked tentatively. You will own everything in this study, including the photos on the wall, the handwritten copies on the bookshelf, and you have the responsibility to pass it on. What's the point of doing this? Zhang Jing asked back. I don't know. I don't agree. Zhang Jing refused. He was a treasure hunter, he was greedy for money and hated taking responsibility. As if she had Zhang Jing in her grasp, Wenli said slowly under the dim light of the corridor, as long as I am alive, I will help you to the best of my ability. If you give up your responsibility after I die, the consequences will be disastrous. Zhang Jing said with a hint of mockery, you are old, how much can you still do? Being looked down upon by Zhang Jing, Wenli slowly took out her cell phone and made a call. She spoke slowly but forcefully, hang Palmer at home, including his dog. Who is Palmer? After leaving the manor and returning to the bed in the boutique hotel at 7 p.m., Zhang Jing used a song search with doubts. The search results showed that many people were named Palmer. There were famous golfers, football players, and even a movie called Palmer. Not only men, but also women were named Palmer. Not only humans were named Palmer, but also cartoon heroes were named Palmer. There were so many. So, who was the Palmer that Lee wanted to kill? The next day, Zhang Jing came to the Pike Place Market near the Space Needle. This is a tourist market, with everything from farmers selling fruits and vegetables to luxury cars and antiques. I found a wine store and bought 2 bottles of Snow White champagne in red gift boxes for 99 yuan. Then I came to the downstairs of Ding Jiaqi's rental apartment. Today is Saturday. Ding Jiaqi will treat everyone to lunch at noon, and she will cook it herself in the apartment. The big iron gate of the apartment building was half open during the day, and Zhang Jing walked straight in. An old African security guard stood behind the service desk and looked at Zhang Jing vigilantly. "Good morning, sir, 16th floor," Zhang Jing asked. "Please swipe the elevator card for me." Ding Jiaqi had called in advance, and the security guard took Zhang Jing into the elevator with the elevator card in his hand. The elevator rose quietly, opened with a ding, and walked into the bright corridor to find room 609 rang the doorbell. The door was opened from the inside, and Ding Jiaqi greeted happily, "Brother Zhang, welcome to visit, please come in." Ding Jiaqi was wearing a white printed t-shirt, light blue jeans, and a pair of pink sneakers, looking youthful and invincible. "Champagne, I hope you like it." Zhang Jing handed over the gift. Wine. Ding Jiaqi's eyes were a little evasive. "I hardly drink, but it doesn't matter, champagne has a low degree, I can drink a little." Chu Xiaoqing was in the living room, hearing the conversation at the door, and laughed in her heart, complaining about her bestie's scheming. Obviously she could drink 96-degree vodka. Entering the apartment, the decoration is bright and the design is very thoughtful. The living room faces the outside with a 5-meter-wide floor-to-ceiling glass window, which can enjoy a good city view. It gives people a sense of spaciousness, and the house is not small, with 2 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms and 1 kitchen. It feels high-end. Zhang Jing, Jiaqi started preparing for this lunch yesterday. Chu Xiaoqing likes to wear a navy blue suspender dress with high heels. Zhang Jing looked at Ding Jiaqi and said, "Thank you for the hospitality." "You're welcome, brother Zhang. Let's eat and try the dishes I made." Zhang Jing walked to the right side of the white rectangular dining table and sat down. Ding Jiaqi and Chu Xiaoqing sat opposite him. There were 6 plates on the table, with scrambled eggs with tomatoes and cold seaweed salad, shredded celery, stir-fried lettuce, braised hairtail, a steamed sea bass, and half a white-cut chicken. "These are all organic foods bought from Whole Foods," Ding Jiaqi introduced, "delicious and healthy." Zhang Jing was surprised at Ding Jiaqi's versatility. These side dishes had good appearance and good aroma, and they looked very impressive. "How about some wine?" Chu Xiaoqing suggested. Ding Jiaqi was reserved. "Is it bad for girls to drink?" Chu Xiaoqing chuckled, and like a magic trick, she took out a bottle of white wine from under the table, brewed by the local Rose Red Winery, Riesling aged in oak barrels for 3 years, delicious and not intoxicating. "Don't drink this," Ding Jiaqi stopped him, "change to the champagne that brother Zhang brought." Chu Xiaoqing objected, "Champagne is too low in alcohol, this is just right." Ding Jiaqi reminded, "The owner of the Rose Red Winery was found hanged at home this morning, including his lover, 9-year-old illegitimate son, and 2 dogs. They were all hanged. It is said that the scene was very tragic. It is unlucky to entertain guests with such wine." Chu Xiaoqing's expression froze. Zhang Jing's heart skipped a beat. "Is the owner of the Rose Winery called Palmer?" "Brother Zhang, have you also seen the news?" Ding Jiaqi affirmed, "That's the name." Zhang Jing was secretly shocked. Is it so dangerous to be a dog these days? No abnormality was found in Zhang Jing. At the dinner table, Chu Xiaoqing shook her head regretfully. "There is a precedent, but you still dare to offend someone you can't afford to offend." "What precedent?" Zhang Jing asked as he sat opposite the 2 girls. "About 4 or 5 years ago, there was a brothel owner in New York who had a group of young models and little stars working exclusively for big shots. Chu Xiaoqing chatted. She was caught by the police for hiding drugs, and she publicly called out to the media that if her big shot clients didn't save her, she would expose all their prostitution scandals." "Then what?" Zhang Jing was curious. Ding Jiaqi added for Chu Xiaoqing, "After that, such an arrogant brothel owner was hanged in the cell, and her boyfriend and pet dog were also hanged at home, in a similar situation to the winery owner." Zhang Jing's Adam's apple rolled, and he looked terrible. He decided in his heart to accept the study room that represented inheritance. It is said that appearance is determined by the heart. 1. Li looks kind and charitable, but she is ruthless. What kind of personality does she have? What grudge does she have with Palmer? Is it related to the death of his grandson? Not only did she kill Palmer himself, but she also killed his lover, 9-year-old illegitimate son, and 2 dogs. Thinking of this, Zhang Jing's calves trembled a little. In general, when people have conflicts, The most serious thing is fighting or lawsuits. Stabbing in BBB, why does it feel a bit unrealistic? But according to what Ding Jieqi and Chu Xiaoqing said, this kind of doesn't seem to be uncommon in the United States. Zhang Jing decided that he would take the study room and changed the subject to ask Ding Jieqi, is the real estate agent you found for renting a house reliable? I haven't had much contact with him, but he feels it's okay. Ding Jieqi asked curiously, are you planning to rent a house, Brother Zhang? Buy a house, the price has to be cheap, and it's a little bit out of date, it's important. Zhang Jing also wanted to rent a house, but the conditions did not allow it. Wan Li's study was about 50 square meters and had a lot of things. Ding Jieqi disagreed, but she was clear-headed and did not refute Zhang Jing directly. Instead, she tried to persuade him indirectly, saying softly, Brother Zhang, houses in the suburbs are better. It is convenient to buy them for self-use or rental, and it is also easy to resell them in the future. Also, Ding Jieqi seemed to understand, cheap and remote means that you may have neighbors with rednecks and white rightists. If you encounter unreasonable people, you will be in a bad mood all day. It is better to rent a house. I don't plan to live in it myself, Zhang Jing explained, I just use it to store things. Brother Zhang, if you trust me, leave it to me. Ding Jieqi patted C+ and looked very confident. Looking at Ding Jieqi's clear and bright eyes, Zhang Jing shook his head and refused, this is a troublesome matter. I can handle it myself. After sending Zhang Jing away, Ding Jieqi took off her disguise and threw all the plates into the trash can. Seeing this, Chu Xiaoqing laughed heartlessly, you can't even wash the plates, and you told others that you can cook lunch. It turned out that Jieqi bought the ingredients at the supermarket, asked a nearby Chinese restaurant to process them, and then brought them back to the apartment. Zhang Jing is so pitiful. Chu Xiaoqing laughed until her stomach hurt. Ding Jieqi snorted, ignoring her friend's teasing, and said seriously, you can't buy a house in a slanted position. Some rednecks are difficult to deal with. What does it have to do with you? Chu Xiaoqing reminded. It doesn't matter now, there are still future. Chu Xiaoqing's expression became serious, don't be so self-indulgent, Zhang Jing obviously wants to keep his distance from you. Brother Zhang just broke up not long ago, so he is naturally wary of women, Ding Jieqi said confidently, wait a little longer, he will find me, this little grass. There are so many cheap women of all colors on the street, do you think Zhang Jing has eaten them? Chu Xiaoqing asked suspiciously. Impossible, Ding Jieqi explained, I have known Brother Zhang for a year and a half. He was very caring towards his ex-girlfriend and would never mess around. The problem is that he doesn't have a girlfriend now. Why can't he mess around if he is single? Chu Xiaoqing asked back, you can't be as domineering as me, right? Chu Xiaoqing went straight to the core of the question, leaving Ding Jieqi speechless and unable to refute. Zhang Jing didn't know what Ding Jieqi and Chu Xiaoqing were talking about. After separating from them, he stayed at the nearby W Hotel. At this moment, he was in the lobby on the first floor of the hotel, and there was indeed a woman in front of him. A white woman, about 30 years old, with blonde hair, deep eye sockets, a high nose bridge, and light makeup on her face, she looked like a professional woman. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm Barbie Mallory, a real estate agent. Miss Ding said you were planning to buy a house. Yes. What are your requirements? The location, yard size, house structure type, number of rooms, whether there is a garage, budget, house age, house building materials, you need to tell me, the more detailed the better. It can be seen that Barbie Mallory hopes to find a target for Zhang Jing directly. Under normal circumstances, there is no house that meets many conditions at the same time, unless you build it yourself. Or if you are very rich, you can directly buy a sky-high manor like number 1032, which can meet all requirements. No requirements for the location, single-family house, front and backyards, 3 rooms, 2 bathrooms, and a garage. Zhang Jing had a clear goal. All the above requirements are flexible, but there is only one hard requirement, the main body of the house must be made of stone or concrete, not wood. The last time he was in the house in the African American community on 57th Avenue, Zhang Jing was disgusted. No matter how beautiful the wooden house looks from the outside, it is still very beautiful, can't cover up the need for frequent maintenance and considerable costs. Over time, the house has a strong musty smell, and there is also the worry of termites. Every few years, the entire facade must be repainted with waterproof paint. It's as troublesome as it can be. Barbie Mallory was stunned. Just this hard condition eliminated 98% of the houses. Thinking of this, Barbie Mallory reminded Zhang Jing, this type of house is not cheap. What's the budget? Zhang Jing didn't need to think about how much money he had. 2 or 3 million in full payment, it would be even more perfect if I could find a bargain. Barbie Mallory was surprised. She didn't realize that the young man in front of her could actually afford a 3 million yuan property. It was purely subconscious behavior. Barbie Mallory lifted her blonde hair behind her ears to show more of her snow-white neck. Is there such a house? Zhang Jing interrupted Barbie Mallory's imaginary question. Yes, I need to go back and sort out the information. I will give you an answer tomorrow. Before parting, Zhang Jing called Barbie Mallory. I am on an M1 visa now. I need to go to the technical college from Monday to Friday. Is there any way to avoid me going to class? The M1 visa is like a golden hoop, firmly put on your head. If you don't attend class well or fail the course, you may be deported and permanently banned from entering the country. It must be taken off. Zhang Jing's question was very simple. Barbie Mallory answered without hesitation, of course, it's to get a green card. No, Zhang Jing explained, I don't want to become a citizen of the United States. Green card and citizenship are two different things, Barbie explained. A green card is similar to a permanent visa. You enjoy most of the benefits, but you don't have the right to vote or be elected. What's the fastest way to get a green card? Zhang Jing asked with concern. Investment, Barbie Mallory introduced, invest $1 million to start a company or do a project. You can get a green card with complete information, but you can only get a 2-year green card at the beginning. The $1 million investment is remitted to the public account of the Immigration Bureau, and more than 10 U.S. citizens are employed. After the 2-year investment period expires, bring 10 people's employment certificates and the project's asset profit and loss report 90 days in advance to apply for the 2-year green card restriction to be lifted and changed to permanent. Zhang Jing laughed. This is specially prepared for the rich people all over the world, right? Barbie Mallory Lori nodded. Can you help me with this? Zhang Jing asked Barbie Mallory. Without thinking, Barbie Mallory nodded. This is a great opportunity to get closer to customers. The key point is the 5% agency fee. She can probably get 35% of it, which is generous enough. I'm best at running errands. Since I need to provide employment for 10 people, what kind of company do you plan to open? Barbie asked Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing didn't think too much about what happened suddenly. Do you have any suggestions? The easiest way is to open a supermarket and hire more than 10 stockers and cashiers. It sounds simple. Zhang Jing felt relieved. Because the market is mature, there is Whole Foods at the high end, Aldi at the low end, Sam's Club at the mid-end, and a large number of Chinese supermarkets. It is highly likely that opening a supermarket will not make money. Not making money means losing money. Zhang Jing asked the woman, are there any other ways? Barbie Mallory is a strong woman with a strong motivation to make money. She has become a promoter. The salesman introduced to Zhang Jing clearly, you can make a lot of money by engaging in the business of helping humans reproduce. Human reproduction is also known as the some cool event. I don't know how other people feel when they hear these two words, but Zhang Jing thinks it's all trouble, countless lawsuits, and lawsuits every day. The risk is too great, Zhang Jing refused, it's not legal in the East, and the supermarket is more reliable. Mr. Zhang, Barbie Mallory urged, the risk is controllable, there won't be a big problem. Zhang Jing looked at Barbie Mallory and asked the woman curiously, what's the benefit for you? I have been preparing for this idea for 3 or 4 years, but I haven't implemented it because I don't have money. You are a rich man, so you definitely don't have time to manage it yourself. I have 7 years of sales experience and can be qualified for the position of manager. I admire your enthusiasm for work, Zhang Jing praised. Get the house done first, I will need it soon. Zhang Jing didn't agree, and Barbie Mallory was not disappointed, and responded loudly. Because of the unfamiliar environment and unfamiliarity with the place, Zhang Jing couldn't sleep at night. The next morning at 9 o'clock, he visited Wenli with fatigue. Before, Zhang Jing would definitely arrive before 7 o'clock, if for nothing else, just to get a free breakfast. Now he doesn't dare to do that. Palmer, the owner of the Rose Red Winery, died too tragically. It is said that his tongue was hanging out of the corner of his mouth after being hanged. Even his 9-year-old illegitimate son and dog were not spared. Too terrible. Wenli was standing quietly in the backyard in front of the pit left after the beech tree was knocked down. Unlike before, the manor was guarded by men. Today, there are 2 more strong female guards in the manor. One is over 18 meters tall, and the other is less than 17 meters tall. Both have short hair, clear facial lines, and every inch of muscle under the skin seems to be full of strength. Waiting quietly 10 meters behind Wenli, Zhang Jing didn't dare to disturb Wenli from remembering her relatives, and stood side by side with the 2 female warriors. The 2 women looked at Zhang Jing and looked at him. Zhang Jing smiled, which was considered a greeting. 10 minutes passed quietly, and the short female guard came forward to help Wenli out of the tree pit. Why are you so late today? Wenli asked Zhang Jing, her voice much weaker than before. Zhang Jing was slightly bent over, looking very cowardly. I was not sensible before, please forgive me. Is there anything? I have already entrusted the real estate agent to buy a house, and the study room can be moved in within 2 months. Thank you. Wenli thanked him. Zhang Jing wiped the cold sweat from his heart, and this thank you was a little heavy. Anything else? Wenli asked. Not to disturb Wenli's remembrance of her relatives, Zhang Jing came quickly and left quickly. Leaving the manor, Ding Jiechi called on the video call. Seeing that it was a roadside environment, he asked with concern, Brother Zhang, where are you? I just came out of manor number 1032 and was about to go back to the city. Just now on the news, living in the suburbs of Isercourt, a professor of Longwei named and his wife, and 2 children, a boy and a girl, aged 16 or 17, the whole family of 4 were hanged in the house. Zhang Jing felt a little dry in his throat. The method of killing the Palmer family was exactly the same. Was it a coincidence? 40 minutes later, Zhang Jing came to the apartment rented by Ding Jiechi and Chu Xiaoqing again. Brother Zhang, the local Chinese forum has been arguing over this. Why are they arguing? Zhang Jing was surprised. Shouldn't they be united in their hatred of the enemy? Some people say that Professor deserves to die, while others say that the whole family will not be harmed. Ding Jiechi shrugged. It sounds like he has a bad reputation? Being strangers in a foreign land, Zhang Jing believes that we should unite. I know, this is a yellow-skinned person with a white heart, Chu Xiaoqing said, holding the phone. I just followed the victim's Douyin account, and he actually has 100,000 followers. The content he posted is very interesting. I'll read 2 of them to you. Read quickly, Ding Jiechi urged. Chu Xiaoqing cleared his throat and read on the phone. AI Muying announced its third-quarter financial report, with revenue up 62% and profit of 380 million euros, compared with a loss of 69 million euros in the same period last year. The company announced a repurchase of 2 billion euros worth of shares to give back to shareholders. AI Muying announced its withdrawal from the Longwa market in May this year, but I didn't expect the performance to be so good. Putting down the phone, Chu Xiaoqing smiled and said, take a closer look, isn't he a villain? Zhang Jing and Ding Jiechi understood, implying that the Longwa market dragged down AI Muying's business. No wonder some people said he deserved to die. This one is even more interesting. Chu Xiaoqing picked up the phone and read again. I found the data. Over 1 million new cases in a week, 300 deaths, 0.03% mortality rate, 1/30th of the flu. What are you worried about? Laughing and crying expression. It is indeed very interesting. You don't need to read the rest. These 2 pieces of content alone can prove that Professor is a yellow-skinned but white-hearted person. Zhang Jing didn't care about the quarrel and the speech. He asked curiously, what kind of professor is the victim and what is his occupation? Chu Xiaoqing looked at her phone. The profile seems to be architectural design. What about the owner of the winery? Zhang Jing suddenly asked, does he have any other occupation? I know this, Ding Jiechi chatted. Palmer is an internist and a cardiologist. Doctors generally have high incomes, and Palmer's income is among the top in the medical industry, so the winery is his sideline. When the winery was mentioned again, Ding Jiechi suddenly thought of something. Brother Zhang, you are at the State Technical College, and your major seems to be brewing? The information filled out by the agent is just for the visa, Zhang Jing introduced. I plan to invest to get a green card and get rid of the M1 visa constraints. Ding Jiechi and Chu Xiaoqing looked at each other silently. They both understood that investing $1 million would ensure a green card. It turned out that Zhang Jing had more money than they thought. What business are you going to do? Ding Jiechi asked. The real estate agent you introduced, Miss Barbie, suggested that the conservative approach is to open a supermarket, while the radical approach is to engage in the business of helping humans reproduce. Supermarkets are already saturated, so this is not a good idea, Ding Jiechi analyzed. The second method is more reliable. Dragon country women are you can get promoted in your position and work in this industry in 2 or 3 years. Why 2 or 3 years later? Zhang Jing didn't understand. This industry requires real skills, and ordinary people can't do it. Obviously, Ding Jiechi was confident, and Zhang Jing asked, do you have any good ideas? 2 ways, one is to buy a winery, the other is to buy a horse farm, or just do both. The investment is not too much, and the capital will be guaranteed and stable after 2 years, which can meet the requirements of 10 employees. Zhang Jing laughed, and felt that Ding Jiechi was young. Although he was also an outsider, he knew that both winemaking and horse farm management required strong technology. If you squeeze in, 9,999% of the money will be lost. Ding Jiechi is smart, and then said, the winery and horse farm are just gimmicks. The decoration and layout must have a sense of ceremony to receive tourists and satisfy their needs to post on WeChat moments and gain vanity. It seems to make sense, but it still feels unreliable. Recruit an entry-level winemaker to act as a facade, buy barrels of various wines from the market, pack them into various beautiful glass bottles, and present them to customers, provide some pre-prepared foods, and put out a few wooden tables and chairs. There will be no problem. Zhang Jing was stunned. Isn't this a liar? This is a business. Ding Jiechi protested. How to run a horse farm? Zhang Jing asked curiously. A horse farm is simpler, Ding Jiechi said. An ordinary quarter horse that looks muscular only costs 1,000 to 3,000 yuan per horse. Buy 7 or 8 horses like this, then hire a jockey who can ride a horse, a nutritionist who can feed horses, just an entry-level one, no need to be proficient, and the hiring price is cheap. The prerequisite is that there must be a sense of ceremony, and tourists must be provided with beautiful and handsome night uniforms, a good racecourse, and a high-end and atmospheric photo environment. Zhang Jing muttered, I thought of an idiom. What? Ding Jiechi asked curiously. The rotten cotton inside. Chu Shaoqing laughed on the sofa until her stomach hurt. Ding Jiechi was not convinced. Since ancient times, no one has recognized true love, only routines can win people's hearts. Zhang Jing deeply agreed with this sentence. He was so good to his ex-girlfriend and loved her so much, but what he got was a breakup. At the same time, he understood that wineries and horse farms sounded high-end, but they could be low-cost and play routines, which were more reliable than supermarkets. Admiring Ding Jiechi as a treasure girl, Zhang Jing called real estate agent Barbie and asked her to find a horse farm or a winery. This time, they had requirements for the location. After all, the target was tourists, so it couldn't be too remote. Barbie Mallory was very professional. She immediately recommended a property after receiving Zhang Jing's call. The Rose Winery, which has been making a lot of noise recently, is now for sale, said real estate agent Barbie on the phone. The owner of the winery, Palmer, was murdered, and the winery was taken away by the bank. Zhang Jing was surprised. He didn't expect that fate could be arranged in this way. What's the price? It will be auctioned live next Saturday. The starting price is 6 million euros, and the transaction may cost 7 or 8 million. Why is it so expensive? It covers an area of 600 acres, half of which are old vines. There are also 5 buildings, including a brewing workshop and an underground kiln. The location is also advantageous. It is only 50 kilometers away from the airport and the city. 50 kilometers, an hour's drive, sounds okay, but it is actually very far. When can I see the house? You can't enter the winery. It's like opening a blind box. There will be an on-site auction next Saturday. How do I sign up? On-site registration, a deposit of 1,000 yuan. You can get a loan after the auction, but it must be paid in full. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jing looked at Ding Jiechi and introduced, the Rose Red Winery will be sold at a public auction next Saturday. The starting price is 6 million and the area is 600 acres, including a brewing workshop and a kiln, a total of 5 buildings, and 300 acres of grapevines. I plan to participate in the auction. Chu Shaoqing looked up at Zhang Jing in surprise, his eyes round, and his expression was unbelievable. Ding Jiechi's heartbeat also stagnated. Brother Zhang, do you have 6 million yuan? I just happen to have it. How could you have it? Chu Shaoqing expressed disbelief. Jiechi said you are alone. Who gave you the money? I earned it from treasure hunting. What is worth 6 million yuan? Chu Shaoqing was surprised Zhang Jing spread his hands without explaining. The item belonged to Wenli, and he had the responsibility and obligation to keep it confidential for the client. Brother Zhang, you must not touch D-grade items. Ding Jiechi reminded him with concern. The money is clean and in Hong Kong currency. That's good, Ding Jiechi believed Zhang Jing. I'll go to the auction with you on Saturday. I'll go too. Chu Shaoqing was unwilling to lag behind. After sending Zhang Jing away, Ding Jiechi clenched her fists, her face serious, and said to her bestie word by word, we have to help Brother Zhang. He will face many competitors, and the price will be driven up very high. Chu Shaoqing pouted, that's your brother Zhang, you're not mine. Ding Jiechi didn't care. She knew Chu Shaoqing had a boyfriend, and he was muscular, and Zhang Jing was indeed not her type. What do termites like to eat? Ding Jiechi suddenly asked. After attending classes diligently for a week, I received my driver's license on Friday afternoon, and I skipped the last class to buy a car. Irina, a Ukrainian girl who had studied in Longwoy and could speak Mandarin, accompanied Zhang Jingyi to skip class. They went straight to the used car market and spent 6,000 yuan to buy a Ford pickup truck that was in good condition, only driven for 5 years, and had a mileage of less than 90,000 kilometers. No need to take a taxi anymore, not to mention it is very expensive, and you have to pay a tip. Looking at the blue pickup truck, Irina asked enviously, "What is the source of your study abroad?" "I'm a treasure hunter. I was cheated by the visa agency to come to class," Zhang Jing complained. "They originally told me that I didn't have to go to class, I could just copy the answers on the exam, and I would be safe and sound until graduation. This situation is an accident, and I won't have to wait too long. I will leave school." "Treasure hunter? Leaving school?" Irina was surprised. Zhang Jing nodded. Irina felt inexplicably sad. From Monday to Friday, they went to class together, had lunch together, and spent a lot of time together. It can't be said that there is no friendship. Looking at the girl with long, smooth brown hair, fair skin and beautiful face, Irina was very happy. Irina was distracted by the beauty. Zhang Jing urged, "Get in the car, I'll treat you to dinner." Irina agreed and sat in the passenger seat. There is a steak restaurant near the school. Zhang Jing invited Irina, "How about steak?" "Okay." Irina agreed readily, and naturally thought in her heart, eat and drink, and then what? Bathtub, white big bed, physical combat. The heart was pounding. The wild thoughts soon reached the place, and Irina followed Zhang Jing into the lively steak restaurant. "Please follow me," the waitress greeted with a smile. "There is a window seat." "Order," Zhang Jing asked. "We'll take it away." The waiter's expression froze, his eyes swept across Irina inconspicuously, and he said in justice, "The night is long, you can enjoy dinner slowly." Not only the waiter thought so, but Irina also thought that Zhang Jing was anxious to have something happen with her. Zhang Jing understood the waiter's words in seconds, and the translation meant, "Don't rush to the hotel, you should give girls some romance. Take it. Pack," Zhang Jing emphasized. Half an hour later, 4 steaks were packed for 60 yuan. 2 bottles of ordinary red wine for 40 yuan. Irina carried 2 steaks and a bottle of red wine back to the school dormitory, and Zhang Jing stayed at the W Hotel next to Pike Place Beach. Pulling open the blackout curtains, outside was the night view of Seattle Bay, with clusters of light representing cruise ships roaming in it, which looked pleasing to the eye. There was also my own shadow, reflected on the glass, admiring myself for a moment, and soaking in the bathtub for an hour. Then I began to enjoy the steak and red wine I brought back. First taste the red wine, dry red, slightly astringent, can't tell whether it is good or bad, it really doesn't taste good without Sprite. The big steak, a little chewy, is indeed only worth 15 yuan. Halfway through the meal, the phone rang, and Ding Jiaqi sent a video call. "Hey," Ding Jiaqi immediately noticed something different. "Brother Zhang, are you drinking?" Zhang Jing wiped the corners of his mouth. "There were red wine stains." "Dinner, there is red wine." "Is that so?" Ding Jiaqi asked tentatively. "The hotel room is really nice. Can I take a look?" Zhang Jing didn't think much about it and took a photo of the room with his mobile phone. Someone happened to knock on the door. It was a waiter pushing a food cart and giving away a plate of fruit platter. Zhang Jing showed Ding Jiaqi the free fruit. "It looks very rich." Ding Jiaqi smiled awkwardly, said good night, and hung up the video call. Relaxed physically and mentally, Ding Jiaqi looked at her bestie. "You are just being mean-spirited. There is no other woman in Brother Zhang's room." "That's not necessarily true," Chu Shaoqing retorted. "Men are smarter than you think. They will open 2 rooms, one room for inspection, and the other room to hide women." Ding Jiaqi heard of this routine for the first time, but she didn't believe it at all, because Zhang Jing was single and there was no need for it. "Zhang Jing seems to live opposite 1705, Chu Shaoqing suggested. "I'll help you check it out?" Zhang Jing just opened the door to get the fruit, and there was also a video shot outside the door. The opposite room number 1705 was displayed, so Chu Shaoqing knew it. Ding Jiaqi hesitated, neither nodded nor shook her head. Default. Chu Shaoqing was very happy and left the apartment with a smile. The 2 places were less than 1 kilometer apart. She didn't dare to walk at night, so she drove there in a short time. As if catching an adulterer, Chu Shaoqing wore black leather shoes, loose linen trousers, a linen short-sleeve top, and a small Gucci bag in her hand. She walked straight into the lobby of the W Hotel, found the elevator, and pressed go down to the 17th floor. As expected, an accident happened. The elevator stopped at the restaurant on the 2nd floor, and a drunk Asian bald man walked in. The key point is that this man weighs about 200 pounds and has tattoos all over his body. The most important thing is that the man did not press the floor. Chu Shaoqing was so scared that she stood straight in the corner of the elevator like a quail and dared not move. Where was the momentum of catching an adulterer just now? When they arrived at the 17th floor, the elevator door opened, and Chu Shaoqing squeezed out of the elevator next to the bald man at lightning speed. Sure enough, the fat man followed him out, and Chu Shaoqing was scared. He trotted to find room 1705 and soon found it. Chu Shaoqing frantically slapped the door of Zhang Jing's room opposite 1705. Zhang Jing, open the door quickly, help! Ah! In the room, Zhang Jing was in the bathroom, and he trembled at the strong knock on the door. It was too sudden and too loud. Opening the door, Chu Shaoqing was outside with a panicked expression and pale face. Zhang Jing leaned over to look in the direction of the elevator. Behind Chu Shaoqing was a drunk man with his upper body naked, who looked like a member of a famous Japanese theater troupe. He pulled Chu Shaoqing into the room, closed the door, and put the hinges on it. Zhang Jing was also a little panicked. Why did you provoke members of the society? Zhang Jing leaned against the door and asked Chu Shaoqing softly. I didn't. Chu Shaoqing's teeth chattered and she couldn't stop crying. The drunk felt confused and his mind was not clear. Clearly, or rather, he was too careless. When he passed by Zhang Jing's door, he punched him hard, then continued to walk forward and opened the next room. For a drunkard, it was just a casual knock, but it hit Zhang Jing and Chu Shaoqing in the heart. Very panic. After waiting quietly for a while, temporarily safe, Chu Shaoqing walked to the dining table by the window, picked up the bottle and took a big gulp to calm herself down. What are you doing here? Zhang Jing questioned Chu Shaoqing. Chu Shaoqing said confidently, I came to see that you didn't cheat. I don't have a girlfriend at all, how can I cheat? You can leave now. Leave? Chu Shaoqing shuddered uncontrollably, took another big gulp of red wine, and picked up a steak to eat. Perhaps because of fear, Chu Shaoqing drank most of the bottle of red wine in a short while. His alcohol tolerance was quite poor. In just a short while, he fell on the carpet like a puddle of mud. Zhang Jing was angry and amused, and called Ding Jieqi on video. Seeing her best friend's embarrassed state, Ding Jieqi covered her face and felt embarrassed even through the screen. For safety reasons, Zhang Jing slept on the bed, Chu Shaoqing slept on the carpet, and Ding Jieqi stayed in the apartment at night. They agreed to meet the next day to attend the winery auction. I thought that was it, but around 2 a.m., Chu Shaoqing received a call on her cell phone, which continued several times. Zhang Jing didn't want to answer the call at first, but when he saw the note was Dad, he was worried that the other party would be anxious, so he answered it. The next day, Saturday, Zhang Jing drove a pickup truck and stopped at the downstairs of Ding Jieqi's apartment. Sitting in the back seat, Ding Jieqi looked at her bestie and asked with a smile, Did anything happen between you two last night? Chu Shaoqing was also in the back seat, raised her left hand high, and assured Ding Jieqi righteously, I swear, nothing happened. Haha, Ding Jieqi sneered. Zhang Jing started the car, but couldn't laugh out loud, and reminded Chu Shaoqing, your phone kept ringing last night, I answered it for you. Exclamation point. Chu Shaoqing suddenly looked at Zhang Jing. Ding Jieqi's expression also froze. I didn't mean it, Zhang Jing explained, the note on the phone was Dad, I was worried that your dad was worried in China, but I didn't expect the other party to curse, so I hung up. You killed me. Chu Shaoqing grabbed the phone and quickly called back, but he had been blocked. What did I do wrong? Zhang Jing asked Ding Jieqi in confusion. Ding Jieqi shrugged and said, that's her boyfriend. Zhang Jing. The pickup truck set off from the city and headed east, first passing the 502 bridge and then the Azurj city. An hour later, they arrived at a small place called Bayou Town. According to online information, Bayou Town has only more than 200 permanent residents. The terrain is like a valley with a river passing through the middle. The Rose Red Winery is 7 kilometers northeast of the town. There is plenty of sunshine and water there, which is very suitable for grape growth. It's really remote. Chu Shaoqing spoke with emotion and looked very aggressive. Zhang Jing felt it was okay. It was only 50 kilometers. There was no traffic on the road, and an hour was enough. Passing through the streets of the town, driving 7 kilometers along the gravel road beside the river with gurgling water, they arrived at the target location. The three thought they had arrived early, but they didn't expect that there was already a group of people outside the winery, and there were reporters from 2 TV stations. After parking the car on the side of the road, Zhang Jing heard a middle-aged white man with red skin complain as soon as he got out of the car, there are a lot of termites, which is a bit troublesome. I also found termites behind the winery, and there may be more inside the winery. Another buyer complained. Zhang Jing was puzzled. What does termites have to do with it? Just buy a few pangolins. This idea just came to his mind, and then he realized that there is a ghost pangolin in North America? Are you from Longwa? A fat young man came forward to greet him. Zhang Jing nodded. My name is Kangxi. The fat young man introduced himself like a community cow. I am from Longwa. Zhang Jing. Seeing Ding Jieqi and Zhang Jing close to each other, Kangxi greeted and asked, is this your girlfriend? Female friends, Zhang Jing introduced, Ding Jieqi, Chu Xiaoqing, Kangxi. After a simple greeting, Kangxi asked, "Are you planning to participate as well? Auction?" Zhang Jing nodded. Kangxi complained, "I came at 6 in the morning and walked around the winery. It looks beautiful on the outside, but the actual situation may be rotten inside and there are many termites." "Do you mean that the bank's offer of 6 million is too expensive?" Zhang Jing asked. 6 million is okay. If the bid exceeds 7 million, I will consider whether it is worth it. Pest control is not cheap, and the winery building may be seriously damaged by termites. Zhang Jing's eyes swept over a group of buyers. It looks like the competition will be fierce. Most of them came here with the mentality of picking up bargains. Kangxi introduced, "There are no more than 5 real buyers." "Are you considered a real buyer?" Ding Jieqi asked Kangxi. "I also came here to pick up bargains," Kangxi said bluntly. "I will only buy if there is a price difference, otherwise it will not be profitable." "Do you make this your profession?" Zhang Jing asked. Kangxi nodded, "Buy at bargains, renovate, and sell to make a profit." "It sounds very profitable." "Just enough to live," Kangxi asked Zhang Jing, "Why did you buy this winery?" "Enjoy life." Kangxi gave Zhang Jing a thumbs up. "Good vision." The winery is next to the stream on the south, backed by the mountain on the north, and the neighbors on the east and west are far apart, so they don't disturb each other. Half an hour later, the bank's commissioned auctioneer arrived and registered for the bidding qualification on the spot. The deposit was directly 1,000 yuan, which was simple and rough. The auction started at 9 o'clock and was held on the stone bridge at the entrance of the winery. Half of the stone bridge belongs to the winery and half to the public. The bank placed obstacles in the middle of the bridge in advance, and vehicles and people could not pass. The host was a short and fat white man, and he shouted, "The starting price is 6 million miles yuan, and each increase will not be less than 2,000. Bid now." No one's money is easy, so the first bidder adds 2,000. The second bidder also adds 2,000. After 20 rounds, the price was increased to 604 million. It can be seen that the bidders are very conservative. Kangxi couldn't stand this kind of addition, so he raised his hand and shouted to the host, 62 million. Everyone looked at Kangxi. Their expressions were like looking at a rare animal. The normal auction method is, increase the price little by little, let the opponents suffer psychologically, and eliminate the competitors little by little. Kangxi gave others the impression that he was not short of money. Plus 2,000 inch. A thin white old man in his 70s raised the price. Zhang Jing followed suit and increased the price by 2,000 to show everyone that he was also a bidder, not just a bystander. Many plus 2,000, and the price increased to 67 million an hour later. This time Kangxi added another 2,000,000, and the total price came to 69 million, looking unstoppable. But Zhang Jing knew that 7 million was the road is, as steady as a rock in the river plus 2,000. The white old man in his 70s looked calm and followed plus 2,000. Kangxi temporarily gave up raising the price, and the others also gave up. Now only Zhang Jing and the thin old man were left to compete. Zhang Jing plus 2,000. He did not bid later, but raised his hand to the host, tacitly adding the lowest price. The host was professional, speaking as fast as shooting bullets, and his eyes moved back and forth between Zhang Jing and the thin old man. The price soon reached 7 million. Kangxi seemed to be making trouble, and suddenly shouted with great momentum, 71 million. Plus 2,000. Zhang Jing did not give him face at all. The white old man followed plus 2,000, still looking firm, like an old tree with twisted roots, steady. Brother Zhang, Ding Jia pulled the corner of Zhang Jing's clothes and reminded him softly, "They are all exhausted." Zhang Jing thought to himself, "Me too." He was not calm in his heart, and his expression could not be timid, so he raised his hand to add another 2,000. Kangxi instantly became like a deflated ball, spreading his hands to show that he gave up. The thin white old man looked at Zhang Jing with a complicated expression and shook his head to give up. In the end, Zhang Jing bought the 600-acre winery for 7,106 million yuan. Congratulations! The short and fat white auctioneer held out his hand, and Zhang Jing stretched out his hand to shake it. The sale is closed, and the profit and loss are at your own risk. You need to pay the full amount now, or go through the loan procedures, and then you can enter the winery. You can't enter the winery for the time being. In the next 6 days, you will pay the full amount to the bank, go through the sale procedures, and finally get an A4 paper with the official seal of the government, which is similar to the property certificate. Government means public, and those words, including letters, are forbidden words. Understand? The first thing. Zhang Jing called Barbie and asked her to meet at a steak restaurant near the west gate of the technical college. Zhang Jing had packed 4 steaks and 2 bottles of red wine from here before. Zhang Jing arrived first, and Barbie arrived on time. The woman was wearing high heels, carrying a white bag in her hand, wearing a blue suit and dark trousers, dressed like a professional woman. Order. It was the same waitress from last time, who told Zhang Jing to be more romantic with girls and not to rush to the hotel. He ignored the waitress's strange look and quickly ordered a regular steak and a regular bottle of red wine. Looking at Barbie, Zhang Jing went straight to the point. The winery transaction procedures have been completed. I need someone to help me run it. How is your work going now? I don't know how to run a winery. Barbie did not refuse. It may cause you to suffer heavy losses. Zhang Jing spent 5 minutes describing Ding Jieqi's rotten cotton inside method. The music in the restaurant was soft. Sitting face to face, Barbie looked at Zhang Jing in surprise and asked, "The worst winemaker? A check-in destination? Satisfying tourists' vanity?" Good winemakers are not cheap, Zhang Jing reminded. There may be some benefits in the short term, but it won't last long. Only good products can retain customers and tie them down. Zhang Jing didn't want to discuss this matter. He had decided, just follow this plan. Barbie put her golden hair behind her ears and asked with concern, "What about my salary? I roughly know that school teachers make about 80,000 yuan per year, middle and senior white-collar workers make about 60,000 yuan per year, and ordinary white-collar workers make 40,000 yuan per year. I hope my weekly salary is 1,200 yuan, Barbie asked. 1,000 yuan per week for the first year, Zhang Jing said. If the benefits are good in the second year, I will give you an extra 100 yuan per week, and another 100 yuan per week in the third year. We will discuss it again in the fourth year. Barbie didn't object, and said, I hope to live in the winery. In addition, I have a 3-year-old son who is temporarily taken care of by my mother. I want to bring him with me. Where is the child's father? Zhang Jing asked curiously. He's a scumbag. He abandoned us and went back to Dragon Country alone. Zhang Jing didn't want to slander his compatriots, so he shook hands and made a deal. Recruit people to slowly support the winery and keep it running, Zhang Jing instructed. There are 2 requirements for recruiting people. One is that they must have American citizenship, and the other is that they must be cheap. For a green card? Zhang Jing nodded. To register a company, you need to provide employment certificates for 10 people and an operating profit and loss statement after 2 years. After lunch, Barbie went directly to the Rose Winery. Zhang Jing returned to the technical college and called Ruth at the entrance of the preparatory class. This is a classic white girl who dreams of becoming a veterinarian. She has brown hair, a high nose bridge, deep eye sockets, and a few freckles on her face. Ruth arrived in 10 minutes. As always, her dressing style is quite bold. Even if the temperature in October is only 15 degrees during the day, she can still wear a cool breeze. Good afternoon. Ruth greeted. Good afternoon, how are you doing recently? Zhang Jing asked during the chat. Ruth shook her head, not good. Do you need a job? Zhang Jing asked. I have a job. I work in a restaurant at night and on weekends. Zhang Jing didn't understand. Where does your pressure come from? My credit card was swindled by a scumbag. I overdrew 20,000 yuan and have to pay it back every month, Ruth said helplessly. Tuition is also a loan, and it will have to be repaid in the future. Zhang Jing wiped the cold sweat from his face and tried to ask, is your boyfriend not from Manhwa? No, Ruth asked with concern. Do you have a job to make quick money for me? No, if you have time on Saturdays and weekends, you can do some odd jobs for me. Where? How many kilometers away from the school? Bayou Town, 50 kilometers. Ruth shook her head. If it's a veterinary job, I will go. 50 kilometers is a bit far for odd jobs. It's more cost-effective to work in a restaurant for 2 days on weekends. How is the salary in a restaurant calculated? 165 million yuan per hour. How about I give you 18 million yuan per hour? Ruth looked suspicious. Why do you want to help me? In 2 years, the Immigration Bureau must provide employment certificates for 10 people. Now there is only Barbie, and it is impossible not to recruit people. With a lot of thoughts in his mind, Zhang Jing denied, it's not to help you, I really need people, and odd jobs will be very hard. I'm not afraid of hard work, Ruth promised. I will definitely work hard, and I can work 3 days a week. After agreeing to work on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, Ruth left. It was time for the lunch break, and there were only a few classmates in the classroom. Zhang Jing walked over to sit next to Irina. You didn't go to the cafeteria at noon? Irina asked. As long as he was at school, Zhang Jing would eat in the cafeteria with Irina at noon, and they were inseparable. No, Zhang Jing said goodbye to Irina. Starting next week, I won't come to class. Irina was surprised. Are you going back to Manhwa? No, I'm still in Seattle. If nothing unexpected happens, I will have a green card next week. Invest 1 million, get a 2-year temporary green card, provide work for 10 people, and then transfer to a permanent one after 2 years? Irina asked in surprise. Yeah. That's amazing, Irina's eyes sparkled. It's a pity that I don't have city citizenship, otherwise I can work for you. Looking at Irina, she is beautiful, with brown hair like a waterfall, fair skin, big eyes, and a great figure, big where big is big, thin where thin is thin. The reason why the Eastern European who was beaten had trouble with Zhang Jing was that he wanted to sit with the beautiful Irina. Unexpectedly, bad luck again, and here comes the catch. The Eastern European young man with an unfriendly expression walked into the preparatory classroom and went straight to Zhang Jing to talk. He speaks Slavic, Irina translate for Zhang Jing, Georgian, I want to talk to you. Zhang Jing nodded. My name is Levin Chedlids, I apologize for the mistakes I made before. Irina translated at the same time. I hope you can withdraw the charges against me, Levin Chedlids begged, otherwise I will be deported. Shen Mingming represented Zhang Jing in the assault lawsuit, which was still going on. Zhang Jing was fine for beating someone, but he sued the other party instead. Looking at Levin Chedlids, he was in his 20s, with a thin face and looked pitiful, but Zhang Jing believed that these were just appearances. At that time, he was very arrogant and domineering when he forced himself to give up his seat. Unlike the national conditions of Longwa, conflicts between classmates would most likely lead to fighting, and the worst result would be that they would end up in the hospital with heads, and the worst result would be that they would end up in the detention center. It is relatively easy to find guns in the United States, and general conflicts may escalate to gunfights, with the best result being that they would end up in the hospital, and the worst result being that they would end up in a box lunch. The biggest problem is that the golden finger is clearly visible, and Levin Chedlids has a dagger on his back waist. Considering that the other party might take a risk and commit the crime on the spot, Zhang Jing delayed, I will call the lawyer. Can I call now? Levin Chedlids asked. I was not sure at first, but now I am sure that Levin is a paranoid and a psychopath. When you meet such a person, you can only say, it's really unlucky, it's more disgusting than stepping on dog. Zhang Jing pretended to take the phone, and the next second he suddenly rushed towards the other party, leading to a table and chair, and then wrestled with each other. Irina screamed. She saw a dagger stuck in Levin Chedlids' lower back. When Levin Chedlids wanted to stab Zhang Jing with the dagger, Irina was quick-witted and snatched the sharp blade first. Holding the dagger and watching the two men wrestling together, Irina realized that this was her chance to change her fate. That's right, Irina chose to stand on the side of money, because Zhang Jing had money, and stabbed the dagger into Levin Chedlids' lower back without thinking. Levin Chedlids screamed, and was severely injured and unable to resist. Zhang Jing knocked him down with one punch. Looking at the paranoid wailing, Zhang Jing didn't know if he would die, so he called the police and an ambulance. The first to arrive were the school police. Zhang Jing raised his hands and explained, Levin Chedlids was carrying a dagger and threatened me to withdraw the lawsuit. He had a serious tendency to violence. I was defending myself. At the same time, Irina also testified for Zhang Jing. At the police station at the west gate of the Institute of Technology, Zhang Jing came to drink tea for the second time. Why you again? The Asian police officer asked. Levin Chedlids threatened me with a knife to withdraw the prosecution, Zhang Jing explained. My life was threatened, so I had to fight back. The incident was relatively simple. Zhang Jing and Irina proved each other, and the evidence was very direct. Half an hour later, lawyer Shen Mingming arrived. With his help, Zhang Jing paid a bail of 10,000 yuan and a bail of 20,000 yuan for Irina. Then he left the police station and waited for the judge to make a ruling. If Zhang Jing and Irina were not guilty, the 30,000 yuan bail could be recovered. Fortunately, Irina helped me today, otherwise I might have gone to hell and drank Mangpa soup. Your girlfriend is here. Irina reminded at the door of the police station and left first. Zhang Jing wanted to say that Ding Jueqi was not his girlfriend, but Irina had already walked away. Shen Mingming also left first. Brother Zhang, are you injured? Ding Jueqi looked Zhang Jing up and down and asked with concern. I'm fine. Ding Jueqi was still furious. Why was such a dangerous person released? Is the judge an idiot? Don't be angry. This time he will definitely go to jail or be deported. I hope Shen Mingming is not just a show-off, Ding Jueqi complained. If he can't get the other party to receive the punishment they deserve, I will get all the lawyer fees back, just like the fans who asked for a refund. Shen Mingming was the lawyer hired by Ding Jueqi. Zhang Jing spent 8,000 yuan to hire him to fight the lawsuit. Zhang Jing didn't know that his lawyer fee was actually 20,000 yuan, and Ding Jueqi paid 12,000 of it for him. Feeling that Ding Jueqi was cute, Zhang Jing changed the subject and asked, "Have you had lunch?" "No," Ding Jueqi said with concern. "Shin Mingming said you had a fight, so I came here immediately." "I'll treat you to a meal." "Not today, not enough time." Ding Jueqi raised her hand to look at her watch. "Tomorrow, Friday, in the evening, I will go to your rose winery with Xiaoqing. You treat us to a meal and I have a gift for you." No need for a gift, Zhang Jing felt it was necessary. Tuition is not cheap. Because they had known each other for a long time, Zhang Jing knew that Ding Jueqi's monthly living expenses when she was studying in Xinjiang were 1,200 renminbi, and her parents saved money to pay for her study abroad. "It's a little bit of money, no more than 200 yuan, Ding Jueqi pinched her fingers and gestured. Her mood improved. "Congratulations on winning the winery." After separating from Ding Jueqi, Zhang Jing found Gus, the preparatory class teacher. At this time, a male classmate passed by and dropped a book, which Zhang Jing caught in midair. "Get the incomplete treasure hunt clue 1, have been collected." The host needs to collect more data or information to supplement the incomplete clues to obtain the accurate treasure hunting address. This can also obtain treasure hunting clues? With his heart beating fast and his expression unchanged, Zhang Jing returned the book to the other party. "Thank you." The boy took the book and thanked him. He looked like a Japanese. Zhang Jing smiled and said, "You're welcome." Click to include the incomplete treasure hunting content. The details are as follows. Shibasaki, Kamatsura is dead. Where is the gold jade hidden? Gold jade? It sounds like it is very valuable. Suppressing the throbbing in his heart, Zhang Jing continued to chat with Gus without changing his expression. Indefinite leave of absence? Gus was surprised. "I went to technical college for a visa. If nothing goes wrong, I will get a green card next week." "Investment green card?" Gus asked. 2 years temporary, provide employment for 10 people within 2 years to make it permanent. Gus knew about investing in green cards and gave a thumbs up. Rich man. After chatting for a while, Zhang Jing drove the pickup truck out of the technical college, parked the car on the side of the road, and searched Kosatsura's death on his mobile phone. Related news popped up. A year ago, Kosatsura was shot and killed in his rented apartment in Seattle, and the murderer has never been caught. With pictures, there was a cordon outside the apartment building. The building in the picture looked familiar. It was the apartment building rented by Ding Jueqi and Chu Xiaoqing. 10 minutes later, Zhang Jing came to the outside of the apartment building and pushed the door to enter the lobby on the first floor. The African-American security guard was sitting behind the bar. "Hello, sir," Zhang Jing asked. "Do you still remember the Japanese who was shot and killed in April last year?" The African-American security guard nodded. Zhang Jing handed over 20 yuan. "Which room did he die in?" After taking the money, the African security guard gave a straightforward answer, room 1609. Zhang Jing was slightly stunned. It was the room where Ding Jueqi and Chu Xiaoqing lived. He chatted and said, "That's the room my friend lives in." Did the owner redecorate the house after the incident? The African security guard shook his head. The house was partially repainted, and some furniture was replaced. After learning the information he wanted, Zhang Jing smiled at the African brother, and his heart was screwed. "Go out, get in the pickup truck, and head east, passing the 502 Bridge, Bellevue, and Isercourt, leaving the city and coming to the town of Whitefish." After passing the town and driving another 7 kilometers along the gravel road by the river, Zhang Jing returned to the Rose Red Winery. Barbie arrived first, bringing her 3-year-old son, and was dismantling the wooden roadblock in the middle of the quaint stone bridge. The roadblock was set up by the bank, and it was a closed auction, similar to a blind box auction. "Barbie," Zhang Jing interrupted her to dismantle the roadblock, "find Ding Jueqi and Chu Xiaoqing the apartment in which someone died last April. Did you know that?" At this time, the treasure hunting system sent a prompt. The incomplete treasure hunting clues have been collected and supplemented. Barbie may know something about the gold seal. Just like when looking for commemorative coins, the incomplete clues are collected first, and when the person related to the clue is encountered, the treasure hunting system will actively give a prompt. Barbie didn't know that Zhang Jing was thinking a lot, and said in a normal tone, "What does it matter? The murder happened in April last year. The house has been repainted and the furniture has been replaced." Because of different beliefs in gods, Westerners don't attach much importance to the concept of haunted houses, so Barbie looks like nothing happened. Regardless of the haunted house, Zhang Jing suddenly attacked and asked, "You killed Xiao Song Yuan, right? Where is the gold seal now?" When Xiao Song Yuan and the gold seal were mentioned, Barbie's eyes dodged. Obviously, as the treasure hunting system indicated, she knew something. To relieve Barbie's worries, Zhang Jing promised, "I only want the gold seal, and I don't care about anything else. Even if you killed Xiao Song Yuan, it doesn't matter." Barbie collapsed instantly and cried, "That Japanese wanted to me. Did you really kill Xiao Song Yuan?" Zhang Jing asked in surprise. Barbie nodded hesitantly. Zhang Jing promised again, "Your murder has nothing to do with me, and I don't intend to care. Tell me where the Jin Bianyu is?" "Really?" Barbie asked uncertainly. Zhang Jing said affirmatively, "Really?" Barbie sniffed, "I was greedy to take the property, and I was worried that the police would find something because of it, so I threw it into Washington Lake. Washington Lake is about 27 kilometers long from north to south and 2 to 5 kilometers wide from east to west. The lake behind Winley Manor is also Washington Lake. Do you remember the approximate location of the dump?" With the golden finger, Zhang Jing is confident that he can find it out even if it is thrown into the lake. Barbie nodded, "The west bank of Washington Lake, the tourist boat dock. I was standing on the shore and threw it into the lake, about 20 meters away. Just keep this to yourself, work hard, and there will be no accidents." "Boss," Barbie begged, "that thing can't be cashed in, otherwise the police will come." To reassure Barbie, Zhang Jing explained seriously, "First, you are my partner, the police won't know anything from me. Second, even if it is cashed in, it will be sent to Longwei for cash." Barbie breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "Thank you." Zhang Jing was in a good mood. He looked at Barbie's 3-year-old mixed-race son. What a cute little boy. I wonder which compatriot is so irresponsible. Helping Barbie to remove the roadblocks, Zhang Jing was thinking about how to explain to Ding Jiechi. After thinking about it, there was no good way, so he told her the truth directly on his mobile phone VX. Ding Jiechi had just finished class and was about to go to the library to find information. She was shocked by Zhang Jing's message. The house she had lived in for 2 months was actually a haunted house? After knowing this, Chu Xiaoqing said that she didn't dare to go back, and the two of them stayed in a hotel directly. "Let Zhang Jing come to help us move tomorrow," Chu Xiaoqing complained. "If he doesn't say it, I at least dare to go back." "You are a bandit logic," Ding Jiechi retorted. "If he doesn't say it, you will have more opinions." Chu Xiaoqing was in a bad mood. "He caused me to break up, this is really annoying." "Brother Zhang is already very good. Who asked you to note your boyfriend as dad?" "Brother Zhang on the left and Brother Zhang on the right, you are obsessed," Chu Xiaoqing complained. Ding Jiechi was silent. Zhang Jing didn't know Ding Jiechi's troubles. He was visiting the winery he bought. The first one was the winehouse used to receive tourists. It is a wooden structure, square, surrounded by a circle of corridors, with an interior area of about 200 square meters, an A-type ceiling, many glass windows around, very bright, and the decoration style is more like a dolly bar. The interior includes a low bar, about 12 meters wide and 9 or 10 meters long, on which are placed many beautiful-looking wines. There are also 6 sets of chairs and tables, and some original 225L large wine barrels, which looks full of bar style. Barbie licked the corner of her mouth. "Boss, these wines look delicious." Zhang Jing has no feeling for wine and can't taste whether it is good or bad. He only knows that red wine is divided into 3 types, dry, sweet, and semi-sweet. Sweet is also called ladies' type. When drinking dry, you have to add Sprite. Zhang Jing doesn't know anything about sweetness and astringency. Zhang Jing raised his hand and grabbed a termite that flew past him, saying in a strange tone, "There are a lot of pests here, why?" Barbie couldn't tell, and planned to buy some insecticide. After visiting the wine floor where guests were entertained, we then visited the main villa of the winery. The main building is 1-story, with a brown facade, 4 bedrooms, 3 halls, 45 bathrooms, and a 3-car garage. The interior decoration is definitely not comparable to Wenli Manor. It has all the furniture, kitchenware, and electrical appliances it should have, and it is considered high-end. It is enough for Zhang Jing to use. During his 2 years of treasure hunting in the wild in western Xinjiang, he either lived in a tent or in a 4- or 6-person youth hostel. In contrast, this house seems good enough. The only drawback is that 3 people and 2 dogs have died in this house, and they were all hanged, which is sad. No wonder the house feels cold, isn't it because of too much resentment? Behind the main house are several children's equipment, including a trampoline, a swing, a children's wooden house, and a tennis court. This alerted Zhang Jing that he only had one life, and he must not provoke Wenli. Even a 9-year-old child was not spared, which was too terrifying. As time went by, Zhang Jing did not dare to spend the night at the place where people were hanged, so he took Barbie and her son to sleep on the floor of the winehouse at night. It was a little cold at night, but fortunately Zhang Jing and Barbie had quilts in the car. A new day, Ruth drove a third-hand Chevrolet car. On the first day of work, the first thing she did was to mow the grass. The winery has 600 acres, half of which is vineyards, and there are many green spaces. In some places, the grass is taller than people. Zhang Jing and Barbie continued to visit the winery, including the brewing workshop and cellar. The workshop area is about 700 to 800 square meters, not big, nor small, like an ordinary workshop, with some brewing equipment inside. Because he is an outsider, Zhang Jing can't understand it. The cellar is underground, but not underground. The shape is similar to the terracotta warriors and horses pit, with barrels of 255 alpine or oak wine barrels displayed 3 meters below the ground. On top is a steel structure with a new material roof, about 5 meters from the ground. Boss, there are about 400 barrels of wine here, Barbie excitedly. If they are of good quality, maybe we can make a small profit. How is the quality of the red wine from the Rose Red Winery? Zhang Jing asked Barbie. The output of the Rose Red Winery is small and the customer base is not wide. I haven't drunk it, but I heard from others that the quality is still good. Zhang Jing nodded. It's better to have it than not. Even if it's not worth money, it's good for bathing. Finally, there is a building very close to the vineyard. Half of the area is piled with agricultural tools and sundries. The other half of the area is 6 single-room workers' dormitories, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, 1 living room and 1 kitchen. Including all kinds of taxes and fees, 75 million yuan, do you think it's worth it? Barbie stuck out her tongue in fear, and was shocked that Zhang Jing was rich. She replied, after all, 600 acres is not expensive in terms of area. It was already bought, so there was no point in worrying about it. Zhang Jing calmed down and asked with concern, have you posted the recruitment information online? Yes. You must state the salary and benefits truthfully, and there must be no ambiguity. The information is very clear, there is nothing unclear. That's good, Zhang Jing reminded, don't let others fool you, lest they say we are scammers. The winemaker can only make 800 yuan a week at most, and the odd job can make 600 yuan a week. I'm worried that I can't recruit anyone. Barbie expressed her worries, oil prices and prices are rising. Not to mention winemakers, odd jobs will also be difficult to recruit. Zhang Jing shook his head and said, I'll go to downtown Seattle. The boss was willful, and Barbie was helpless. At the door of the winery, before he left, Zhang Jing was stopped by a stranger. Zhang Jing was surprised to see the old man with white hair who competed with him for the winery last Saturday. What's the matter? I saw you were recruiting winemakers online, the thin old man said. It says 800 per week, is it missing a zero? The ghost missed a zero, and Zhang Jing, sitting in the driver's seat, did not get out of the car, denied, it is 800, that's right. The old man retorted, generally, winemakers not only get high salaries, but also get dividends from the winery. How can it be only 800 per week? Rose Red Winery can only pay winemakers 800 yuan per week. Zhang Jing was firm. What do you think a winemaker with a weekly salary of 800 yuan can produce? Zhang Jing knew that a weekly salary of 800 yuan was against common sense, and the real reason could not be known to outsiders. The old man in front of him was quite rich and his circle of friends should be very wide, so he must not let him know the reason. Zhang Jing was full of thoughts and played the victim. All the money was used to buy the winery. There is no money to hire a high-paid winemaker, so I hope to find a good intern. Your idea is very naive. Zhang Jing shrugged and motioned the old man to get out of the way. Unexpectedly, the old man put his hand on the door of the cab to prevent him from leaving. Zhang Jing almost knocked him down while driving. You want to scam me? Zhang Jing jumped out of the car and asked. I have a granddaughter who is now a waitress in a restaurant. Can you give her a chance? Zhang Jing was shocked. He wanted to find a professional winemaker intern and hoped that he would not brew poison. Unexpectedly, the old man was even more ruthless and directly introduced the waitress to be a winemaker. Is she a citizen of the United States? Zhang Jing asked. The thin old man nodded. Can she make wine? I taught myself for a while. After getting the information he wanted, Zhang Jing made a big promise, 600 a week in the first year, 700 a week in the second year, and we'll talk about the third year. She can afford to buy a winery, the old man said sarcastically, but she drives a broken pickup truck and her salary is too low. She's such a money grubber. Zhang Jing was unhappy. Money doesn't come from the wind. He retorted, you're so rich, why don't you buy something for me? Buy a winery yourself and let your granddaughter practice for fun? The old man was very angry with Zhang Jing, but he was asking for help, so he softened his tone and said, she will come at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Jing did not confront him and solved another recruitment problem. Send the old man away. Then, a black Chevrolet SUV. A black SUV that looks like a Mercedes-Benz G, but with a double B logo. A blue box-type heavy truck that looks brand new, and 3 cars drove over in a line. When Li's assistant Li Xing got out of the Chevrolet and pointed at the truck and said, the book room is in the cargo box, then pointed to the SUV with the double B logo. "Babos, this is the old lady's housewarming gift for you." Zhang Jing's brows twitched. He always felt that when Li was not serious. She had asked him before if he had taken women into the bathroom, and now she gave him a hardcore car that looked very attractive to women. What did she mean? No matter what Wenli meant, Zhang Jing was not going to take it. He felt guilty. What's more, he had money in his card, so he could afford 10 cars. However, living in a foreign place, Zhang Jing didn't want to arouse the envy, jealousy, and hatred of others. What if he met a psychopath and was shot to death? Having made up his mind, Zhang Jing said tactfully, "Please drive the car back." Zhang Jing didn't want it, so Li Xing had to drive back and change the subject. "We will unload the things in the truck, you specify the place." Zhang Jing originally planned to go to Huasheng Lake to fish for treasures today, but because there were too many things to do, he decided to go tomorrow. It took the next 3 hours for Li Xing and 3 other people to move the items in the carriage into the master bedroom of the main house of the winery. Only the master bedroom was the largest, and the other rooms could not hold many things. There were mahogany bookshelves, pearwood desks, thread-bound diary-style autobiography, and a row of photos on the wall. Except for the floor and walls, the study was moved here intact. By the way, Li Xing reminded before leaving, the old lady specifically instructed that women are not allowed to enter the study. "Is there any reason?" Zhang Jing asked. "There is no reason, the old lady said so." Zhang Jing thought of that day in the evening at Manor 1032, when Li refused to enter the study. It turned out that there was such a restriction. Zhang Jing had not realized it before, nor did he think much about it. After Li Xing reminded him, he thought of an irrelevant celebrity, Sanbao. In Semarang, a coastal city in the east of Java Island, there is a Sanbao temple. The temple is prosperous and crowded with tourists. Women were not allowed to enter in the early days, and later it was changed to not allow women to enter during their menstrual period. It was difficult for Zhang Jing not to connect the two unrelated things, because there are few places that have additional entry and exit restrictions for women. With many associations in his mind, Zhang Jing asked curiously, "What will happen if a woman goes in?" "It will probably bring bad luck," Li Xing shrugged. "I don't know." After seeing off the guests, Zhang Jing returned to the study, walked to the quaint bookshelf, picked up a withered and yellowed thread-bound book, and flipped through it casually. The treasure hunting system sent a prompt. "New treasure hunting clues have been detected and cannot be included. Only one treasure hunting clue can be included at a time. Complete 3 treasure hunting clues and get treasure hunting related rewards." Zhang Jing's expression remained unchanged. He was surprised. He flipped through a book and found a treasure hunt clue. He put it back on the bookshelf and picked up the second adjacent book, which was a diary-style autobiography written by the same person. He flipped through it. The treasure hunt system sent the same prompt again. "A new incomplete treasure hunt clue was detected and cannot be included. Only one treasure hunt clue can be included at a time. Complete 3 treasure hunt clues and get treasure hunt related rewards." He picked up other books. More than half of them prompted that the collection level needs to be improved, and a small half did not prompt. Zhang Jing was stunned and shocked. He was actually in a room full of treasure hunt clues. Looking more carefully, all the books, the longest time is 340 years, and the shortest is 5 years ago. They are all diary-style autobiographies of characters. Most of the content is plain and narrative. If you don't read carefully, you can't find the treasure hunt clues at all. "Don! Don!" Barbie's voice sounded outside the door. "Boss, a gentleman came to apply for a handyman." "Handyman?" Zhang Jing soon saw the visitor at the main entrance of the winery. A father and daughter. "Boss," Barbie introduced, "this gentleman must see you." In fact, he did not pass the phone screening. The reason for not passing the phone screening is obvious. The man has a disability in his left leg and walks a little lame. Judging from his skin color and facial features, he should be a dragon countryman, about 30 years old, about 17 meters tall, of medium build, and a tough expression. The little girl is about 4 or 5 years old, a little shy, hiding behind the man. "Hello sir," the man introduced himself to Zhang Jing in English. "My name is Dylan, and my Chinese name is Dylan. I'm sorry to bother you." Dylan translates to Dylan or Dylan, which means a cooperative and loyal person. The pronunciation is nice and loud, and it sounds energetic. "What did you do before?" Zhang Jing asked in Mandarin. Tilung's eyes brightened a little, and he answered in Mandarin, "I was originally a mechanic, but I lost my job because of a leg injury. The job I applied for online is a handyman, which can repair cars, roofs, water and electricity, mow the grass, pick grapes, and the fields." "How much should I pay you?" Zhang Jing asked. "If there is accommodation, I can accept a weekly salary of 600. Are you a U.S. citizen?" Zhang Jing asked. I was born in the United States and have citizenship. Before the old boy, all children born in the territory and territorial waters of the United States, or even in the airspace of the United States, on civil airliners, were directly American citizens. Zhang Jing looked at the little girl hiding behind Tilung. Your daughter? Yes. Can you tell me about her mother's situation? She was deported by the Immigration Bureau. A pair of poor people. Zhang Jing sighed in his heart, and extended his hand forward. 600 weekly wages, I earned it. Thank you. Tilung stretched out his hand and shook Zhang Jing's hand. It was not a disabled person who would not understand that the new boss was implicitly taking care of his self-esteem. Barbie took out the contract she had prepared in advance. After establishing the labor relationship, Dylan immediately started working. The first thing he did was to mow the grass. Half of the 600 acres of land was vineyards, and the rest was a lot of green land. In some places, the weeds were waist-high and had to be trimmed. Dylan's daughter is called Dylan. At the age of 4, she just happened to become friends with Barbie's 3-year-old son. The two children were afraid of each other at first, but then they couldn't stop laughing. Then he interviewed the winemaker. When they met for the first time, Zhang Jing and the other party were both stunned. Why is it you? Zhang Jing sighed that the world is small. The woman in front of him was the waitress of the steak restaurant, reminding Zhang Jing, the night is long, give girls more romance, don't be impatient. The woman was about 24 or 25 years old, with long dark brown hair, brown eyes, a high nose bridge, deep eyes, and three-dimensional facial features. What a coincidence! The woman stood up for her compatriots, rich people, but just take their female companions to eat 15 yuan steak and drink 20 yuan red wine. Zhang Jing was happy that this woman had a strong sense of justice. What's your name? Cindy Olsen. Age? Age is a secret, Cindy Olsen asked back. Do you discriminate against women of age? Zhang Jing was in his heart, he just asked casually, and the reaction was so big. Could she be a feminist? There is no union in the winery, nor is there women's rights. Zhang Jing clearly stated the rules. If you can't accept it, go back to where you came from. Cindy Olsen turned her head away and said nothing, and had no intention of leaving. After calming down for 4 or 5 seconds, Zhang Jing asked Cindy Olsen again, after all, it is a 300-acre vineyard winery. Are you sure you can handle it? No, I'm a newcomer. It doesn't matter if you can't, but you must pretend to be high-end, high-style, and high-taste. Cindy Olsen looked confused. Zhang Jing looked at Barbie, 600 a week, let her sign a contract, sign a confidentiality agreement, and tell her the profit model of the winery. Barbie agreed. There was still some time, so Zhang Jing drove to Isser Court, 20 kilometers away. 20 kilometers west of Isser Court is downtown Seattle, 25 kilometers east is the town of Whitefish, and the Rose Red Winery is 7 kilometers northeast of the town. At a certain club membership store, he bought 2 industrial-grade vacuum cleaners imported from Manga. They are the size of a bucket and can up stones as big as a fingernail. Cleaning is faster and cleaner than manual work. Then I bought some daily necessities, mainly quilts, food, disinfectant, and ant killer. In mid-October, the temperature at night was only 7 or 8 degrees. If I didn't cover myself with a thick quilt, I would feel I bought the ant killer because there were too many termites. The situation was not so bad at night, but when the sun was warm during the day, they could be seen everywhere. It was very annoying and I had to use the medicine. When I returned to the winery, the sun had already set. I passed the stone bridge and saw Chu Shaoqing and Ding Jiechi filming a video by the river. Ding Jiechi also saw the blue pickup truck passing by the bridge, took a deep breath of cold air and walked towards Zhang Jing. Chu Shaoqing shook his head directly behind him. Brother Zhang, congratulations on your new home. This is a gift I prepared for you. Although it is cheap, it took me a lot of thought. You must not throw it away. In the yard by the river, Ding Jiechi had an extra men's watch in her hand and gave it to Zhang Jing. He took the watch and it looked a little old. There was no manufacturer's logo on the dial and strap. It was obviously second-hand or even third-hand. Zhang Jing did not dislike it and promised, I will definitely not throw it away. I will always wear it. Ding Jiechi had a sweet smile on her face and said, I'll put it on you. Zhang Jing accepted Ding Jiechi's kindness. At this time, Chu Shaoqing came over slowly and complained, you have to compensate me with a boyfriend with muscles. Zhang Jing was speechless. Chu Shaoqing was a psychopath. At that time, he was worried that her old father would be anxious, and he answered the phone for her at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night with good intentions. Although nothing happened, Zhang Jing would break up with her if she were in his place. Sure enough, she was dumped later. After a busy day, it started to drizzle outside after dark, and the air seemed to become colder. Zhang Jing, Barbie and her 3-year-old son, Ruth, Ding Jechi, Chu Xiaoqing, Dylan and his 4-year-old daughter, plus winemaker Cindy. 9 people cooked food in the winehouse. There was a stove with an iron pot on it, and beef, potatoes, carrots, and tomatoes were gurgling in it. I don't know if it tasted good, but it was definitely a large amount to fill you up. There were ready-made tables and chairs in the winehouse. 8 people gathered around a table, and on the table were 4 bottles of red wine, 8 pairs of bowls, chopsticks, knives, forks, and wine glasses. Barbie poured 3/4 of a glass of red wine into all the glasses. Zhang Jingti proposed a toast. The Buddha said that one glanced back 500 times in the previous life in exchange for just one passing by in this life. We can sit together for dinner today, so we must have had a special fate in the previous life. Cheers! Everyone smiled and raised their glasses, and 6 beautiful glasses clinked together with a ping-pong sound. The glass was brought to his mouth. After taking a sip, Ding Jiaji's eyes were bright and he praised, "Very good red wine, with a fragrant fruity aroma and a mellow taste." "It's very good," Barbie praised. "It seems that this winery had a good winemaker before." "Boss, have you ever considered inviting the previous winemaker back?" Cindy, who has smooth black hair, asked tentatively. "No," Zhang Jing denied, "I never had this idea. Good winemakers are really not cheap, not only with high salaries, but also with high dividends. We have only one goal," Zhang Jing emphasized again, "to make the winery a check-in holy place, and winemaking is just a cover." "So it doesn't matter what I make?" Cindy asked. "That's right," Zhang Jing looked at the waiter who turned winemaker. "You don't have any extra assistants, 300 acres of vineyards and 800 square meters of winemaking workshop, and you are the only one." Although she had already known the cruel truth from Barbie's manager, Cindy still felt sad after hearing it again. She wanted to be taken seriously, but the boss was not interested in this and had no intention of making good wine. No wonder she only had a weekly salary of 600. Bad. T. Lung didn't have so many obsessions. He could find a job, be with his daughter every day in the future, and the winery provided accommodation, so he was very satisfied. In order to quickly integrate into the winery, T. Lung frequently drank generously, drinking red wine like drinking water. Ruth studied veterinary medicine at a technical college and worked as a handyman in the winery. She could also drink, drinking a bottle every half an hour. Barbie drank less because she had a 3-year-old son to take care of. Tonight was Zhang Jing's party, and he drank a lot, no less than T. Lung, and in the end he could only lie on the table. Ding Jechi and Chu Xiaoqing drank the least, but fortunately they were restrained, otherwise no one would clean up the mess. The next day, Zhang Jing was woken up by singing in a daze. It turned out that Chu Xiaoqing was humming while sorting a lot of red wine. Don't say it, although she is annoying, the songs she hums are pretty nice. Looking around, it turns out that I slept in the winehouse last night, with a long row of large bunk beds. Brother Zhang, Ding Jechi came over and asked with concern, "How are you? Do you have a headache?" "No." Zhang Jing shook his head and put on the jacket that Ding Jechi handed over. Ruth, Dylan, Cindy, and Barbie have gone to work. Ding Jechi chatted with him. "Xiaoqing and I are fine. We're here to clean the bottles." "Thinking about Lake Washington and the boat dock," Zhang Jing said. "I'm going to the west bank of Lake Washington." "What's going on?" Ding Jechi asked curiously. "I want to go boating." "This." Ding Jechi was speechless. The temperature in the morning was only 12 or 13 degrees, and the highest temperature was only 15 degrees. "What kind of boat is this? Is this a hint of a date?" With a lot of thoughts in her mind, Ding Jechi asked tentatively, "I'm going too?" "Okay," Zhang Jing agreed. "It's not boring to have someone to accompany you. I'll treat you to a big meal at noon." "I want to go too." When Chu Xiaoqing heard about the big meal, she was immediately possessed by the spirit of drama. "I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Vegetables are expensive, meat is relatively cheap, and Zhang Jing can let Chu Xiaoqing eat as much as she wants." After a brief discussion, the 3 of them set off immediately. 2 cars, a pickup truck, and a coupe, arrived at the public lakeside park in 70 minutes. The reason why the word public is emphasized is that a considerable part of the lakeshore belongs to private individuals. For example, Wenli Manor on the east bank of the lake has a private lakeshore of about 70 to 80 meters wide, which is quite luxurious. Because on weekends, there are many tourists on the lakeshore, as well as locals with their families. Where there are many people, there are naturally stalls and food. Seeing a young lady setting up a stall to sell octopus balls, Chu Xiaoqing excitedly said, "Jechi, buy some takoyaki." The one I participated in the horse racing competition in Japan before was especially delicious. Ding Jechi quietly pinched the thin flesh on her bestie's waist and whispered, "Be careful, don't talk nonsense." Chu Xiaoqing grimaced in pain and almost forgot that Ding Jechi was playing role-playing. Zhang Jing is not a good ear, just think that they stayed in the apartment for too long and were suffocated, so it was so lively. In order to satisfy Chu Xiaoqing's appetite, Ding Jiqi lined up in front of the stall. There were 3 customers in front of her, so it would take some time. Zhang Jing and Chu Xiaoqing waited on the side. Looking at Ding Jiqi, who had fair skin, a cute expression, and a little seriousness, Chu Xiaoqing asked Zhang Jing with a mocking expression, "I heard that you bought your college diploma? So what?" Zhang Jing didn't know what Chu Xiaoqing had suddenly done, and retorted, "Were you in love during high school, so you could only go to college? What if my grades were not good?" Chu Xiaoqing looked at Zhang Jing in protest, "My old man. Dad is rich, he can go to Seattle University." Zhang Jing thought of something and asked tentatively, "How much does it cost to go to Seattle University?" Just when Chu Xiaoqing was about to blurt out the answer, Ding Jiqi came over and said, "Can you guys spare me some worry? We are quarreling again after such a while?" Chu Xiaoqing took the takoyaki and ignored Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing also had one, which was packed in a paper box, with 8 pieces, which he picked up with a toothpick and put into his mouth. It was fragrant, glutinous, and the octopus was chewy, and it tasted good. "How much is this box?" Zhang Jing asked Ding Jiqi. 2 yuan. 2 yuan refers to 2 rice yuan. Is it expensive? Converted into Longwa currency, it is quite expensive. For Zhang Jing personally, earning rice yuan and spending rice yuan feels quite cheap. Continuing to walk along the relaxed lakeside road, the second delicacy the 3 tried was a Mexican burrito, with ingredients such as shredded onions, shredded cucumbers, cream, and shredded beef. It looked very appetizing and the portion was large. Because there was still a lot of food ahead, the 3 of them only needed 1 burrito, cut into 3 portions. I heard that Mexican food is very spicy. Chu Xiaoqing didn't dare to try it. Ding Jiqi looked at Zhang Jing, "Brother Zhang, you try it first, I'm also afraid of spicy food." Zhang Jing picked up the burrito and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly, his eyes brightened. Seeing Zhang Jing's expression and thinking it was delicious, Chu Xiaoqing bit down on her burrito, and then, like a red-hot iron stick, Chu Xiaoqing's face turned visibly red, and then spread to her neck. The burrito stall also sold Coke. Chu Xiaoqing opened the refrigerator, took out a can of ice Coke and drank it, looking embarrassed. Ding Jiqi naturally didn't dare to eat it, her tone was 3 parts coquettish and 3 parts complaining, "Brother Zhang, Xiaoqing can't eat spicy food, this joke is a bit too much." Zhang Jing also realized that the joke was too much. Unlike ordinary spicy food, the burrito is a bit devilishly spicy. Normal people can't resist it. After that, Chu Xiaoqing refused to talk to Zhang Jing and seemed really angry. Not wanting Ding Jiqi to be caught in the middle, Zhang Jing took the initiative to buy ice cream, and even went back and bought 2 more servings of her favorite takoyaki. There were also grilled shrimps and grilled scallops. After a full lunch, the 3 of them came to the tourist boat dock. It was here that treasure hunting was Zhang Jing's main target location today. Accompanying the girl and eating delicious food were just incidental. They spent 100 yuan to rent a hand-cranked boat with a sunshade, put on life jackets, and slowly rowed the boat away from the dock. Chu Xiaoqing was in a good mood and took selfies one after another. Ding Jiqi was also in a good mood, with a smile on her face. "I plan to go diving in the lake," Zhang Jing reminded. "You guys play on the boat, don't row away." "Diving?" Ding Jiqi and Chu Xiaoqing were both incredulous. "How can you swim in such cold weather?" "It's okay." While talking, Zhang Jing put down his mobile phone, took off his watch, and quickly took off his jacket, shirt, and trousers. Ding Jiqi and Chu Xiaoqing turned their heads away, and when they heard a splash, Zhang Jing had already entered the water. The water felt very low and freezing cold, and it took a while to adapt. The boat was not far from the lakeshore, about 20 meters away. There were many people rowing around, and no one was paying attention. This was exactly what Zhang Jing wanted, to adapt to the water temperature, gently slide into the water, and dive to the bottom of the lake. According to Barbie's description, she stood on the shore of the boat dock and threw the gold seal into the lake with force, which was about 20 meters away. The water was about 5 or 6 meters deep. Zhang Jing quickly touched the bottom and slithered at the bottom of the lake. After about a minute, Zhang Jing floated to the surface to breathe. He didn't find it the first time, but it can't be said that he was unlucky. After all, Barbie's throwing action was very random. Then he dived for the second time, the third time, and the fourth time. Chu Xiaoqing followed Ding Jiqi's gaze and looked at Zhang Jing, and asked in one sentence, "What is he looking for?" Others thought Zhang Jing was swimming, but Ding Jiqi and Chu Xiaoqing saw that Zhang Jing was looking for something at the bottom of the lake. After half an hour of not finding it, Zhang Jing returned to the boat to rest. Swimming was very exhausting. "Zhang Jing, what are you looking for?" Chu Xiaoqing asked before Ding Jiqi. Zhang Jing casually said, professional habit. I almost forgot that you are a treasure hunter. Chu Shaoqing was relieved. It's very close to the shore here. Can you find valuable items? Ding Jiaqi asked doubtfully. It's possible, such as a heartbroken girl. As he spoke, Zhang Jing had an extra diamond ring in his hand. Oh my god. Chu Shaoqing was surprised, I can really find something good. Then, Zhang Jing had another gold necklace in his hand. Chu Shaoqing and Ding Jiaqi were both petrified. One is luck, what does the other mean? There are a lot of good things in the lake. Chu Shaoqing was excited, she also wanted to go into the water to look for treasures, but as soon as her water finger touched the lake water, she immediately became timid. Ding Jiaqi never wanted to go into the water, she was only responsible for supporting the joke, Brother Zhang, you are so awesome. Looking at Ding Jiaqi's eyes that could speak, delicate skin, and cute elastic face, Zhang Jing's heart beat gently. Ding Jiaqi's face turned slightly red when she was stared at by Zhang Jing, but she did not avoid it. Zhang Jing was not a wooden man, he vaguely found something wrong, this was different from the ordinary friends they had agreed to be, so he avoided entering the water again. Chu Shaoqing saw it clearly from the side, and for the first time, solemnly reminded his friend, Zhang Jing is a good person and an ordinary person. It is impossible for you to implicate him in the situation of your family. When it comes to involvement, Ding Jiaqi is much more sober. Some people will suddenly conflict with others when walking on the road, and then go to jail for fighting. Some people even suffered a tragic car accident. It is not difficult to take revenge on someone in the United States. It is possible to die in an ordinary robbery or be stained with drugs. The idea flashed through her mind, and Ding Jiaqi shook her head. She didn't want to give up Zhang Jing and explained, that's the older generation. My parents just abandoned their children. They can't control me because of the generation gap. Why do you like Zhang Jing? Chu Shaoqing didn't understand, you have only been in Xizang for 2 years, and you have only known each other for a year and a half. I saw what love should be like, because they were friends since childhood. Ding Jiaqi trusted Chu Shaoqing very much, and confided in her heart, there is no calculation, no dog blood, only sincere kindness to a person. You didn't see that Brother Zhang's meticulous care for his ex-girlfriend and his selfless dedication made me envious and jealous to the point of going crazy. Because they were best friends, Chu Shaoqing understood Ding Jiaqi's family situation, especially the dog blood situation between her uncle and aunt, which even TV didn't dare to act like that. There was also a fierce fight between her aunt and uncle, but they just couldn't break up, which was tormenting even for outsiders. It's not surprising that Ding Jiaqi yearns for pure and beautiful love. Women understand women. Chu Shaoqing advised, you just haven't experienced it. If a man takes care of you meticulously for a long time, you will get annoyed. I won't, Ding Jiaqi explained, if Brother Zhang is so good to me, I will be very obedient, not lose my temper, not drink, take care of the family wholeheartedly, and help him at work. Chu Shaoqing shook her head slowly. She didn't agree in her heart, but she was also smart. She didn't break up violently directly. She said in a roundabout way, if you want to be with Zhang Jing, you should give him more time and don't be too eager. What should I do? Ding Jiaqi asked Chu Shaoqing back. Keep a proper distance, spend more time learning and enriching yourself, control the speed of entering the pit, don't go too fast. Is the relationship slow to warm up? Well, Chu Shaoqing suggested, Zhang Jing also needs to work hard to reach a certain level within 5 or 6 years, at least not so far behind your family. 5 or 6 years? Ding Jiaqi murmured to herself, I'm afraid Brother Zhang can't do it. I think it's possible. Your family doesn't have a throne, and Zhang Jing is easy to catch up with. Chu Shaoqing was optimistic about Zhang Jing. Everything is difficult at the beginning. He already owns a winery, and he will make money faster and faster in the future. Ding Jiaqi nodded to accept her bestie's opinion. Chu Shaoqing apologized in her heart, this was just a delay. After a long time, there was no novelty. She thought Ding Jiaqi and Zhang Jing would naturally separate. Zhang Jing didn't know that Ding Jiaqi and Chu Shaoqing were talking. After a long search, at a 2-meter metal detection distance, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Jing finally found the gold-braided jade that Barbie had thrown away at the bottom of the lake. In addition, 3 gold necklaces and a diamond ring were also fished up, and the harvest was full. Looking closely at the gold-woven jade, it is in the shape of a long strip, the size of an adult's thumb, and it really is both gold and jade. The surface is wrapped with gold thread weaving, like a golden jade garment, which looks very good. Regardless of the value of cultural relics and significance, just the workmanship looks much more valuable than the pure gold seal. What is this? Chu Shaoqing asked, pointing at the gold-woven jade. It looks like a seal, but I have to ask the experts for details. It's very beautiful, can I take a photo? Chu Shaoqing asked. Zhang Jing refused, no. Chu Shaoqing shrugged and did not force it. Then Zhang Jing used WeChat to contact Su Zheong, an associate professor at Zhejiang University, and transferred 300 yuan to him. Then he held the gold seal in his left hand and slowly rotated it 360 degrees, and took a photo with his right hand, and sent out a 30-second video. Su Zheong was a retired person who was re-employed. His main job was teaching. He had the deepest research on the history and antiquities of the Silk Road. His deputy job was appraisal. Because of his good reputation, he was respected and liked by treasure hunters. It was midnight in Longwa, and Su Zheong was taking care of his sick wife. He immediately became energetic after receiving the video. He was attracted by the gold thread coating on the surface of the jade seal at first sight. Then he replied to Zhang Jing, "This appraisal fee is 1,000. One more thing, the watch is nice. You should not be in Longwa now, right?" Zhang Jing was confused. Can a professor be so awesome? Can you guess that someone is in another country by just a short video? How can you tell that someone is abroad by looking at the watch? Zhang Jing replied. This also requires an appraisal fee. I'll give you a discount of 200. Zhang Jing was very happy and directly transferred 3,000 to the old man. He was rich and willful, and it was definitely not because he sympathized with Su Zheong's wife who was sick all year round. Let's talk about the watch first. It's a special Blancpain model. It's deliberately made old and looks cheap. Only special people in China wear it. Ordinary people won't spend 2 million to buy a broken watch. They would rather spend 30,000 to buy a dazzling Rolex. It's obvious that you are not a special person. You don't have to pretend to be poor. You only buy this kind of luxury watch to keep a low profile when you live in a foreign country and an unsafe place with many robberies and thieves. It's like the underwear of a wealthy woman in the Middle East. It looks ordinary on the outside, but is extremely luxurious on the inside. Zhang Jing's first reaction was disbelief. He replied uncertainly, "Old Su, are you sure? This watch costs 2 million? It shouldn't be that expensive abroad, about 200,000 miles yuan." Zhang Jing. That's it. I need to study this gold seal and reply to you before tomorrow evening. After a pause of 7 or 8 seconds, Su Zheong sent another message, "Thank you for your generosity. I would like to remind you that it may be more valuable than your watch. If the source is not legal, it's best not to tell others." Putting down the phone, Zhang Jing looked up at Ding Jiaqi. Unexpectedly, a seemingly second-hand watch turned out to be as expensive as 200,000 miles yuan. $200,000, whether it is Longwei or the United States, it is an exaggerated number. Recalling the many moments with Ding Jiaqi, many things that were unreasonable before have become clear now. After all this time, this girl actually pretended to be poor. What kind of special hobby is this? Just like Chu Shaoqing pretending that her boyfriend is her father, she has been picking up treasures in Zhejiang for 2 years. Has she been seriously disconnected from society? Ding Jiaqi didn't know she was exposed yet, and asked, "Brother Zhang, why are you looking at me like that?" Zhang Jing laughed in his heart. Ding Jiaqi is still a movie queen, and the Oscar owes her a little golden man. Now he won't expose her. Zhang Jing made an excuse, "You seem to have gained weight recently, eat less meat." Humph. Ding Jiaqi pretended to be unhappy. Go back to the shore, return the boat, get back the deposit, and drive back to the winery for 70 minutes. Considering Su Zheong's reminder that the source must be legal, Zhang Jing turned on the recording of his mobile phone and called Barbie to the haunted house of the winery alone. Barbie killed Xiaosong Yuan and took away the gold jade. She was afraid that the police would find evidence, so she threw the gold jade into the lake to sell it. Zhang Jing had promised not to call the police and would not threaten her with the murder. When Barbie arrived, Zhang Jing immediately saw a pistol hidden behind her, with the muzzle facing down at 45 degrees. Zhang Jing boldly turned around and walked into the living room. Barbie followed behind him and soon noticed that there was a stack of rice and the gold jade she had thrown away on the coffee table. "I found what you lost." Zhang Jing pointed at the gold jade and said, "I'll give you 10,000 miles yuan, just think of it as something I bought with my own money." "Why give me money?" Barbie asked in confusion. The real reason was to make the existence of the gold jade legal. Although Barbie's source was not legal, Zhang Jing bought it with money, which was equivalent to money laundering, and it was clean in an instant. Doing so may be just a waste of effort, or even a waste of 10,000 miles yuan, but there is an old saying that goes, if you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet sooner or later. To avoid getting your shoes wet, it's not wrong to be careful. Considering that the other party had a gun, Zhang Jing said in a soft tone, "I plan to send it back to Longwei to sell it. This gold jade belongs to you, and you should share its value, not making every penny, not making the last penny, is an old proverb in Longwa. I don't know what Barbie was thinking, but she happily put the 10,000 miles yuan into her pocket and then left. Watching Barbie walk away, Zhang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. There was no conversation all night. At 4:30 in the morning, the phone rang. "Hello, Professor Su." Zhang Jing greeted sleepily. "Congratulations, Zhang Jing," Su Zheong said excitedly on the phone. "That piece of gold-woven jade is a good thing." Zhang Jing suddenly woke up. "What is its origin?" "Perhaps you will find it incredible," Su Zheong introduced. "Your gold-woven jade is most likely made by Chinese craftsmen from the Mobile Empire." "Associate Professor Su, what are you talking about? Do you know the answer?" Although Zhang Jing was not good at studying, he knew that the Mobile Empire was a country in the north of India in the Middle Ages. He was immediately disappointed and emphasized the word vice with obvious ridicule. The gold-woven jade was clearly engraved with Japanese characters, which was completely irrelevant. Could Su Zheong be an expert? Stinky boy. Su Zheong scolded on the phone. "If you read more books, you wouldn't be so ignorant." "You said." Zhang Jing was more serious. "The Mobile Empire was built by Babur, a descendant of Genghis Khan and Timur. This man entered Afghanistan from Shache in western Xinjiang and abducted many craftsmen from the Ming dynasty. Is this your guess?" Zhang Jing interrupted Su Zheong and asked. "There are clear records in the calendar, and the gold-woven jade you found is a perfect proof of the fact that Chinese craftsmen once entered the Mobile Empire in large numbers." Zhang Jing looked at the gold-woven jade in his hand. Why couldn't he see the connection? Knowing that Zhang Jing couldn't understand, Su Zheong explained, "The gold thread weaving technique on the surface of the jade, let me tell you this, a sow can climb a tree, and the Japanese in the Middle Ages couldn't make such beautiful things. And the jade, it's obviously top-grade Hutian jade." No, Zhang Jing didn't understand. Even if the Mogul said Chinese craftsmen, they couldn't fly to Japan across thousands of mountains and rivers, right? Is it possible that a coastal Chinese craftsman took a piece of Hutian jade to Japan? Zhang Jing asked back. "Ha ha." Su Zheong laughed on the phone, laughing happily. "Yes, there is this possibility. If so, the value of the gold-woven jade in your hand will be greatly discounted. An ordinary piece of gold-woven jade, even if it is an antique, has value, but because of a piece of evidence, it has changed from being valuable to being priceless." Zhang Jing's mind was confused. Looking at the thumb-sized gold seal in his hand, why couldn't he see it? Where is the evidence? "Is the gold-woven jade in your hand now?" Su Zheong asked. "Yes. The gold seal has 4 sides. Look at the side with patterns. Turn it sideways and look carefully. If you understand it, you will understand why it is priceless." Zhang Jing turned on the flashlight on his cell phone and held the gold-woven jade seal sideways in front of his eyes, observing it carefully. At first glance, it is a strip of gold wrapped in a net. Jade, with Japanese characters engraved on the bottom. Su Zheong reminded on the phone, in the Middle Ages, to be precise, around 1600, the Dutch had already mastered the eastward route. They once occupied Penghu and were driven away by the Ming army. After that, they went to Japan to find a new trading base. Zhang Jing was embarrassed, he still couldn't see anything. Su Zheong continued to remind, around 1600, the current Mumbai was once a colony of the Yin Kingdom. The Yin Kingdom and the Dutch were allies at the time. Can you understand it now? Zhang Jing stared at the interwoven patterns of jade and gold threads, his eyes gradually widened, and he said in an extremely uncertain tone, "It seems to be a map?" Yes. Su Zheong was like a madman. "It's not very obvious, but it's a map, going south from Mumbai, bypassing the Sikkim Strait, the Bay of Bengal, the Temasek Strait, the Longwa Bay, and finally Japan. Using gold threads and the natural patterns on the surface of jade to make maps, this requires superb skills," Su Zheong said in a high voice on the phone. Feeling that his blood pressure was soaring, Zhang Jing asked, "What does the Japanese character on the gold seal mean?" Date Masamune, the 17th head of the Date family, a famous daimyo in the O region during the Azuchi Momoyama period, and the founder of the Sendai domain during the Edo period. Guessing that Zhang Jing didn't understand, Su Zheong said simply, "Just understand him as a local barbarian king. This man had smallpox when he was a child and lost his right eye. He was nicknamed One-Eyed Dragon Masamune." Zhang Jing understood that the Han craftsmen first arrived in Mogul with the Mongols, then boarded a ship from Mumbai, sailed for 3 or 4 months to reach Japan, and then made a gold seal for Date Masamune. Later, history became a mystery, and no one knew why it drifted from Japan to Seattle. "How much is it worth?" Zhang Jing asked the question he was most concerned about. When it came to value, there was silence on the phone. After a while, Su Zheong said earnestly, "The reason why this craftsman did this is because he was afraid that he couldn't find his way home. He has been wandering outside for more than 400 years. Zhang Jing, donate it and let him go home. Zhang Jing's first reaction was disdain. Your wife is seriously ill. If I sell it, I can give you a little. If I donate it, I will have nothing. Su Zheong was silent for a long time, and then gently hung up the phone. Zhang Jing could feel Su Zheong's sadness, and he was sad for the poor unknown craftsman who couldn't go home, which made him very unhappy. The dawn was quiet. Zhang Jing thought for a long time and finally made a decision. Selling it would be a shame to history, and donating it would be a shame, so he decided to keep it for himself. His thoughts and mood were clear, and Zhang Jing immediately recovered. It was slightly bright, and he left the warm bed and came to the main house of the uninhabited haunted house alone. He walked into the study and turned on the light. There were many diary-style books on the bookshelf, which contained many treasure-hunting clues. Pick up one at random, and the golden finger sent a prompt. An incomplete treasure-hunting clue has been obtained and has been included. The host needs to collect more data or information to supplement the incomplete clues to obtain the accurate treasure-hunting address. Click to include the incomplete treasure-hunting content. Details are as follows. Su Huang, Ning is the owner of 2 brothels and more than 70 prostitutes. He made a lot of gold from gold diggers. On July 3, 1890, he was shot and killed at home by his men, and the gold was robbed. There are rumors that the killer did not find all the gold. Ning? Zhang Jing muttered to himself, could it be the grandfather of the yellow-haired old boy? He also started out as a brothel. The clues provided a name and time. The next step was to find where Ning lived more than 100 years ago. Not planning to change the task, Zhang Jing listed the task of finding Ning's gold as the next treasure hunt. After all, gold is always lovely, and it is difficult for anyone to hate it. A haunted house is unlucky, so Zhang Jing did not stay for long. When he came outside, he happened to meet Ruth. She was wearing a white top, a black ribbon around her waist, and linen trousers. Very good morning, boss. Ruth greeted. Good morning, how did you sleep last night? The floor is hard. Bring your luggage here next week, and you can have a dormitory. Near the vineyard, there is a long row of houses, half of which are warehouses, and the other half are 6 rows of dormitories, 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. Although simple, it has everything it should have. Ruth looked happy. Thank you, boss. I will clean up in advance. Considering the last time she found the commemorative coin, in the African American community, Zhang Jing was treasure hunting in the attic. Ruth fought off 2 gangsters on the first floor, showing her strong ability. Zhang Jing was trying, and asked Ruth, have you heard of this man named Ning? He has 2 brothels and more than 70 prostitutes under his command. He made a lot of gold from gold diggers. On July 3, 1890, he was shot dead at home by his men, and the gold was stolen. Zhang Jing promised, if you can find out where this man lives, which is where he was shot, I will help you pay off your 20,000 yuan credit card debt. Ruth wanted to say she didn't know, but she heard that Zhang Jing could help her. After paying off the debt, she swallowed her words back. I can definitely find out. Ruth raised her right hand, with a firm belief in high morale, and said, please give me some time, I can definitely find out where Ning lived when he was shot. Zhang Jing smiled, be careful. After quitting her chores, Ruth left the winery and immediately went to find Ning. Although it was modern times, it was a long time ago. To find clues, she could only rely on asking around, asking the elderly, and asking around. There is a threshold for asking around. Zhang Jing was eliminated because of his skin color. Some rednecks have bad tempers and are weird. You never know what kind of psychopath you will encounter. Ruth is the perfect candidate. In the afternoon, Zhang Jing sent Ding Jieqi and Chu Shaoqing back to the city. They had to go to class tomorrow, and because the apartment was a haunted house, they would temporarily live in a hotel near the school. Pretending not to know that Ding Jieqi was playing a role-playing game, Zhang Jing handed her 1,000 yuan before leaving. The hotel is not cheap, take it and use it. Brother Zhang, I have money to use, so I don't need to borrow from you for the time being. Ding Jieqi refused. The hotel room costs 300 renminbi per night. How long can the money last you? Ding Jieqi was speechless. She pretended to live on 1,200 renminbi per month. The room cost 300 renminbi per night was equivalent to her living expenses for 40 to 50 days in Xizang. Chu Shaoqing was trying to hold back her laughter. Ding Jieqi had to bear it herself, but she couldn't say anything. Take it, Zhang Jing urged. Ding Jieqi took the money, I will definitely return it to you. Zhang Jing deliberately raised his watch and said in a nonchalant tone, I know. Go upstairs. See you next time. Ding Jieqi naturally saw that Zhang Jing was wearing her gift watch on his wrist and pretended to be ignorant. See you on Friday. Zhang Jing laughed and waved his hand without taking a cloud away. Watching Zhang Jing leave, Ding Jiechi took off her disguise. Go to the supermarket to buy a few bottles of wine. I can only watch others drink these 2 days. I also want to have a drink. Who told you to pretend to be pure? Chu Shaoqing retorted. Zhang Jing didn't know about the conversation between the two. They separated and went to Pike Market. It is similar to a comprehensive market for vendors of all sizes, with small stalls, stores, food, drinks, clothing, luggage, sundry stores, tourist souvenir shops, antique shops, nightclubs, bars, etc. Zhang Jing found an antique shop with a quaint flavor and walked in. There were 7 people in the shop, 2 black security guards, 2 cashiers, and 3 customers, who were bargaining over an antique cigar box. Seeing Zhang Jing come in, a sturdy man with dark brown hair, about 17 meters tall and weighing about 200 kilograms, stood behind the counter and greeted Zhang Jing. Hello. Zhang Jing gently placed the 3 gold necklaces and a diamond ring he had picked up from the water yesterday on the counter. Wow, the man handed his hand to Zhang Jing. My name is Will. Zhang Jing. Will smiled slightly, put on gloves, picked up the ring and looked at it slowly, and asked Zhang Jing after a while, where did it come from? I found it near the boat dock while swimming. Good luck, Will praised. How much do you plan to sell it for? I have no idea about the price. This is an ordinary diamond ring, Will introduced. The ring is platinum, the diamond is 25 points, the diameter is about 41 millimeters, and the height is 25 millimeters. I can give you 3,000 yuan. No problem. Zhang Jing agreed readily. Then Will picked up the 3 gold necklaces and asked uncertainly, did you find them while swimming? Zhang Jing nodded. Wow. Will was amazed. You are a man blessed by God. The gold price was easy to calculate. After verifying the authenticity, it was weighed and the total was 5,500 yuan. Including the diamond ring, the total was 8,500 yuan. Zhang Jing was about to leave when Will called him from behind. Mr. Zhang, are you a professional treasure hunter? Zhang Jing nodded again. There is another piece of news that may be helpful to you, Will introduced enthusiastically. In the past year, several Japanese have been looking for a gold seal. They have looked in all the pawnshops and said they are willing to pay a high price to find it. You may be interested. While speaking, Will showed a printed picture in front of Zhang Jing. Looking at the picture, it was the gold jade. Zhang Jing said with a normal expression, the so-called high price may be just a cover. Will shook his head and introduced, they found the person in charge of W Hotel Seattle, Mr. Dell of the Winston family, to guarantee that there is no default. W Hotel is unfamiliar in Longwei. It belongs to the same group as Sheraton and Starwood. Many brand hotels have different positioning. The customer group of W Hotel is the creator of fashion trends. Customers are about 30 to 35 years old, well-educated, generally have no children, and are interested in the latest, coolest and most fashionable things, so Zhang Jing always encounters many monsters when staying at W Hotel. Having a nose piercing is nothing. Once, Zhang Jing saw a buddy with 2 pierced pimples on his chest, which was quite eye-catching. With a lot of thoughts in his mind, Zhang Jing asked casually, how much did they offer? Will held up a finger, 1 million Japanese dollars. As if they had telepathy, the door of the pawnshop was pushed open and 2 Japanese people walked in. A short suit made of single-layer cotton and linen fabric, thin jeans, and a casual suit. The 2 people were dressed in ordinary clothes, but it was easy to tell that they were Japanese at a glance. The hairstyle, walking posture, and height combined with multiple factors made it easy to distinguish them. For example, one of them was about 175 meters tall, which was not short. His hairstyle was very fashionable, he had a lot of hair oil, and he walked with his feet turned outward. The other one was slightly shorter and walked normally. It was not so obvious just looking at one person, but when the 2 walked together, it was almost written on their faces that we were Japanese. Just like Westerners can be divided into Eastern Europeans, Western Europeans, and North Americans, there are also subtle differences between Dragon people, Japanese people, and people from the Northern and Southern dynasties. Hello, Mr. Will. The tall man greeted the young owner of the pawnshop. Are you aware of any news recently? No, Will pointed to the picture on the counter and said, Mr. Zhang Jing is a professional treasure hunter. I am introducing him to what you are looking for. Zhang Jing smiled and nodded, which was considered a greeting. Hello, Mr. Zhang. The tall Japanese man extended his hand and introduced himself. Yokohama Sankei Co., Limited, Shibasaki. Shibasaki, Kamatsubara is dead. Where is his gold seal hidden? The person who collected the clues was Shibasaki. Zhang Jing extended his hand and shook it with the other party. Nice to meet you. Have you seen this gold jade? Shibasaki pointed to the picture and asked. No. If you meet us in the future, please call us. Shibasaki politely handed over a business card while speaking, there will be a generous reward. Perhaps because he was in such a miserable situation, if I remember correctly, this was the first business card Zhang Jing received. After saying goodbye and leaving the pawnshop, Zhang Jing could not have imagined that he would meet Shibasaki again a week later. In the evening, he returned to the winery. When passing through the town, a police car stopped at the intersection, and a tall and thin policeman waved to stop Zhang Jing's pickup truck. "Hello." Zhang Jing lowered the window and asked, "Good afternoon, Mr. Zhang. My name is Joe Taylor." Looking at the other person, he was about 19 meters tall and weighed about 70 kilograms. He was thin and tall, and his police uniform looked loose. "Did I violate any rules?" Zhang Jing asked. "No, you didn't," Joe Taylor shook his head. "We were just chatting." Zhang Jing didn't believe it, so he pushed the door and got out of the car, and extended his hand forward. "Whitefish Town is beautiful, and I'm happy to be your neighbor." As expected, Joe Taylor extended his hand and Zhang Jing held his hands together and asked, "There is no clue in the winery murder case. You live in it. Have you found any clues?" Zhang Jing shook his head. He didn't dare to report only, "It's a bit too much to remove termites. There is no other situation." Speaking of termites, Joe Taylor took out his mobile phone and opened a photo. "We have found that 2 Asian women went to the vicinity of the winery 4 days before the auction. It is possible that they released termites. If you want to sue, we are willing to provide evidence." Looking at the photo, although it is not very clear, it can be identified as Ding Juqi and Chu Xiaoqing. Responding, Zhang Jing hurriedly shook his head. "I don't plan to sue them." During the chat, a fat ant came over to say hello. "Good afternoon, Joe. Is this the new owner of the Rose Red Winery?" "Hello, ma'am," Zhang Jing greeted. "My name is Zhang Jing." "Hello, my name is Susan, and I run a gun store." The name Susan is widely used and has a beautiful meaning. It represents admiration and bravery, and gives people the impression of being energetic and talented. The old lady paused for a second and then said, "It is adjacent to the winery, and there is a 20-acre pony farm next to it. It belongs to me and my ex-husband. Are you willing to spend 300,000 yuan to buy it?" The thin and tall policeman was surprised. "Didn't you sell it for 400,000 yuan before?" Aunt Susan looked at the thin and tall policeman. "I haven't bought it for 400,000 yuan for half a year. I don't want to continue to be entangled with that guy because of this matter." Zhang Jing's eyes moved back and forth between the two people. Would the fat and thin be performing a two-person show? Agreeing to go and see the house, Zhang Jing left with the key given by Aunt Susan. Returning to the winery, he found Barbie and asked, "There is a 20-acre pony farm next to the east. Is 300,000 expensive?" "Not expensive," Barbie analyzed professionally. "If the building is well preserved, it may be possible to make a small profit by reselling it. It is a bargain hunting house." Zhang Jing did not believe Aunt Susan and the thin and tall policeman, but believed Barbie and decided to go and see. Crossing the border from the inside and crossing the wire wall, Zhang Jing and Barbie entered the pony farm on the east side of the winery. When crouching and passing through the barbed wire, I saw with my naked eyes that Barbie was carrying a gun and deliberately asked, "Miss Barbie, you are not going to kill me to silence me, are you?" "I did have this thought before," Barbie said bluntly. Zhang Jing could understand that Barbie had committed a murder, but he had just fished out the evidence of her crime. Changing the subject, Zhang Jing asked, "Whitefish has a population of just over 200 people and is in a remote area. Why are the housing prices so expensive?" "It's only 50 kilometers to Seattle," Barbie said indifferently. "Washington has a population of about 67 million, of which about 48 million live in the Seattle, Bellevue, and Tukwila metropolitan areas. Issaquah, 20 kilometers away, is the fourth most populous city in Washington, but has a population of only 30,000. 30 kilometers to the east is Whitefish, with a population of more than 200 people, which is not a small number." Zhang Jing was speechless and couldn't understand why there were so few people. During the following tour, Zhang Jing liked it more and more, and thought that 300,000 yuan was worth it. The family-style horse farm covers an area of 20 acres, with a mountain in the north, and part of the area includes a hillside, under which there is a stream with a good flow. In addition, there are 3 commercial single-story office buildings at the entrance, a 300-square-meter horse shed that can accommodate 20 horses, 2 residential buildings, 4 small storage rooms, and a 5-acre flat racecourse. Walking to the south entrance of the racecourse, Barbie held a mobile phone with house sale information on it. Pointing to a row of houses, she introduced, "This house is the best, with 6 suites, each containing a bedroom, a small hall, a bathroom, and a kitchen." "Is it also employee housing?" Zhang Jing tried to ask. Raising horses requires jockeys, trainers, veterinarians, nutritionists, agents, etc. Walking up, Barbie opened the door of one of the rooms. Wooden floors, white walls, bright windows, and heating equipment. It looks much more comfortable than the W Hotel. Two styles, Barbie chatted. The W Hotel is a fashionable style, and this is a garden style. Pregnant women will definitely be happy living here. Zhang Jing smiled. Although Barbie never said it, she never forgot the special industry in her heart. Leaving the employee apartment, there is a flat land of about 200 square meters behind, with a barbecue grill and a basketball stand. Further back is the horse racing ground, a 30-acre horse farm, which is large enough for horses to run. Because no one has taken care of it for a long time, many places are overgrown with weeds. On the other side of the horse farm is a horse shed and a stone building, which looks very rural. A cement road connects all the functional buildings. Next, we visited the main house of the horse farm, a stone building. Barbie pointed out the shortcomings and said, "It's very old and there's no garage." It doesn't matter if there's no garage, you can park in the sun, just cover it with a sunscreen. However, Zhang Jing is more sensitive to the old age and asked Barbie with concern, "Has anyone died in it?" After getting to know Zhang Jing, Barbie learned about some long national customs on the internet and knew that it's taboo for someone to die in a house. But she spread her hands helplessly. It's inevitable that there are more than 200 years of history. This stone house has a history of more than 200 years? Zhang Jing was surprised. The sales information introduces it like this. It should be there. There are very few gray stone buildings like this now. Zhang Jing was quite speechless. The main house of the winery was a haunted house, so he had to sleep on the floor in the tavern every night. He didn't expect that someone had died in the main house of the horse farm. Entering the main house, perhaps because of the stone, the skin felt cool. Barbie stretched out her finger and gently wiped the tabletop, leaving a layer of dust on it. If we don't redecorate, we need to thoroughly clean it, disinfect it, and replace the furniture. Zhang Jing shook his head. He didn't plan to live there at all. Then he visited the upstairs. There were 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. There weren't many rooms, but the advantage was that each one was quite large. Finally, he visited the horse stable, the largest building in the horse farm, and 4 small warehouses for sundries attached to the stable. These 5 buildings were not well maintained. Some of them leaked, and some were bitten by termites. After seeing them, Barbie asked curiously, "Boss, what do you think of this place?" Zhang Jing felt that there was only one word, big. He asked again, "Is 300,000 yuan a bargain?" Barbie nodded affirmatively. "The price is 400,000 yuan. If you can buy it for 300,000 yuan, cut the weeds, fix the leaks, throw away the old furniture in the main house, and clean it, you can make 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. It should be easy to resell. If you don't make money, you're a fool." Zhang Jing called Aunt Susan to confirm the purchase. When he returned to the entrance of the horse farm, he happened to meet Ruth, who was outside the iron gate, looking inside. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Jing asked unexpectedly. Ruth was not happy to see Zhang Jing, and said dejectedly, "Have you found it?" "Found what?" Zhang Jing didn't understand, but before he finished speaking, he immediately reacted and pointed to the ground and said, "Is this the place where Ning was shot?" Ruth nodded. "I kept asking around and finally found this place." Zhang Jing was stunned. How could there be such a coincidence? The point is that he just visited all the places, but there is no gold. At this time, the treasure hunting system popped up many prompts. The host found Ning Sheng's destination, but unfortunately, there is no gold here. The host completed 3 collections of clues, and the treasure hunting system began to upgrade. The upgrade was completed. Add new rewards for treasure hunting. 1. The metal detection range is increased to 5 meters. 2. A Chinese rural dog with a special opportunity. 3. A horse expert. Help the host find 3 potential racing horses hidden among the numerous horses. The next upgrade will complete 6 clues. Zhang Jing felt comfortable. Not having gold is nothing. The 3 rewards are very rich. When he was distracted, the reward came. A puppy appeared out of nowhere and climbed to Zhang Jing's feet and squeaked. He picked up the khaki puppy, a very cute puppy, and it should be less than a month old. This place has been vacant for more than half a year. Where did the puppy come from? Barbie was curious. "It's fate to meet," Zhang Jing said. "I will be responsible for raising this puppy." The boss was full of love, so Barbie naturally had no objection. There are stables, training grounds, and horse breeding equipment here. It's a pity to leave them vacant. Zhang Jing made a decision and said, "You find someone to renovate this place. I'm going to raise horses, racing horses." Barbie reacted a little too much and reminded her bluntly, "Excuse me, Raising racehorses is very expensive. You might go bankrupt. I've decided to recruit veterinarians, nutritionists, writers, and horse trainers online. Barbie wanted to struggle, but Zhang Jing stopped her with his eyes. Mr. Zhang, Ruth said shyly beside her, I'm a veterinarian. Although I haven't got my medical license yet, I'll be fine next year. Zhang Jing looked at Ruth, I don't object. I hope you won't kill my horse. My salary will remain the same. No problem, Ruth agreed readily, I'll graduate from college as soon as possible and come to work full-time. Barbie had already accepted the reality and took a deep breath and said, Boss, give the horse farm a name, a resounding name. Will people beat me up if we call it Champion Horse Farm? Zhang Jing asked Barbie in return. Barbie was speechless. In the next few days, Barbie completed the purchase procedures of the horse farm and registered a new company, Whitefishtown Champion Horse Farm. She also received more than 10 online resumes. Zhang Jing was very hurt because the trainers and jockeys who submitted resumes were all rookies with no experience. Unlike the winery, which can be rotten inside, the horse farm cannot be, because there will be 3 good horses joining in. Therefore, good trainers and jockeys are necessary. But good trainers and jockeys are a two-way choice for the racecourse. Their income has little to do with weekly wages, and they get commissions. According to industry rules, trainers take 10% of the prize money for the race, jockeys take 5%. If the horse is traded, the trainer can also take 10%. Therefore, the newly established champion racecourse has no good trainers or jockeys willing to bend down. Just because of the opportunity of 3 times a bull recognizing horses, Zhang Jing must find good trainers and jockeys to be worthy of good horses. The good news is that there is still a lot of time, after all, he hasn't even bought the horse back. On Friday evening, Ding Jiechi and Chu Xiaoqing came to the winery again and happened to meet Zhang Jing going out. The 2 cars met at the door. Looking at Zhang Jing, who was wearing a suit, had shiny hair, and looked handsome, Ding Jiechi's eyes were full of brilliance, and she sighed in her heart that he was so handsome. Brother Zhang, where are you going? Manor number 1032, Wen Li sent an invitation on Tuesday to attend the party she is hosting tonight. Is that so? Ding Jiechi was reserved for less than a second, and took the initiative to ask, I didn't bring a dress, I passed by the downtown area of Isser Court to buy one, is it in time? The invitation didn't ask to bring a female companion, Zhang Jing refused without thinking, I will be back soon. Feeling unhappy, Ding Jiechi didn't want to leave a bad impression on Zhang Jing, and smiled like a spring breeze, then I'll wait for you to come back. Watching Zhang Jing driving away in the pickup truck, Chu Xiaoqing stood up for his friend, I bet he won't come back tonight, he will definitely find a girl at the party, and then have until dawn. Unexpectedly, as soon as Chu Xiaoqing finished speaking, Zhang Jing backed the car back. Ding Jiechi's heart was pounding, and her eyes were expectant. Zhang Jing did not disappoint her and invited her, let's go together. Okay, Ding Jiechi agreed immediately, then turned back to look at her bestie and said, get out of the car. Chu Xiaoqing was stunned, why? Your car has been requisitioned, Ding Jiechi said righteously. Zhang Jing agreed with Ding Jiechi's approach. Wen Li's circle of friends must be upper-class celebrities. She could just drive a pickup truck there alone and find a corner to hide until the party was over. She didn't care about face. She had to bring a female companion with her. If possible, she could drive a better car. With a smile on his face, Zhang Jing threw the pickup truck key to the confused Chu Xiaoqing and drove her Bentley to the wealthy area on the east bank of Lake Washington. Watching her luxury car go away, Chu Xiaoqing kicked the weeds on the roadside and got a toothache when she drank cold water, and even twisted her foot. 20 kilometers to Isser Court. Zhang Jing accompanied Ding Jiechi into a women's dress shop. After all, she was 17 meters tall, weighed about 110 kilograms, had a chest measurement of about C+, fair skin, and a little flesh on her face. With this figure, she looks good in anything. Ding Jiechi picked out a not so eye-catching, yet quite delicate white dress at a glance, paired with a pair of crystal high heels. When she walked out of the dressing room, Zhang Jing's heart almost jumped out of his chest. It was too beautiful, pure and clean, and his heart was beating wildly. Zhang Jing praised, it looks very good, very perfect. Even the owner of the clothing store was surprised and lamented that the dress seemed to be tailor-made for Ding Jiechi. Ding Jiechi's face was lightly flushed, and she turned around and liked it. The dress was good, but the price was not cheap, 900 yuan, 300 yuan for crystal high heels, and 1,200 yuan for the whole set. There was still about 46 million yuan in the Shangjiang bank card, so he didn't feel bad about spending money. Back in the car, Zhang Jing's heartbeat calmed down a bit, and he concentrated on driving. In half an hour, he arrived at the manor at 1032, 84th Avenue. After confirming the invitation, the black iron gate of the manor was retracted into the wall on both sides, and Zhang Jing drove the car into the manor. Following the internal road to the door of the manor's main villa, there were many luxury cars parked here. It was a little unexpected. Luxury cars are luxury cars, but there are not many young luxury cars like Bentley coupes. Instead, they are mainly luxury nanny cars and high-end business cars. This shows that the age of the people attending the party is generally not young. This is also true. The guests came to the door at about the same time. It seems that most of them are middle-aged and elderly people, all of whom are extraordinary and exquisitely dressed. When Lee was receiving guests at the door of the villa, she looked kind and smiling. She greeted an old white man. "Good evening, Mr. Gavin. Welcome to my humble home." "Good evening, Mrs. Sue. It's my honor to receive your invitation to the party. This is my grandson, Gowers." When Lee looked at the young man next to Gavin and praised, "Very handsome young man. Where do you work?" Zhang Jing and Ding Jiechi were standing behind Gowers. He looked polite and had an extraordinary temperament. "I'm still studying for a master's degree in finance at the University of California. A bright future," Lee praised. Zhang Jing didn't know what a master's degree in finance at the University of California meant. The young man was very confident and looked very powerful. After a few words, it was Zhang Jing and Ding Jiechi's turn. "Good evening," Zhang Jing greeted. "I received the invitation and read it carefully several times. I thought it was a printing error." "Yes," Lee confirmed, "I wrote your invitation myself." Zhang Jing bowed slightly, and it was not wrong to be a little sweet. "It's my honor." Lee looked at Ding Jiechi and praised sincerely, "What a beautiful girl." "Good evening, Grandma One." Ding Jiechi looked well behaved, with a nice voice and a sweet mouth. "Good evening." Lee seemed to be in a good mood. Zhang Jing loves to eat delicious food. "I prepared a lot of delicious food. You can enjoy it." After two simple words, she followed the waiter's guidance and entered the large living room. The furniture layout in the room was changed for the party, and it looked more spacious. It was a self-service party, with 3 long tables added on 3 sides, covered with white tablecloths, and placed with a lot of sumptuous food and fine wine. Some waiters were also added. They were dressed in formal clothes and held trays with fragrant and delicious champagne on them. "Brother Zhang," Ding Jiechi whispered softly, asking uncertainly, "Why do I feel that the old lady treats you differently?" "Because the 2 commission tasks were completed smoothly." Ding Jiechi did not ask further, and her eyes swept over the many guests. "I guess they are all upper-class celebrities in Seattle, but it's a pity that we don't know them." No matter whether they are upper or lower class, Zhang Jing looked at it openly. "Since we are here, we must make up for the cost of fuel." Ding Jiechi smiled. She liked Zhang Jing's optimistic spirit, and looked at the food prepared for the party. "It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you will be shocked when you look at it. Crystal clear and full-grain caviar, wine-flavored foie gras, and marbled steak. These 3 things are the scene. In contrast, king crabs and Australian lobsters seem a little weak. There are also various Chinese dishes, mainly southern dim sum, each of which is exquisite. Western food includes pizza and various fruit pies. The food is good, and the drinks are even more extraordinary. Princess Louise champagne, noble rot wine produced by Chateau Johann, Chivas Regal and other whiskies, etc. The conclusion is, food is like a hill, champagne is like a river. Brother Zhang, these foods and drinks are very expensive. If you take out so much to entertain guests, the old lady's wealth and power may be beyond imagination." Zhang Jing is no longer surprised. Killing so many people and still happily holding a party, how can her power be bad? In a moment, the guests arrived. When Lee, with a calm and happy expression, a pearl necklace and a blue dress, stood in the center of the living room accompanied by the housekeeper. "Thank you all for your long-term support for the development of the Su family." The living room was quiet, and when Lee's voice was soft, but everyone could hear it. "Susike has passed away for 7 years, and my grandson Su Lin died unexpectedly 5 years ago. I once thought that Susike and the hope of the Su family would be cut off in my hands, but God bless, this situation did not happen." Lee's toast speech made the guests a little puzzled. Everyone knew that she had more than 1 grandchild, and the death of Su Lin was not a big deal. Besides, the Su family has deep roots. How could hope be cut off? There are also smart people who understand that Lee has other intentions, and this cut is not the other cut. Lee was in a good mood. She took the champagne handed over by the housekeeper and said happily, "Please enjoy the food and wine." Zhang Jing had just arrived and only knew that Lee was not easy to mess with. He didn't know the situation of the Su family, and felt that she was very awesome. As Lee finished her toast, the scene became lively. People exchanged cups, chatted with each other, and took the opportunity to meet people they wanted to meet. Then a band of 7 or 8 people came in with various instruments, sat in the corner, and soothing music sounded. People danced tango in the center of the venue. Brother Zhang, can you dance? Ding Jiechi asked expectantly. No. I'll teach you. Zhang Jing agreed without hesitation. Ding Jiechi was too tempting tonight. If he didn't dance with her, he was worried that she would be snatched away by someone else. At the edge of the dance floor, Zhang Jing looked into Ding Jiechi's eyes and gently placed his right hand on her lower back. He didn't hug her, but gently pressed it against her. He held Ding Jiechi's left hand together. As the music started, he first walked in a tread, jumping every 3 steps and looking back twice. It was certain that his legs were fighting, but fortunately there was an example next to him, and Zhang Jing made rapid progress. At the end of the song, Zhang Jing was reluctant to let go of Ding Jiechi's soft body. At this time, the tall, handsome and rich man named Gao Si came over and extended his hand to Ding Jiechi. Hello, beautiful lady, can I ask you to dance with me? Zhang Jing's heart skipped a beat. The first feeling was that her heart was stolen. She subconsciously objected, no. Gao Si looked at Ding Jiechi and waited for an answer. Ding Jiechi took Zhang Jing's arm and shook her head to refuse the stranger, no. Without getting the result she wanted, Gao Si left. The music slowed down. When Li came over and praised Zhang Jing, your female companion is the most beautiful pearl at the party tonight. What's wrong with dancing? Zhang Jing has never been generous, let alone a female companion. He shook his head and firmly refuted, I love gold, money, and Ding Jiechi. I will never share, not a penny. Ding Jiechi's heart trembled beside her. She didn't expect Zhang Jing to say such a straightforward word, I love Ding Jiechi. His possessiveness was particularly strong. Wen Li looked kind, but her words were very cold. Extreme rigidity will break, extreme wisdom will hurt, extreme strength will be humiliated, and deep love will not last long. If a person is too rigid, he will easily suffer setbacks. If he is too smart, he will easily be hurt. If he is too outstanding, he will easily be humiliated, and if he is too deeply in love, his feelings will generally not last long. The content of this sentence is very broad, and the most direct meaning is that he is not optimistic about the longevity of Zhang Jing and Ding Jiechi. Zhang Jing didn't feel anything when he heard it, but Ding Jiechi seemed to have heard it in her heart and acted accordingly soon after. The party lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening, and the car was quiet on the way back. After a long time, Ding Jiechi broke the silence and asked in a slightly complaining tone, Brother Zhang, why am I behind money? Zhang Jing recalled what he said, I love gold, money, and Ding Jiechi. Don't take it seriously. Zhang Jing looked straight ahead and said calmly, I only love money, and I said I would lie down later. Fearing that Ding Jiechi would ask more, Zhang Jing took the initiative to change the subject. Why did you and Chu Shaoqing throw termites into the winery? Ding Jiechi sniffed. In order for someone to successfully bid for the winery, I was bitten by termites more than 10 times, and each bite left a bruise. Zhang Jing felt complicated. He was afraid of meeting a second bad woman, and he was also afraid that Ding Jiechi, this good cabbage, would be taken away by someone else. In this case, he could only drag it on. Having made up his mind, Zhang Jing could only change the subject again. Next to the winery is a 20-acre pony farm. I have bought it and plan to raise racehorses. Ding Jiechi's attention was indeed attracted and he became alert in a second. Brother Zhang, watching horses and racing horses are two different things. Raising racehorses is a very professional thing. Who gave you the advice? No one. I want to do it myself. Knowing Zhang Jing well, Ding Jiechi quickly accepted the horse breeding pit. Brother Zhang, I support you, but this is a matter of burning money and technology. If it fails in a year, just give up directly and just treat it as a hurdle in life. Why 1 year? Zhang Jing asked in confusion. The second time, Ding Jiechi realized the difference between traditional wealthy families and nouveau riche, and explained, a pony can participate in the 1,200-meter sprint after 14 months. It seems to be common sense. Zhang Jing laughed at himself. I didn't know anything about it, but I plunged into it. Ding Jiechi is not lacking in intelligence. She did not criticize Zhang Jing directly, but asked indirectly, was it Barbie's idea to work under you? No, she has always suggested that I do the business of helping human reproduction. Okay, Ding Jiechi supported, since you have decided to enter the horse racing industry, you must go all out. I will. The next day, Saturday, is at the Jotan racecourse in Issaquah. This is a ranch-type horse farm with an area of more than 500 acres, a professional racetrack and multiple racecourses. Ding Jiechi, Chu Shaoqing and Zhang Jing came to buy horses, while other buyers were commenting on the running horses beside the track. The price of an ordinary cart horse is a little lower than that of a beef cattle, not more than 1,000 yuan. Ding Jiechi introduced, only racehorses, pedigree horses, or their parents, grandparents have achieved good results, will be more expensive. Looking at the handsome horses running past in the race, they are indeed very different. They are handsome, muscular, with long and powerful limbs and a large stride. Another feature is that the knights are generally thin. Regarding the price, Ding Jueqi introduced, for racehorses, the more medals the parents have won, the more expensive the price. If the parents and grandparents have all won big prizes, their prices are almost unlimited, such as 3 million yuan. Zhang Jing's heart was pounding. He only had about 3 million euros to use. Don't worry, Ding Jueqi comforted, the horses here are not too expensive, and the foals will be even cheaper. How do you know so much? Zhang Jing asked curiously. I once went to Hong Kong with Chu Shaoqing to learn dressage, the kind for the Olympic Games. Because I had no talent, I only learned a little bit a year. Although I gave up later, I still love horses very much. That's amazing. Zhang Jing praised. Ding Jueqi raised her snow-white neck proudly. Good morning, sir and madam, my name is Malcolm, an employee of the Jordan Racecourse. A man with thick lips and middle-aged African-American came over to introduce himself, pointing at the handsome horses running and asking, are there any you like? No, Zhang Jing asked, we want to see more, including maras, ponies and ordinary racehorses. Please follow me. Malcolm invited sideways. There was a 6-seater electric scooter next to it. Malcolm sat in the driver's seat, and Zhang Jing, Ding Jueqi, and Chu Shaoqing sat in the back seat. They drove along the straight road between the two independent racecourses and headed towards the stables. About 1,000 meters away, there were two independent small fences, each with a diameter of about 20 meters. Malcolm pointed to the horses tied next to the fence and said, there are 17 maras here, they are being sold, 30,000 yuan per horse in the left fence, and 45,000 yuan per horse in the right fence. It was a very casual way of selling. If it was a good horse, the seller would definitely brag about it. These maras basically have shortcomings, Ding Jueqi chatted in Mandarin, most of them are over 20 years old and have passed the best reproductive period, or they are ordinary in appearance, and some are even injured and sick. The advantage is that these are all racehorses, of course, they are just ordinary bloodlines, so the seller will not suffer a loss. Are there no good horses? Zhang Jing asked. Maybe, Ding Jueqi said helplessly, but that is beyond my cognition. Zhang Jing understands that there are often good horses, but there are not often good horse trainers. About 2 or 3 meters away, Zhang Jing looked at all 17 maras, and the golden finger did not give any hints. They are ordinary, but not good horses. Take us to see the foals. Malcolm nodded and got on the battery car again. 100 meters ahead, there are two independent fences. The left one is priced at 5,000, and the right fence is priced at 7,000. Malcolm pointed to the 8 ponies in the two fences and introduced, they are all born between 5 and 7 months old. The ponies are tied to the fences, so you can look at them up close, but it is best not to touch them casually unless you have a strong desire to buy them. After a quick look, the treasure hunting system still didn't give any hints until a truck drove over from the stable not far away. 50 meters away, the golden finger gave a strong and clear message, buy it. What's the situation with the truck coming over? Zhang Jing asked casually. Malcolm just glanced at it casually, there is a sick mare on it, and it is about to be sent to the slaughterhouse. Zhang Jing was actually interested in a sick horse, which was beyond everyone's expectation. Brother Zhang, Ding Jueqi urged, it must have no value, so it was sent to the slaughterhouse. That's right, Chu Shaoqing followed up, the owner of the horse farm is not a fool, he must have no other choice, so he would get rid of it. How much? Zhang Jing asked the staff of the horse farm. Sir, it's a sick mare, Malcolm reminded. That's why, Zhang Jing looked compassionate and said in a compassionate tone, I can't bear to know that a beautiful creature was sent to the slaughterhouse. Malcolm has worked in the horse farm for many years and has met some people who are particularly attached to horses, and even spend time and money to raise a useless horse until it dies of old age. But the horse farm cannot be kind, because it has to make money and pay taxes. In his heart, Malcolm admires, supports and likes caring people like Zhang Jing, so he reached out to stop the truck and called his boss. Only then did Zhang Jing see that there was a chestnut horse on the truck. It looked very bad, like a tomato that had not been watered for 3 days, and it was weak. After a few simple words, Malcolm hung up the phone and said to Zhang Jing, 3,000 yuan, delivered within 100 kilometers, and I won't sell it for less than this price. Brother Zhang, Ding Jueqi stopped him again, this may be a scam. Some businessmen use people's sympathy to make money. The real value of this horse does not exceed 1,000 yuan, it is only worth meat. Ding Jueqi guessed the truth and determined that the sick horse was incurable. The owner of the horse farm had been pulling it back and forth along the middle straight road of the horse farm twice a day for 2 consecutive days, deliberately letting customers see it, until he met Zhang Jing, the fool. Zhang Jing patted Ding Jueqi's little hand and said righteously, I can't stand by and watch it die. Then he went to the office area to sign the transfer agreement, hand over the birth certificate, and pay the money. The horse was sent directly to the Champion Horse Farm 30 kilometers away, where Barbie and Ruth were waiting. After seeing the fast-running racehorses, the graceful pedigree mares, and the spirited ponies, Zhang Jing bought a sick horse. There were no more surprises at Denton Racecourse, and Zhang Jing and Ding Jieqi left. Brother Zhang, Ding Jieqi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked, "Can I know the reason? I can't bear it." The matter couldn't be explained clearly, and Zhang Jing could only attribute the strange behavior to kindness. Ding Jieqi was silent. Xu Shaoqing saw what Zhang Jing did and was also silent. It turned out that there are really good people in this world. Leaving Denton Racecourse, the three came to the St. Buddha Racecourse next door, which was larger in scale. Zhang Jing hoped to find another 2 good horses here. "I don't like it here." Ding Jieqi blurted out a sentence. Zhang Jing looked at the environment of the racecourse. The main road inside was lined with lush green land, and his nose was filled with the fragrance of soil and grass. The first impression was not bad. Occasionally, nights passed by, and there were tourists coming and going. It turned out that a parent-child horseback riding event was held here today, and there were many tourists. Zhang Jing comforted, "Just take a quick look around, we will leave soon." Ding Jieqi hummed lightly. "Is it difficult to keep a racecourse running?" Walking on the road inside the racecourse, Zhang Jing chatted and asked Ding Jieqi. "Denton Racecourse may be, it should be much easier here, and the owner of the racecourse is relatively rich. Have you been to the St. Buddha Horse Farm before?" Zhang Jing asked Ding Jieqi. "No," Ding Jieqi denied, "this is my first time here." The next second, a sarcastic voice came from behind, "An old friend is coming. Why didn't you tell me in advance? What are you afraid of?" Following Ding Jieqi's angry gaze, he looked back and saw a tall woman with blonde hair standing 5 meters away. It was just a back figure just now, and Aegis saw that it was Zhang Jing. She was flustered for a second and greeted him, "Good morning, Mr. Zhang." Compared to mocking Ding Jieqi, Aegis spoke to Zhang Jing in a much more friendly manner. "Do you know me?" Zhang Jing was surprised. "I know. My grandmother is a friend of Madame Su. I know your name from her. I have seen you in and out of Manor number 1032 many times. Do you know Ding Jieqi?" "I know," Aegis agreed straightforwardly. Zhang Jing and Ding Jieqi were standing very close to each other, so Aegis naturally thought that they were a couple. She felt very unhappy and said to break up the conversation, "We have known each other for 10 years and have been classmates for 4 years. We have fought 5 times in total." "Fight?" Zhang Jing looked at the pale girl next to him in surprise. She had a little flesh on her face and a good temperament. "A cute girl, it's hard to imagine." Ding Jieqi protested, "Brother Zhang, don't listen to her nonsense. She was the one who bullied Shaoqing first, so I fought with her." Aegis nodded, did not argue, and said, "You smoked and drank while you were studying in Shangjiang. Did Mr. Zhang know about this?" Zhang Jing was stunned. Ding Jieqi looked like a good kid, and it was completely invisible. "Brother Zhang," Ding Jieqi looked aggrieved, "it was just that I was young and ignorant. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes, not to mention that I only smoked 7 or 8 packs of cigarettes and drank more than 20 bottles of wine." The word "only" is well used. However, Zhang Jing would not mind. This kind of Ding Jieqi is more real and cute. Who doesn't have puberty? Zhang Jing gently patted Ding Jieqi's shoulder to indicate that it was okay, and looked at Aegis and said, "We plan to go see the horses, and then we'll say goodbye." "Brother Zhang," Ding Jieqi reminded, "Aegis's grandmother is the owner of the St. Buddha Horse Farm." Aegis's eyes moved back and forth between Zhang Jing and Ding Jieqi, and she smiled slightly and said, "I'll take you to see the horses." Zhang Jing couldn't refuse the kindness, so he accepted. Aegis was wearing high heels, straight beige trousers, a white wrinkled long-sleeve top, and smooth blonde hair. She looked quite ladylike. "Do you need ponies, mares, or professional racehorses? Will it be troublesome for you to see them all?" Zhang Jing asked. "No," Aegis looked at Ding Jieqi provocatively, "it's my honor to accompany Mr. Zhang to see the horses." The so-called honor was still related to Wen Li. To avoid further misunderstanding, Zhang Jing explained, "Miss Aegis, I have nothing to do with the owner of number 1032 84 Avenue. My frequent comings and goings before were due to work." "Is that really the case?" "It's really like that." Looking into Zhang Jing's eyes and confirming that it was true, the warm smile on Aegis's face disappeared. "Then you take your time to watch it. I have other things to do. Goodbye." "She is like this," Ding Jieqi introduced after watching Aegis leave, "a super pragmatist. If you have money and power, she will come up to you and become friends with you. If you have no money and power, she will abandon you like a shoe, just like the situation now." Zhang Jing laughed. It was a pity that Aegis didn't go to perform Sichuan opera face-changing. Zhang Jing and Ding Zheqi randomly found a staff member of the horse farm, and continued to watch the horses. On the other side, Aegis returned to the horse farm villa built behind a small hill. The dark red, one-story wide villa looks like a giant turtle crawling on the ground from the air. Miss Aegis, the female assistant of the horse farm guarding the door, reminded, Mrs. Melly is meeting an important guest. Mrs. Melly is Aegis' grandmother, who is 72 years old this year. Who is it? Aegis asked curiously. The owner of the manor at number 103284 Avenue. Aegis took a deep breath, adjusted her clothes, looked at the female assistant and asked, How is it? Is there anything inappropriate? Perfect, the assistant praised. Relax. Aegis took a refreshing breath and walked steadily towards the living room on the floor. Passing a 10-meter-long corridor with statues and art paintings on both sides, Aegis saw her grandmother and Wenli, who were chatting and laughing. Grandma! Aegis greeted her obediently. Sister, Mrs. Melly, the owner of the horse farm, called Wenli sister, and introduced her. This is my granddaughter Aegis. You held her in your arms when she was a child. I remember. Wenli looked at Aegis. She's already a big girl, so pretty and beautiful. Hello, Grandma, Aegis greeted Wenli gracefully. Aegis is very happy to see you. I'm very happy too, Wenli asked casually. What are you busy with? There's still mud on your feet. Aegis lowered her head and saw that there was indeed some mud on the toes of her shoes. She secretly praised the old lady for her good eyesight. I was just accompanying a client to see the horses, Aegis asked tentatively. Grandma 1, do you know Zhang Jing? Wenli always looked kind and nodded. As an old lady in Seattle, Mrs. Melly took the opportunity to ask, we talked about Zhang Jing before, and you praised him highly. Is he your junior? That's not the case, Wenli denied. He is very efficient at work, a very good guy. Wenli took the initiative to change the subject. Let's not talk about him, let's talk about that thoroughbred horse. In this way, both Mrs. Melly and Aegis had a deeper understanding of Zhang Jing, but their understandings were different. An hour later, Mrs. Melly, the owner of the stable, sent the guests to the gate of the stable. Aegis accompanied them. Until Wenli's motorcade disappeared from sight, Mrs. Melly asked her granddaughter, What do you think of Zhang Jing? Not very. What do you think? Aegis answered subconsciously. Don't underestimate people, don't fail to recognize people, Mrs. Melly taught her granddaughter. Oriental people are different from us. I once had a classmate in the UK, and I didn't know he was the prince of the Northern Dynasty until 7 years after graduation. The most important thing is that this situation is not an isolated case, it can be found everywhere. In short, you have to have a good relationship with Zhang Jing. Maybe we can enter the Longhua market because of this. This is very important. You have to do your best. Aegis's heart was filled with breath. She had just thrown Zhang Jing away as a waste. She asked unwillingly, Zhang Jing's surname is Zhang, not Su or Wen. Will it be a waste of time to have a good relationship with him? Maybe, maybe not. This is an opportunity. Wenli is old. It's ridiculous that we haven't been able to form a bond with each other until now. Aegis was reluctant. You'd better succeed, Melly threatened her granddaughter, otherwise your sports car will be locked remotely and your bank card will be empty. Aegis took a deep breath of cold air. She was used to a luxurious life. Without a sports car and money, she was not even as good as a chicken. Zhang Jing didn't know that he was looked up to by others. The St. Buddha racecourse was indeed a big racecourse. He found 2 other good horses here as he wished. One was a foal, a 5-month-old stallion, also a quarter horse, a racehorse, of ordinary pedigree, and his great-grandfather and great-grandmother had both run good results, 60,000 meters. The other was a 12-year-old mare, also a quarter horse. Its father had won the Seattle Cup Championship once, and it had a beautiful figure, well-developed muscles, and a large stride, so its price was higher than the skyline. But the golden finger gave a strong hint that Zhang Jing had to buy it, and he was cheated out of 350,000 meters. Returning to the racecourse, the 3 horses had been delivered, and the barefoot veterinarian Ruth was checking the body of the first sick mare bought for 3,000 meters. Look at the teeth, take the temperature, listen to the heart and lungs, take urine, draw blood, and find the cause of the disease. Boss, Ruth complained as she worked, if you have any common sense, you can't buy a sick horse. It might even infect the other 2 healthy horses. The 3 horses were temporarily separated for fear of infectious diseases. Zhang Jing didn't want to buy it either, for reasons he couldn't explain, and warned, cure it. This is your first case, don't let it down. I need to buy some equipment, about 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Ruth asked. The equipment can be reused, since he has already entered the industry, he will have to buy it sooner or later. Zhang Jing transferred 50,000 yuan to Ruth. After receiving the transfer, Ruth asked uncertainly, "Boss, why is it 50,000 yuan? I found Ning's house and paid off your credit card." Zhang Jing explained casually. After 3 or 4 seconds of silence, Ruth's tears fell uncontrollably and she sobbed, "I thought you found it first, so there is no bonus." Zhang Jing laughed, he didn't want to pay either. The fact is that Ruth helped a lot. Without her to determine the location of Ning's house, the gold finger would not prompt to end the task. Ding Jiechi and Chu Shaoqing were next to him. Ruth boldly stepped forward and hugged Zhang Jing heavily, saying gratefully, "Thank you, boss, I will definitely work hard." With a clear mind, Ruth was afraid of being bullied in the future, so she hugged Ding Jiechi again and called her boss lady. Wow, Ding Jiechi's heart was moved. Zhang Jing refused to speak, and it was better for others to set off. Happy in her heart, with an unchanged expression, Ding Jiechi immediately took on the position of the boss lady and comforted Ruth. "Pay off your credit cards, earn credits well, and strive to graduate early, come on. I will use half a year to get a full year's credits for next year." Ruth encouraged herself, "I can do it." "You must have receipts when you buy equipment," Chu Shaoqing reminded sarcastically. "You must distinguish between public and private." Ruth nodded heavily. Zhang Jing hehe, I didn't expect Chu Shaoqing to be so careful, and the timing of the reminder was also very good. Ding Jiechi was in a good mood and suggested, "Brother Zhang, give them names, the louder the better, such as General, Boss, Lightning, Gale, Kung Fu, etc." Zhang Jing shook his head. For the first time, he felt that he and Ding Jiechi had different values. "What good ideas do you have?" Ding Jiechi asked unconvinced. Zhang Jing had an idea in mind, and he came up with names. "Give me a big scare, what the heck, half a pound of erguotu, go out and pick up money, how about these names?" Ding Jiechi was confused and said in a gloomy tone, "Brother Zhang, you are not serious, are you?" Zhang Jing described with great interest, "Imagine, if you give these names, when the horses are racing, the broadcast will say, the winner is give me a big scare. It's the much anticipated what the heck. The one that's temporarily in the lead is half a pound of erguotu. Chasing behind is go out and pick up money." Ding Jiechi, Chu Shaoqing, Ruth. The naming was put on hold, as a guest arrived at the gate of the horse farm and specifically wanted to see Zhang Jing and Barbie. A black Toyota Highlander stopped 5 meters away from the gate, and the 2 Japanese people who had just met last Saturday got out of the car. "Hello, Mr. Zhang," the handsome Shibasaki greeted. "Hello, what's the matter?" Zhang Jing asked. Shibasaki looked at Barbie and called her by her full name, "Miss Barbie Mallory, do you know Kamatsubara?" "Kamatsubara is my client, who are you?" With a lot of thoughts in her mind, Barbie asked tentatively. "We are not friends of Kamatsubara, nor are we police, but we need you to take away the gold-braided jade." "It's good that they are not police." Barbie immediately became fierce. "I don't know what you are talking about." "Miss Barbie," Shibasaki said with a hint of sarcasm, "that is just a dispensable thing for you, but it is very important to some big shots. Hand it over to avoid disaster. You don't know what you are talking about. Miss Barbie, don't force us to tell the police about your killing of Kamatsubara," Shibasaki threatened. "Mr. Shibasaki," Zhang Jing interrupted, "it's wrong to scare people. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. This is not Japan. You have to be responsible for defamation." Shibasaki looked at Zhang Jing and asked, "What is the relationship between Mr. Zhang and Miss Barbie?" "She is my employee. Mr. Zhang, you may have a misunderstanding about Yokohama Sunkue Co., Limited. We are a formal company. We are not involved in gangs, and guns." Zhang Jing's mouth twitched. Was he threatened? Barbie took out a revolver from his pocket and aimed the gun at Shibasaki and the other man. "Boss, kill them now. Black and white, we have the final say." Glancing at Barbie, it's hard to believe that she is the mother of a 3-year-old child. She pulled out a gun when she disagreed with something. How cool. By the way, why are they all revolvers? A magazine-type pistol is more handsome? "Put down the gun," Zhang Jing advised. "We don't have what they are looking for, so there is no need to kill people." It was scary to be aimed at by a gun. Shibasaki and his companions slowly backed away and hurriedly got into the car and left. Barbie panicked and looked at Zhang Jing and asked, "They seem to have a strong background. What should we do now?" Zhang Jing searched for Yokopen Sankue Co., Limited on the internet. Public information shows that this is a Japanese machinery company. It produces excavators, bulldozers, loaders, dump trucks, large presses, cutting machines and other industrial machinery. In addition, it is also a military-industrial enterprise, producing more than a dozen military vehicles. "Don't worry," Zhang Jing comforted Barbie, "there must be more solutions than difficulties. While speaking, Zhang Jing took out his mobile phone and called Su Zheong. At first, he didn't plan to keep the gold jade. It would have been much better to exchange it for money directly. However, Su Zheong chose to be sensational and let the craftsman who had been wandering for 400 years go home. Short during the call, Su Zheong agreed to claim that he had the gold jade to attract firepower for Zhang Jing. "Boss," Barbie asked worriedly, "do they have evidence of my murder?" Zhang Jing chuckled, "If they do, they won't be talking nonsense here, don't worry." Barbie bowed her head slightly. "By the way," Zhang Jing remembered and asked, "what has Cindy been busy with these days?" "In the winemaking workshop. She's not slacking off, is she?" "No, she's been maintaining the brewing equipment these days." "When can the winery be open to tourists?" Zhang Jing asked with concern. "Anytime, the winery has wine in stock, and other minor defects can be rectified while it's open. The problem is that because of the murder, tourists dare not come." "Do you have any good ideas?" "It seems that there is only one way to promote it through self-media. It would be best if someone could write a small soft article, shoot a video, and spread it every day." Speaking of small soft articles, Zhang Jing thought of his deskmate at the technical college, Irina Svitolina, a Ukrainian with brown hair, fair skin, and 165 meters tall. She had studied in Longwa before, and originally also shot videos and wrote small soft articles on a certain channel and a certain sound. Everything was fine, and she had many fans, but because of the war, countless netizens asked her to take sides and express her position, and finally chose to stop updating. Considering that she was also shooting short videos, Zhang Jing decided to ask Irina to manage a certain channel account for her, and she could also do it on YouTube. Irina had taken the risk to help Zhang Jing before, stabbing the Eastern European from behind, of course, for the sake of making money, and finally let her gamble succeed, and someone finally thought of giving her something to do. Promised to arrive within 2 hours. Everyone has something to do, even Ding Jiaqi and Chu Shaoqing are not idle, helping Ruth take care of the 3 horses she just bought. Zhang Jing drove to the town of Baiyu to buy food and party at night. After a busy day, a fire was lit in the stable after dark, and beef was sizzling on the grill. There was also an iron pot next to it, in which beef, carrots, and tomatoes were gurgling. The dining table was a wooden table with missing legs, and some bricks were piled up to replace the table legs. There were several bottles of red wine, several pairs of bowls, chopsticks, knives and forks, and wineglasses on the table. Ruth filled all the glasses. Zhang Jing made a toast. "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Champion Racecourse has 3 horses today. I wish the racecourse and everyone a better future. Cheers! Cheers! Cheers!" Zhang Jing, Barbie, Dylan, Cindy, Ruth, Irina, Chu Shaoqing, and Ding Jiaqi, 8 people raised their glasses and clinked them together. Dylan's 4-year-old daughter Dylan, Barbie's 3-year-old mixed-race son, and a little yellow dog who just turned 1 month old definitely cannot drink. This time they didn't drink too much. The 8 of them drank 5 bottles, mainly eating meat and drinking soup. In the evening it was a bit cold, and the hot food made people feel warm. Suddenly, the little puppy who had been quiet all the time barked, and looked towards the stable door. A figure was standing in the dark. It was like a ghost. Ruth took out a revolver, Barbie took out a revolver, Dylan also took out a revolver, and Ding Jiaqi actually had a pistol, the coolest M1911. Including the 2 kids, there were 4 guns for 10 people. Although the average person in the United States owns 12 guns, which is very common, Zhang Jing still felt it was exaggerated because of the different living environment from the past. Vision problems, can see bright places in the dark, so many guns, scared the visitor, and immediately raised his hands. "I have no ill intentions." The person who spoke was a girl, her English was not very standard, and her voice was relatively childish. "I came here to find a job according to the address on the internet. Because I got lost, I came now. And because the gap in the gate fence was too big, I just walked in." "The gap in the fence was too big? Raise your hands and walk in." Barbie held the revolver in her hand and said soothingly, "Don't make any unnecessary movements." The other party did as she was told. Slowly, everyone saw clearly that this was a child, who looked about 15 or 16 years old, about 16 meters tall. Very thin, only about 40 kilograms, no wonder he could pass through the gap in the gate fence. "You are too young," Barbie reminded. "Using child labor will cause trouble for the horse farm." "I am not a child laborer," the big-eyed girl introduced. "I am already 16 years old." "Do you have a nationality?" Barbie asked. The girl answered irrelevantly, "I can feed horses. I have raised 2 descendants of famous Arabian horses worth more than $1 million for rich people." "Who would give famous horses to minors to feed?" Chu Shaoqing asked curiously. "It's a family craft. My grandfather and father make a living by feeding racehorses for the rich." Barbie looked at Zhang Jing. It was obvious that the girl had no nationality and was probably an illegal immigrant, but her skills were awesome. Although the name of Champion Horse Farm was loud, it was actually just a small bean, and experienced nutritionists simply disdained it. There were those big-name nutritionists with clear labels on the market, and Zhang Jing couldn't afford to hire them. Finally, Zhang Jing had to bow to reality and compromised. The probation period is half a year, accommodation is provided, and the weekly salary is 200 yuan. Ding Jiechi looked at Zhang Jing and said that hiring an experienced nutritionist would pay at least 2,000 yuan a week, which was to accurately determine the other party's lifeline, so she only gave him money for meals. Awesome! Although the exploitation was severe, the girl was very happy and bowed repeatedly to express her gratitude. What's your name? Where are you from? Zhang Jing asked. Haifa Waihala, Lebanese. Lebanon gives people the first impression of chaos. Where is the opportunity to feed famous horses? However, considering that Amu Khan, who has the most wars, owns the world's most powerful mansion, Zhang Jing was relieved again. Come and have dinner. Ding Jiechi called Haifa, who was so thin that people couldn't bear to look at her. Let me see the horses first. As she spoke, Haifa trotted to the stable, looked at all three horses up close, and returned to the dining table. Ding Jiechi pushed a bowl of beef in front of the girl. After slurping down the food, Haifa smiled contentedly. What do you think of these three horses? Ding Jiechi asked Haifa testingly. The stable includes Zhang Jing, Barbie, Ruth, and the newly recruited Irina, none of whom can fight. Although Haifa is young, he is the hope of the stable. All are good. This sentence disappointed everyone except Zhang Jing. There is a chestnut quarter horse that is sick and exhales more than inhales. How can it be said that all are good? It's true that everything is fine. Haifa glanced at everyone and explained, the bay quarter horse is just sick. If it can be healthy, it will be the best of the three horses. Why? Ding Jiechi asked curiously. She also knew horses, but she only knew the surface. Breathing, Haifa introduced, it breathes very heavily, and the amount of hot air it exhales is about 5 to 10% more than the heat exhaled by a normal quarter horse when it is sick, and the inhalation is about the same. Doesn't this mean that it is not far from dying of illness? Chu Shaoqing retorted. Haifa shook his head, it breathes more than normal when it is sick, which means it has strong willpower to survive. It may also be that its cardiopulmonary function is better than that of ordinary racehorses. Now we need to let it stand up. This horse was just bought today, Zhang Jing introduced. The seller said it has been sick for 19 days. Do you have any good ideas? 19 days, it should have seen a veterinarian. If all these don't work, Haifa said word by word, just give it antibiotics, then inject adrenaline, feed it the best feed, and let it run. This is nonsense. Ruth, who had been silent, jumped up. It is already so sick that it can't withstand the violence of drugs and physical violence. Haifa was not to be outdone and retorted, 19 days, if it can be cured, it would have already improved. There is an old saying in Longwa that illness comes like a mountain falling, and illness goes like pulling a thread. Zhang Jing supported Ruth and used gentle medicine and gentle treatment. Unexpectedly, Haifa said, quarter horses are also horses. Although they are not as good as Arabian horses, they should learn the spirit of Arabian horses. They should either be reborn in running or die in running. Zhang Jing listened beside him and seemed to make sense, fighting poison with poison. A large amount of antibiotics may damage the liver, kidneys and uterus, Ding Jiechi warned, which will affect its ability to give birth. Do you have any good ideas? Zhang Jing looked at Ding Jiechi and asked. Maybe you find it incredible, Ding Jiechi said. My mother used to be under a lot of work pressure and spend a lot of time without rest. She had severe headaches for a while. The doctor asked her to sleep soundly for a day and a night, during which she only had 1 bottle of antibiotics, and the rest were glucose and saline, and then she got completely better. Ding Jiechi's beautiful eyes swept over everyone. Don't you think it might just be too tired and need a complete rest? Everyone was silent. They didn't expect Ding Jiechi to propose a treatment method different from Ruth and Haifa, which sounded reasonable. In the end, Zhang Jing adopted Ding Jiechi's shock treatment method, anesthetized the quarter horse, and let it rest completely for a day and a night. Whether it lives or dies, it depends on tomorrow. Haifa is a racehorse nutritionist, not a veterinarian, and then talked about the issue of horse eating. An adult racehorse needs to eat 3 meals of concentrated feed and 3 to 5 meals of grass every day, which are supplied at regular times and quantitatively, depending on the horse, and the specific feeding methods are different. Haifa introduced corn, oats, bran, carrots, apples, honey, eggs and oatmeal are all its food, and each meal of concentrated feed weighs about 4 kilograms. Here comes the point. Haifa asked Zhang Jing, boss, are you going to raise the horses well, or just raise them casually? Zhang Jing curled his lips. If he said raise the horses well, there must be a trap behind it. Sure enough, Haifa said again, to raise horses well, their food can only be organic food, without pesticides or chemical fertilizers, pasture grass, corn, carrots, oats, apples, honey, eggs, these common foods. It is best to grow and raise them yourself. Zhang Jing looked at Barbie and asked leisurely, is it too late to change careers to work in a hospital and engage in human reproduction? Barbie took out her cell phone and modified the online job posting, adding 2 people with experience in crop planting. The horse farm covers an area of 20 acres, which is equivalent to about 120 acres, of which roads, buildings, racing fields, streams, and a small hillside occupy 15 acres, and there are 5 acres of land that can be used for planting. The next weekend, Ding Jiechi and Chu Shaoqing left after lunch and returned to downtown Seattle. Because the quarter horse was still in a coma, Ruth stayed to take care of it, and Zhang Jing and Dylan spent the whole morning repairing the roof of the stable. Barbie and Haifa went out to buy horse feed and hay in the morning, and bought a second-hand pickup truck by the way, which was specially used to pull heavy objects. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 middle-aged men in their 50s came to the horse farm for an interview for a planting job. What is your relationship? At the racecourse, Zhang Jing, holding it in his hand, looked at the strange combination and asked. As if guessing Zhang Jing's thoughts, the Asian man said, it's not what you think. Jamie and I are old friends and have worked together on several farms for more than 15 years. Zhang Jing nodded and saw them walking side by side. He thought it was a boy. Why don't you think so? Let me introduce myself. Zhang Jing chatted. I am a third-generation immigrant from Manhwa. My last name is Fei, my Chinese name is Fei Lai, and my English name is Finley. Finley can be translated into Fei Lai or Finley, which means smart, cautious character, and practical. I am 47 years old this year, Fei Lai introduced. We basically grow all the crops that grow in Seattle, including wheat, corn, soybeans, beets, and tulips. Can you grow forage grass? Zhang Jing asked with concern. No problem, Fei Lai promised. Zhang Jing looked at the African Jamie mentioned by Phil. Hello, Mr. Jamie, can you introduce yourself? Hello, sir, my name is Jamie Fox, I am 49 years old this year. I served in the army for 4 years when I was young. After retiring, I went to work on a farm. Just like Phil said, I can basically grow crops, and bees are my strong point. Zhang Jing looked at Phil and asked in Mandarin, does your friend have sequelae of war? Do you have violent tendencies? Without waiting for Phil to answer, African Jamie Fox explained in Mandarin, I am an auxiliary soldier. I have never been to the battlefield directly. I don't have sequelae of war, nor do I have violent tendencies. You can speak Mandarin? Zhang Jing was very surprised. Phil and I are good friends. If I can't learn his language, how do I know if he has slandered me openly? Zhang Jing admired. Originally, he didn't want to have Africans on the horse farm, and he hesitated for 3 or 4 seconds before deciding to keep them. So far, the horse farm has 8 employees, namely, manager Barbie, winemaker Cindy, veterinarian Ruth, mechanic Dylan, nutritionist Haifa, agricultural Phil, agricultural Jamie, and self-media account operator Irina. Barbie is 30 years old this year, tall, blonde, blue-eyed, medium build, a professional woman, rich in work experience, and has a 3-year-old mixed-race son. Cindy is 26 years old this year, 175 meters tall, with long dark brown hair, brown eyes, medium build, strong sense of justice, and has changed her job to winemaker. Ruth is 20 years old this year, with long legs, hot clothes, also blonde, blue-eyed, thin, has not graduated yet, and dreams of becoming a great veterinarian like Jimmy Harry. Dylan is 30 years old this year, about 17 meters tall, medium build, with a tough expression, and has a 4-year-old daughter Dylan. Haifa is 16 years old this year, 16 meters tall, weighs only 40 kilograms, has big eyes, looks like a child, Lebanese, and an illegal immigrant. Fei Lai is 47 years old, about 175 meters tall, of medium build, with silver hair, and is a third-generation immigrant from Manhwa. Jamie is 49 years old, about 17 meters tall, thin, and of African descent. Irina is 22 years old, 167 meters tall, with brown hair, thin, Ukrainian, and a refugee. There are more and more people. Although we cannot say that we have a strong army and horses, at least we have a team. Now we only need trainers and jockeys. Good trainers and jockeys will not condescend to others. Unlike other jobs, their main income is bonuses. Trainers take 10% of the prize money for the competition and 10% of the horse trading transactions. Riders not only get a fixed salary, but also 5% of the prize money for the competition. In this situation, if the army is not strong and the horses are not strong, no one will be willing to commit to the champion racecourse. Just when Zhang Jing was at a loss, Aegis, who was full of foreign style and walked with her head held high at 45 degrees, came to the champion racecourse. Aegis wore white flat shoes, ripped jeans, and a pink long-sleeved sweatshirt. She looked very pure, which was very different from her mature dressing style before. "I'm here to apologize," Aegis explained. "Didn't I abandon you and Ding Jiechi on Saturday?" "It's okay, is there anything wrong?" Zhang Jing asked. "Nothing special. Champion Racecourse has just opened. Is there anything I can help with?" Not knowing why Aegis suddenly became polite, Zhang Jing poured out his difficulties. "I need a horse trainer and a jockey." "If you don't mind," Aegis said, "I'll be the horse trainer. As for the jockey, isn't that girl a jockey?" Following Aegis's line of sight, Haifa was carrying a bucket of iron into the stable. Zhang Jing was surprised. Haifa was 16 meters tall and weighed 40 kilograms. It seemed that he could really do it. "No," Zhang Jing looked at Aegis, "you are a horse trainer? Are you kidding? If you don't believe me, ask Ding Jiechi." Aegis raised her snow-white neck, her golden hair swaying in the sun, and she looked very confident. Zhang Jing really didn't believe it, so he called Ding Jiechi. "She is very talented and is indeed an excellent horse trainer," Ding Jiechi reminded on the phone. "She is just too selfish. She is willing to help, there must be other reasons." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jing looked at Aegis and asked, "Do you have any conditions?" "No conditions, we are friends, and we should help each other." Zhang Jing extended his hand forward doubtfully. He needed a horse trainer, no matter what Aegis's purpose was. Aegis stretched out her hand and shook hands with Zhang Jing. "What is your goal?" Aegis asked. "The highest honor locally is the Seattle Cup, and I hope one of them can make it to the finals." Zhang Jing bought 2 horses from the San Fo stables. Aegis had read the horses' information and felt that they would be under a lot of pressure to run in the Seattle Cup finals. Taking a deep breath of cold air, Aegis nodded and decided she had to give it a try. She was a horse trainer. Racehorse bloodline was important, and training was also important. She had the magic to turn the ordinary into the magical. Otherwise, how could a horse trainer take 10% of the prize money and 10% of the horse trading? Although she was a utilitarian by nature, her work attitude was worthy of recognition. Aegis started working immediately. Double happiness came. The seriously ill chestnut quarter horse also recovered and stood up again. Because of its tenacity, Zhang Jing named the chestnut quarter horse Immortal. With nothing else to do, Zhang Jing drove to the small town of Bayou, 7 kilometers away. Because of its remoteness, the town had only more than 200 people, and only a few shops were open on the street. Zhang Jing walked into the grocery store. There were few foods to buy here, only chicken, beef, eggs, and frozen seafood. There were slightly more types of vegetables, which were consigned by farmers, including potatoes, pumpkins, tomatoes, sweet potatoes, carrots, and corn. "Hello," the shopkeeper with a red nose chatted with Zhang Jing. "Everyone calls me Lao Lei." "Hello Mr. Lei, my name is Zhang Jing. You and your companions have made the town more vibrant." Zhang Jing chuckled. "A few people made a town more vibrant?" "This Saturday, there will be a second-hand goods trading event in front of the town police station. You can come and participate," Lao Lei invited. The town police station is next to the interstate highway, just nearby. Considering that the winery and the horse farm do have a lot of second-hand furniture that needs to be dealt with, Zhang Jing nodded. After moving the food into the back of the pickup truck, Zhang Jing walked into the third store next to the grocery store, a special store. Data shows that there are about 14,000 McDonald's in Citigroup and 35,000 gun stores. McDonald's can be seen everywhere, and it seems natural that there are gun stores in the town. "Good afternoon. What weapons do you need?" The shopkeeper is Aunt Susan, about 50 years old, the greasy type, and I have known her before. "Good afternoon." Zhang Jing leaned his elbows on the counter and asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. Why do more people like revolvers? Cheap, practical, reliable, and compared to magazine pistols, they will never jam. "Can I buy a gun without a gun license?" After asking this question, Zhang Jing already had the answer in his mind. Definitely not. Unexpectedly, the aunt slapped a form directly on the glass counter. "Fill out the application form for a gun license. If you only buy 1 gun, you will have to wait about 90 days for the gun license. If you buy 3, it will only take 60 days. If you buy 6, it can be 30 days. When the gun license arrives, I will give it to you. You call." It was obvious that this was a strange woman with connections. Zhang Jing asked, "What if I buy 10? The woman laughed. "Is 20 days fast enough? Green card and driver's license are both here. Fill out the form first, then buy a gun." The silver revolver that Ruth used is priced at $525 in the gun store. The civilian version of the M1911 used by Ding Jiaqi costs $1250. It's amazing that a castrated rifle, which can't fire continuously and has a reduced range, and is an entry-level model, only sells for more than $200. I originally felt that US dollars were worthless and I spent them quickly, but I didn't expect that they appreciated in value in the gun store. Show there is a reason why people like revolvers. Buy 4 and get an extra 60 bullets. Buy 4 M1911s and get 8 additional magazines. Buy 2 castrated rifles and get 6 additional magazines. 10 guns cost 7,500 yuan, and with the bullets, it's less than 7,600 yuan, which is surprisingly cheap. Because you don't have a gun license, the aunt reminded, guns and bullets are separated, and can only be placed in the trunk, not on the co-pilot, and can't be kept at hand. This is a legal requirement. After returning home, the gun can only be used at home, and the gun cannot be taken out before the gun license is received. Thank you for reminding me. You're welcome. The aunt looked greasy, but her business attitude was surprisingly good. However, unfortunate things happened. Zhang Jing hadn't left yet, a police car drove up, and 2 policemen got out. They were wearing police uniforms, police badges, pistols on their waists, walkie-talkies on their chests, and law enforcement cameras. Are you planning to start a civil war, Mr. Zhang? The policeman who spoke was a tall and thin man, about 19 meters tall and weighing about 70 kilograms, and it was Joe Taylor. Zhang Jing was confused. What did this mean? Was he planning to frame someone? This is a joke, the greasy aunt reminded him from the side. Zhang Jing laughed in his heart. What the hell is this a joke? Feeling unhappy, he smiled and replied, if I want to start a civil war, it is also to fight to defend freedom. The founding slogan of the United States is freedom, and then there is the so-called Declaration of Freedom. Of course, freedom has been proven to be a false proposition, otherwise the old boys account with tens of millions of fans would not have been blocked. This answer was recognized by the tall and thin man, who invited, the annual second-hand goods fair will be held in front of the town police station on Saturday and Sunday. You are welcome to participate. I'll come. Living in one place, some socializing is indispensable. After chatting for a few more words, Zhang Jing said goodbye and drove 7 kilometers back to the horse farm. Now Zhang Jing couldn't imagine that a new treasure hunt clue was on the way, and this time it was a special item. Saturday came in a flash. Today and tomorrow are the days for the annual second-hand goods fair in Bayou Town. Ding Jiaqi and Xu Shaoqing came to the horse farm last night. Because veterinarian Ruth called Ding Jiaqi the boss lady, Ding Jiaqi herself did not deny it, and Zhang Jing did not deny it either. The identity of the hostess was implicitly identified, and everyone thought she was the hostess. Zhang Jing wanted to sell all the second-hand furniture in the haunted house. Ding Jiaqi agreed with it and supported it very much. He started to work early in the morning. Zhang Jing, 47-year-old third-generation immigrant Fei Lai, 49-year-old African Jamie, 30-year-old Dylan, for men did manual labor. The sofas, wardrobes, TVs, tables and chairs, and even electric lights, range hoods, gas stoves, etc. were loaded onto pickup trucks and delivered to the door of the town police station. 2 pickup trucks moved back and forth 8 times and finally emptied the goods. Because they came early, after Zhang Jing set up the stall, the second seller drove the pickup truck slowly over. Then the third, fourth, and fifth houses soon became a lively market. Brother Zhang, Ding Jiaqi asked awkwardly, holding a marker and cardboard in his hand, how should they be priced? Priced by size, 200 for a large sofa, 10 yuan for a chair. Are they too cheap? It's good if they can be sold, Zhang Jing complained. I don't want to move them back. Ding Jiaqi didn't want to either. It was tiring to load and unload them, so he just sold them at a low price. Everyone was busy setting up the stalls, and the business hadn't opened yet, until the grocery store owner Lao Lei came over. His eyes swept back and forth over Zhang Jing's second-hand goods, and after a while he said, please pack these and sell them to me. No need to guess, the price must be too low. Zhang Jing and Ding Jiaqi didn't care, they just packed them for him, earning 2,100 yuan, enough to buy 4 small revolvers. It was still early. Ding Jiaqi and Xu Shaoqing wanted to shop more, so Zhang Jing accompanied them. Not long after they walked around, they met the tall and thin policeman Joe Taylor, who was selling books at a stall, about 20 books such as Wuthering Heights, Les Miserables, The Decameron, Faust, etc., all of which were Western classics. Good morning, Mr. Zhang. Good morning, ladies. Joe Taylor greeted. Good morning, Joe. How much are your books? Zhang Jing habitually picked up a book and flipped through it, then put it down again. Old books are cheap, 15 yuan each. How much are these in a package? Zhang Jing pointed at all the books asked. 300, Joe asked back, are you sure? There are 20 books here, will you not be able to finish them? I like classics, Zhang Jing introduced. Since bragging is not taxable, read 1 hour every night, you will definitely finish it in 2 years. Joe Taylor packed the books for Zhang Jing and praised him. You are a person with great perseverance. Zhang Jing laughed. The 20 books were quite heavy, and he carried them back to the car. Why do you buy these classics? Xu Shaoqing asked. Don't you have a headache reading them? It is a headache. Zhang Jing responded casually and clicked on the treasure hunting clues that had just been collected. Joe Taylor, Philip Johnson is dead. Where is his illegal income hidden? The host needs to collect more information and supplement the incomplete clues to obtain the accurate treasure hunting address. Driving the pickup truck back to the horse farm, Zhang Jing searched for Philip Johnson on the internet. You don't know until you see it, and you will be amazed. This guy is actually a legend. Philip Johnson is a money truck driver who earns 11 million yuan per hour. Time, March 292005. Location, Seattle. Target, United States Bank. After a long period of preparation, Johnson found out that the money transporter he worked for was loaded with $18 million, a huge sum of money that would make anyone's heart beat fast, so he took a risk. He pulled out his pistol, locked his colleagues in the car, and hijacked the money transporter. Then he drove away, handcuffed his colleague to a tree he passed by, and handcuffed another colleague to a tree. After that, Johnson continued to escape, and finally hid the money transported. He only carried 100,000 US dollars with him and walked into the country of maple leaves through the undefended mountainous area of the border. The above actions were well planned. The police did not catch anyone or find the money transporter. It was not until 5 months later that he ran out of money and tried to come back to get the money. When crossing the border, Johnson made a low-level mistake and used the same alias as the last time he committed a crime and escaped. The police had already notified everyone about this alias, including the border inspection personnel. The border inspection personnel recognized the alias at a glance and immediately notified the relevant departments. As expected, Johnson was arrested. Even more unfortunate is that Johnson died in the car on the way back to the police station, and the whereabouts of the money transport car remains a mystery. No wonder Johnson is called a legend on the internet. He has been dead for 17 years, but there are still many people who remember him. Joe Taylor should have been a police academy student in 2005. He casually wrote a few words on the book, which were recorded by the system as incomplete treasure hunting clues. Zhang Jing decided to put down everything he was doing and concentrate on finding the missing 18 million. Whether the bicycle can be turned into a motorcycle depends on whether he can find the money transport truck this time. The winery is destined to have no tourists for a while. The framework of the horse farm has been set up. Just keep investing small amounts of money. Zhang Jing can leave. On weekends, Zhang Jing moved into the W Hotel in Seattle with his little yellow dog. Then he bought a map, searched all the information about Johnson from the internet, copied it down by hand, and drew a map of Johnson's footprints. The internet is a good thing. It remembers a lot of things, including Johnson's residence, the schools he attended, the girls he chased, the bars he usually went to, the places he went hiking, etc. Johnson lives in Everett, 40 kilometers north of Seattle, and 150 kilometers north is the border of the Maple Leaf Country. In 2005, Johnson escaped through the border forests instead of the border ports. From a side analysis, Johnson has good physical strength, or has a lot of hiking experience. In this way, if he wants to earn 18 million, Zhang Jing needs to go through Johnson's past life trajectory in the hope of finding clues and eventually finding the money transporter. After a day of rest in the hotel and finishing the information, Zhang Jing first came to the United States Bank robbed by Johnson. The building is very handsome and the billboard is very domineering. US Bank has white letters on a red background with a shield shape at the bottom, which looks very safe. Driving the second-hand pickup truck he bought, Zhang Jing set off from the door of the bank and drove along the work route that Johnson took every day 17 years ago. Once, twice, 3 times. 7 times. He gained a lot and got a better understanding of the streets and alleys of Seattle and the traffic conditions. In the evening, Zhang Jing drove to Everett, a small city 40 kilometers north of Seattle, where Johnson lived 17 years ago. It is a place smaller than Isher Court, with good scenery and all the supporting facilities. Zhang Jing stayed in the Hampton Inn near the boat dock. Unlike the W Hotel's fashionable positioning, the prices here are cheaper and it targets young people who love fun. Zhang Jing made a new friend here. Hello, my name is Jason. On the 7th floor, Zhang Jing was about to open the door of his room when a short-haired, white young man greeted him. Hello, Zhang Jing. I just moved in this morning. There are 7 or 8 roommates who are planning to have a barbecue party on the beach. Would you like to join us? Sure. Zhang Jing readily agreed, locked his backpack in the room, took Smart Bean's hand, and followed Jason out of the hotel to the nearby beach. The beach was very lively in the evening, and the air was mixed with the aroma of food. At the back of the beach, there was an area dedicated to tourists having barbecues, and grills, food, and charcoal could be rented next to it. When Zhang Jing and Jason arrived, the other 7 people had already arrived. There were 9 people, 6 men and 3 women, 2 African Americans, 2 Asian Americans, 1 American, and 4 white people. "This is a new friend, Zhang Jing," Jason introduced. "We just checked into the Hampton Inn." Jason introduced them when they came. The 7 people were all backpackers from all over the world. Some of them came out for a short time, and some had been out for a long time. "Hello, everyone," Zhang Jing chatted. "This is a surprise for me. I like parties." "We too," an African American girl answered. "Everyone is here. Let's collect money to buy food, 20 yuan per person, more money refunded, less money supplemented." Everyone took out their wallets. Zhang Jing also took out his wallet, a brown wallet, the kind with peeling leather. No need to guess, this was bought by Ding Jechi, who deliberately bought an old one because she was worried that Zhang Jing would not be safe outside, and was very considerate. He opened the wallet and found 6 $5 bills and 3 $20 bills, a total of 90 yuan. Jason took a look at Zhang Jing's wallet and sighed that he was even poorer than him. He gave the $20 bill to the African American girl, and she and the other 2 went to buy food and charcoal. At this time, a woman about 18 meters tall, with long dark brown hair, big blue eyes, and a thin face, sat down next to Zhang Jing and introduced herself. "My name is Katie Lou Samuelson. Are you from Longwa?" "I am. Have you been to Longwa?" "I have been to Hangzhou to play a tennis match. It is a very beautiful city. Longwa is also a very beautiful country." No wonder Katie Lou Samuelson looks tall but has a well-proportioned figure. It turns out that it is because of playing tennis. There was nothing else to do, so Zhang Jing chatted with the other party. "I heard that before the city people went to Longwa. I thought that Dragon Country only had bicycles and antique shops everywhere. Is that true?" "It's true," Katie Lou Samuelson explained. "This is misleading from movies and public opinion, plus the fact that Americans are conservative and unwilling to contact the outside world, which gives Dragon Country a very closed impression." Zhang Jing felt the same way. Hollywood movies are awesome, and the rich are famous. In fact, there are a large number of rednecks and mentally ill people in the United States who have never seen the world. The African girl brought food back, otherwise Zhang Jing could have continued chatting with Katie, and they felt they were getting along well. It was a little cold in the evening, but the enthusiasm for barbecue could not be stopped. The African girl happily raised the mineral water bottle in her hand. "Guess what this is?" Everyone laughed. Zhang Jing didn't understand the humor of Americans. "What's the point of laughing at a bottle of water? There's wine in it," Katie Lou Samuelson explained to Zhang Jing. "Riesling, or vodka." "It's the opposite of the situation in Longwa," Katie introduced. "Americans can carry guns on the street, but they can't drink on the street. It will be very troublesome if they encounter a serious policeman. You should have heard of it. This weird rule is very famous." Zhang Jing nodded. He had indeed heard of it. He thought to himself, did the person who made this law drink fake wine and take revenge? Pre-made skewers can be eaten after slightly heating over charcoal. Each person has a bottle of Riesling. The atmosphere is very relaxed while chatting, eating meat and drinking. The party lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening. After eating and drinking, the 9 people returned to the Hampton Inn. "Can you tell me what you do?" Katie Lou Samuelson asked Zhang Jing drunkenly on the way back to the hotel. "Raising horses." Wow, Katie exclaimed, "This is my childhood dream, to become a horse racing nutritionist." Zhang Jing laughed in his heart, secretly guessing that Katie drank too much and was horny. Sure enough, Katie Lou Samuelson followed Zhang Jing to the door of his room and said, "Let's drink a little more and talk to me about raising horses." If Ding Jechi hadn't been there, Zhang Jing would have let Katie into the room for a frank and in-depth discussion, not to mention that someone would probably video check on him, so he declined, saying, "I have a girlfriend." Katie's expression became more serious. She took a step back, said goodnight and left. Just as she locked the door, her cell phone rang. Ding Jechi sent a message. Video call. "Brother Zhang, I'm so bored, what are you doing?" "I just came back from a party with a few roommates." "Did you drink?" Ding Jechi asked with concern. "I drank about a pound of white wine." "Yeah, drink less." Ding Jechi looked cute in the video. "Your room is nice, can you show me around?" Zhang Jing chuckled, her mind was like a mirror, and she used the camera to show her the whole room. Ding Jechi was very satisfied with someone taking a panoramic photo of the room, and caringly reminded, "Don't drink drinks given by strangers, safety first." Zhang Jing nodded and asked casually, "Did you have anything fun at school today?" It's not a new thing. Almost every week someone in school confesses to me in Shu Xiaoqing. Although it's not a new thing, Zhang Jing feels a little sour every time he hears it. There's another thing, Ding Jiechi chatted. My mother said she would come to see me in 2 days. Should I prepare for the reception? Zhang Jing was a little nervous. Ding Jiechi asked in a teasing tone, "Why do you want to receive her?" Zhang Jing chuckled. Ding Jiechi's face was thin and flushed. "You don't need to make any preparations. She doesn't know that I go to your place every weekend." Zhang Jing was not ready to meet Ding Jiechi's mother either. He reminded her, "I will go to the Rocky Mountains tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. The signal may be bad. If you can't contact me, don't worry." Ding Jiechi knew that Zhang Jing was looking for something. She didn't want to think about it, but she couldn't help but remind him, "Brother Zhang, you must pay attention to safety. You never know who has a gun. Don't be competitive. Be patient for a while and you will be calm. Take a step back and you will have a broad horizon." It sounded very warm, so Zhang Jing naturally agreed. At dawn the next day, Zhang Jing returned the house and drove to the place where Johnson once lived, a small town on the edge of the Rocky Mountains. This is a beautiful place with majestic mountain views. According to the address found on the internet, Zhang Jing drove slowly past the house where Johnson once lived. Now it has changed hands and a family of 4 or 5 people live in it. Zhang Jing didn't stop the car for fear of causing misunderstanding. However, his strange behavior, coupled with the small size of the town, still attracted the police. Following the warning, Zhang Jing pulled the pickup truck to the side of the road and allowed himself to be inspected. "Slow down, put your hands on the steering wheel." The 2 policemen, both wearing sunglasses, demanded in a stern tone, with their fingers pressed on the holsters, as if facing a great enemy. Zhang Jing did as he was told, very slowly, as if it was slowed down 200%. "What did I do wrong?" Zhang Jing asked. "Someone called the police and said you were acting suspiciously." Zhang Jing laughed. The policeman said again, "Give me your driver's license and driving license, and be slow." There was a lot of time, so Zhang Jing took them slowly and slowed down 200%. After checking the driver's license, the policeman asked again, "Is there a gun in the car?" "No." "Get out of the car, walk to the front of the car, we want to search your car." Zhang Jing slowly unbuckled his seatbelt, slowly pushed open the door, and slowly got out of the car with his hands raised high. He slowly walked to the front of the car and slowly pressed his hands on the hood, absolutely not giving the police a chance to shoot, and then he retorted, "I don't agree to search the car." The 2 white policemen thought Zhang Jing didn't understand the law and wanted to search the car, but they didn't expect to be rejected. "We know why you are here," the police said. "Every year, many people come to look for the money transport truck hidden by Johnson. In fact, it doesn't exist. Can I leave now?" Zhang Jing did not break the law. The police returned his driver's license and left. Sitting back in the car, Zhang Jing started the pickup truck, crossed the town and came to a parking lot. Behind was a mountain road that could only be walked, a tourist trail, and it was also the road Johnson often climbed when he was alive. Zhang Jing decided to walk and experience Johnson's mood back then. It may not be useful, but it may not be useless. Zhang Jing needs to put himself in Johnson's shoes, see the scenery he has seen, walk the road he has walked, eat the food he has eaten, and drink the wine he has drunk. Forget about picking him up. The girls he has picked up are now at least 40 or 50 years old. Pack your backpack, take water, food, an umbrella, and your pet dog and set off. The mountain road is very long, similar to the backbone of an animal. Climbing bit by bit, it is very boring at first, but when you climb halfway up the mountain, your eyes will light up. Behind the ridge, there is a big lake as beautiful as a gem, reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, and mountains. Imagine how surprised Johnson must have been when he first came here. There was no road behind, and the vegetation became less and less as you went up, and the mountainside was basically all stone. Therefore, even though there was no road, you could still move forward, as long as you don't get hit or stabbed by rolling stones or sharp stones. Zhang Jing has good physical strength, walks slowly, reaches the top at noon, and overlooks the lake from a high place. The scenery is more beautiful. The old question, where did Johnson hide the money transporter? Why can't he find it for 17 years? It can't be hidden in the lake, right? The car can't drive up the mountain, and the money can't withstand blisters. Stay at the top of the mountain for half an hour, start to go down the mountain, and return to the parking lot at 4 p.m. Unwilling to give up, Zhang Jing came to the town tavern. According to online information, Johnson liked to come here to drink when he was alive. Unexpectedly, the blue-eyed girl Katie was also here, holding a glass in her hand, talking and laughing with the locals, looking harmonious. Ha! A fat, flushed middle-aged man pointed at Zhang Jing and laughed. Another dream chaser. The locals are used to strangers, and they all know that they are here for the money transporter. Obviously, Katie is also a treasure hunter. At the same time, Katie also understands that Zhang Jing is also a treasure hunter. Hello, horse breeder. Katie greeted jokingly. Zhang Jing shot back, hello, Miss Tennis. Katie laughed, you must have no clue. Yes, Zhang Jing admitted readily, otherwise I wouldn't come here to get drunk. Actually, the hope is very low, Katie chatted, otherwise it wouldn't have been found in 17 years. Zhang Jing understood the reason. It was because of this that everyone had the opportunity to get 18 million, otherwise the money would have been taken away by the bank long ago. The armored car is so big, it won't disappear out of thin air. Zhang Jing complained. The armored car is not waterproof, so it can't be hidden in the lake, Katie chatted, and it can't be hidden underground. Including Johnson's house, his parents' house, and even the entire town, they have all been searched by metal detectors. Zhang Jing thought for a moment, this is impossible, that is impossible, so it has been found in 17 years. After resting for a night in the motel, Zhang Jing decided to listen to his teacher the next day. If you don't know what 100 plus 100 equals, just draw 100 lines, then draw 100 lines, and then count them one by one. In the case of the money transporter, Zhang Jing decided to check all the lakes on Johnson's escape route, no matter whether they were big lakes, rivers, or small ponds, no matter whether they were reasonable or unreasonable. Return to Everett, he spent 10,000 yuan to buy a fishing boat and a trailer, and the pickup truck could run. Then Zhang Jing became a heavy fishing enthusiast, floating on the lake and river every day. Tirelessly, a month passed unknowingly, and it was mid-November. The temperature was getting lower and lower, only 7 or 8 degrees during the day and only 3 or 4 degrees at night. The conditions were getting more and more difficult, but Zhang Jing was determined to find the money transporter. It was about 100 kilometers away from the town where Johnson lived and less than 40 kilometers away from the border. A small natural lake, hidden behind the woods, belonged to private land. Because there was no construction and no people, Zhang Jing could enter. Katie had said before that the police searched the town where Johnson lived with metal detectors. They wanted to find the money transporter, but they didn't know that the car was 100 kilometers away. Because the water was shallow, looking underwater from the fishing boat, the roof of the car was clearly visible, and there were many rust holes. There was no joy. After 17 years, can the money still be there? Gently put down the waterproof microsingle, the underwater situation is clearly visible, through the hole in the roof. The microsingle goes deep into the car. There is nothing inside, no metal bank cash box. Don't worry, although the money was not found, it is good news, which means that Johnson had moved the money before sinking the armored car into the water. New question, where is the money hidden? After searching for so long, Zhang Jing has enough time to think. 18 million seems to be a lot, but in fact it is only 1,800 stacks, 3 or 4 suitcases will do. The target has changed from a big guy to a small guy. It seems that the difficulty has increased, but it is actually much easier. The armored car can't fly, it drove along the road, and Zhang Jing pushed it backwards along the road. Use the most stupid method, search inch by inch along both sides of the road, because the bank cash box is metal, whether it is buried underground or in a tree hole, the gold finger can come in handy. As if destined, after a long journey, after 43 days, Zhang Jing once again returned to the small town at the foot of the mountain where Johnson once lived. The pickup truck stopped at the entrance of the town. There was a roadside cemetery here. Zhang Jing had not noticed it before. Looking at the cemetery, he was thoughtful. At midnight, Zhang Jing turned into a night walker, walking between the cemeteries, crouching, enduring fear, doing thrilling and exciting things. Boss, when did you come back? Dylan and his 4-year-old daughter Dylan were sleeping on the floor of the stable. When they heard the noise, they looked up and saw Zhang Jing, surprised. We just arrived, Zhang Jing asked with concern, is it cold sleeping here? 3 hours ago, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Jing finally got the money. He never expected that Johnson would hide the money in someone else's grave. The grave was carefully selected, ownerless, and easy to open. No need to dig the soil, just lift the heavy stone slab. It's not cold, it's warm under the haymat. Dylan replied. Zhang Jing exhaled with both hands, I'm cold and scared. It's scary to open someone's coffin in the middle of the night, and it's also scary to drive and walk with 18 million. In addition, the temperature at night was only 3 or 4 degrees, and the previous 43 days of non-stop searching, it was really not easy to make money. Dylan put on his clothes, walked to the hot pot, added new firewood, put the iron pot on the fire, poured water into the pot, and planned to stew some beef for Zhang Jing to warm his body. Jiang Jing first looked at his 3 favorite horses, then sat down by the stove and felt much warmer. How is the horse farm recently? Jiang Jing asked. Phil and Jamie built a greenhouse and planted some vegetables. After introducing wild bees, they also have honeybees. Miss Haifa's writing skills have improved rapidly. Miss Aegis plans to let General and Undying participate in the horse racing event next spring. Wait, Jiang Jing interrupted Dylan, who is the general. The 12-year-old Black Han quarter horse. Miss Aegis said it is worth 350,000 yuan. Jiang Jing was speechless. This was 100% Ding Jiuqi's name. The general is the general. The reason why the general is more expensive than Skyline is that, first, its father won the Seattle Cup 1600m championship once, second, it has a beautiful body, well-developed muscles, and a large stride. Maybe there are other specialties. After all, it is the racehorse chosen by Goldfinger. What else? Jiang Jing asked. Miss Ding's mother has visited the winery and the horse farm. Jiang Jing nodded and asked with concern, has anyone come to cause trouble? Jiang Jing has always felt insecure and worried about being bullied. No, the probability of such a thing is relatively small, Dylan introduced. Compared to the eastern and southern states, Seattle has better public security. Besides, we have many guns, no one dares to cause trouble. Jiang Jing nodded, help me protect the 3 horses. Whether we are rich or poor in the future depends on them. I will. Jiang Jing reached out and patted Dylan on the shoulder, encouraging him. Dylan will go to a good school. Leave this to me. Dylan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the boss to promise such a big benefit. He said gratefully, thank you, boss. I will do my best. Jiang Jing looked at Dylan, who was sleeping soundly. She was 4 years old and had a chubby face. Her mother was not around, and she looked really pitiful. During the chat, the meat was gradually cooked, and the sky outside was gradually getting brighter. 16-year-old Haifa came early to feed the horses and greeted Jiang Jing, boss, long time no see. Haifa is a girl with real skills. The 3 horses are well taken care of by her. Long time no see. I heard that your horsemanship has improved rapidly. It's amazing. Jiang Jing praised. Haifa said shyly, it's Miss Aegis who taught me well, otherwise I would only be able to feed the horses. Jiang Jing praised, you are all great. Boss, your words are ambiguous, Haifa said dissatisfiedly, I'm learning Mandarin recently. There's a joke on the internet that says you're all great, and another meaning is that you're all great in bed. Jiang Jing was furious and directly gave Haifa a millet shell. If Ding Jiuqi heard this, would she still be able to live? Speaking of Ding Jiuqi, Jiang Jing asked worriedly, did Ding Jiuqi and Aegis have a fight? No fight, Haifa explained, it's just that their relationship is not very good, especially Miss Chu, who hates Aegis very much. Jiang Jing was helpless. The historical hatred continued to this day and was not easy to resolve. There was nothing else to do. The horse farm was generally going well. Jiang Jing relaxed, had a full meal, found a corner, tidied up the floor and went to sleep. He stayed up all night and was extremely sleepy. He slept until 2 in the afternoon. He opened his eyes and saw Ding Jiuqi sitting next to him warming himself by the stove. Where's your mother? Jiang Jing asked sleepily. When Jiang Jing finally woke up, Ding Jiuqi introduced, it's been 5 days since I went back. My mother praised you for running the horse farm well, but what is it? Jiang Jing asked nervously. There are too many beautiful girls. Jiang Jing was speechless. Barbie is 32 years old, not Jiang Jing's type. Ruth's dressing style is too hot, how can she not wear underwear, the kind that looks like yoga pants, makes men feel insecure, and is not Jiang Jing's cup of tea. Haifa is 16 years old, 1 meter 60 tall, weighs only 40 kilograms, is dark and thin, and has nothing to do with being a beauty. The so-called pretty girl actually refers to Aegis, a classic Western beauty with decent facial features, blonde hair, a tall figure, a nice chest, and long legs. Aegis is a horse trainer, Jiang Jing said helplessly. After a while, when she finds that she can't get any value out of me, she might leave. Ding Jiuqi understood Jiang Jing's difficulties and changed the subject, asking, did you find what you wanted? Jiang Jing nodded and took Ding Jiuqi to the pickup truck parked at the door of the stable. He lifted the waterproof cloth on the rear bed, revealing 4 metal cash boxes for banks. I've checked it, it's dry and not damaged. How much? I don't know, about 18 million. I thought it was just a legend, how did you do it? Using the dumbest method, checking ponds, lake bottoms, and river bottoms one by one. Ding Jiuqi thought Zhang Xian was diving, thinking about how much hardship he had to endure in such a cold day, tears fell down. In fact, Jiang Jing didn't dive at all, not once, driving a pickup truck, pulling a fishing boat, and strolling along the lake or river. The reason why it took so long was mainly because there were many large and small lakes, and what was even more unexpected was that the money transporter would be hidden so far away. No wonder it couldn't be found for 17 years. Putting himself in his shoes, everyone thought Johnson had planned in advance and hid the transporter in a very close and secret place. This money needs to be laundered before it can be used. Do you have a way? Ding Juechi asked. No. Ding Juechi chatted, the best way is to take it out of the United States, deposit it in a bank in another country, and then exchange it for US dollars. This method is the most direct and efficient. Isn't it a bit difficult to take it out? Zhang Jing asked suspiciously. Yes, the second way is to buy high-quality land, yachts, luxury houses, antiques, and then sell them second-hand. Can you spend it? Are you confident that I can handle so much money? Ding Juechi asked back. This was a life-threatening question. Zhang Jing answered with certainty, without thinking or hesitation, don't worry. When their eyes met, Ding Juechi was the first to give up, her ears slightly red as she said, it will be quick. Ding Juechi said it would be quick. Zhang Jing thought it would take at least a day. Unexpectedly, Ding Juechi took out her phone and dialed, hello, Miss Vaughn. I can pay you 14 million for your yacht. You're welcome. The prerequisite is cash. No bank transfer. You can wait for it to be sold slowly. In just a few words, Ding Juechi and the other party reached a deal. After Ding Juechi hung up the phone, Zhang Jing asked curiously, what's the situation? There is an out-of-date star who owes a lot of gambling debts and urgently needs money. Where did you get this information? Zhang Jing asked puzzled. I rented her yacht before, so I know she is in a hurry to sell it. A 300,000 yuan car, including insurance, costs at least 5,000 yuan a year to maintain it, which is relatively economical. The maintenance cost of a 14 million yuan yacht will only be higher, and it also has its own crew, which is more expensive than maintaining a pony farm. Zhang Jing asked worriedly, will there be any problem in reselling it? No, it should be sold within a year, and it can be sold for about 12 million, which is legal income. Ding Juechi continued to introduce, Seattle is a tourist city. If you rent it out online, the daily rent is 600 to 900 yuan. Can it be rented out? Zhang Jing asked doubtfully. There are many demands, business, dating, parties, tourists, etc. Now is the off-season for travel, it can be rented out for about 10 days a month, and the business will be better at other times. Maybe it's really because of different consumption concepts. If it were Zhang Jing, he would never rent a yacht for 6,000 yuan a day. What about the remaining 4 million? Zhang Jing asked. Ding Juechi said happily, let's buy 3 luxury cars first, and take turns to pick me up at school, so that no one confesses to me every week. This request cannot be refused, Zhang Jing agreed. After the matter was discussed, Ding Juechi took Barbie and Dylan away, and bought many things with cash, so an assistant was necessary. After sending Ding Juechi away, horse trainer Aegis appeared from nowhere, smiling, I want to discuss something with you? What? Xinghua Horse Farm wants to buy back Brown Sugar. Brown Sugar is the name of General at Xinghua Horse Farm. The golden finger indicated that he must buy it. Zhang Jing spent 350,000 yuan to buy this treasure. I won't sell it, Zhang Jing refused, talking about price hurts our feelings. You just came back and you don't know anything about horses, but you seem to know the price? Aegis asked uncertainly. Zhang Jing chuckled and said in a very arrogant tone, I know the potential of General better than you. Although she is already 12 years old and not worth much now, she will be worth more than 1 million yuan in the future. Aegis was stunned. She wanted to say that the St. Buddha racecourse would buy back the horse for an additional 50,000 miles yuan, but she didn't expect Zhang Jing to directly shout out the price to outer space. However, Aegis suspected that Zhang Jing didn't know horses at all as he said on the surface. Not only that, he was a master of horse selection. Not to mention the obvious improvement of General, even the 9-year-old Undying, a foal less than 1-year-old, seemed a little abnormal. The price difference between buying and selling was too big, and the buyback failed. Aegis talked about work. General and Undying will participate in the Seattle Cup race next spring, and they still need a male jockey. Do you have anyone to recommend? Zhang Jing was not from the circle and didn't know any jockeys at all. The 16-year-old Haifa was just a latecomer. Yes, if you are assured. Zhang Jing reached out and patted Aegis on the shoulder. I believe you. Aegis squinted at someone's pig's feet. Zhang Jing awkwardly moved his hand away. Ding Juechi acted quickly and sent back 3 high-value vehicles the next afternoon. 2 big bulls, 1 champagne and 1 black, 490,000 yuan each. Converted, it sold for 276 million in the United States and 738 million in Longwa. It can burst out a maximum horsepower of 700 and accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 28 seconds. Super cool. Zhang Jing didn't expect Ding Jueqi to buy such an exaggerated high-value vehicle. He always thought that her personality was angry but not taking, happy but not giving, very stable. Not only is her personality stable, but she also likes to be low-key, otherwise there would be no old watches and old wallets. A bit unexpected. Another low-key one, the black Audi R8, costs 149,000 yuan. The maximum power is 570 horsepower, the acceleration time from 0 to 100 kilometers is 37 seconds, and the top speed can reach 329 kilometers per hour. The car can go very fast, provided it doesn't overturn, otherwise the family will definitely cry. Brother Zhang, is the car I picked good? Ding Jueqi asked with a slightly raised face. In fact, Zhang Jing likes money more, which turns into numbers in the bank. Unfortunately, it is black money with unknown origins, so he has to spend it. Considering the value preservation, it is right to buy them. Zhang Jing praised, "It's great. I still have 335 million yuan in cash. I plan to buy some silver." Ding Jueqi asked tentatively, "Do you think it's good? Why buy silver?" Recently, inflation has been severe, and with the increase in industrial demand, silver has appreciated faster than gold. What can Zhang Jing say? It's great to have a girlfriend who knows how to manage money. There was nothing else to do in the afternoon, so Ding Jueqi drove the big bull to take Zhang Jing to the Pike Market Yacht Wharf. The yacht that cost as much as 14 million yuan was parked here. Did you think it was the brightest one in the whole place? It was only considered average. Everyone loves to play with yachts. Ding Jueqi pointed to the densely packed large and small boats on the dock and said, "The cheap ones are only 300 or 400 yuan, and the expensive ones are 400 or 500 million, like that one." Wow! Looking in the direction of Ding Jueqi's finger, a teardrop-shaped yacht was parked not far away. It was about 100 meters long and looked quite amazing. Looking at the yacht he bought, it was white, 35 meters long, and the surface was old, and many places were rusted. It looked neither grand nor majestic, hidden among the other boats, not conspicuous, not outstanding at all. Zhang Jing felt that it was not worth 14 million, and felt a little regretful. Facts proved that Zhang Jing was wrong. At this time, a strange phone call came to Ding Jueqi's mobile phone. The other party got the phone number from the original owner. He was willing to offer 13 million to buy the broken boat in front of the two. Ding Jueqi was confused. The yacht was only in her hands this morning. "Do you want to sell it?" Ding Jueqi covered the phone and asked Zhang Jing. 14 million became 13 million, which seemed to be a huge loss, but in fact it was a black to white, which was a huge profit. Sell. After getting Zhang Jing's confirmation, Ding Jueqi asked on the phone, "Do you have Hong Kong currency?" Hong Kong is the world's financial center, currency exchange is easy, the process is convenient and fast, and the most important thing is to save taxes. If the Miyuan account directly receives Miyuan, paying taxes in April next year will be like robbery. Yes, the customer on the phone gave an affirmative answer. Let the lawyer meet and sign the agreement. After a few simple words and hanging up the phone, Ding Jueqi's face was full of smiles. Zhang Jing gave Ding Jueqi a thumbs up. He said that he could save more than 20% of taxes by taking money from Shangjiang Bank, and it was not illegal. Because the ship was not registered in the United States, the global tax would not be collected from Zhang Jing. As for the few $100s for the change of ship registration, Zhang Jing and Ding Jueqi did not care. "Let's celebrate. I'll treat you to a meal." Zhang Jing invited Ding Jueqi. Okay, Ding Jueqi was happy. "Where are we going?" "The top floor of the Space Needle." "Really?" Ding Jueqi was skeptical. "Of course it's true. When did you make the reservation?" "The day before yesterday afternoon." Ding Jueqi hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds, then tiptoed to give Zhang Jing a small peck on the face, and then turned into a shy little swan. It was still French food, which lasted from 6 in the evening to 9 in the evening. The dishes were served one by one, and the main focus was chatting. Leaving the restaurant and standing in the sparsely populated square, Zhang Jing and Ding Jueqi stood together, reluctant to separate for a long time. Ding Jueqi's skin is relatively white, originally pink. Because of drinking, now she looks like she's drunk, and her skin is rosy. Too beautiful. Zhang Jing's heart was beating uncontrollably, and he mustered up the courage to whisper, "Go to the hotel?" Ding Jueqi shook her head decisively like a frightened little rabbit. "Brother Zhang, no." It was a bit cold, so Zhang Jing didn't force it. The next few days passed peacefully until the champion racecourse delivered 4 tons of silver. The winery is large and has few people, but there are always people at the racecourse, so the silver was sent to the stable for storage. Ding Jiaqi bought 4 tons of physical silver for 272 million yuan, which was Ding Jiaqi's way of managing money. Zhang Jing was shocked. He originally thought it was paper silver, but he didn't expect that she was serious. Silver bricks the size of bricks were sent to the stable and sold when the price was right, completing the process of laundering black money. Looking at the low silver mountain made of silver bricks, Ruth thought Zhang Jing was deliberately testing people's hearts, and reminded, "Boss, the most vulnerable thing is the human heart. Don't play with fire. It's safer to lock them in a safe." Touching the silver, like touching tender skin, Zhang Jing received a special reminder from the gold finger. "Do you want to consume 2 tons of high-purity silver to refine 1 cubic meter of mithril space?" "Yes/no, you go first." Zhang Jing drove him away. "I'll stay alone for a while." Ruth lowered her head and left. There was no one around. Zhang Jing stretched out his hand and pressed on the silver pile. "Do you want to consume 2 tons of high-purity silver to refine 1 cubic meter of mithril space?" "Yes/no." Even a blind man would know what to choose, and immediately choose yes. Like magic, the silver bricks melted into silky silver satin, transforming into a 1 cubic meter space, which gradually faded until it disappeared. Although it disappeared, Zhang Jing could feel it. "I felt it was real, as if it was right beside me. I bent down and grabbed a handful of hay from the ground, and it disappeared in the next second. The hay was transferred from my hand into the mithril space. There were still 2 tons of silver." When Zhang Jing planned to increase the mithril space to 2 cubic meters, the gold finger prompted that 4 tons of silver were needed. Such an exaggerated increase made Zhang Jing stunned, but on second thought, considering the practicality of the mithril space, it seemed natural to be a little more expensive. Excited to the point of shaking hands, Zhang Jing took out his phone and called Ding Jiaqi, regardless of whether she was in class or not. Ding Jiaqi was surprised that Zhang Jing would not call her when she was in class. She thought it was an emergency, so she left the classroom through the back door to answer the call. "Sell the yacht for 13 million miles yuan, and change it into silver, physical silver. Brother Zhang, this money can be used directly." Ding Jiaqi reminded. "Be good, change it all into silver." Worried that Ding Jiaqi couldn't handle it alone, Zhang Jing sent Barbie and Dylan to help her buy silver. He stayed at the winery, collecting new treasure hunting clues in the study. He spent money like water, and he had to have new income. He spent all 13 million on silver, and there was still 3 million yuan in his card. It was enough to maintain a winery and a horse farm, but if he wanted to buy a good horse, a good boat, or date a celebrity, he could only watch. Not to mention money, the treasure hunting system upgrade also required completing treasure hunting tasks. He directly discarded the worthless treasure hunting clues, tried more than 10 clues in succession, and finally found a big treasure that looked very valuable. Click on the collected treasure hunt clues. Su Huang, in 1855, "It is the most beautiful statue I have ever seen. I can't imagine that the ancients could carve such a perfect female body out of stone. With just one glance, I was fascinated by it and fell in love with it. My descendants, I am very sorry, because of the long time, I only remember that it sank with the July slave ship in a certain sea area southeast of Florida. More specific information, because the situation was urgent at the time, I can't remember it, but it is really too perfect, incomparable, and beautiful. If possible, please find it." After reading the introduction, Zhang Jing felt incredible. How beautiful must a statue be for a man to fall in love with? No matter how beautiful it is, it sounds very valuable. Su Huan's predecessor was Zhang Luo. Starting from Su Huan, the surname has always been Su, until when Li's grandson 5 years ago, Su Jiao, died. In 1855, the Civil War in the United States had not yet broken out. The South was engaged in slave plantations and the North was engaged in industry. Su Huang happened to live in the slave era of the United States, at the end of slavery, so the clue mentioned July slave ship, which is an extremely important clue. Further analysis, a certain sea area in southeastern Florida, is also a clue. It is better to demarcate an area than to find a needle in a haystack. Because the situation was critical at the time, I can't remember it clearly. This seemingly insignificant sentence is also extremely important information, because at that time, it was very likely that a naval annihilation war against slave ships would break out at sea. Before 1855, as early as 1806, the United States had an anti-slavery bill. The bill stipulates that slave owners can keep existing slaves as property and not be violated, but prohibits slave trade and prohibits the sale of new slaves. Before this bill, a slave was collected from Africa for $20 million and sold to the south coast of the United States for an average of $100 million. After the bill, the price of a slave soared from $100 million to $450 million. How about 1 times the profit, 2 times the profit, or even dozens of times the profit? Some hot-tempered slave traders are like madmen, and would rather fight against the Navy's cannons than sell slaves to plantation owners. Su Huang described the critical situation, which is most likely a fierce conflict between the Navy and the bold slave traders. This is a good thing, because it belongs to modern times, and such a fierce conflict must be able to find some information. Thinking of this, Zhang Jing's sword is already thirsty. The phone suddenly rang, extinguishing Zhang Jing's excitement. I thought it was Ding Juchi, but it turned out to be Katie Lou Samuelson, who is 182 meters tall, 21 years old, well-proportioned, with three-dimensional and beautiful facial features, and a pair of big blue eyes. "What are you busy with?" Katie asked in a relaxed tone. "I'm not busy with anything. You seem to be in a good mood? I just experienced a very enjoyable thing." Katie said with disdain, "I've seen your men's things when I was 15. It's childish to be a hooligan to this extent." Zhang Jing laughed and got straight to the point. "What's the matter? You're the newcomer, and so am I. Let's team up and go to Alaska and be back before Christmas. Are you going to drink the Arctic wind?" Zhang Jing habitually confronts people. Christmas is coming soon. Seattle is only 6 or 7 degrees during the day and close to 0 at night. It's very cold. Alaska is close to the North Pole, so it will be even colder. Katie said mysteriously, "Someone told me that there is gold flowing out of the mountains in a tributary somewhere in the upper reaches of the Yukon River. Let's go now and come back before Christmas." "You believe this nonsense? He is my grandfather. Why not wait until next summer?" Zhang Jing had a lot of questions. It's easy to meet other treasure hunters in the summer. If I meet them in the wild, I will not only be, but also be killed. Zhang Jing reminded Katie, "I am also a man. You love your girlfriend deeply." It turns out that he rejected her after the barbecue on the beach that night, so he invited her this time. Zhang Jing said word by word, "No. Go. Don't you want to pay off your credit card?" Katie asked temptingly on the phone. "No. Don't you want to buy a ring for your girlfriend?" "No. Don't you want to make a lot of money?" "No." Katie was furious and completely exploded. "Are you a man?" By the way, Zhang Jing almost said no, ending the topic, "I won't go unless you call me Dad." "Dad!" Katie shouted without thinking. "Zhang Jing. This is embarrassing. I remembered a joke. A mayor invited a group to develop real estate. The group didn't want to go, so they put forward a reason that the other party would not accept. Your city government is in a good location." Unexpectedly, the mayor directly said, "Okay, I'll move. You come." Zhang Jing is feeling this way now, quite dumbfounded. After thinking calmly for a long time, Zhang Jing really didn't plan to go. Going to Alaska now is definitely a brain hole. Unless you have super survival ability in the wild, although Zhang Jing has been picking up treasures in the wild in western Xinjiang for 2 years, he dare not brag about how good he is at outdoor survival. "How much do you owe?" Zhang Jing asked Katie on the phone. "More than 70,000. What did you do?" 70,000 is not a small amount. It is hard to understand how a girl owes so much money. "I have failed to find treasure twice in a row and a boat has sunk. If I can't make quick money, selling my body won't be enough. I can only sell my organs." "Miss Katie, where are you now?" "Everett." Everett is in Seattle. Whitefish is 40 kilometers north of downtown Seattle, and 50 kilometers east of downtown Seattle. It's not far. "I'll hire you," Zhang Jing invited, 600 a week, "and I'll go with you to find gold next summer." Katie was unhappy, 600 a week, minus the rent. It's not enough for food but not enough for utilities. Accommodation, utilities. The phone was silent for 7 or 8 seconds, and after a while Katie said 2 words, "Address." The distance was not far, and Katie came to Champion Racecourse the next morning. Looking at Haifa and Deadly who were training on the racecourse, Katie was surprised. "Are you the owner of the racecourse?" "Just barely, there are only 3 horses." "That's also impressive, racehorses are not cheap," Katie exclaimed. "Calm down," Zhang Jing advised Katie, "work hard here, and you will be able to make a comeback sooner or later." "What for? Didn't you want to discuss horse feeding with me before?" Zhang Jing pointed to Haifa who was riding on horseback. She was originally a horse nutritionist, but she is still a jockey and is too busy. "You should learn to feed horses from her." Katie didn't like feeding horses at all, but she had no choice now and nodded. A scream suddenly came from the direction of the stable. Ruth ran out of the stable in panic, shouting as she ran, "Boss, the silver is gone." It can be seen that Ruth was really scared. Half of 4 tons is not a small amount. Who can steal it all in one night? "Calm down," Zhang Jing explained, "I took half." Take it? Ruth reminded subconsciously, that's 2 tons. It's not lost. Zhang Jing emphasized again. Okay, Ruth patted her chest, this is the best. From yesterday to today, I have been carrying a gun with me. It's scary. Ruth reminded Zhang Jing that money can make people's hearts move. In addition to the people at the horse farm who knew that there were 2 tons of silver in the stable, the seller and the delivery person also knew. When the 13 million silver is sent back, won't the champion horse farm become a fat piece of meat in the eyes of many bandits and strongmen? You can't have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Zhang Jing decided to buy an automatic weapon that can shoot. Although automatic weapons are illegal, if they are hidden in the mithril space, the police can't do anything about it. When you encounter a gangster, suddenly take out of the scene must be spectacular if I get an AK-47? After leaving Katie to Ruth, Zhang Jing drove the second-hand pickup truck bought from the horse farm and came to the gun shop in the small town again. Seeing Zhang Jing, the greasy auntie who was playing with her mobile phone behind the counter smiled from the bottom of her heart. Buy a gun? Zhang Jing wiped his nose and deliberately said, the rifle I bought last time had quality problems. It can't fire continuously and can't shoot far. Hee, the auntie was sly and asked back, do you want an automatic rifle? Zhang Jing nodded affirmatively. The auntie was like a fairy, performing magic. She bent down and had a weapon wrapped in oilcloth in her hand. Soviet AK-47, brand new, original, good shooting accuracy, reliable structure and action. Feeling impressed by the auntie, Zhang Jing asked her, how much? By 1, 2,900 yuan, by 2, 2,800 yuan each, by 3, 2,700 yuan each, by 10, 1,900 yuan each. The auntie seemed to be reciting the formula of the method, and added at the end, Christmas is approaching, the gun store is launching a family bullet package activity, 14,000 rounds of bullets are only 4,000 yuan, isn't it very cheap? By the way, I am also responsible for door-to-door delivery. Earn and spend, each bullet is less than 29 cents, super cheap. Hearing this, Zhang Jing wanted to lay off Barbie. The auntie in front of him is super good at doing business and is a talent. If Zhang Jing doesn't buy, he will let down the auntie who is trying hard to sell and spend money like water. Give me 10 automatic rifles and 2 family bullet packages, 27,000 yuan, right? 30,000 yuan, give you 3 family bullet packages. Give me another 20 magazines. Zhang Jing asked. The old lady did not refuse and extended her hand. Zhang Jing reached out and shook her hand. Let me make one thing clear, the old lady reminded, automatic weapons are illegal. If something goes wrong, don't say I sold them. Transactions require cash. Understood. Please help me send them to the stable. I'm afraid of being stopped by the police on the way. The old lady agreed readily. Zhang Jing spent the next whole day practicing shooting behind the stable. His teacher was Jamie, an African-American farmer. Jamie Foxx served in the army for 4 years when he was young. He was not a frontline soldier. After retiring, he went to work on the farm and has been working there ever since. Although he was not a frontline soldier, he would definitely have no problem shooting, and he was more than capable of teaching Zhang Jing. Silver. In a 2-story apartment in Tacoma, 8 people are plotting to rob the champion racecourse. A middle-aged man with shiny hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and a suit and leather shoes pointed to the map and introduced, in the town of Whitefish, the champion racecourse has recently purchased a large amount of physical silver from the market. As far as I know, there are already $272 million silver dollars worth of silver stored in the stable, and another 13 million silver will arrive tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Looking closely at them, you might think they are a group of poor people, but in fact they are all dressed like successful people, wearing famous watches, and their temperament is more like serious people. Why don't you rob on the road? The racecourse is in a remote location, so it should be easier on the road, right? Asked a middle-aged African man. Because the seller delivers the goods to our door, we can't afford to offend the precious metal company, but the champion racecourse is an outsider, and it must be Asian. Hearing this, everyone rubbed their hands, and already regarded the champion racecourse as a lamb to be slaughtered. Zhang Jing didn't know that he was being targeted by others. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Champion Racecourse welcomed the second batch of silver worth 13 million miles yuan and weighing 19 tons. The boss is addicted to buying silver, which is not understood by the employees, and even Ding Juchi does not understand. Asset allocation is generally diverse. No one will play hard to get silver, and Zhang Jing will not do it, but he wants to expand the space of mithril. Looking at the 2 cubic meters of silver piled in the stable, Ding Juchi sighed, Brother Zhang, I feel you are so stupid, I actually cooperate with you, we are both so stupid, no wonder we are a couple. Zhang Jing laughed. After dinner together last time, although we did not go to the hotel, we confirmed our relationship and kissed his girlfriend on the forehead. Thank you for your hard work, I will take you back to school. No, Xiaoqing and I will go back together. Chu Xiaoqing was already stunned by the silver mountain next to her. Her little head couldn't figure out who would catch silver and jerk it hard. I have heard of jerking iron, but jerking silver is really the first time. Jechi, go back to school and help me check the situation of the July slave ship. The more detailed the better. Ding Jechi immediately understood that the slave ship was Zhang Jing's next target. She nodded and left with Chu Xiaoqing. There was no one else. Zhang Jing put his palm on the silver mountain. Do you want to consume 4 tons of high-purity silver and upgrade the mithril space to 2 by 2 by 2 meters? Yes/no, just choose yes. The 4 tons of silver mountain turned into silver water and disappeared in an instant. The mithril space was 1 by 1 by 1 meters in size, visible to the naked eye, and quickly expanded to 2 by 2 by 2 meters. Very cool. Zhang Jing put his hand on the remaining silver again, and the system sent another prompt. Do you want to consume 8 tons of high-purity silver to upgrade the silver space to 3 by 3 by 3 meters, yes/no? Obviously, the consumption of silver is increasing exponentially, 2 tons the first time, 4 tons the second time, and 8 tons the third time. Choose yes again, and the mithril space will increase to 3 by 3 by 3 meters. 19 tons of silver were delivered, and there were originally 2 tons of surplus, a total of 21 tons. 12 tons were used. When Zhang Jing was about to use it again, the remaining 9 tons did not respond. Obviously, only by gathering 16 tons can the mithril space increase to 4 by 4 by 4 meters. If you want to increase it to 5 by 5 by 5 meters, you need 32 tons of silver. God! Zhang Jing was stunned. This level of increase was too exaggerated. Considering the super practicality of the mithril space, it seemed to be a bit of a value for money. At the door of the stable, Zhang Jing met Katie, and the woman looked like she was hesitant to speak. Are you waiting for me? Zhang Jing stopped and asked. Boss, I don't want to feed the horses. Can you sponsor me to play tennis? Katie Lou Samuelson tried to explain. I have achieved good results and I am very talented. I thought treasure hunting was your main career and playing tennis was just a cover. Zhang Jing was curious. Treasure hunting is a necessity of life. Tennis is my destiny. As long as someone sponsors me and allows me to concentrate on training, I will definitely get good results. How much will it cost? Including my debts, 2 years of training, hiring a coach, renting a training venue and other expenses, it will be about 350,000 to 450,000 yuan. Miss Katie, Zhang Jing was surprised. We just met. Do you think it's appropriate? I know this is sudden, Katie tried to explain. There is a golden age for playing tennis. I am 21 years old this year. I have been training for 2 years to participate in competitions. If I get good results, you will definitely not lose money in the various endorsement fees in the next 10 years. Zhang Jing uncovered the cruel truth. The prerequisite is good results. The actual probability is very small. You know it better than me. This world is big, there are many geniuses, and hundreds of thousands of dollars are very likely to be wasted. I'm very talented at playing basketball. Katie tried to explain. Zhang Jing laughed and asked sarcastically, why didn't anyone invest in you? Because they're all idiots. After all this time, if they don't invest in her, they're idiots? Zhang Jing shook his head, showing no interest at all, and was about to leave. Your girlfriend is really bad, Katie said to Zhang Jing from behind. No height, no buttocks. Don't you want to try what it's like to be a future Grand Slam champion? Zhang Jing turned around, took 2 steps back to Katie, waved his hand and slapped the woman in the face. Katie covered her face, not afraid to look Zhang Jing in the face, and said sarcastically, you are the worst man I have ever seen. No guts, no guts. You are not still a virgin, right? Zhang Jing almost dragged her into the stable, forced himself to calm down, and finally didn't do it. The economy is bad, there are many girls on the street, as long as Zhang Jing wants, 100 Katies will have it. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jing complained, your provocation works. I will sponsor you. The contract is for 15 years. All the money you earn will be split 190%, 100% for you and 90% for me. If you are just a piece of junk, if you are also a piece of junk, if you fail. Zhang Jing's voice was sinister, I will sell you to Mexico, and you will be engaged in special services for the rest of your life until you are old and ugly. Katie's heart trembled, I will train hard and live up to your expectations. Midnight. Zhang Jing was sleeping soundly when the phone rang. Miss Susan, you don't want to sell me weapons in the middle of the night, do you? Zhang Jing was very tired and asked weakly. Yes, if you need bullets, remember to ask me for more, the aunt on the phone said in a relaxed tone. two box trucks just passed the town and drove northeast. I heard that you have a lot of silver? The reaction took 1 second, 2 seconds, and in the third second, Zhang Jing quickly lifted the quilt and jumped up on the spot. While Zhang Jing was getting dressed, he called Barbie, Dylan, and Felix. They slept in the 6-row dormitory at the entrance of the horse farm, and Zhang Jing slept on the floor in the stable. The town is only 7 kilometers away from the racecourse. It is not an asphalt road, but a gravel road. It takes 10 minutes to drive there. It may seem short, but it is much better than being approached quietly. Thank you, Auntie. Great favor. After ordering the little yellow smart dog to guard the 3 racehorses, Zhang Jing drove the pickup truck across the racecourse and came to the backyard of the dormitory to meet Barbie, Jamie, Phil, Dylan, Haifa, and Katie. Dylan held his sleeping daughter Dylan in his arms. Barbie held her son in her arms. Winemaker Cindy was not there. Veterinarian Ruth was not there. Horse trainer Aegis was not there. Ding Jiechi and Xu Shaoqing were not there either. This is good. Except for Haifa and the 2 children, everyone else can shoot. Someone wants to rob my silver. There are 2 trucks and I don't know how many people there are. Zhang Jing asked everyone, should we fight, hide, or call the police? Why hide? Katie looked at Zhang Jing and asked back, why call the police? Barbie followed up with a question. Dylan added, some things can't be avoided. Let everyone know that Rose Red Winery and Champion Racecourse are not easy to mess with. The next time someone wants to do something bad, they will seriously think about whether it is worth it. They are all tiger people. Then fight. Zhang Jing's eyes swept over everyone. I have 3 automatic rifles. Who is a good shooter? Me. Katie raised her hand and said confidently, I am good at tennis and I am not bad at shooting either. And me. African-American farmer Jamie raised his hand. Unexpectedly, the third person to raise his hand was Dylan. His characteristic was that his left leg was sloped. Count me in. Seeing everyone's confusion, Dylan introduced, I used to practice shooting as a hobby. Under the moon, Zhang Jing pretended to take out 3 automatic rifles and 6 magazines from the back of the pickup truck and gave them to Jamie, Dylan, and Katie respectively. Zhang Jing, Phil, and Barbie used pistols. Haifa, a 16-year-old jockey and nutritionist, took 4-year-old Dylan and 3-year-old Barbie from Dylan. Zhang Jing instructed, go to the northernmost part of the horse farm, it's safe there. Haifa nodded and left with the 2 children in his arms. Boss, is it okay for me to command? Jamie looked at Zhang Jing and asked, you come. When Jamie was young, he was a soldier. He was not a frontline soldier, the kind who helped the commander design combat plans, but a serious auxiliary soldier. They are driving a truck, and their target must be silver. I think the bad guys must know the situation of the Champion horse farm very well, Jamie introduced. They are likely to come in from the abandoned east gate of the horse farm. It's quieter there and closer to the stables. So what's your plan? Dylan asked bluntly. The main house of the horse farm is well defended. We can ambush them there. It sounds simple. Simple means efficient. It's dangerous to separate at night. Don't underestimate the opponent. Jamie analyzed. Zhang Jing agreed, and the 7 of them drove a pickup truck and hurried to the stone main house of the horse farm. The pickup truck hid behind the house. The 7 people climbed up to the 2nd floor and looked down at the east side of the house, waiting quietly. 3 minutes later, the east gate, which was locked all year round, was quietly opened from the outside. 6 masked men, wearing gloves, used a pair of steel pliers to easily cut the iron lock. They opened the gate and swaggered into the horse farm. Generally, petty thieves do bad things in a timid manner, looking around, as if they are guilty of being a thief. These people are not like that. They walked in swaggeringly, as if they were visiting their own home. Then 2 box trucks drove in and stopped at the door. Obviously, the 6 people walking in front were the main force, and they were responsible for clearing obstacles for the trucks. The distance from the east gate to the main house is relatively close, less than 50 meters. The 6 people were every 5 or 6 meters. Under the moonlight, Su So came to the vicinity of the main house. Zhang Jing knew in his heart that these people were definitely professionals. If they were ordinary stupid thieves, they would come in a swarm. The people outside were relatively scattered and far away. No matter what, they could not be allowed to succeed. In the silent night, gunshots suddenly rang out. Zhang Jing, Barbie, and Phil used pistols to aim roughly, while Jamie, Dylan, and Katie were responsible for accurate shooting. The guy walking in front fell to the ground instantly, and the others used the night to turn around and escape. There was an important factor. The east gate was only 50 meters away from the main house, which was just within the strongest shooting range of the AK-47. Besides, how could a person outrun a bullet? In addition, Dylan was an expert in shooting UFOs. At close range, with the help of the cold moonlight, none of the 6 escaped and all fell to the ground within 10 seconds. 2 box trucks escaped, and the drivers rushed out as soon as the gunshots were heard. Isn't that an abandoned house? The middle-aged African-American gangster yelled into the intercom. Why would a group of people ambush inside? It turned out that before the gangsters entered the horse farm, they learned about the situation of the horse farm through the silver delivery driver in advance and knew that the main house of the horse farm was an abandoned building. They never expected that a group of people would ambush here in the middle of the night. Go back first. A voice came from the intercom and another truck. The main house of the horse farm. Everything was perfect, except that automatic rifles were illegal. But without automatic rifles, it would be difficult to quickly knock down 6 gangsters, like mowing the grass, and knock them all down in a few seconds. Zhang Jing was even sure that the pistol didn't even hit the criminals, it was all the work of the automatic rifle. After thinking for 3 or 4 seconds, Zhang Jing called lawyer Shin Mingming. A gangster entered the horse farm with a gun. 6 people died. They were shot dead by 3 automatic rifles. Is there any trouble? Zhang Jing asked. It was a cold day. Shin Mingming was half asleep. It took him a while to react and said, "Where did the automatic rifle come from?" "I picked it up on the road." "Who fired the gun?" "My 3 employees." "That's it. Call the police and the ambulance. You don't need to do anything else. 3 automatic rifles, do you want one person to take the blame?" "No," Shin Mingming reminded on the phone, "the police and the judge are not fools. Doing so will only make things worse." "Is it okay?" Zhang Jing was worried. "Will you go to jail? If a gangster breaks into the horse farm at night, you and your employees have unlimited self-defense and counterattack rights. Your employees will not even be summoned by the police. Owning automatic weapons is another case. As long as you have money, you won't go to jail." Zhang Jing was in a good mood. He thought it would be troublesome. Unexpectedly, these were 2 cases. In other words, it didn't matter that Dylan, Jamie, and Katie killed the intruder with automatic weapons. Not to mention automatic weapons, it's okay to use cannons or missiles to kill invaders. But in another case, Zhang Jing had to explain where the automatic rifle came from. "I couldn't sleep in the second half of the night. There were a lot of police cars and ambulances at the horse farm." Mr. Zhang, the town policeman, the tall and thin Joe Taylor, walked up to Zhang Jing. "Is anyone injured at the horse farm?" "No, this is a very lucky thing," Zhang Jing said. "I almost suffered heavy losses. These people seem to be professionally organized." Joe Taylor reminded, "Be careful of retaliation." "Thank you for the reminder." "You're welcome, I don't mean anything else," Joe Taylor shrugged. "The town hasn't been so lively for a long time." Zhang Jing chuckled. At this time, Katie came over from the direction of the stable with an uneasy expression, pulled Zhang Jing aside, and reminded in fear, "Boss, there is a lot less silver, less than half of that during the day." "That's right." "That's right?" Katie reminded, "There was obviously a lot during the day." "That's right," Zhang Jing repeated. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Zhang Jing praised, "You did a great job tonight and protected the stables." "It was a little cold at night." Katie sniffed and said with a double meaning, "I will always be great." At dawn, Ding Jiechi and Chu Shaoqing arrived at the horse farm. First there was a deep hug. Ding Jiechi apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Brother Zhang. I didn't realize that there was a risk of piling so much silver together." "Not so much, only 9 tons. 9 tons? Ding Jiechi looked stunned. "Isn't 2 plus 19 21 tons? "Yes," Zhang Jing said affirmatively, "I used the rest." "Anyway, I'm glad you're okay." Ding Jiechi hugged Zhang Jing again. "I checked online on the way here, there are only 5 policemen in Bayou Town, including the sheriff and the clerk." Chu Shaoqing reminded with his arms folded beside him, "Since you have money, why not move to a safe area closer to Seattle?" Ding Jiechi's heart was moved. Zhang Jing shook his head. He only had one goal now, to make money to upgrade the Mithril warehouse. During the chat, Ruth, a veterinarian who was still dressed hot in the cold weather, drove over in a second-hand Chevrolet white 2-box sedan. She earned credits at school and only came to the horse farm on Fridays, Saturdays, and weekends. The horse farm had experienced an accident last night, so she hurried over. "Boss, lady boss, is anyone injured?" Ruth asked with concern. "No," Zhang Jing reminded the horse farm veterinarian, "It's cold, wear something thicker next time." Ruth subconsciously raised the zipper of her coat. Ding Jiechi took Zhang Jing's arm and walked into the horse farm. Chatting as they walked, Chu Shaoqing looked up information from the library. The July slave ship was sunk by the Navy at the time in the Florida Strait on June 231A55. The Florida Strait is located between the Florida Peninsula, Cuba Island, and the Bahamas. connecting the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic Ocean. It is 480 kilometers long, 80 to 240 kilometers wide, and 500 to 800 meters deep. The information proves that it was just an ordinary slave ship. There were no high-value items on it. No one was looking for it, and no one was salvaging it. Sounds a bit troublesome? Yes, if you want to salvage something, you need to rent a professional salvage ship with a deep-sea submarine sonar system, a salvage robot, and professional crew. The daily rental is 200,000 yuan. Zhang Jing stopped where he was. He originally thought that renting a yacht for several thousand yuan a day was already an exaggeration, and even thought that people who rent yachts were fools. It's as high as 200,000. Is this a matter of vision? Probably. Zhang Jing used to be reluctant to stay in a youth hostel that cost more than 50 yuan a day. Do you have the exact coordinates of the shipwreck? Zhang Jing had a simple idea. If he had the coordinates, he could just rent a boat and go there, salvage the things and leave. No, Ding Jueqi shook her head and reminded him, for a century, there were many slave ships and shipwrecks there, so it's probably hard to find them. It's a headache, and there are more difficulties than you think. Brother Zhang, what are you looking for? Ding Jueqi suggested, if the value is less than 8 million yuan, it's not worth it, and you'll probably lose money. A statue, Zhang Jing introduced. It said that you can see the female body through the veil, which is very perfect. Female statue? Ding Jueqi stopped and asked thoughtfully, does it have wings? This question made Zhang Jing stunned. Why does it have wings? Cupid, which is everywhere. Or is it a peeing boy? The inclusion prompt did not mention wings, and Zhang Jing shook his head. Unexpectedly, Ding Jueqi said, if that's the case, it's probably not worth much. In the mid-19th century, many European stone sculptures were shipped to the newly born United States. For example, in the 1850s, the famous Italian sculptor Giovanni Strazza used marble to make an exquisite statue of the Madonna with a veil. It is white and delicate, not only carving out the veil, but also depicting the gentleness of the wind. The technique is so exquisite that people can't believe their eyes, but it is not worth 8 million euros. After a pause, Ding Jueqi said, there is also the Sisters of Charity carved out of marble by Raffaello Monti in 1847, Ding Jueqi exaggeratedly described. Can you imagine, 3 young girls, wearing wreaths on their heads, slightly drooping, covered with veils fluttering in the breeze? They are almost perfect, and you will fall in love with them at first sight. In short, Ding Jueqi concluded, during that period, sculpture artists, whether famous or not, liked to carve women in veils, and there were a large number of similar works. After hearing what Ding Jueqi said, Zhang Jing became uncertain. After all, it was only a fragmentary clue to the treasure hunt, and Su Huang was mesmerized at the first glance and didn't look carefully at all. It is more likely that it was just someone who was not the worthless works of famous sculptors were sold to plantation owners for show. This is not worth much, that is not worth much either. Zhang Jing was very unconvinced and asked Ding Jueqi, what female statue is valuable? The goddess of war, Ding Jueqi answered affirmatively, all the style statues I mentioned before are imitations of the goddess of war. Zhang Jing's heart was pounding. Where is it? Is it missing? No, it is in the Louvre Museum. Ding Jueqi's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Zhang Jing's heart, making him feel cold. After careful consideration, Zhang Jing decided to give up temporarily. The cost of salvaging was too expensive and the success rate was too low. It was not cost-effective no matter how you looked at it. In the afternoon, the Whitefish Town Police Department held a press conference. Case 1, illegal invasion of private residences. The criminal's motive was obvious, for 21 tons and 9 tons of silver. Regardless of why Zhang Jing could predict the ambush or what weapons were used to kill the criminals, the police announced that they would not prosecute. According to the fortress law, the owner has unlimited self-defense rights against intruders. Case 2, illegal possession of automatic rifles is an illegal act, and Zhang Jing will be prosecuted. The crime of possessing illegal weapons can be serious or minor. Zhang Jing and Xin Mingming have already agreed on their confessions. The gun was picked up, and they admitted their mistakes sincerely and were willing to accept the fine. If they still have to go to jail, then they can spend a lot of money to bail them out. Anyway, in the past 200 years since the founding of the country, the probability of rich people going to jail is less than 1,000th of that of poor people. The death penalty is even rarer. This is obvious. Laws are made by the rich, and they make many, many, many laws. There are countless laws. On the surface, each one seems to be fair, but in fact there are other laws that affect it. Preconditions set preconditions, and so on. Ordinary people can't understand it at all. Rich people don't understand it either, but they can spend a lot of money to hire excellent lawyers to help them escape from the crime. For example, Zhang Jing only illegally possessed an automatic rifle, so what's wrong with illegally possessing a cannon? Private individuals can buy cannons, provided that they are not too advanced, and the boundary is a bit vague. The difference is similar to that between ordinary rifles and automatic rifles, with castrated firing rate and range, and a stricter registration system. When the time is right, Zhang Jing decided to buy 2 antique cannons and place them in the winery and horse farm to ward off ghosts and monsters. Remembering the good old lady, Zhang Jing drove to the town and went straight into the gun shop. The greasy old lady was playing with her phone behind the counter. When she saw Zhang Jing come in, she smiled from the bottom of her heart, which was more friendly than seeing her relatives. "Thank you." Zhang Jing expressed his gratitude. "I slept in the stable yesterday. If you hadn't notified me, I might have died." "You're welcome. Whitefish Town is too quiet, without any splashes. You are the fun of all of us." The tall and thin policeman Joe Taylor also said something similar last night. Whitefish Town was too peaceful, and Zhang Jing created joy and topics for everyone. "My shooting skills are not good," Zhang Jing complained to the old lady. "Is there a weapon that can be blindly guessed and has great power?" The greasy old lady was like a fairy. She bent down and put an extra weapon on the counter. M500 heavy revolver, twice the power of Desert Eagle. Even a large wild boar can be killed with one shot. If it hits a person, it will be disabled if it touches, and it will die if it is sprayed. Zhang Jing was stunned. "A half-meter long revolver, plastic? Can I pick it up?" Zhang Jing asked. The auntie held out her hand to indicate, "There are no bullets in it, just look around." The grip is made of composite material, but even so, it feels heavy in the hand, about 25 kilograms. "If you don't feel safe," the auntie introduced, "it will definitely make you feel safe. It has a caliber of 127 millimeters and a high-powered bullet. It is the same caliber bullet used by the Barrett, nicknamed the hand cannon. Because the bullet is so powerful, the chamber of a general revolver can hold 6 rounds, while the M500 revolver can only hold 5 rounds. While talking, the auntie placed a few bullets on the counter, about the same height as an adult's palm. "How much?" "The gun is only 1,999 yuan, and the bullet is only 1 yuan per bullet. Isn't it very cheap?" The price did not affect Zhang Jing's decision. "Give me 2, and 500 bullets. I want to go back and practice." The auntie was happy and sighed that Zhang Jing was generous. After the waitress packed up the revolvers and registered the gun sales records, Zhang Jing asked again, "Revolvers have a slow firing rate. Is there an automatic weapon with a fast firing rate, great power, and no special aiming required?" Behind the counter, which looked like Doraemon's pocket, the waitress placed a large weapon about 1 meter long in front of Zhang Jing. An imitation of the AA-12 automatic shotgun, the most powerful handheld weapon on the planet, equipped with high-explosive bullets, high-explosive cluster steel fragment bullets, and high-explosive armor-piercing bullets to meet your needs in different occasions. "Is it more powerful than the AK-47? Zhang Jing didn't believe it. Asked. The auntie looked disdainful. "The Type 47 is not even its younger brother in front of it. It fires 5 high-explosive mini-grenades per second, and it rains bullets like rain. Who can stop it? Isn't this an illegal weapon?" Zhang Jing tried to ask. Of course, the auntie praised Zhang Jing. "You are pretty good. You didn't tell me to sell you the automatic rifle, otherwise it wouldn't appear in front of you. How about the accuracy?" The auntie shook her head. "It has no accuracy. The direction of the muzzle, the shrapnel can cover almost everything, there is no blank or omission, especially for close-range directional shooting, there is no accuracy problem at all, no matter what is in front, it can be torn to pieces." Zhang Jing felt it was great, it met his requirements, no need to aim, and it was powerful, but he felt that his wallet would be hurt again. "I didn't have the guts to ask, how much is one?" "Don't be afraid," the auntie comforted Zhang Jing, "illegal weapons are always cheap. Don't be fooled by its expensive appearance. The price is the same as a revolver. An empty gun costs only 1,999 yuan, and with a grip and scope, it only costs 4,999 yuan. The scope is more expensive than the gun." After watching short videos, Zhang Jing didn't understand the specific reason. However, Zhang Jing always felt something was wrong, and asked with a suspicious expression, "Is there a pit waiting for me ahead?" The auntie smiled bitterly. "Because it is an illegal weapon and a special bullet, the bullet needs to be smuggled from the UK, so." It turned out that the bullet was waiting for me. "How much is one?" "High-explosive bullets cost 2 yuan per bullet, high-explosive cluster steel bullets cost 3 yuan per bullet, and high-explosive armor-piercing bullets cost 4 yuan per bullet. According to the cheapest high-explosive bullet, 5 rounds per second, 300 rounds per minute, and 600 yuan. Switch to armor-piercing high-explosive bullets, and 1,200 yuan per minute. Oh! No wonder there are gun shops in small places. By selling a few guns and selling bullets, the ant can win easily. In fact, the probability of Zhang Jing using such high-powered firearms and high-powered bullets can be ignored. The reason why revolvers are the best-selling is that they can meet the needs of most situations. In the end, to thank the ant for saving his life last night, Zhang Jing bought 2 imitation AA-12 automatic shotguns, 500 rounds of each of 3 types of bullets. With grips and scopes, 2 for 9,998 yuan, bullets for 4,500 yuan. Together with the purchase of revolvers and bullets costing 4,500 yuan, a total of 19,000 yuan was spent in a short time. Returning to the stable from the small town, Zhang Jing's heart skipped a beat. Ding Jueqi and Katie standing outside the stables of the general, they were talking and seemed to be getting along well. Katie was 182 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure, thin where it should be thin, and big where it should be big. She had smooth dark brown hair, three-dimensional and beautiful facial features, a pair of big blue eyes and a pair of charming long legs. Thinking of yesterday evening, Katie slandered Ding Jueqi in front of Zhang Jing, saying that she was short, had no buttocks, but now she was smiling as if nothing had happened, looking hypocritical. "Brother Zhang, you are back." Ding Jueqi looked very happy. "I just found out that Miss Katie is a tennis player, and I heard that you decided to support her training. How come I didn't know about this?" Ding Jueqi was smiling, but it was a fake smile, and she was also a drama queen. If Zhang Jing couldn't explain it to her clearly, there would definitely be no good result. Zhang Jing looked at Katie. Fortunately, he didn't see any arrogance in her eyes. He explained to Ding Jueqi, "She contributed to protecting the horse farm last night. She is really talented in tennis. I plan to train her to participate in the tennis tournament in 2 years." Perhaps it was a woman's sixth sense. Ding Jueqi felt something. "Brother Zhang, you didn't do anything to let me down, did you?" Ding Jueqi asked in Mandarin. "No," Zhang Jing said affirmatively, "I saw her potential. She has the potential to win the tennis Grand Slam. The contract is for 15 years. In the future, all her endorsements, performances, etc. will be 90% of our income." "Okay." Ding Jueqi was very considerate and didn't refute. She stepped forward and straightened Zhang Jing's collar. "I hope she won't disappoint you and won't affect our relationship. There is a saying that goes, no one is perfect. It's not good for a girlfriend to be too smart." The last sentence is obviously a reminder, and it is said very tactfully. Worried that he couldn't control his lower body, Zhang Jing took the initiative to give up and said, "Do you have a good agent?" An agent is no different from a monitor. To show his determination, Zhang Jing was very willing. Ding Jueqi's face turned from gloomy to cloudy. She tiptoed and kissed Zhang Jing on the lips. After a while, she separated and said in a positive tone, "I happen to know a very capable athlete agent. Thank you for your hard work. You can take Katie away." Well, Ding Jueqi was as obedient as a kitten at this moment. "I will arrange for Katie to meet with the agent today and hire a coach for her as soon as possible." "Okay." Zhang Jing looked happy, but she was very bitter in her heart, worried that they would fight. Not knowing what her boyfriend was thinking, Ding Jueqi waved her hand and took Katie Lou Samuelson away. The yellow dog named Smart Bean by Zhang Jing, who had grown stronger and sensed his master's bad mood, barked. "Your barking is unpleasant." Zhang Jing was in a bad mood and even scolded the dog. "What?" Zhang Jing seemed to understand Smart Bean's barking. "Are you going to tell the mistress? I will never give you a chance. Do you believe that we will have dog meat hot pot tonight?" Katie said rudely. Ding Jueqi must not know about this, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Smart Bean was a little timid, tucked his tail between his legs, and lowered his head with a grunt. He the horse trainer Aegis stepped on her riding boots and walked in with a smile. "There is an event tonight. Bring your dog and come with us?" "Why bring a dog? There are always some people who are very idle and have unique hobbies. They like to play dog racing. Maybe they can make new friends because of dogs. There is no money to salvage statues in Florida, and it is too cold in Alaska to go to the gold rush. Because of the illegal possession of automatic rifles, Zhang Jing needs to wait for the court hearing. There is nothing else to do, so he simply agrees to Aegis and follows her to the San Fo horse farm. The Saint Fo racecourse is a large racecourse with an area of more than 1,000 acres. It is very powerful and has a wide variety of businesses, including renting out the venue. When Zhang Jing and Aegis arrived, a group of young men gathered together to discuss the competition. The various hardcore luxury cars they drove were parked beside them. They were almost all accompanied by howling sky dogs, the kind of racing dogs with thin legs, thin waists, and streamlined bodies. Most of them were accompanied by girls. No need to guess, many things will happen at night. Good evening, Miss Aegis. Good evening, Mr. Jack. Good evening, Miss Aegis. Good evening, Mr. Ford, welcome to the St. Fo racecourse. Like a socialite, almost everyone knows Aegis. There is a new friend today, Aegis introduced to everyone, Mr. Zhang Jing. He is the owner of Rose Red Wine Manor and Champion Racecourse, and also my employer. Everyone looked at Zhang Jing and gave him a polite fake smile. As for Smart Bean, he was directly ignored by everyone. They had never seen a purebred Chinese rural dog and didn't know it. Not only the owner, but also those of Di Huang's kind, also disdained it. This not only upset Zhang Jing, but Smart Bean was even more upset, because Smart Bean was a purebred pastoral dog with a special opportunity. The truth was that Smart Bean was only 3 months old, destined to be a watcher and unable to outrun professional racing dogs. The old rules, Aegis said, standing in front of the crowd, everyone pays 1,000 yuan per race, and the champion takes all the prize money. Familiar with the process, someone came to distribute dog clothes with numbers, and took a 1,000 yuan check or 1,000 yuan in cash from each dog owner. In this case, if you want to make money, you will not get any prize money unless you come in first. Then again, coming in first doesn't make much money, not to mention that the track is 2,000 meters long. Running more times is like taking the dog's life for granted. It's mainly a group of young men who are bored and looking for a reason to get together for entertainment. Before the race starts, all the greyhounds stand in a row, the dog leashes are taken away, and the dog owners hold them down. The bait electronic rabbit starts running, and as the whistle falls, everyone releases the greyhounds at the same time. The greyhounds of all colors come out as fast as rabbits. 2 kilometers seems very long, but for the greyhounds, the first place only takes 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Smart and amusing, it also longs to race, but unfortunately its legs are too short and it is too young, so its various strengths do not allow it. At this time, a white middle-aged man in his 30s approached and greeted, "Hello, your dog looks special." Zhang Jing thought it was a polite remark, and replied casually, "It is indeed very special. My name is Ryan, do you need a dog trainer?" Ryan introduced himself, "I train more than 300 racing dogs and hounds." Oh, Zhang Jing was interested, "How much does it cost?" 2 hours of door-to-door training every day, 50 yuan per hour. Ryan introduced. Zhang Jing looked at Smart Bean. Its meat was not worth 50 yuan, but it was a golden finger reward and a pastoral dog with special opportunities. In this way, it is completely worth spending some training fees. With a decision in mind, Zhang Jing said, "It is not good at racing, but it is good at finding things. I need to train it into a combination of a hound and a police dog. This is what I am good at." The cooperation was reached, and the two reached out and shook hands. In a blink of an eye, it was time for the trial. In the court, facing the aggressive accusation of the public party, Zhang Jing insisted that the gun was picked up. Shin Mingming stood shoulder to shoulder with him in the dock and tried his best to defend. "I believe this is God's will," Shin Mingming, in a suit and tie, with shiny hair, said righteously, "It is God who is protecting Mr. Zhang. If it weren't for the 3 automatic rifles, Mr. Zhang might have been killed. What does this have to do with God?" The judge felt that his brain was not enough. "Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury," Shin Mingming stated, "Mr. Zhang he has helped many poor people. They include retired African-American veterans, students in debt, helpless fathers and daughters, a girl pursuing her tennis dream, and poor refugees weighing only 40 kilograms. He even spent 3,000 yuan to buy a sick horse that was about to be sent to the slaughterhouse and took it back to take care of it." The defense of the big lawyer sounds a bit and silly. What does litigation have to do with kindness? In general, as long as you are guilty, even if you have raised 100 orphans and are raising 100 orphans, you will have to go to jail. The actual reason is that unlike the situation in Longwa, there is a jury in the court, also called a temporary citizen trial. Juries are divided into large and small. The grand jury is only applicable to criminal cases and is composed of 23 people. Its main responsibility is to decide whether to prosecute the defendant. The petit jury is generally composed of 6 to 12 people. Its main function in civil lawsuits is to decide whether the defendant should pay compensation. The jury is composed of 1 group for each case, and the general term is 4 weeks. Members come from all walks of life, with different ages and skin colors. 2 straightforward points. First, the jury determines whether the defendant's criminal facts are established, the greatest right. Second, the judge convicts and punishes according to the criminal facts determined by the jury. In theory, as long as the defendant is miserable enough, or the defendant's lawyer is touching enough, he or she does not have to go to jail or pay compensation. Sometimes, a murderer is acquitted because of the jury. For example, the famous Simpson murder case. Why did Simpson escape legal sanctions in the end when there was sufficient evidence? He was acquitted of 2 counts of first-degree murder for killing his ex-wife and her boyfriend with a knife. This was mainly because Simpson's lawyer convinced the jury that Simpson was not the murderer because Simpson could not wear the gloves he used when he killed his ex-wife. Although it was obvious that Simpson killed his wife, the jury unanimously turned a blind eye and determined that the facts of the crime could not be determined, so the judge could only acquit him. The real reason is very simple. All 23 jurors sympathized with Simpson. He was too pitiful. He was an honest man who was forced to kill his wife and murder. He was innocent. So the 23 people unanimously determined that Simpson was not guilty on the grounds that Simpson could not wear the gloves he used when he killed someone. In fact, everyone knows that Simpson killed people. That's why Shen Mingming looked stupid and actually brought God out. As long as the jury finds Zhang Jing not guilty, he can go home without having to pay any money. These have nothing to do with this case. The public lawyer protested. An obese African-American woman on the jury raised her hand. "Excuse me, we want to hear the testimony of those people mentioned by the defendant's lawyer." "Defendant, is it okay?" the judge asked Zhang Jing. "This matter was too sudden, and they didn't come today." Zhang Jing explained. The judge made the final decision. The phone call is also okay. So Zhang Jing provided the number, and the judge used his own mobile phone to call Jamie. "Hello, sir, the court is hearing the case of Mr. Zhang Jing's illegal possession of an automatic rifle. I am the presiding judge. Can I ask you a few questions?" This was an accident. Jamie didn't know that Zhang Jing would appear in court today. "Ask. What's your full name?" "Jamie Fox. Can you swear that the testimony you are going to give is true?" "Yes, I can swear to God." Jamie answered affirmatively on the phone. The defendant's lawyer said that the defendant picked up the automatic rifle. "This is God's will. Do you agree?" "I don't agree," Jamie denied on the phone. "When my friends and I couldn't find a job and were desperate, God didn't help us. It was Zhang Jingsheng who gave us jobs and houses, not God." Everyone was speechless. This wave of pretense was given full marks. But the judge was not easy to get along with. He asked again, "Restaurants, supermarkets, factories, these jobs are not difficult to find. Why do you say it's difficult?" "I am African American and 49 years old. These 2 situations make it difficult for me to find a job." Everyone in the court was speechless. Then the judge called Ruth again. "Hello, the court is hearing the case of Mr. Zhang Jing for illegally possessing an automatic rifle. I am the presiding judge. Can I ask you a few questions?" "Please go ahead. What's your full name?" "Ruth Zhang." The judge frowned. "Are you the defendant's wife?" "No, I'm a student at the State Technical College. I'm 20 years old this year. My parents divorced when I was young, and I grew up in a violent family. I was cheated by my boyfriend and owed the bank 20,000 yuan on my credit card. It was Mr. Zhang Jing who helped me pay off the debt and gave me a part-time job. Otherwise, I don't know if I could have survived until now." "Is there any problem with changing my last name to Zhang?" "No problem," the judge murmured. Then the judge called Dylan. "I was originally a mechanic. I injured my leg and lost my job because of disability. I have a 4-year-old daughter and her mother was deported. It was Mr. Zhang Jing who gave me some easy work and allowed me to take care of my daughter at the same time." After 3 calls in a row, the judge turned off his phone and stopped making calls. He had been touched. Zhang Jing took in only the old, weak, sick, disabled and young. The jury was even more touched. Some of the soft-hearted ones were already in tears, and they all firmly believed that the automatic rifle was picked up by Zhang Jing, and found him not guilty. At the door of the court, waving goodbye to Shen Mingming, Zhang Jing turned around and hugged Ding Juqi who was waiting beside him. "How is it?" Ding Juqi asked with concern. Zhang Jing smiled. "Not guilty." "Great. Lucky guy." Chu Shaoqing was like a follower, saying something beside him. Just treating Chu Shaoqing as a transparent person. It was lunchtime. Zhang Jing invited Ding Juqi. "I'll treat you to dinner." "French food?" "No," Zhang Jing looked disgusted. "The portion is too small, and the food is served too slowly." Ding Juqi laughed happily. There is no shortage of Chinese restaurants in ISA court, and the 3 decided to eat Chinese food. A Chinese restaurant opened by Putian people. Sour pork ribs, steamed sea bass, vermicelli scallops, stir-fried vegetables, preserved egg tofu, fragrant rice. Compared with French food, it is affordable and more delicious. Halfway through the meal, Chu Shaoqing suddenly pinched Zhang Jing's arm like a psychopath and complained, "You need to build some muscles so that you can better protect the winery and the horse farm." Zhang Jing raised his chopsticks and subconsciously looked at Ding Juqi. Ding Juqi reminded Chu Shaoqing, "This is my boyfriend, don't show too much concern, and don't touch me." Chu Shaoqing said indifferently, Zhang Jing is a treasure hunter. While he has time now, he should build some muscles on his body to protect himself and you. Isn't it good? Chu Shaoqing, Ding Jiechi reminded her bestie for the second time, you like muscular men, don't let my boyfriend become the way you like. I mean well. Chu Shaoqing protested, without muscles, it's easy to suffer. Two women, one drama, Zhang Jing laughed. After lunch, Zhang Jing sent them back to school. She thought it was just the same as usual, but she didn't expect to get into trouble. A big guy with clear facial lines and a height of about 18 meters suddenly attacked Zhang Jing from the side with his fist. Zhang Jing could dodge, but Ding Jiechi, who was walking side by side, would be hit. The unfortunate thing happened, Zhang Jing only had time to raise his hand to block, and was hit hard on the arm. There were many pedestrians coming and going at the school gate, and the surroundings were suddenly empty. When Zhang Jing was considering whether to use the revolver, Chu Shaoqing stood in front of Zhang Jing and shouted at the big guy, Wu De, what are you crazy about? That night, were you with this guy? The young man named Wu De pointed at Zhang Jing and questioned. The boyfriend who came to Wuhan University was marked as dad by Chu Shaoqing. Almost 2 months later, he flew over from Longwei as soon as he got his visa. Chu Shaoqing was speechless. She was indeed with Zhang Jing that night. But there was a reason. Her original purpose was to check on Ding Jiechi and see if there was another woman in Zhang Jing's room. Because she met a fat tattooed man in the elevator, who chased her into the corridor, she was scared out of her wits and was too nervous, so she took Zhang Jing's red wine and drank a lot. As a result, she was drunk. Wu De called at midnight. Zhang Jing saw that the number was marked with Dad. Worried that the other party was anxious, he answered the call. A misunderstanding occurred. I've told you, Chu Shaoqing explained, it's a misunderstanding. Do you understand? Put yourself in my shoes, do you believe it? Wu De asked back. Chu Shaoqing can't clear herself even if she jumps into the Yellow River. Ding Jiechi stood up and said, you hit my boyfriend, not Chu Shaoqing. I can prove that it was a misunderstanding. Wu De didn't know Ding Jiechi and didn't believe it at all. You guys teamed up to deceive me. Dude, it was really a misunderstanding. Zhang Jing's hand hurt so much that he explained, Chu Shaoqing likes muscular guys, and I'm not her type. It would have been better if Zhang Jing didn't say anything. Wu De got even angrier. How do you know she likes muscular guys? Not many people know about this. I heard it from others. Do you believe it? I don't believe you. Wu De rushed towards Zhang Jing again. There was no need to use a gun. Zhang Jing and Wu De wrestled together. Because of their physical strength and physique, Zhang Jing suffered. It wasn't until 2 policemen rushed over that they forced the two to separate. Zhang Jing, please help. Seeing that Wu De was about to be taken to the police car, Chu Shaoqing softened her heart and pleaded for mercy. After all, they were compatriots. She quickly stepped forward to explain to the police, this is a misunderstanding. We are friends. We were just joking just now, not fighting. Are you sure? The police asked Zhang Jing back. I'm sure. It's not okay to be unsure. Even though Wu De is 18 meters tall, he can only sing Chrysanthemum Cool when he goes in, because he is too white. On the contrary, Zhang Jing is safer because he works in the field and his skin is darker. With the person involved saying this, the police had no choice but to let Wu De go. However, Wu De didn't appreciate it. As soon as his handcuffs were removed, he swung his fist at Zhang Jing. The 2 policemen folded their arms and watched with laughter. This is difficult. Just when Zhang Jing was about to parry, Chu Shaoqing rushed over and blocked in the middle. Wu De knocked Chu Shaoqing unconscious with 1 punch. The process was quite and entertained a group of onlookers. After tossing and turning in the hospital until midnight, Ding Jiechi was in a good mood on the way back to the winery. Brother Zhang, I'll be on holiday starting from Friday. I'll be at the winery every day for the next month. Are you on Christmas holiday? Yeah. This is a good thing. What's good about it? Chu Shaoqing, with gauze wrapped around her head, said weakly in the back seat, will Jiechi's presence affect your partying? I felt quite sympathetic towards Chu Shaoqing. Why didn't Wu De beat her to death? We chatted all the way and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening when we returned to the horse farm. We didn't dare to live in the haunted house, so we slept in the stable. Every stable was cleaned very cleanly. We put some hay and quilts underneath and could sleep directly. I was sleeping soundly in the second half of the night when my cell phone rang. Learning from the previous experience, Zhang Jing was awakened and thought it was another night attack. It turned out to be Su Zheong. Zhang Jing, Su Zheong complained because the signal was intermittent due to the long distance. The Japanese are very determined. They keep pestering me for that gold jade, and some insiders are putting pressure on me. At the end of the conversation, Su Zheong felt wronged. If I don't obey, I will be suspended from work and salary by the school. Before, the Japanese had troubled Zhang Jing and Barbie, and Zhang Jing diverted the blame to Su Zeong, who announced that he had the gold jade. He didn't expect that the mechanical company was so powerful. It can even overwhelm an associate professor at a university. Considering that Su Zeong has a wife who has been ill for a long time and takes expensive medicine that is not covered by medical insurance every day, and he is just an ordinary person, he can't beat them. If he stops working, his wife will not be far from death. Forget it, Zhang Jing couldn't get angry. Give me 3 days. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jing transferred 30,000 yuan to Su Zeong, for no reason, because he was rich and willful, and it was definitely not because he sympathized with his wife's illness. The important question is, if Su Zeong can't stand it, can Zhang Jing stand it? Regardless of whether he could hold out or not, Zhang Jing had to take the responsibility and not let Su Zeong lose his job. The next day, Zhang Jing found Barbie, who was helping Cindy in the brewing workshop, where Phil and Jamie were also. The winery is 600 acres, of which 300 acres are orchards, and the workshop is 800 square meters with a lot of equipment. Even if it is just experimental brewing of some wine, Cindy needs help from others. Calling Barbie aside, Zhang Jing explained, I need to announce that the gold seal is in my hands. It originally belonged to Xiao Songyuan. Barbie worried, what if the police are attracted? Xiao Songyuan was a tenant who wanted to Barbie, but was killed by Barbie. Barbie took the gold seal out of greed, and then worried about leaving evidence of murder, so she threw it into the lake. The police won't get any information from me. Zhang Jing assured Barbie, you will be safe forever. No, boss, Barbie pleaded, I dare not gamble. I can't sit here for the rest of my life. I have a 3-year-old son. Looking at Barbie's pleading eyes, Zhang Jing had to consider her feelings. Also, don't push others into a corner, otherwise they might end up like Xiao Songyuan. After enough consideration, Zhang Jing decided to ask Wenli for help. She has thick thighs, so she should be able to block the pressure from the Japanese, right? To be honest, Zhang Jing didn't want to find Wenli, and he was afraid. After changing into a formal suit, Zhang Jing appeared at the door of Manor number 1032 at 9:50. 15 minutes later, Zhang Jing saw Wenli in the reception room of the manor. She was wearing a beige sweater and black trousers, looking elegant and luxurious. Wenli asked slowly, is there anything? Zhang Jing pretended to take out the gold-woven jade from his pocket and gently placed it on the middle coffee table. This is the seal of date Nuna Mesa, but it was made by a Han craftsman. Some people say that this is because the Han craftsman was afraid that he would not be able to find his way home, so he took great pains to leave a sea map on the seal. It took a few minutes for Zhang Jing to introduce the details of the gold-woven jade. When Li was moved and ordered Li Xing, the assistant waiting at the door of the reception room, bring a magnifying glass over. After a moment, the magnifying glass arrived. Holding a magnifying glass, when Li looked at it slowly and easily found a waveline similar to an electrocardiogram. With the pattern on the jade body and some small dark spots woven with gold, it really looked like a sea route map from Mumbai to Japan. Like appreciating a treasure, when Li looked at it for a long time before putting it down, as if talking to herself, Ida Munamesa, could he be the ancestor of that old ghost Ida in Yokohama County? It's him. Li Xing answered respectfully beside him. When Li was in a good mood, I didn't expect that his ancestors' things would fall into my hands. Half an hour later, Zhang Jing left manor number 1032. When Li agreed to help, with only one small condition, that it would be publicly exhibited in Longwei for 1 year. When Li acted quickly, and the next day she showed people the gold-woven jade she got in the form of a party. At the same time, in a Japanese izakaya near Pike City, 6 middle-aged and young men sat together drinking. Judging from the seats, it was obvious that the young man in the seat position had the highest status. Minister. The minister is equivalent to a company department manager, in charge of one aspect of affairs. The man who spoke was Shibasaki, who Zhang Jing had met before. He was from Yokohama Sankei Co., Limited. He was 30 years old and wore only a white shirt and a suit jacket in the cold weather. Shibasaki bowed and introduced. The gold jade suddenly appeared in the hands of the owner of the manor at 1032, 84th Avenue in Seattle. Isn't it in the western border of Dragon Country? Su Zeong posted a lot of photos online, it can't be fake. Shibasaki said with certainty. Then why did it suddenly run to Seattle? Date Tara Ming interrupted and asked. Shibasaki bowed 90 degrees as if he had made a big mistake. I have some guesses, but no definite evidence. It's not that Shibasaki is timid, but that Date Tara Ming is too arrogant. He is the son of the president of Yokohama Sankei Co., Limited and a descendant of Date Nuna Mesa. Working under him is well paid, but the requirements are very strict. What's your guess? A treasure hunter named Zhang Jing, who just came to Seattle in August, has no power behind him and is just an ordinary person. He has a chance to get the gold seal. The key point is that he knows Su Zheong and the owner of Manor number 1032. It's possible that he is the one making trouble behind the scenes. Ha ha. Ida Si Ming sneered twice. The old lady at number 1032 is not to be messed with, but this person can be. Find a way to make he has learned enough lessons. Shibasaki High should be. Zhang Jing didn't know that the trouble had splashed on him. At this moment, he and Ding Juchi were in a clean and tidy wine brewing workshop. In front of them stood the winemaker Cindy, who looked very excited. The orchard needs to be pruned, the soil needs to be loosened, and fertilizer needs to be applied. 10 temporary workers are needed, Cindy tried to explain to Zhang Jing. If we don't do this, the yield will be very low next fall, and it will also affect the quality of the grapes. Looking at Cindy, who has long dark brown hair, brown eyes, and a strong sense of justice, Zhang Jing couldn't help laughing. Don't worry about the orchard. The yield of grapes next year, whether the grapes are good or bad, will be up to fate. Boss, Cindy advised, if you don't manage the vineyards carefully, you won't get good grapes next year. Without good grapes, it's impossible to make good wine. You're not even a winemaker, so why are you so serious? Zhang Jing was merciless. The business model of the Rose Red Winery is to satisfy tourists' check-in, and you just have to pretend to be able to make wine. But, no buts, Zhang Jing interrupted Cindy. What's the point of growing good grapes? Can you make good wine? Cindy bowed her head. Of course she couldn't, otherwise she wouldn't have only 600 a week. The rotten cotton inside business method was Ding Juchi's idea. After all, it's not easy to really make good wine. It's better to completely mess it up and save money. Brother Zhang, Ding Juchi advised, go outside and wait for me for a while. I'll talk to Miss Cindy. After Zhang Jing left, Ding Juchi asked softly, Cindy, do you have any ideas? I want to make good wine, but I'm afraid of disappointing my boss. Ding Juchi hit the nail on the head. You want to learn and try opportunities, right? Cindy nodded. Good wine needs to be aged in oak barrels. A round starts at 3 years, which requires a lot of money and energy. It's also possible that after 5, 6, or 7 years, when you have learned the technology, you will directly change jobs and leave. Can you understand Brother Shang's difficulties? Ding Juchi asked. Cindy nodded while thinking. She could understand. Would she be a fool not to change jobs after learning the skills? There is a slang in Manhwa, it takes the person who tied the bell to untie it. Ding Juchi advised Cindy, if you want to get enough support, you need to be sincere enough. I'll go talk to Brother Zhang. My sincerity? Cindy pointed at herself and asked. Ding Juchi nodded. You have met Katie. She is a tennis player. Brother Zhang supports her to play. It will cost about 400,000 yuan in 2 years. The price Katie paid was a 15-year contract, hard training, and a 19-to-10 split of the income. Cindy understood it all at once. Only by giving herself everything can she get real training. After thinking for a while, Cindy made up her mind. I am willing to sign a 15-year contract and accept a high penalty for breach of contract. Can the salary be increased a little? After all, 600 weekly salary is too low. This year's weekly salary is 800, and next year's weekly salary will increase by 100, depending on sales. There will also be bonuses. Cindy was touched and went forward to hug Ding Juchi. I will definitely become an excellent winemaker as soon as possible. At the entrance of the winemaking workshop, Ding Juchi found Zhang Jing and recounted the conversation with Cindy. This is different from what we thought before, Zhang Jing reminded. Since Cindy wants to work hard, just give her a chance, Ding Juchi encouraged. What if she succeeds? Zhang Jing had no confidence. There are many small wineries around Seattle. Those that can operate for a long time generally have flagship products. Rose Wine originally belonged to this type of small winery. After changing the boss, the winemaker was lost, and the flagship product was also lost. It is better to spend more time on the video account. Take it slowly, and there will always be more tourists. Ding Juchi said softly and coquettishly, Brother Zhang, just give Cindy a chance. Zhang Jing agreed because he couldn't stand Ding Juchi's coquettishness, who usually had a natural and serious expression. Then he found Barbie in the winehouse and asked her to redraft Cindy's labor contract and recruit temporary workers to take care of the orchard. This is different from what we thought before. Barbie asked. Yes, Zhang Jing said helplessly, Cindy wants to work hard to make good wine, let her make it. It only costs more than 200,000 yuan a year. Barbie put down the mouse in her hand, stood up and said solemnly, Boss, I saw on the internet that the owner of Manor number 1032 announced that he owned the gold jade. Thank you for everything you have done for me. I am very grateful. Work hard. Zhang Jing shook his head in his heart. He didn't need a good guy card, he just loved money. There was nothing else. When Zhang Jing was about to leave, Barbie called him from behind. "Boss, you know I was a real estate agent before." "Well," Zhang Jing stopped and looked back, "you are very capable at work. There is an opportunity to make money. I originally planned to keep it for myself and never planned to tell others." "You don't have to tell me." Zhang Jing was serious. "Don't let others have no way out, otherwise the dog will jump over the wall and the rabbit will bite when it is desperate. It has been many years. I may never save enough capital. Instead of letting others pick it up, it is better to use it to repay you," Barbie explained. "What opportunity to make money?" Zhang Jing asked curiously. Barbie sat back in front of the computer, opened the real estate company website, typed in 84th Avenue, and 2 houses for sale popped up. After a quick look, the cheapest one was 18 million, and the other was 25 million, both of which were real luxury homes. Then Barbie opened the live street view, pointed to the 25 million luxury manor and a larger manor next to it, and introduced, "This house is not for sale, maybe you can buy it for 75 million. For a moment, Zhang Jing felt that Barbie had gone crazy and took the wrong medicine in the morning. Looking down from the sky, the live street view showed that the 25 million mansion covered an area of about the size of a water cup, and the manor where Barbie's finger was pressing was about the size of 6 water cups. What's more, it is the luxury housing area of 84th Avenue, next to Lake Washington. How could it be 75 million? This manor was built in 1935, covers an area of 23 acres, the size of 11 standard football fields, and cost 75 million yuan at the time. It should be 90 million yuan now," Barbie said slowly. "The interior, it consists of multiple buildings including villas and towers, with 58 bedrooms, 43 bathrooms, 15 half-bathrooms, 3 air raid shelters, a 2,000 square meter banquet hall, 3 tennis courts, 2 golf courses, 1 indoor basketball court, and 1 giant outdoor swimming pool." 7 years ago, when I first entered the real estate industry, the landlord put the house up for sale for 70 million renminbi, but no one was interested because it would cost a lot of money to renovate such a long-standing house. Someone once offered 40 million renminbi, but the owner refused. I checked online before, and the current owner is the second owner, who bought it in 1985 and spent 20 million renminbi at the time. Zhang Jing interrupted Barbie and asked, "How much does it cost to maintain a house like this in a year?" "Property tax and insurance are the key points, about 14 million per year, and basic maintenance is about 500,000 per year." Zhang Jing gasped. This was so exciting. 19 million could buy 4 autos. However, even so, where did Barbie get the courage to say that she would buy it for 75 million? "Go on." Barbie enlarged the map, pointed to the area between the manor and Lake Washington and said, "A very magical thing is that although the manor is next to the lake, it is not close to the lake. There is a 700 square meter piece of land here, most of which is submerged in water and belongs to another person." Zhang Jing blinked, as if he had grasped something. This land was also sold before. The landlord offered 3 million yuan, but because most of the area is in the water and the location is rather bad, the rich people don't like it and the poor can't afford it. Zhang Jing took a deep breath and looked at the map. He understood and realized it. The manor faces east and west, with the main gate facing east and the backyard facing west. Although it is a backyard, it is the most important landscape because it faces the lake. If you buy this 700 square meter piece of land and build an ugly building, the manor will lose its value. Sure enough, the most poisonous thing. "Do you have the contact information of the owner of this land?" Zhang Jing suppressed his inner excitement and asked. Barbie affirmed and nodded confidently. "Buy it." Zhang Jing is not a stingy person, and promised, "When I get the manor, you will have a reward of 100,000 yuan. Money makes the devil push the mill, and Barbie was excited and immediately took action. Investment requires money. There is less than 3 million yuan in the card. Zhang Jing turned around and found Ding Jueqi, who was still in the winemaking workshop. Because he was too excited, Zhang Jing reached out and pinched Ding Jueqi's chubby face. "There are still 9 tons of silver, contact the buyer and sell them." "Brother Zhang, they have just been bought back and have not appreciated yet." "It's okay, just sell it temporarily and buy it back later. Now is a good opportunity to make money." "What opportunity?" Ding Jueqi asked curiously. Zhang Jing described the cause and effect of the matter, and Ding Jueqi was stunned. "Will this affect my reputation?" "The key is that I don't have a reputation," Zhang Jing retorted. Ding Jueqi took out his phone to contact the precious metals company. After hanging up the phone, Ding Jueqi said, "We need a car to deliver the silver to the precious metals company at Target Department Store, the warehouse next to the company." "Is it the Target Department Store in ISE Court?" "Yes, that's right." Bayou Town is only 30 kilometers away from ISE Court, and Zhang Jing plans to deliver it himself. The density of silver is 1049 g/cm, and 1 cubic meter weighs 1049 tons. The length, width, and height of the dense silver space are all 3 meters, which can easily hold 9 tons of silver. 6 robbers just died in the horse farm, Ding Juchi suggested. It's safest to ask a security company to it. I'll deliver it, you go ahead. Then pay attention to safety. Life comes first in everything, and money comes second. Zhang Jing nodded, walked from the winery to the horse farm, took 9 tons of silver from the stable, and drove the pickup truck away from the horse farm. Drive 7 kilometers of gravel road through the town. Zhang Jing parked the pickup truck in front of the gun store. He missed the greasy aunt a little after not seeing her for a few days. As always, Aunt Susan was playing with her mobile phone behind the glass counter, as if she was watching a soap opera. What are you buying this time? The aunt looked up at Zhang Jing and continued to stare at her phone. I wasn't planning to buy anything, but since you asked, do you have any bulletproof vests? The aunt put down her phone, turned and entered the warehouse at the back, and took out what Zhang Jing needed a moment later. Longwa bulletproof vests with ceramic inserts. There are also stab-proof vests, which are of good quality and cost-effective. 2 pieces together only cost 299 yuan. Is it illegal to wear this? Do you have a criminal record? The aunt asked back. No, even if I have a judicial record, I am a victim. That's fine, the law prohibits felons with criminal records from buying bulletproof vests. You can wear them casually. Taking off the thin long gray down jacket, Zhang Jing picked up the bulletproof vest, which was about 4 or 5 kilograms and felt very nice when he put it on. Finally putting on the jacket, Zhang Jing put the 300 rice dollars on the counter, and the aunt found a steel coin. I heard that at the end of March next year, the Seattle Cup 1,600-meter grass championship, the prize money for the first horse will increase to 15 million rice dollars. Aunt Susan asked Zhang Jing, does your champion horse farm plan to participate? Yes, I will. Isn't the first horse worth 1 million? A rich man donated 500,000. Zhang Jing was in a good mood. It sounds very tempting. Then I'll bet on your horse to win. Aunt Susan was also in a good mood. Small bets are fun, and big bets are wiped out. Don't bet too much. Zhang Jing reminded. It depends on the situation at that time. Aunt Susan looked like a veteran. There are 4 elimination rounds before the finals, and only the best horses can enter the finals. If your horse is great, I will invest more money. If it doesn't perform well, I will also support it. It is now late December, and Christmas is in 3 days, so there is still a lot of time. The general and the dead are training harder, and Haifa and another male jockey introduced by Aegis also need time to grow. We will talk about the specific situation later. If the horse runs well, Zhang Jing will also bet more. After chatting about some family matters, Zhang Jing said goodbye to the aunt and drove the pickup truck to ISE Pavilion to deliver the silver, but he didn't know that danger was approaching quietly. After passing the inner road of the town, we drove onto the interstate highway. The road was smooth and we reached Iser Court in a straight line for 30 kilometers. Unfortunately, we were rear-ended by a private car not long after we drove out. The pickup truck was a second-hand car, so we didn't feel bad about the bump. Zhang Jing didn't plan to ask the owner for compensation, so he drove straight forward. Unexpectedly, the other party caught up from behind and signaled Zhang Jing to pull over. After glancing at the rearview mirror, Zhang Jing stopped the car and got out in advance. At this time, the car behind him had just stopped and 2 Asian youths got out. Are you going to escape? The short young man with shiny hair questioned Zhang Jing. Escape? Zhang Jing was stunned. You rear-ended me, but I didn't care. While speaking, Zhang Jing noticed that the 2 young men were carrying pistols. The 5-meter metal detector clearly showed that the police-style G/lock pistols carried by the 2 men in front of him were loaded. The bullet was in the chamber. Also, because the G/lock pistol did not have any manual safety, as long as the finger was on the trigger and pressed down, it could be fired. This means that if they wanted, Zhang Jing could be killed in the next second. His brain was spinning at high speed, and he recalled Xiao's pistol carefully. Although it was the same model, it was definitely not loaded. What does this mean? For the first time, Zhang Jing felt a huge panic. What is the crime of a road gunfight? His thoughts were only in a moment. When he saw a hint of teasing from the corner of the other party's mouth, Zhang Jing decisively took out the M500 and pulled the trigger directly. With a loud bang, a hole the size of an adult's fist appeared on the chest of the short young man with oily and bright hair. The other person didn't expect his companion to die so quickly, so he decisively pressed the trigger and shot Zhang Jing twice. It hurts. Zhang Jing was repelled by the bullet and fired the second shot with pain. Half of the second person's head exploded. The auntie really didn't lie. The power of the M500 is really not exaggerated. The effect is just right. If you touch it, you will be disabled, and if you touch it, you will die. The question is, what should I do now? Zhang Jing trembled and called the lawyer Shin Mingming. I shot and killed 2 strangers on the road from Bayou Town to Iser Court. What should I do now? Shin Mingming was playing games with his blonde secretary in the office. He subconsciously asked, why did you kill them? Describe the details quickly. I was driving normally, and they rear-ended me and asked me to stop. Then I found that they kept their pistols loaded. When they showed their guns, when they showed malicious expressions, I took the initiative to shoot. Shen Mingming was confused. How do you know they keep their pistols loaded? Don't dwell on this now, Zhang Jing shouted into the phone. I don't want to go to jail. Okay. Shen Mingming quickly instructed, put down the gun now, call the police immediately, and take off all your clothes. I'm coming over now. Okay. Zhang Jing hung up the phone and noticed that the vehicles coming and going on the road were already calling the police. He took a deep breath of cold air, calmly put down the pistol, then walked to the back bed of the pickup truck, lifted the waterproof cloth, transferred 2 tons of silver from the mithril space, and put it into the back bed. Then he called the police and stripped himself at the same time, leaving only a pair of shorts in the cold wind, looking absolutely harmless. It was his first time killing someone, and he killed 2 people. God bless. Just when Zhang Jing was under tremendous mental pressure, the first to arrive were acquaintances. Joe Taylor, a tall and thin policeman in Bayou Town, and his colleague Eddie Hurt. Looking at the 2 young men who died miserably on the ground, Joe Taylor was confused. They wanted to rob the silver in my car. Zhang Jing was cold and scared, his upper and lower gums fighting, but he said in an affirmative tone, they shot at me. Fortunately I was wearing a bulletproof vest. Joe Taylor walked to the pickup truck and lifted a corner of the waterproof cloth, revealing some silver bars. He then walked to the 2 bodies, intending to feel their neck pulses to see if they were still breathing. As a result, there was no need to try, as one had a large hole in his chest and the other had half his head broken into 8 pieces. Looking at the M500 revolver, known as a hand cannon, on the ground, Joe Taylor's mouth twitched. The 2 people being shot was a major case, and soon, more police cars, police officers, and reporters rushed over. Seeing a fat policeman walking towards him with handcuffs, Zhang Jing was scared, as he didn't want to go to jail. Wait! Joe stopped him in time. Mr. Zhang is innocent, and the 2 dead wanted to rob him of his silver. The fat policeman looked at Zhang Jing, then at the handcuffs, which were almost locked. Zhang Jing retracted his outstretched hand and refused to let the fat policeman lock it. At this time, Shen Mingming arrived and learned that Zhang Jing's car was loaded with 2 tons of silver. He was in a better mood than Zhang Jing, and it would be easier to defend himself this way. How did you do it? Shen Mingming didn't understand. 2 against 1, nothing happened. There was silver in the car, Zhang Jing explained. I always stay alert. Shen Mingming raised his thumb. You almost scared me to death. Thank you. Zhang Jing sincerely thanked Shen Mingming, whose experience helped Zhang Jing reduce many risks. For example, calling the police could prevent him from being shot by the police without knowing the truth. Another example is taking off clothes. Although it is cold, it makes people feel at ease that they don't have guns on them, otherwise they might be shot by the police who arrive later. He also has to thank Aunt Susan for selling him a bulletproof vest, otherwise he would have died after 2 bullets. Of course, the reason why Zhang Jing is still alive is more due to himself. At the critical moment, he was decisive and courageous. Including transferring 2 tons of silver into the truck bed, he insisted that they would revolt when they saw the money. By the way, why did such a bad thing happen to him? Did he forget to burn incense for Brother Chang? It's not Qingning yet. This is your revolver. The tall and thin Joe handed Zhang Jing the M500 with a black grip and silver body. Thank you. Zhang Jing took the revolver and expressed his gratitude to Joe. Lucky you're the first one to arrive, otherwise I and the other policeman would have just shot, right? Probably not, Joe comforted. When I arrived, you didn't have a gun in your hand, and your clothes were clean. What can I do for you? Zhang Jing asked. The Whitefish Town police station is a small police station with only 5 people and a small budget. Can you donate some money? So that we can have money to buy gifts for the children at Christmas? Are you so direct? Joe Taylor shrugged. You asked. No problem, Zhang Jing promised. I'll let Ba transfer a donation of 10,000 million yuan to the town police station. Wow, Joe Taylor's eyes were bright, and he promised readily. There will be no less than 2 irregular patrols every day on the 7-kilometer gravel road leading to the Champion Racecourse. Zhang Jing didn't expect that donating money would have such benefits. He actually felt like he had earned something. No one else paid attention to him. Zhang Jing asked Xiao, can I leave now? You have a lot of silver in your car. I'll give it to you. Thank you. We should thank you. The Bayou Town Police Department has a very small public budget. Salaries, vehicle maintenance, police building maintenance, gas costs, etc., are barely surviving with donations from a few residents of the town. Zhang Jing nodded, his 3 views refreshed. Aren't the salaries of police, firefighters, educators, and civil servants covered by property taxes? At the same time, in the Japanese-style winehouse in Pike Market, Shibasaki was bowing his head respectfully in a quiet room. I just asked you to teach Zhang Jing a lesson, not to kill anyone, Ida Temple Ming scolded. Killing someone is fine, but you were killed by others. Are your subordinates idiots or good-for-nothings? Have you ever thought that this will attract the police to investigate? I didn't intend to kill anyone, Shibasaki bowed again, looking aggrieved. It was Zhang Jing who was too cruel and used high-powered firearms to shoot them. Ida Temple Ming was so angry that he couldn't speak. After a while, he asked, will you be implicated? No. Shibasaki bowed again, his attitude was quite respectful. Forget it. Forget it? Shibasaki said uncertainly. Of course I can only forget it. Ida Temple Ming was so angry that he slammed the table. Sankei Corporation has many businesses in the United States. Once implicated, do you know how serious the consequences will be? The old man will peel off my skin. He has more than one son. Are you really going to let it go? Shibasaki glanced at his boss with a sly look. He was very happy in his heart. Why should he get up and run when he could lie down? Zhang Jing is a treasure hunter, and so am I, Ida Tara Ming decided. We will make trouble for him from all directions. Zhang Jing didn't know that the fake robbers were Japanese, and he didn't know that there was a person named Ida Tara Ming in the world. The news that he killed 2 fake robbers spread in the town and everyone knew it. After delivering the silver, Zhang Jing was stopped by the town. Susan, the gun shop aunt, had sparkling eyes and asked in disbelief. They staged a car accident and pretended to be passers-by. Their identities were advantageous. How did you do it? Zhang Jing was grateful. Thanks to your M500 revolver and bulletproof vest, otherwise I would be dead. It seems that I have to prepare more M500 and bulletproof vests. The residents of the town will definitely buy them. Give me 1,000 revolver bullets. I want to go back and practice. I'm sure I won't have such good luck next time. Okay. The aunt was very happy. 15 sets of the same bulletproof vests. I will give 1 set to each of the employees. Aunt Susan was very happy. If she smiled a little wider, she could meet behind the head. With the equipment, Zhang Jing returned to the winery. Including horse trainer Aegis, dog trainer Ryan, manager Barbie, veterinarian Ruth, video operator Irina, Ding Jiechi, Chu Shaoqing, winemaker Cindy, farmer Phil, farmer Jamie, jockey and nutritionist Haifa, mechanic Dylan. And the newcomer to the horse farm, 34 years old, Andy is a 155-meter tall, 45-kilogram male jockey. There are also 2 little kids and a yellow dog named Smart Bean. They are all waiting for Zhang Jing at the entrance of the winery. After jumping off the pickup truck, Zhang Jing spread his arms and said optimistically, I'm not injured. Ding Jiechi's eyes were moist, and she went forward to hug Zhang Jing, and said tremblingly, Brother Zhang, you scared me to death. The atmosphere was originally quite serious until Chu Shaoqing interrupted and said enviously, Jiechi, your boyfriend is great. Your boyfriend is great, your girlfriend is great, this is a ridge. Ding Jiechi understood it immediately, and gave Chu Shaoqing a warning look. After simply greeting everyone and sending out the bulletproof vest, Zhang Jing came to the stable alone. General, Undying, and the 8-month-old Big Star were resting in the stable. There was no one else, and Zhang Jing recalled in his mind the close-range shooting and face-to-face confrontation with the fake robber. If he had reacted a beat slower, if he hadn't worn a bulletproof vest, if the pistol had been weak, he would have been lying in the freezer of the morgue by now. He was so scared that his hands were shaking, and his underwear was soaked with cold sweat. As if they could sense the heavy mood of their owner, the 3 horses remained quiet, not making any noise, and were very well behaved. After calming down for half an hour and kissing the 3 horses one by one, Zhang Jing came to the back of the horse farm, where there was a 1-meter-wide stream. On the other side of the stream was a hillside. A small part of the hillside belonged to the horse farm, and behind it was a forest park, a public place. The winery shooting range was set up here. Zhang Jing took out a half-meter-long revolver with palm-wide bullets and planned to vent his anger. Bang! White smoke, loud noise, twice the power of the Desert Eagle, and great recoil. In the gunfight with the fake robber, Zhang Jing took the initiative. After firing a shot, his arm was numb and he couldn't fire a second shot. If his arm was strong enough, he could fire continuously, and it wouldn't be so dangerous at the time. Sure enough, after firing 4 shots intermittently, my arms no longer felt good. I thought I was very strong, but in fact, I was still too weak. I suffered a loss in the fight with Wuda before, but my life was not in danger at the time, so I didn't take it seriously. This time is a wake-up call. I must train my physical fitness well. If I feel it is hard, I should think about the benefits. One is to save my life, and the other is to live a happy life in the future the day after the robbery incident. Barbie, wearing a high-end professional suit, drove the A8 coupe bought by Ding Jechi to Everett to meet the owner of the 700 square meter land at number 1048. Before that, she had already sent an offer to the other party by email yesterday morning, and the offer was 230 million yuan. Buying and selling with Longwei, the real estate process is similar. Barbie's working mode is generally to make a quotation by phone or email first. After the intention is clear, she will call a lawyer to meet with the other party. The lawyer's responsibility is to draft and review the contract. In particular, bringing a lawyer is generally an act after the intention is clear. If the intention is not clear, there will generally be no meeting. Only after the price is basically negotiated, there will be a meeting. If nothing unexpected happens, Barbie will be able to buy the land that the rich people don't like, the ordinary people can't afford, and it's tasteless and a pity to abandon for Zhang Jing today. Speaking of it, Zhang Jing's meeting Barbie is also like picking up treasure. Under normal circumstances, people who have killed people often grow up psychologically and mentally, becoming more rational, calm, and more adaptable. There is data to prove that if a murderer is not caught, it is easier to succeed in his career. Barbie is in this situation now. Let her be a manager and manage the winery and the horse farm in an orderly and smooth manner. The point is that Barbie is very capable and smart. For example, this behavior can be called the ceiling of the robbery world. If she hadn't brought a 3-year-old son, Zhang Jing wouldn't have been able to hire her for $800 a week. Dylan's situation was similar. He was a mechanic, a UFO expert, and was good at mowing lawns and repairing roofs. If he hadn't had a small disability in his left leg and hadn't brought 4-year-old Dylan, Zhang Jing wouldn't have been able to hire him for $600 a week. At the same time, Zhang Jing drove a pickup truck and brought Ding Jechi and Chu Shaoqing to downtown Seattle, planning to buy some gifts. Christmas was coming soon, and the mall would close if they didn't buy any. The gifts were relatively simple: toys or chocolates for children, and wine or chocolates for adults. I don't know why candy can be a gift, but fruit can't. Zhang Jing also planned to buy 2 kinds of fitness equipment to take back, which required going into the city. However, the 3 of them were still late, and the Biku fitness equipment store had already closed. The economy was bad, and many stores were closed. As Christmas approached, more stores were closed. There were more homeless people, including some crazy homeless people, wrapped in blankets and with tangled hair. There were also many beautiful young ladies wandering around, but unfortunately no one rescued them. The pickup truck kept driving past the fitness equipment store, leaving the city, and drove 10 kilometers back. When passing a Whole Foods supermarket in Bellevue, Zhang Jing stopped the car. This is the paradise of the rich, where everyone is well-dressed and clean. Coincidentally, Zhang Jing also met a fan in the supermarket. Zhang Jing. The girl was wearing a gray sweater, gray pants of the same style, short hair, about 17 meters tall, medium build, clear facial lines, about 25 or 26 years old, still dressed in a neutral style, very recognizable. "Who are you?" Zhang Jing asked in confusion. "My name is Li Yi." Li Yi held the prepared food in his hand and looked at Zhang Jing and said, "I saw your report on the news. You killed 2 robbers. That's great." Lucky, Zhang Jing looked scared. "I hope this kind of thing won't happen again in the future." "Where do you live?" Li Yi asked. If it were a Westerner, when they met and asked where they lived, they would think they were seeking revenge. Zhang Jing didn't have such concerns. "Bayou Town, it's more than 40 kilometers away from here." "I've been there, there are many farm-style wineries." "Yes, what about you?" "I live in a boxing gym, nearby." "Are you a boxing coach?" Zhang Jing asked in surprise. "No, I'm a professional free fighter, and I went abroad for training." Wow, Zhang Jing's eyes were bright. He had planned to buy some equipment to train himself, but he didn't expect to meet an expert. With a lot of thoughts in his mind, Zhang Jing introduced Li Yi. "This is my girlfriend Ding Jechi, this is Chu Shaoqing." "You actually have 2 girlfriends?" Li Yi looked surprised. Li Yi was so confused that Zhang Jing couldn't do it, and also scared Ding Jechi, and Chu Shaoqing was also confused. "Is there a problem with understanding?" "Ding Jechi is my girlfriend," Zhang Jing introduced again. "Chu Shaoqing is an ordinary friend." "So that's how it is." Li Yi stretched out his hand to Ding Jechi. "Sorry, I misunderstood." Ding Jechi shook her head to indicate that it was okay, and glanced at her boyfriend inconspicuously. She invited Li Yi, "If you are alone, come to the Rose Red Winery and spend Christmas with us." Li Yi tilted his head to think, "I seem to have seen news about the Rose Red Winery in the Chinese group." The original owner of the winery, his lover, illegitimate son, a family of 3 and a dog were hanged in the winery. Later, the house was taken away by the bank and bought by brother Zhang. Ding Jiaqi reminded. "Yes, Li Yi was moved. Will it cause trouble for you?" "No, we have more than 10 people." They hit it off. After buying all the gifts and food, including the turkey and the Iwu maternity holly, they filled the back of the pickup truck. 4 people, 1 car, returned to the town of Whitefish. Just after returning to the winery, Barbie received good news from Everett, 70 kilometers away, that she had successfully purchased the 700 square meters of land for $249 million. Barbie couldn't come back for the time being. The government office was closed for a day and a half on Christmas. She wanted to complete the transfer and tax payment before the holiday. Easy to confirm. With so many happy events, Zhang Jing was in a good mood and walked with a breeze. She personally participated in decorating the Christmas tree with everyone to prepare for Christmas tomorrow. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. This was a good opportunity to get closer to everyone. Employees work for money, a future, or a good working atmosphere. Zhang Jing was paid little and it seemed that there was no future, so she could only work harder on her relationship. In the evening, Barbie trotted into the stable excitedly. Before she entered the door, she smelled the rich aroma of turkey stuffed with sage, onions, and lemons. Then came the innocent laughter of her 3-year-old son and 4-year-old Dylan. It turned out that the 2 children were playing hide-and-seek under the Christmas tree decorated with beautiful light strips, stars, and sequins. Haifa, Katie, Phil, Jamie, and everyone were preparing food. And her boss, Zhang Jing, was in front of the stove, adding firewood to the stove, and a strange woman was slowly stirring the food in the pot with a shovel. Boss, Barbie, dressed in a professional suit and full of temperament, was excited and handed an A4 paper to Zhang Jing. "It's done." Zhang Jing took the property certificate with the official seal, and his mouth slowly opened and widened. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and with this property certificate, things are halfway to success. Well done, take a break, and eat later. Barbie agreed, turned around and walked forward, holding her son in her left hand and Dylan in her right hand, her face full of maternal brilliance. Li Yi was shocked by Barbie's aura, and asked Zhang Jing uncertainly, "Is she also your employee?" "Barbie, she is responsible for managing the horse farm and the winery." "Great," Li Ji praised. "Is everyone here?" "The winemaker Cindy is not here, the horse trainer Aegis is not here, and the dog trainer Ryan is a temporary worker and is not here either." Zhang Jing looked at the lively crowd. "Everyone else is here." "That's cool, you didn't look rich at all in the supermarket just now." Zhang Jing asked back, "What about now?" "I can't tell either." Li Yi shrugged. "I want to build up my strength." Zhang Jing explained the reason why he kidnapped Li Yi. "Do you have a quick training method?" "What do you mean by strong?" Li Yi asked back. "Everyone has a different definition of strong." "I can fire the M500 5 times in a row," Zhang Jing said with a clear goal. "My hands won't shake or go numb." "Do you train regularly?" Zhang Jing shook his head. "Start by running 2 kilometers a day, and then slowly increase to 5 kilometers a day after half a month." Li Yi gave professional advice: pull-ups in groups of 3, do 5 groups each time, with a 1-minute interval between each group, slowly increase to groups of 10, do 10 groups each time. Although it's just training strength, reaction is also important. You can buy a throwing machine and practice dodging. It sounds simple. Zhang Jing was puzzled. "It's not difficult at all," Li Yi chatted. "The difficult part is persistence, practicing diligently every day regardless of wind or rain." Zhang Jing wrote down what Li Yi said, and then started the Christmas Eve dinner. The staple food was a 16-17 gene roast turkey, which Haifa and Katie spent an afternoon processing. After washing, poke holes, evenly apply honey, cooking wine, and spices such as meat, and marinate for 3 hours. Then stuff a plant called sage into the chicken's belly, saying that it can increase the aroma. Others include onions, carrots, tomatoes, lemons, etc. Then put it in the oven, first at low temperature, then at medium and high temperature, until it is baked. In addition to the turkey, there are also smoked ham, gingerbread, Christmas pudding, bread, tree trunk-shaped cakes, salmon, fried shrimps, and cream of mushroom soup. Because there are so many people, these are large portions and are served in basins. Especially the ham, a whole hind leg of a free-range pig is roasted, the surface is cut into a diamond mesh, and then coated with a sauce with honey. The color is golden and has a great visual impact. It tastes fresh and tender and is very addictive, combining color, aroma and taste. Good food goes with good wine. Zhang Jing bought two kinds of wine, whiskey and sparkling wine. Each bottle is more than 30 yuan. The whiskey is 40% strong, and the sparkling wine is 9% sweet. The winery has two kinds of red and white wines, and there are four kinds of wines to choose from on the table. There are also two kinds of drinks, apple juice and mango juice, which are the favorites of children. Video account operation, Ukrainian girls Irina and Xu Xiaoqing poured wine for everyone. It was still Zhang Jing's tribute to the wine. Thank you Miss Haifa, Miss Katie, Mr. Jamie, and Mr. Phil for preparing Christmas Eve dinner for us. Pausing for a second, Zhang Jing said again, thank you Miss Barbie, Mr. Dylan, Mr. Andy, Miss Irina, Miss Ruth, and everyone's hard work. I am very grateful. Also thank Dylan and David for their cuteness, which brought us a lot of happiness. Davy translates to David or Dai Wei, and the scumbag who made Barbie give birth to a child also has the surname Dai, which is homophonic. There was applause here. Not forgetting Li Yi, Zhang Jing introduced, this is my new friend Li Yi, she is a free-fighting athlete and my compatriot. Li Yi was a little shy. At this time, the little yellow dog Smart Bean barked at Zhang Jing, and the meaning was very clear, he did not mention it. Zhang Jing laughed, sorry, I almost forgot, thanks Smart Bean, General, Immortal, and Big Star for accompanying us and making us happier. Everyone laughed kindly. Christmas Eve dinner lasted until 10 p.m. Zhang Jing specially prepared red envelopes for everyone. Everyone else got 600 yuan, and Barbie got 800 yuan, which was equivalent to an extra week's salary. The two children also got red envelopes, 200 yuan each. Xu Xiaoqing and Li Yi also got red envelopes, 600 yuan each. Ding Jiechi got more, 6,000 yuan. The next day was Christmas, and the racecourse was closed for 2 days. Zhang Jing had planned to sleep until noon, but Li Yi pulled him out of bed at 6 a.m. You're crazy. Zhang Jing scolded. Yesterday you vowed to build strength, but you forgot so quickly? Li Yi asked with his arms folded in a gray sports suit. The temperature was only 0 degrees in the morning, and it was so cold that he shivered. Zhang Jing moved his mouth and put on his clothes. The racecourse covers an area of 5 acres, an oval field, and he jogged 2 laps. There was no condition to do pull-ups, so he did 30 sit-ups first, rested for 1 minute, and then did 30 more, 3 times in total, a total of 90. After doing all this, Zhang Jing felt that his body no longer belonged to him. Not bad, Li Yi praised, keep it up every day. In a year, you will definitely be able to use the M500 to fire 5 shots in a row and still have energy to spare. Zhang Jing lay on the ground and didn't want to talk. Sure enough, nothing was easy. Li Yi ignored Zhang Jing and first did 50 push-ups on the spot, then ran 3 laps along the racecourse, and then did 50 push-ups again. He was so awesome. Brother Zhang. Ding Jiechi came over and stood side by side with Zhang Jing next to the racecourse. You gave me a 6,000 yuan red envelope last night. Is that too much? Not much, you can use it. How can it not be too much? Ding Jiechi retorted, everyone's weekly salary is only 6,006,000 can hire an employee for 10 weeks. This is a lot of money for me. Zhang Jing, acted quite well, but she didn't know that she had already been exposed. The Oscar owed her a little golden man. Not only that, Zhang Jing also found that Ding Jiechi didn't know how to cook at all. She didn't even touch the dinner yesterday. A real drama queen. If he didn't feel sorry, Zhang Jing would definitely be a scumbag. Consider it your reward, Zhang Jing said nonchalantly, you do so many things. If it were someone else, 6,000 might not be enough. Ding Jiechi understood that Zhang Jing was referring to money laundering and silver trading. What's the status of the property certificate for 1047, 84th Avenue? Ding Jiechi asked curiously. Barbie plans to buy the 23-acre estate at 1049, 84th Avenue for 75 million. Ding Jiechi understood the luxury housing area on the east shore of Lake Washington immediately. Are you going to force it to buy it? Zhang Jing nodded and introduced, this matter requires a psychological warfare process. If the other party refuses to sell, I will build the ugliest building on land number 1047, so that manor number 1049 will lose its lake view and become an ordinary residence. Is this Barbie's idea or yours? Ding Jiechi asked tentatively. It's Barbie's idea. She used to be a real estate agent and understands the internal factors. Zhang Jing said affirmatively, I support her way. It's a good opportunity to make money. Will there be any hidden dangers? Ding Jiechi worried, what if you push others into a corner? Conservatively estimated, the profit will be 20 million yuan. Zhang Jing spread his hands, I can't resist the temptation. Ding Jiechi acquiesced in Zhang Jing's behavior. This is a good way to rise quickly. Others are passive pickup opportunities, but you actively create opportunities to pick up bargains. It's amazing. Thanks to Barbie. Without her, there would be no such opportunity. Speaking of Barbie, Ding Jiaqi asked curiously, Barbie is very capable at work. Why is she willing to accept a weekly salary of 800? She wants to bring her son David to work with her. Then why did she tell you such a money-making opportunity? This. Zhang Jing forced to explain, maybe it's because I'm too handsome. Ding Jiaqi chuckled. Zhang Jing is 178 centimeters tall and weighs 160 kgs. He looks okay, but his appearance is ordinary, only 70% good. If it weren't for understanding, if it weren't for knowing everything about him, Ding Jiaqi would never have fooled Zhang Jing out. Do you have something against Barbie? As soon as she said this, Ding Jiaqi shook her head and denied it. No, she respects you very much and is very dedicated to your work. She doesn't want to be forced to work. Don't guess, Zhang Jing interrupted Ding Jiaqi's random thoughts. My charm is too strong, otherwise why would a girl as beautiful as you be my girlfriend? Ding Jiaqi blushed and rolled her eyes cutely. The vacation was short and passed quickly. The horse farm returned to normal. Aegis began to train horses again to prepare for the Seattle Cup at the end of March. Cindy also returned to the winery and worked hard to become a real winemaker. Li Yi returned to the boxing gym to continue her boxing career. Katie returned to Seattle and continued to train tennis. The training time is tentatively scheduled for 2 years. In the third year, she will participate in the World Tennis Open. The goal is to win 4 Grand Slams. Barbie's main job now is Xiaoyao, spread the news on 84th Avenue, intending to build an ugly building on the 700 square meter land at number 1047. Ding Jiaqi and Xu Shaoqing also locked themselves in the room and worked hard to earn credits. Even the yellow dog Smart Bean has a job and receives 2 hours of professional training every day. Zhang Jing is also busy. He gets up early every day to exercise, and the rest of the time is evenly divided among Dylan, Cindy, Felix, Angels, and Barbie. The focus is on the 3 horses. After all, the prize money for the competition at the end of March is quite generous. Zhang Jing sleeps on the floor of the stable every night, sharing the same fate with them. The regular life continued until after New Year's Day. Kanshi, who had not been in contact for a while, called and invited Zhang Jing to participate in the auction of private warehouses. Speaking of private warehouses, Zhang Jing was most impressed by the movie Lord of War. In order to prevent his family from knowing that his work was illegal, the protagonist Nicolas Cage had a container warehouse outside, which stored a lot of cash, guns, and fake passports. Generally speaking, there are not many big treasures in the private warehouses that are auctioned. After all, it is normal to forget about debts, and few people will forget important property. However, there are always exceptions. For example, if a great person is quarantined or imprisoned, and has not paid rent for more than half a year, the warehouse will be auctioned. Who should I contact? Zhang Jing asked Kangxi on the phone. Number 4755 Northeast Commercial Road in Seattle, be there at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, and 10 warehouses with arrears will be auctioned at 9:30 a.m. Sign up on the spot. The next day, Zhang Jing arrived at number 4755 Commercial Road on time. There is a large yard here, similar to the shape of a, with many containers of different sizes, and some are stacked 2 or 3 layers high. How is your winery? Kangxi greeted and asked. There is no winemaker, Zhang Jing spread his hands, it is in a state of stagnation and loses money every day. Kangxi changed the subject and pointed to the long registration line, queue up to sign up. Zhang Jing nodded and queued up with Kangxi. Without the noble elegance of Christie's, the rules of the warehouse auction are simple and almost wild. No asset guarantee or member recommendation is required. As long as you show up at the auction site on the day and pay a 100 yuan cleaning deposit, you can compete with other hunters present. Old rules. A bald old man in a brown jacket and jeans shouted to the many treasure hunters with a pen and a folder in his hand. The host's eyes swept over the many bidders. You have 5 minutes to observe the items in the warehouse, provided that you do not exceed the threshold. After bidding, cash delivery, no delay or arrears, buy and leave, and accept the loss, empty the warehouse within 2 days, and do not leave a piece of paper, otherwise the cleaning deposit will be deducted. Zhang Jing understood. To put it bluntly, this is a bet between treasure hunters, or rather, garbage collectors and warehouse companies. The warehouse company uses the possible treasure in exchange for free garbage cleaning, while the treasure hunter uses garbage cleaning in exchange for the possibility of getting rich. Similar to the situation in Longwa, there is no place to dump large garbage, and it is expensive to call a car or call someone, so just auction it. Even if it is sold for 1 meter yuan, the warehouse company will not lose money, and it will save the money for garbage cleaning. The host spoke very quickly, like pouring beans, and opened the shuttered door of the first warehouse while speaking, and then stepped aside to let the bidders observe. Ha! Fortunately, Zhang Jing was far away from the entrance of the warehouse. There was a room full of broken wooden benches, broken cardboard boxes, a minimalist clothes hanger, and some dusty clothes. Everyone shook their heads. It would take a long time to clean up the garbage, not to mention whether they could find treasure. The starting price was 1 million yuan, and each bid was not less than 5 million yuan. The room was finally bought by a Latino guy for 101 million yuan, and he happily said that this was his luck and he might get rich. What a fool! Sure enough, when he walked in to look for it, there was only a room full of garbage, working for the warehouse company for free. Then came the next warehouse, which was about 12 square meters. The area was quite large, there were not many things, and it was very clean. There were only 12 microwave-sized cartons stacked against the wall. Generally speaking, the probability of finding good things in a clean and tidy warehouse is a little higher than that of a messy warehouse. Everyone was very interested, but the cartons were closed very well, so they could not see or guess what was inside. Zhang Jing was also very interested. The gold finger showed 5 meters of metal in front of him, and he only saw some used staples and book clips floating in the carton. Obviously, there were some paper materials in the carton, but Zhang Jing didn't know what the specific materials were. If you don't know what the materials are, you don't know the value, so you can only analyze it from the side. The monthly rent for a 12 square meter warehouse is about 90 yuan, so the information must be useful, otherwise the owner would not rent the warehouse. Besides, the information can be transferred to other people. If it is particularly useful to someone, it may be sold at a good price. The most important thing is that there are only 12 boxes, which are very clean. No need to clean or call a garbage truck. If the information is useless, just throw it away. It was also convenient. Other treasure hunters speculated that the carton might contain brand-name shoes, and some idiots speculated that it might contain antiques. There were also pessimists who speculated that the box was empty. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the bald host held a blue folder in his hand and began to bid. The starting price was 10 million yuan, and each increase was not less than 10 million yuan. Although there was no identification mark on the outside of the carton, everyone was very enthusiastic and the price quickly reached 100. Zhang Jing raised the price to 110. A fat African boy raised his chin provocatively at Zhang Jing and raised the price to 150. No one bid, so Zhang Jing raised the price to 160. Although everyone was very enthusiastic, they didn't dare to bid. Although they shouted that there might be antiques in the carton, no one really believed it. 200. The fat African boy raised the price. Zhang Jing and the fat African boy were left to compete, and Zhang Jing raised the price to 210. 300. The fat African boy thought that there might be brand-name sneakers in the carton, which was more affordable. 310. Zhang Jing bid. 400. 810. Zhang Jing shouted. 900. It's a good deal, the African-American fat guy blurted out. Before he finished speaking, he realized that he had bid too much, which caused everyone to laugh. Looking at the African-American fat guy, Zhang Jing was worried that he was deliberately making trouble for him, so he tried to raise the price to 910. If the other party still followed, it meant that there was a personal grudge. Fortunately, the other party did not raise the price, and Zhang Jing successfully bid for the small warehouse. One hand for money, one hand for goods. After handing the cash to the seller, Zhang Jing entered the small gunroom and opened the cardboard box. Sure enough, it was all information and manuscripts. He opened a book casually, and the content was formulas and hand-drawn graphics, which looked like mathematical information. Close the shutter door and continue to the next warehouse. This is a small warehouse full of office supplies, including printers, tables and chairs, filing cabinets, etc. Everyone stood outside the door and tried their best to search for every detail presented in the pile of miscellaneous items to evaluate the value potential of this small warehouse. In the end, it was sold for 2,300 million yuan. Zhang Jing did not bid, because it took a lot of time to deal with these things. The fourth warehouse, when you open the door, you can see some high-end new fishing gear. People who like fishing know that fishing gear is not cheap, not to mention that there are several sets in this warehouse. The auction atmosphere was immediately ignited, and everyone rushed to bid, and finally the bid reached 3,500 million yuan. Zhang Jing still didn't bid, it was still troublesome to deal with. The fifth warehouse is garbage, whoever bids will be unlucky, not only to pay money, but also to clean up the garbage for the warehouse company. The sixth and seventh warehouses are not garbage, but they are almost garbage to Zhang Jing. A whole morning was wasted, and no dark horse emerged. Turning back to the small warehouse that I bought at auction, because I was learning at this time, Zhang Jing couldn't understand a lot of information and was worried about missing out on 100 million yuan. He took some photos and sent them to Su Zheong. As usual, he also transferred 300 yuan for the appraisal fee. Su Zheong was still awake in the middle of the night. He was also confused when he received the pictures sent by Zhang Jing. He is an expert in ancient documents and cultural relics. He doesn't understand profound mathematics or formulas, so he forwarded them to his friends and asked them to help him look at them. Su Zheong's friend is also a teacher at Zhejiang University and an associate professor of mathematics. He opened the pictures and was more and more surprised. Zhang Jing didn't know that the content of the information was so surprising. After leaving the warehouse company compound, Zhang Jing thought that everyone would go home. Kanshi suggested that they finish lunch before leaving. It happened that there was a Panda Express next to them, so they walked in. It was noon and there were many people eating. "Hello, what do you need?" A white waitress wearing a red coat, a black apron, and a black cap stood behind the glass dining table and greeted and asked. It was Zhang Jing's first time eating American Chinese fast food. Faced with the dazzling big pot dishes, he could only point at random. Braised eggplant, orange chicken, broccoli, hot and sour soup, and fried rice as the main course, a total of 145 yuan. Kanshi was similar, ordering an extra steak, which cost 17 yuan. Sitting face to face by the window, Kanshi chatted, "The hot and sour soup is good, hot, and warms you up in this weather." Zhang Jing guessed that Kanshi had other things to do, so he was not in a hurry to say it, and Zhang Jing was not in a hurry either. He tasted the hot and sour soup and it was indeed okay, but the taste was not right, not pure Chinese food. Overall, it was okay. After all, this is the United States, and the taste must be more suitable for foreigners. It turns out that flipping houses still makes money. Kanshi weighed about 200 kilograms, had small eyes, and spoke a little breathlessly. It's rare to find good things in warehouses. 10 warehouses were auctioned today, and there were more than 30 bidders. Zhang Jing at least bid for one, but Kanshi didn't get any, and even if he did, it might just be garbage. I think so too. Zhang Jing agreed deeply. As long as the Barbie plan went smoothly, he could buy manor number 1049 at a robbery price and make an estimated profit of 20 million yuan by reselling it. Although it is immoral, it is legal. Of course, Zhang Jing would also be on guard against someone who would do something desperate, so he always wore a bulletproof vest under his coat. The guns in the secret silver space are all loaded and can be fired as soon as they are taken out. After a few words of small talk, Kanshi told Zhang Jing the reason for meeting today. There is a luxury house in Phuket Bay. The bank auction price is 28 million. I have studied it and it is at least 600,000 yuan lower than the market price. We cooperate to buy it and simply renovate it. We can probably make 300,000 yuan. I don't know what others feel when they hear these numbers, but Zhang Jing's first feeling is lucky. 28 million bets for 300000. Is the internal competition in the industry so serious? Without thinking, Zhang Jing shook his head. He had money in his hands. After selling 9 tons of silver, he got 612 million miles yuan. There were 3 million miles yuan in the bank card originally, which was usually used to pay wages and maintain daily expenses. The latest large-scale land purchase cost 249 million of it, and about 30,000 of it was spent on Christmas, leaving a balance of 360,000. The total cash balance is 648 million. It is useful to keep this money. In case the owner of manor number 1049 suddenly compromises, Zhang Jing needs to take out the money immediately, so he can only decline Kanshi's invitation. After eating fast food and sitting in the driver's seat of the pickup truck, Su Zheong called. "I asked someone to identify the information you gave me. The content is related to improving the precision of boring machines. Although it is a machine, part of it is the work of mathematicians." Zhang Jing didn't even know what a boring machine was. He asked directly, "How much is it worth?" "Somewhat valuable." "Is the information complete?" "Microwave-sized cartons, 12 boxes, I don't know if they are complete." Su Zheong reminded, "The stuff is good. If you trade it, you may get into trouble with the authorities, such as espionage." "Espionage?" Zhang Jing asked back. "Commercial espionage." Zhang Jing chuckled. "Are you deliberately trying to scare me?" "Forget it," Su Zheong advised Zhang Jing, "don't take risks." "Do you have a buyer?" "Yes." After receiving a positive answer, Zhang Jing drove the pickup truck out of the fast food restaurant parking lot. He got off the car at an unmanned place, transferred the information in the carton into the mithril space, and then ignited the fuel tank, causing spontaneous combustion. The whole process was done in one go and was perfect. but it was a pity that it was a second-hand pickup truck. Then he called the police, dealt with miscellaneous matters, and went directly to the airport. He boarded a plane to fly to Hong Kong in the evening. 16 hours later, he arrived at Hong Kong International Airport at dawn. Leaving behind 12 boxes of information, he received 400,000 Hong Kong dollars in exchange for 400,000 US dollars. At noon, he took another flight to New York and bought a ticket to transfer to Tacoma International Airport. The whole process was done in one go, leaving no trace. After 2 days of flying and a day of rest to adjust to the jet lag, Zhang Jing crawled out of the warm bed. He couldn't stop making money, as he had to participate in the warehouse auction today. It's still number 4755 Northeast Commercial Road in Seattle, where there are nearly 10,000 warehouses of all sizes. 1 in every 10 Americans owns a self-storage warehouse to supplement their cramped home space. As you can imagine, this is a huge business, and it has spawned tens of thousands of warehouse rental companies. And because of the Qing warehouses that owe money always lose money. I don't know when the profession of warehouse treasure hunter was born. After experiencing an auction, Zhang Jing already knew that the warehouse company would publish the auction information online a week in advance. If it is not limited to a city, there will be similar auctions almost every day, including private warehouses, airport luggage, port containers, etc. Kanshi was there this time. Seeing Zhang Jing, he excitedly introduced, "You were not here the day before yesterday, and I opened a Qing dynasty water-controlling beast. The dragon has 9 sons, one of which is a water-controlling beast. It usually lies by the water. It is generally a stone sculpture. It is not small and heavy. It is a good thing. Congratulations. I hope today is still mine and your lucky day." "Thank you. Is this your dog?" Kanshi looked down at the big yellow dog Smart Bean and asked. "Smart Bean, call someone." Zhang Jing shook the dog leash. Bark Smart Bean wore a muzzle and looked up at Kanshi and barked. Kanshi chuckled, "This dog looks spiritual." "Yes, it calls you uncle." Kanshi laughed. During the chat, the line was lined up to pay the deposit, and then the auction began. The first warehouse was exposed to the white, and it was clearly visible that there was a motorcycle under the dust cover. It was not clear what kind of motorcycle it was, and even the wheels were covered. "It looks like a Harley." Someone guessed. Then someone added, "It could be just an ordinary motorcycle, otherwise it wouldn't be left here to collect dust." Everyone was discussing it. Kanshi guessed, "It can't be a Longwood electric battery car, right? The kind that imitates a motorcycle." Zhang Jing looked at Kanshi in surprise, and he was actually right. The gold finger showed a 3-dimensional metal figure within 5 meters. The motorcycle under the dust cover had no engine. The structure was very similar to an electric battery car, the kind that imitated a motorcycle. However, under the dust cover, it made people see a very cool outline, which was very confusing. The starting bid is 500 yuan, and each bid shall not be less than 50 yuan. The host shouted, 1,000. A redneck bid at the top of his voice, thinking that he had an advantage by shouting louder. Everyone looked at the redneck. Normally, treasure hunters would not maliciously bid against each other. After all, everyone is an ordinary person and needs to eat. Unless there is a situation, like now, exposed to the white. If there is a Harley motorcycle under the dust cloth, 1,000 is not enough. As expected, someone immediately followed up with the price. After 4 or 5 quotes, the price has risen to 3,000. Zhang Jing raised the price to 3,003. Everyone is chasing. If Zhang Jing does not chase, it would look weird. 5,000. Everyone looked at the psychopath who offered 5,000. He was a tall and thin Asian with a particularly long face. It was Ida Temple Ming, who raised his chin provocatively at Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing felt confused and didn't recognize him at all. This offer could not scare other treasure hunters. After 3 rounds, the price reached 6,005. Zhang Jing raised the price by 300, and the price became 6,008. In order to argue, Ida Temple Ming raised the price to 7,000. Harley has many models of motorcycles. 7,000 yuan is not its high-end car, but it has covered many entry-level models. A familiar African fat man raised the price by 50 on the basis of 7,000. Zhang Jing remained silent and did not bid. He just expressed his attitude and had no intention of really buying. Kanshi was sweating for Zhang Jing and quietly reminded him in Mandarin, "This is a big pit. It's better to miss it. Don't chase high. The benefits are not proportional to the risks." After more than 10 rounds of duels, the first warehouse was taken by Ida Temple Ming for 9,700 yuan. At this time, the thin-faced Ida Temple Ming did not forget to proudly raise his chin towards Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing folded his arms and watched him open the blind box. 10,000 yuan is not a small amount. Everyone was waiting at the door, watching Ida Temple Ming lift the dust cloth. As expected, it was really just a cheap plastic-style battery motorcycle. Ida Temple Ming had an ugly expression, and the scene was a bit hilarious. In the next few warehouses, Zhang Jing just tried to bid and didn't really intend to buy, but Ida Temple Ming made trouble every time. This means that even if Zhang Jing really wants to buy something, it will be maliciously destroyed. In order to protect his own interests, Zhang Jing can only mess with the other party. The familiar African fat brother took a fancy to a warehouse with various boxes and sundries. It stands to reason that it is likely to lose money to do cleaning for the warehouse company, but the African fat brother's intuition tells him that there are treasures inside, so he raised the price all the way to 900 yuan. At this time, no one was bidding, and Zhang Jing raised the price by 10 yuan. Seeing Zhang Jing's offer, Ida Ming, in his attitude of not being a good person, raised the price to 1,000. Zhang Jing spread his hands, indicating that he gave up. The African-American fat brother vomited blood and added another 10 million yuan. Seeing that Zhang Jing did not increase the price, Ida Ming said that he did not want it either, and that a room full of garbage was really not interesting. In this way, the African-American fat brother spent an extra 1,110 million yuan to bid for the warehouse. It was obvious that the African-American fat brother was furious, but he could only bear it because no one broke the rules. The African-American fat brother had a good temper, but the next person was not so good. The next warehouse, a white father and son were determined to get it. Zhang Jing used the same trick again. At the critical moment, he raised the starting price. Ida Tara Ming had money, so he directly raised the price by 100 yuan. A McDonald's fried chicken nuggets is only 6 yuan, and 100 yuan is not a small amount. The white father and son were irritated. Bang! A fist as big as a sandbag hit Ida Tara Ming's face. Ida Tara Ming's head was buzzing and he stepped back repeatedly. You! And you! The attacker turned around and pointed at Zhang Jing and shouted, "You have a grudge between you, don't come to hurt us." Kanshi stood between Zhang Jing and the big guy. "Brother, don't do it." After a brief commotion, the auction continued. "Do you have a conflict with that Japanese guy?" Kanshi asked Zhang Jing. "I don't know him at all." Zhang Jing glanced at Ida Tara Ming, who left in embarrassment. "He's just a psychopath." Zhang Jing was not tempted by the next few warehouses, and Kanshi took the bid for the 14th warehouse. "There must be good stuff here. Wait until the auction is over and then come back to open the blind box." As he spoke, Kanshi skillfully took out a lock from his coat pocket, locked the shutter door, and continued to participate in the next one. Zhang Jing did not hit Kanshi. The messy warehouse he spent 700 yuan to bid for only had some expired door lock samples behind a pile of broken cardboard boxes. It was really all garbage. It was not easy and unrealistic to get rich overnight. Like a slap in the face, the host took everyone around and came to the 15th warehouse. This is a small warehouse with a width of 2 meters and a length of about 4 meters. The outside is also full of sundries and some old clothes. Within the 5-meter visual range of the gold finger, 2 retro-styled, unrifled pistols are hidden in a wooden box in the corner. The pistol shows no grip, not that it has no grip, it can only prove that it is not metal. This is worth looking forward to. Starting at 50 million yuan. The host shouted as usual. After more than a dozen rounds, a middle-aged woman called the price to 300 million yuan, and no one was willing to increase the price at this time. Zhang Jing added 5 million yuan. The middle-aged woman who bid 300 million yuan looked at Zhang Jing and raised the price to 310 million yuan. Zhang Jing exerted his strength and raised the price to 400 million yuan. The woman didn't want to engage in vicious competition, so she shrugged and gave up. Kanshi took out a lock and handed it to Zhang Jing. "Open it now, or wait until the auction is over?" Zhang Jing chose to lock the rolling door and continue to participate in the auction. Wishes are beautiful, but reality is slapping in the face. The warehouse at the back is full of garbage, and the warehouse company has to clean it for nothing. "Boss," a big-eyed, bright, dirty-haired African-American girl came up to him and said, "Do you need to clean up? I'm cheap and have a pickup truck that can take away the garbage." Treasure hunters are also garbage collectors, and African-American girls are the ones who really clean up and find places to dump garbage. "Come with me." Zhang Jing returned to the small warehouse he bought at auction and opened the iron lock. Unlike the general perception, this African-American girl is very diligent and moved the sundries and garbage out with swift movements. Zhang Jing walked straight to the bottom corner of the warehouse and picked up the wooden box containing the pistol. There was too much dust in the warehouse, so Zhang Jing walked outside and opened it. What caught his eye were two well-preserved self-fire pistols, lying quietly on a piece of blue velvet. The grip should be ivory, and although it has turned yellow and patinated, it doesn't look cheap. Unexpectedly, there were more than a dozen postcards with stamps under the gun body. Before the internet became popular, postcards were very common, and most of them were greetings sent by friends and classmates, handwritten, which was warmer. Move the gun body away and take out the postcards. The handwriting was scattered and a little shaky, which indicated that the writer was not in good health. The top postcard roughly read, "Winnie, I feel deeply guilty for the irreparable mistake I made to you. I am destined to go to hell. I wish you all the best, Bowen." The date is March 3rd this year. Looking at other postcards, Zhang Jing knew more information. This is a sad story. The sender and the recipient were lovers who loved each other to death when they were young, but were later forced to separate. I just don't understand. Break up and break up. What kind of irreparable mistake can there be? It actually makes a man feel guilty for the rest of his life? Considering that the writer's handwriting is already unstable. Before a private warehouse is auctioned, the lessor must be notified for at least 6 months, and during this period, he must notify the lessor by email, phone, and letter to fulfill the obligation of full notification. Zhang Jing guessed that Winnie might be terminally ill or even dead, otherwise she would not abandon two antique pistols that look valuable. Zeit. Kanshi came over and cursed, interrupting Zhang Jing from reading the letter. I bought a warehouse full of junk, and I'm too lazy to even deal with it. It's just a few hundred yuan, which is just a small amount of money for you. Zhang Jing comforted him. It seems you found something good. Kanshi pointed at the wooden box. What is it? Zhang Jing opened the wooden box and showed it to Kanshi. My God! Kanshi exclaimed, it's actually two antique hands gun. 40 minutes later, Zhang Jing and Kanshi came to the Pike Market antique shop with antique pistols. Will, the young pawnshop owner with dark brown hair, a sturdy build, about 17 meters tall and weighing about 200 kilograms, was playing with his fingers. Welcome, what are you selling today? Zhang Jing put the wooden box on the counter and opened it gently. Will didn't know the antique pistol, so he asked his father, the bald and shiny old man, to give it to him. It looks like a French cavalry pistol, a special model for the rich. The old man put on gloves, picked it up and looked it up and down for a long time, indicating that he was not very familiar with it. He put it down gently and called an antique firearms expert on the phone. The expert arrived in 20 minutes. He was an old man with a beard like a broom, about 60 years old. Seeing the gun, the expert gave a direct answer. This is a French cavalry lance from the late 18th century. The biggest difference between a lance and a pistol is its length. Generally, in order to increase the effective range, a lance is longer than a pistol. Then the expert put on gloves, picked up the lance and looked at it carefully. It's a lance style, obviously a special one, and the tail of the lance is decorated with a lion head pattern, which should belong to a family emblem. How much is it worth? The head shopkeeper asked directly to the point. Considering that it is a special one and the handle is ivory, I estimate the value of each lance to be 600 to 700 yuan. Zhang Jing was disappointed, it was too little. As business is business, the head shopkeeper had no sympathy at all, and directly waved a sword to Zhang Jing. Mr. Zhang, how about 4,000 yuan each? The expert quoted the market price, and the pawnshop is a secondary market, so it is naturally impossible to give the original price. But the old bald man's knife was too harsh. After bargaining, each lance was finally sold for 4,700 yuan. Don't you think it's too little? Leaving the pawnshop, Kanshi asked tentatively. Zhang Jing nodded. It was so little, 9,400 yuan, not even enough to pay him a week's salary. Let's cooperate to buy a house. Kanshi invited again. That luxury house will be auctioned tomorrow. Buy it and renovate it. The profit will be much greater than running a warehouse. Zhang Jing spread his hands. It's not that I don't want to cooperate with you, but I am willing but unable. After separating from Kanshi, Zhang Jing took Smart Bean back to Bayou Town. On the way, they passed Bellevue and passed by a large villa with two A-shaped display stands at the door. The white letters on a red background read, Estate Sale, Public Auction. He stepped on the brakes decisively and stopped by the roadside. Assets for sale, public auction. It turned out that an elderly person in this family had passed away, and the children were selling off the elderly person's belongings in real estate. Selling off is not an auction. Because of different perceptions, it is a bit difficult to understand. Normally, people would think that no one would buy the relics, but in fact, there were 7 or 8 cars parked in front of this family's house, and there were more than 10 buyers, which was quite lively. When I came to the front, the grass at the door was full of items for sale, including 2 bicycles for 120 yuan, a desk for 30 yuan, a student desk for 25 yuan, an oil painting of the Badaling Great Wall for 35 yuan, and an antique pendulum clock from 1959 for 400 yuan. Others included TVs, printers, desk lamps, globes, many industrial and artistic ornaments, speakers, bookcases, books, safes, chairs, ironing machines, candlesticks, tools in the garage, etc. Including the house, all the items in the room were left, all were washed and wiped clean, and put out for sale, even including tableware and kitchenware. Zhang Jing carefully looked at all the sellers, hoping to find a small bargain and make a little money to pay his employees. Not finding anything good in front, Zhang Jing came to the garage. The garage has doors on both sides, and it is transparent from front to back. On the other side is the backyard, where some things are also being sold, such as a swimming pool, the inflatable kind. There are also swing-style benches, and even potted plants are for sale. Stopping in front of a flower bed, the yellow dog Smart Bean wearing a muzzle raised his head and barked at Zhang Jing twice. Looking at the yellow dog, Zhang Jing was thoughtful. "Your dog is very special. What breed is it?" A middle-aged woman in her 40s came over to greet and asked. "Pastoral dog," Zhang Jing replied. The middle-aged woman just said politely, pointing to the flower bed composed of potted plants, and asked, "Do you like flowers?" Zhang Jing nodded and praised, "They are well taken care of. My father likes plants," the middle-aged woman introduced, "and he bought a lot of books for this. I want to buy the flowers and the house together. How much does this house sell for?" Zhang Jing asked surprisingly. The middle-aged woman's eyes lit up. She knew that Asians were generally wealthy, but she didn't expect people of that generation to be so decisive and courageous. She introduced, "We plan to sell it for 26 million yuan. We refers to the original owner's children. They will sell everything, sell the house, and then divide the money, that is, divide the inheritance." "What's the indoor area? How big are the front and back yards?" Not including the two-car garage, the indoor area is 2,475 square feet, the front yard is 1,022 square feet, and the backyard is 1,295 square feet. 1 square meter is approximately equal to 1,076 square feet, which means the indoor area is about 230 square meters, the front yard is about 95 square meters, and the backyard is about 120 square meters. Zhang Jing didn't know the price. "I'll call and ask. Please." The middle-aged woman was polite. Zhang Jing called Barbie and asked in front of the hostess, describing the house's address, area, decoration, and price. "Boss," Barbie introduced, comprehensively analyzed, "the house is not expensive, nor is it cheap. It's the normal market price, and there's no bargain to be found." Zhang Jing understood, hung up the phone and talked to the hostess. The two discussed, "No bargaining for 26 million, and the furniture and appliances that are not sold will be kept." "Deal." The hostess reached out without thinking. It was a sell-off, and those accessories and small things would take a week or two to deal with, so it would be better to pack them up and sell them to save trouble. Sign the contract directly in the afternoon, and then go through the household tax payment process, and leave the matter to Barbie. After waiting quietly for a week, Zhang Jing brought Smart Bean back again. "Open the front door, walk through the living room, through the kitchen, and go straight to the backyard flower bed, and move the pots of flowers and plants away. Below is a 3 square meter cement floor, about 5 centimeters lower than the ground." Smart Bean jumped on the cement floor. "You'd better not make a mistake," Zhang Jing reminded Smart Bean fiercely, "otherwise you'll have dog meat to eat at night." Finding an iron crowbar from the garage, Zhang Jing tried to pry along the edge and pried it up. Lifting the cement board, there is a narrow downward passage below, about 6 meters deep. Zhang Jing walked in. It was like a cave below. The space was very small, less than 2 square meters. 4 metal boxes that looked very well made were lying quietly on the ground. "I don't know what they are. I put them all into the mithril space, put the cement cover back on, and put many flower pots back to their original places." At this time, the doorbell of the front yard rang. Zhang Jing quickly put the potted plants back in place. He ran through the living room and opened the door. While outside the door was a wheat-colored, sweet-looking, blue-eyed, thin-faced and thin-legged blonde girl holding a box of chocolates. "Hello, new neighbor, my name is Lindsay Moore, I live next door to your left." Zhang Jing looked at the villa on the left. It was a very beautiful frame-style 2-story single-family villa, belonging to a wealthy family. "Thank you, I'm about to go out, so I won't invite you to sit in the house." Zhang Jing took the chocolate from the other party while speaking. Lindsay Moore was embarrassed and said, "It's okay." Driving the pickup truck all the way back to the winery, Zhang Jing locked himself in the room of the haunted house and took out a metal box to study. After a long effort to open it, there were many transparent sealed containers the size of crayons, tightly wrapped with light brown powdery solid substances. Obviously, these light brown solid substances in front of him were beyond Zhang Jing's cognitive scope. When encountering difficulties, he would find an expert. Zhang Jing put on gloves, took a little solid object, put it in his palm, took a photo and sent it to Su Zheong. As usual, there was another 300 yuan for the appraisal fee, which was directly transferred to the red envelope. It was the middle of the night again, and Su Zheong was just about to go to bed. He was confused when he received the photo. He is an expert in historical books and ancient cultural relics, and he is also involved in meteorites, but in Zhang Jing's eyes, he seems to be omnipotent. For the sake of money, Su Zheong put on reading glasses to see the photo clearly. Because his wife took medicine, he vaguely guessed something, but he was not sure. After giving his wife a few words of advice, he put on a thick coat, left the dormitory, and then went to another dormitory building to knock on the door of a colleague in the medical department. "Lao, can you help me check if this is sorafenib, the basic raw material for making multipoint targeted drugs?" The medical teacher named Lao took the phone and nodded without looking carefully, saying, "It is sorafenib. It's very valuable, but because of patent issues, unauthorized transactions are illegal and the penalties are severe." "Thank you, I see." Su Zheong was about to leave. "Wait," the medical teacher stopped Su Zheong. "Your wife is sick and the medicine is expensive. Don't mess around. I can lend you money for emergency." Taking back the phone, Su Zheong deleted the pictures. "I won't do anything illegal, don't worry." Zhang Jing soon learned that the metal box contained the basic raw materials for the production of the multipoint targeted drug sorafenib, which is an expensive and precious life-saving drug. Frightened, he decisively deleted the chat records with Su Zheong. Worried that the deletion was not clean, he first soaked the phone in water, then smashed it inch by inch, soaked it in water again, fished it out and smashed it again, until it was broken into pieces. For boxes of raw materials are worth a lot of money. I don't know where the original owner got them from. It's better to be careful. Leaving the main house of the haunted house, he found Barbie, who was working in the wine house, and ordered, "Find workers to partially renovate the house in Bellevue, and then put it up for sale." Okay. At this time, 4-year-old Dylan, with pigtails on her head, walked in hand with 3-year-old David with a smile. Seeing Zhang Jing, they called out obediently, "Hello, Uncle Zhang Jing." "Hello, you guys." Zhang Jing gently stroked the heads of the two children, feeling that they were very cute. Seeing people reminds him of things. Zhang Jing thought of his previous promise to Dylan. Considering Dylan's outstanding contribution in defending the horse farm and killing 6 strong men that night, he looked at Barbie and asked, "How is the school district of the house in Bellevue?" "The house prices nearby are all over 2 million. The house prices are expensive, the property taxes are high, and there are a lot of funds that can be used for education and public security. There are many famous teachers, and the school district is one of the best school districts in Bellevue." Zhang Jing felt strange. "Do you know where the property tax is used?" Before paying the property tax every year, the government will send an email with the proportion of education expenditures, the proportion of public security expenditures, the proportion of municipal maintenance, and the proportion of surrender. "Is it possible to tamper with it?" Zhang Jing asked. "I know what you are worried about," Barbie explained, "and it has indeed happened. For example, the government office needed to buy a chair, and 30 yuan would be enough, but they bought it for 300 yuan. According to the law, the government office's purchases must be announced in newspapers and subject to public supervision. This price is obviously unreasonable, so they announced it in newspapers in remote areas with zero circulation, and even registered a newspaper company and published newspapers themselves, but the newspapers were not sold to the public at all." Zhang Jing gave a thumbs up. "Excellent." Barbie shrugged helplessly. "It's too high-end to take care of things, just take care of your own piece of land." After thinking for 3 or 4 seconds, Zhang Jing decided, "Don't sell the house, leave it to Dylan for school." Barbie was surprised and her mouth opened wide. "Spartan on the spot. I'm going on a long trip, and the winery and the horse farm are left to you." Originally, there was 688 million in the card. 26 million was spent, and the balance was 428 million. This amount of money is not enough to buy Manor number 1049. The bullets must be kept sufficient and you must go out. The horse farm. Haifa and Andy were galloping on their horses, and Aegis stood at the edge of the horse farm, looking at them with her snow-white chin slightly raised. Because she was too focused, she didn't even approach Zhang Jing. After a period of contact and understanding, as Ding Zheqi said, although Aegis is an egoist, her horse training skills are really good and very professional. Now, Zhang Jing probably knows that Aegis came to work at the Champion Horse Farm because of Wen Li, otherwise there would be no other possibility. "I know myself well, and I really don't have any advantages that others can take notice of. Especially with the relationship between Ding Jiechi and Xu Shaoqing, Aegis doesn't even eat at the horse farm or attend horse farm parties as long as Ding Jiechi and Xu Shaoqing are there. By the way, can you remember the bad things during adolescence? You haven't walked out of adolescence yet, right? When did you come? Aegis finally saw Zhang Jing. Just arrived. How are General and Undying? Undying sprints very fast, with a maximum speed of nearly 67 km per hour. General has good endurance and is not slow. Big Star has both endurance and speed. They are all good horses. Do General and Undying have a chance to enter the Seattle Cup final? That's for sure, Aegis said with a firm look and a sonorous tone, excluding human interference. They will definitely enter the final. What are your plans after the Seattle Cup? Zhang Jing asked. Run the 4 crowns between May and July, including the Kentucky Derby, 2,000 meters, the Preakness Stakes, 1,900 meters, and the Belmont Stakes, 2,400 meters. How many 4 crowns? Zhang Jing asked curiously. Aegis introduced slowly. The last time a quadruple champion was born was in 2015, the time before that was in 1978, and the time before that was in 1948. Zhang Jing was shocked. It took 37 years from 2015 to 1978 for a quadruple champion to appear. It's very rare. Aegis looked at the Big Star who was strolling leisurely nearby. Maybe we can give it a try when it's 3 years old. Big Star is a stallion. Zhang Jing asked curiously, if Big Star wins the quadruple championship, how much can its mating rights be sold for? 200,000 yuan, Aegis laughed. I don't even dare to think about the quadruple championship. I can only say I hope. Zhang Jing was stunned. If that happened, wouldn't he have to give the racehorse a bodyguard? After a brief chat, Zhang Jing reminded, I'm going to be away for a while, and I'll leave the horse training to you. Next time if you have a chance, go to 103 Manor number 2, Aegis requested. Remember to take me with you. Okay. Zhang Jing readily agreed, worried that she would give up and that she had no motivation to work. Ding Jiechi was at school, and Zhang Jing texted her the news. She went to the supermarket to complete the purchase work that afternoon and booked a small plane online. Zhang Jing was going to look for the golden river mentioned by the grandfather of tennis player Katie. 50 years ago, Katie's grandfather accidentally picked up a 10-pound nugget of gold in a tributary of the Yukon River. Because of this piece of gold, her grandfather found a beautiful woman to marry, and then there was Katie's story. The next morning, we flew directly to Anchorage, the capital of Alaska. When we arrived, the first feeling was cold. The outdoor temperature in Anchorage was more than -10 degrees Celsius, so cold that we kept sneezing. After waiting for an hour, we found the smart bean that had been checked in advance, and the man and the dog followed the signs to the parking lot. It must have just rained, and there was a thick layer of ice on the sidewalk, so people were forced to walk on the driveway. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang? A middle-aged white man with a white face and no beard came up to greet him. I'm Charles, the pilot. It's me. Let's go to the plane now and fly directly to the target location. Zhang Jing rented a C-47 transport plane from the United States during World War II on the internet in advance. It was an antique propeller-powered transport plane. It cost 8,000 yuan to fly 700 kilometers to the northeast, and it was a round-trip charter flight. This is a necessary investment and cannot be saved, because there is no road at all to the branch of the river that Katie's grandfather had been to, and the only way is to take a plane or a boat. There is no traffic on the road, and you can get there quickly by driving slowly. Zhang Jing was dumbfounded, only to see that the plane he rented was actually parked in a wasteland. How do we fly this way? Zhang Jing asked the pilot Charles. Just fly like this, Charles introduced. The terrain conditions where you are going are very bad. Although the C-47 is a bit old, it does not have high requirements for landing. If the pilot dared to fly, Zhang Jing would also dare to sit. In a moment, the plane began to slowly accelerate. Because the ground was uneven, it was like a car running on the surface of the moon, and the vibration was similar to riding a roller coaster. The whole plane was shaking and making strange noises. Fortunately, it did not last long and took off smoothly. Only more than 700 kilometers, 70 minutes later, the C-47 began to descend in altitude to find a landing site. Below were mountains, uneven snowfields, and large forests, which were very tricky. God, Charles exclaimed, it's harder to land here than I thought. Mr. Zhang, can you parachute? I'll jump your sister. Zhang Jing cursed in his heart, and reminded him, be patient and find a landing place. I'll take you to the nearest village, which is less than 80 kilometers away from the coordinates you gave. No. Zhang Jing refused. If it was a city, 80 kilometers was very close, but in the wilderness without roads, 80 kilometers was very far. Charles finally chose to land on the ice. The landing process was more exciting than flying. Zhang Jing was really afraid that he would crash into the fuselage. Fortunately, it was an antique plane and the power was not that strong. Fortunately, there was a layer of fallen snow on the ice, which provided resistance. Leaving the cabin and standing on the ice, Pilot Charles asked curiously, "Mr. Zhang, why did you come out to play at this time?" "I just broke up and I'm in a bad mood." Charles was speechless and reminded him, "Be careful." "I'll be careful." Charles added, "I mean be careful of other people. They will want to kill you just because you have a good set of clothes." "Sounds like a movie?" Charles chuckled, "Don't believe those propagandas that human nature is good. I don't know how many people have been killed." Zhang Jing listened to Charles's reminder. Because he had a gun and was in a remote area, if he killed a person and threw him anywhere, he would be eaten by wolves in a few days. The motive for murder may simply be that the victim has a good gun, or a good pair of shoes, or a good piece of clothing. Watching the plane take off and leave, Zhang Jing took out the tablet from the mithril space. Sure enough, there was no signal. Fortunately, he had downloaded a wireless map in advance. After simply identifying the direction, Zhang Jing determined that he was very close to the Golden River that Katie mentioned. Although renting a plane is expensive, the advantage is also obvious, which is to reach the vicinity of the target location directly. Taking out the off-road mountain motorcycle purchased in advance from the mithril space, Zhang Jing walked up along the rocky river beach, and Smartbean followed behind. After driving for about 700 meters, a small river of 6 or 7 meters wide appeared in front of him, and there was a sound of water flowing under the ice. If the information given by Katie is correct, this river is the ultimate goal. Similar to the bear nesting dolls, the east-west Yukon River is the largest nesting doll on the outer layer. The nameless river where the plane landed is the second layer of nesting dolls, and the tributary in front of him is the third layer of nesting dolls. Although it is the third layer, it is not short, winding for 70 to 80 kilometers, and the source is in the Yukon province of the Maple Leaf Country. Looking at the rocky riverbeds on both sides, the larch forests, and the mountains in the distance, it was very desolate. The strong wind blew through the forest, making strange howling sounds, like a world of death, with no other figures. The special environment made people feel uncomfortable, but Zhang Jing was looking forward to it. The air was a bit dry and freezing cold. When the face touched the air, the body felt more than 20 degrees Celsius. Thanks to the advancement of technology, Zhang Jing did not dress himself like a penguin. He wore a 3 mm thick gel coat and trousers, and only a cashmere autumn coat and autumn trousers inside, which could keep the temperature at around 28 degrees Celsius. The quality was very good and the price was very touching, including shoes, gloves, and hats, and a set cost 3,000 yuan. Considering that it can withstand the lowest -96 degrees Celsius cold, Zhang Jing readily paid for 2 sets. If he didn't have money, he could earn it again, but if he lost his life, he would lose everything. Except for his face, everything else was quite mild. Taking a deep breath of cold air, Zhang Jing put away his motorcycle and walked forward step by step along the ice. The ice layer was about 14 or 15 centimeters thick, with a layer of fallen snow on it. The river was not very deep, about 1 meter, and as long as there was metal at the bottom of the river, it would not be missed. However, things did not go smoothly. After walking hard on the ice for a day, he didn't even find a golden hare. Instead, Smart Bean was the happiest. Without a leash or muzzle, it ran and rolled on the ice like a heartless child, barking. "I don't want to stew dog meat at night," Zhang Jing shouted to De Huan, "Let's go hunting." Smart Bean grumbled and ran into the woods. Zhang Jing found a good place to spend the night, under a stone on the river bank, shielded from the snow and the wind. First, he picked up stones to build a stove, and then pulled dead trees to chop them into firewood. Dead trees washed down from upstream, accumulated over time, there are many, so there is no worry about firewood. The axe is in the dense silver space. Before setting off, Zhang Jing prepared all the tools and supplies. After finishing all this, Smart Bean brought back a white grouse. This made Zhang Jing feel much better. He stroked the dog's head and praised, "When I find gold this time, I will find you a wife." When Smart Bean mentioned his wife, his eyes brightened a little, and he turned around and ran again. Zhang Jing ignored it. Smart Bean was a pastoral dog with a special opportunity. He was smart, witty, and fast. He could handle general dangers. At this time, Zhang Jing was thinking, should this wild grouse be braised or boiled into soup? Whether it is soup or braised, water is needed. Good luck happened again. When he chiseled the ice to get water to wash the chicken, he found that there were actually quite a few fish in the ice cave. There was a mithril space, and he brought a lot of things with him. He directly took out a scoop net, put the chicken offal in it, and probed into the ice cave. In just over 10 seconds, Zhang Jing felt the rod was very heavy, and with great effort, he pulled it up. There were as many as 3 big fish in the net, the largest of which was about 30 centimeters long, and the largest was more than 60 centimeters. Zhang Jing didn't know them and couldn't name them. This didn't bother Zhang Jing. He took out his tablet and opened the object identification software. It turned out to be 2 spotted trout and a white salmon. So cool! Zhang Jing was drooling over the wild fish and wild chicken. The backpack was very capricious, so he took out a large iron pot with a diameter of half a meter, heated it up, and poured in oil. Pour in scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers to make them fragrant, then put in the chicken, cooking wine, and fish pieces, and stewed them together. It didn't matter whether he picked up treasure or not. It was so cold, so he had to nourish his internal organs first. Smart Bean. They were about to eat, but Smart Bean hadn't come back yet. Zhang Jing was worried that it had made the wild wolf pregnant, so he shouted into the woods. As soon as he finished speaking, there was movement in the dim woods. Smart Bean trotted over and threw a silver nugget the size of a pencil case with a clear, irregular surface at the feet of its owner. Zhang Jing picked up the suspected silver brick and looked at it. He was shocked. Should the silver found in the wild be intact? He put the silver brick on the stone, and a hammer appeared in his hand. He smashed it down. It was deformed, but not broken. This is a good thing. Where did you find it? Zhang Jing asked Smart Bean. Smart Bean barked at the larch forest. It was getting dark, and Zhang Jing didn't dare to go in when looking at the dark forest. When encountering a big thing, he should stay calm for 3 minutes. After careful thinking, Zhang Jing decided to talk about it tomorrow and eat first. The temperature was even lower at midnight, and heavy snow fell from the sky. Worried that Smart Bean would get frostbite, Zhang Jing held it in his arms, and the man and the dog huddled under the stone. After a night, he didn't sleep well overall. He had to add firewood to the stove from time to time, and there were animals passing by nearby. Because there was silver in the forest, Zhang Jing was emotional all night. At dawn, the man and the dog entered the larch forest. They thought it would be easy, but because it snowed last night, the snow was over their knees, and it was very difficult to walk. An hour later, Smart Bean stopped barking. Without Smart Bean's reminder, Zhang Jing had already seen the accident. There were many metal components under the snow pile in front. But they didn't look like silver. He used a shovel to remove the snow. Underneath was a scattered skeleton with many bite marks on the bones. There were also rifles, iron rings, bulletproof vests, daggers and other metal objects scattered around. Judging from the color of the bones and the degree of tattered cloth, Zhang Jing could see the skeleton. Speed, and other details. This body has been dead for at least a year. It's strange, this is a real wilderness, how could a strong man die here? Exclamation point. Smart Bean barked and continued to run deep into the forest. Zhang Jing followed Smart Bean, walked more than 40 meters and stopped, looked up along the dog's line of sight, and his heart skipped a beat. On a tree about 16 or 17 meters tall, there was a broken parachute, and under the parachute was a skeleton. The skeleton was wearing a bulletproof vest and dressed like a strong man. There was no gun on his body, and there was no gun under the tree. It was obvious that this person was dead before hanging on the tree, and his weapons were missing. A few steps forward, Smart Bean barked. This is where it picked up the silver brick. Before leaving, Zhang Jing never thought that he was here to find gold, but he didn't expect there would be so much silver, occupying a whole cubic meter of space, which is about 10 tons. The question is, should I call the police? The answer is no, call the police, just put the silver block directly into the mithril space. Worried about missing something, Zhang Jing expanded the search area and actually found another box, also 10 tons. It was like being smashed down from a high altitude and broken into pieces. Without thinking, Zhang Jing used 16 tons of it to increase the dense silver space to 4 by 4 by 4 meters. After a careful search, there was no other silver. Zhang Jing tried his best to clean up the traces of himself and the Smart Bean and then left. The harvest was full, but because the return time agreed with the pilot had not arrived and the mobile phone had no signal, Zhang Jing continued to search for treasure along the river as planned. It turned out that Grandpa Katie was just going out to step on dog. In the next few days, Zhang Jing did not find any gold. On the 7th day, Zhang Jing suspected that he had entered the Yukon province in the maple leaf country along the river. The reason for this suspicion was that he met a family by the river with the maple leaf country flag hanging on the house. This is private property. A 50-year-old man pointed a double-barreled shotgun at Zhang Jing. You shouldn't come in. The old man was accompanied by at least 7 or 8 dogs, all sled dogs, barking and making a lot of noise. I'm just passing by, I don't mean any harm, I don't have a gun. As he spoke, Zhang Jing raised his hands and slowly turned in circles to show that he was not a threat. Take off your coat and throw your backpack over here, the old man ordered. Zhang Jing did as he was told, slowly. The old man carefully opened Zhang Jing's backpack, which contained some food, clothes, and other sundries. There was no gun. After confirming that there was no threat, the old man put down his hunting rifle and asked in a neutral tone, "Why are you here?" "Looking for gold." Zhang Jing replied. "Did you find it?" "I walked along the river and found nothing." "You should come here in the summer." Zhang Jing did not argue. "Can I leave now?" "Put on your clothes and come in for a cup of tea." Zhang Jing picked up his coat and put it on, picked up his backpack, took the Smarties, and trotted to keep up with the old man. The house was about 60 or 70 meters away from the river. If it weren't for the sled dogs, the old man would not have known that Zhang Jing passed by his door. "What's your name?" the old man asked. "Zhang Jing." "Long Goran?" "Yes. Others call me Lao Daijin, you can call me that too." After a few words of chatting, the two came to the front of the house. Pushing open the door and entering the small living room, Lao Daijin made a cup of black tea for Zhang Jing. "No one has come to my place for a long time. The last time a stranger came was a year and a half ago." "Was it a bad process?" Zhang Jing asked tentatively. Old Daijin's expression changed. "How do you know?" "Just now by the river, you seemed a little too nervous." "I'm afraid I'll kill the wrong good person." This reason was very strong and Zhang Jing couldn't refute it. At this time, Zhang Jing noticed that there was a wire in the room next to the living room moving in the air. Someone operated it to tie a knot and hung it on the ceiling fan light in the bedroom, as if intending to commit suicide? Zhang Jing was a little confused and tried to ask old Daijin, "Do you live here alone?" "I have a daughter. Can you ask her to come out for tea together?" Zhang Jing was anxious and reminded with an unchanged expression. "She has depression, and strangers will make her condition worse." Zhang Jing reminded for the second time, "I heard that depression makes people very painful, and sometimes they have suicidal tendencies. Do you want to go see her?" His daughter did have suicidal tendencies. After Zhang Jing's reminder, old Daijin didn't dare to delay. He opened the door and saw that his daughter was indeed planning to commit suicide. Her neck was already in the wire ring, and old Daijin hurried forward to lift his daughter. Zhang Jing saw the daughter of old Daijin, a big girl who was 19 meters tall and weighed about 250 to 260 kilograms. She was about the same height as Katie, but the difference in size is more than a million miles. "Come and help." Old Daijin couldn't lift his daughter, so he asked Zhang Jing for help. Zhang Jing rushed forward and helped lift the woman up. After a lot of trouble, Zhang Jing and old Daijin finally succeeded in saving the woman, but the woman was very emotional, crying and shouting, with tears and snot running down her face. "The tranquilizer has run out." Old Daijin was confused. "She will bite off her tongue." Zhang Jing didn't know that depression could be so serious. Thinking of the song that Chu Shaoqing liked to hum, he sang "She Can Do Magic" in English. "She can do magic, I can't help myself, I don't know how to stop at the edge of the cliff, let me experience this gap between love and hate. Love is a gorgeous firework, it seems like there is real magic." The woman soon calmed down. "A year and a half ago, it was summer, and 6 strangers suddenly came here. This is a sad story." Milika, the daughter of old Daijin, her mother was killed by gangsters and died in Milika's arms. Although the 6 gangsters were killed by old Daijin, Milika has suffered from severe depression since then. Looking at the 50-year-old Daijin, he was not tall, not strong, with a big belly, greasy, and not fierce. He was just an ordinary white old man. He was able to kill 6 criminals. Is it fake? Thinking so in his heart, Zhang Jing asked Daijin indirectly, "This place is remote, and generally no one will come here. Did you offend anyone?" "No, they are looking for something, and they suspect that we are hiding it." Zhang Jing's heart shrank slightly. It was obvious that the group of strangers were looking for the lost silver bars. The point is that the 2 boxes of silver bars are valuable, and they will definitely not give up easily. Looking at the sad face of Daijin and the deep crow's feet, Zhang Jing apologized in his heart and set a trap. "Your daughter needs a doctor. I have rented a plane and will pick her up the day after tomorrow. Do you want to go to Anchorage with me? There is a hospital there." Daijin was overjoyed. "Will it cause you trouble?" "No trouble." Zhang Jing looked like a good person. "It's on the way." After a night's rest, the 3 of them set off early before dawn the next day, with 8 dogs pulling the sled. Old Daijin was driving, Zhang Jing and Milika were in the trailer, and Smart Bean was running behind them. They drove more than 70 kilometers on the ice, rested 3 times in between, and arrived at the landing place in the evening. On the 9th day, pilot Charles drove the C-37 antique transport plane returned. The sled was left there, and the people and dogs boarded the plane and returned to Anchorage 70 minutes later. After waving goodbye to the old Daijin and his daughter, Zhang Jing went to the airport and they went to the hospital. In his heart, Zhang Jing quietly said sorry to the father and daughter. If those silver owners investigated him, they would first go to the old Daijin to confirm some things. The old Daijin would prove that Zhang Jing did not take anything away, the bag was empty, and the plane was empty. Perfectly removed the suspicion. However, the 2 boxes of silver were not a small number, and there was a high probability that the old Daijin and his daughter would both be killed. In the evening of the same day, Zhang Jing returned to the winery in Bayou Town, and Ding Jiaqi was there too. First there was a deep hug, and Ding Jiaqi asked with concern, "Brother Zhang, is there any danger?" "No danger, Smart Bean is very powerful, he can catch game for every meal, and he also met a pair of poor father and daughter." Zhang Jing took the time to briefly introduce the old Daijin and his daughter. "Brother Zhang," Ding Jiaqi said affectionately, holding Zhang Jing's arm, "you have a kind heart, so you have always had good luck and have never encountered any danger." This sentence was like a thorn. Zhang Jing slowly pulled his arm out of Ding Jiaqi's arms and said stiffly, "I have never been a good person. I only care about money." Looking at her boyfriend's back, Ding Jiaqi realized something and asked tentatively, "Brother Zhang, can you have a clear conscience for what you have done?" "It's none of your business." Zhang Jing avoided the question. At this time, Zhu Shaoqing came in from the door, greeted Zhang Jing and asked, "Is Alaska fun?" "It's fun, skating on the ice, wading in the snow in the larch forest, and there are animals to keep you warm at night." Zhu Shaoqing was excited. "What animal? Is it cute?" "Cute," Zhang Jing described, "a fluffy big bad wolf." Zhu Shaoqing was unhappy and complained to Ding Jiaqi, "You should control your boyfriend, is there anyone who scares people like this?" Ding Jiaqi just pretended not to hear her friend's complaint. She still remembered what happened just now and tactfully reminded Zhang Jing, "Brother Zhang, it's not too late to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost. Don't leave regrets for yourself." Zhang Jing stood there, with a faint sense of guilt in his heart, which was magnified countless times by Ding Jiaqi. After thinking for 8 or 7 seconds, Zhang Jing took out his mobile phone and dialed. "Hello, Mr. Daijin, I would like to invite you to work in Seattle. P.S. Thank you for following along. Thank you very much." The next afternoon, the father and daughter of the old Daijin brought a group of dogs to the horse farm. "Thank you for giving me a job." The old Daijin held Zhang Jing's hands to express his gratitude, "so that I can take care of Milika closer to the hospital." Zhang Jing pointed to Barbie and introduced, "She is the manager of the winery and the horse farm. She will arrange a job and dormitory for you." The two simply greeted each other. "Brother," the daughter of the old Daijin, Milika, gently pulled Zhang Jing's arm, "can I listen to that song again?" Zhang Jing is 178 centimeters tall and weighs 160 kgs. Milika is 190 centimeters tall and weighs about 260 kgs. She stood next to Zhang Jing and was fighting with the behemoth. Zhang Jing looked at the old Daijin with a questioning look. "Thank you, if it's convenient for you," the old Daijin pleaded. "I'll take Milika to the racecourse." The racecourse is behind the 6-row dormitory at the entrance of the racecourse, a 5-acre mud field. When Zhang Jing and Milika arrived, Haifa and Aegis were chatting next to the racecourse. The male knight Andy was controlling the horse to run. Seeing Zhang Jing bringing a big girl over, Haifa and Aegis were surprised. Haifa waved his hand and greeted, "Boss, who is this?" "Marika, just joined the horse farm." "Haifa, jockey, Aegis, horse trainer." "Hello." The little Haifa looked up 60 degrees at Susan and held out his hand. "Welcome to the champion horse farm." Marika was a little timid and moved behind Zhang Jing. The scene was a bit funny. The big guy was afraid of the small guy. Zhang Jing encouraged, "Marika, Haifa will be your good friend. She is very good at barbecue." Marika then reached out to Haifa, but it was just a touch and it was separated, as if it was an electric shock. In the next 2 hours, Marika and Haifa gradually became familiar with each other and became good friends. I don't know if it was because of a guilty conscience, Zhang Jing couldn't sleep all night at night. He finally fell asleep and was awakened by a nightmare. In a word, I was not at ease with the 20 tons of silver. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Jing decided to ask Wen Li. She had said before that if he accepted the inheritance of the study, she would provide help to the best of her ability. At that time, Zhang Jing even laughed at her age and wondered how much strength she had left. As a result, she proved with her strength that even if it was just her residual heat, it was still equivalent to a volcano. For the sake of courtesy, Zhang Jing called his assistant Li Xing to make an appointment before leaving and bring Aegis to visit. He had promised Aegis before that he would take her to the manor at 1032, 84th Avenue. After getting permission, he changed his clothes and set off. Unlike the previous two times, Zhang Jing did not wear formal clothes this time. He wore whatever was comfortable. Aegis was originally dressed very formally, but Zhang Jing was casually wearing a navy blue jacket and jeans, black sneakers. She changed her clothes at a roadside clothing store and became casual, mainly to match Zhang Jing's style and color. She dressed casually, but had to control the time of visiting. She didn't dare to come at breakfast or lunchtime like before. At 9:30, Zhang Jing rang the manor doorbell. At 9:45, he saw Wenli. "Hello, old lady." "Hello, madam." In the living room, Zhang Jing and Aegis greeted her. Wenli was no longer young, but she looked energetic. She leaned back on the sofa, holding a blue short in her arms, and asked slowly, "When did you start together?" "Miss Aegis is a horse trainer." Zhang Jing explained, "She is not my girlfriend." "Did you sleep together last night?" Wenli seemed to be hard of hearing. Ahem. Zhang Jing choked and reminded Wenli, "I have a girlfriend." "You have met her, Ding Jiechi." "It's just a joke." Wenli waved to Aegis, motioning her to sit next to her. "How is your grandma doing recently?" Zhang Jing was speechless and could only stand. Aegis was overjoyed, like a magpie, and sat down happily next to Wenli. There are always endless things to do at the Shengfu racecourse, and she can't rest either. At your age, you still value power and money so much. You must learn to let go. Aegis felt embarrassed. Her grandma was the kind of person who would never give up power and money. Even though she was in her 70s, she still had a strong desire for material things. Then again, Aegis's egoistic personality was also influenced by her grandma. After a few awkward words, Wenli drove her away. "Wait outside for a while, I'll talk to Zhang Jing." Aegis agreed and got up and left. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Wenli asked Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing looked at his assistant Li Xing, who was waiting next to him. Li Xing, a middle-aged man in his 40s, has a masculine expression and looks 70% like Zhao Wenjue. "Go ahead, it's okay." Wenli looked relaxed. "I picked up about 20 tons of silver in the larch forest near the border of Maple Leaf Country, in the middle of the Yukon River in Alaska. Each piece is the size of a pencil case and the weight is inconsistent." Wenli looked at Li Xing. "Go check it out." Li Xing left, and only Zhang Jing and Wenli were left in the living room, along with a blue short hair. Looking at Zhang Jing, Wenli's eyes were interesting. "I heard that you plan to live off someone?" "What do you mean by living off someone?" Zhang Jing asked in surprise. "Manor number 1049. Wenli reminded lazily. Zhang Jing retorted in a loud voice, "I'm a treasure hunter. I will definitely not miss this opportunity given by God. The key is that it is legal." Wenli laughed and found it interesting. "You just came to Seattle not long ago. How did you find this hidden loophole?" "Information from a friend." "No one is willing to be forced to pick up the leak," Wenli reminded. "Killing 2 robbers is great, but be careful." Li Xing returned after a moment and reported 18 months ago, not far from where Mr. Zhang found the silver nugget, on the side of the Maple Leaf Country border, a shooting occurred. 7 people died, 1 woman and 6 men. 6 men were invading a private house, and were killed by the men, and the woman died. A month later, in a manor in Ottawa, a city in the south of the Maple Leaf Country, the manor owner and his bodyguard were killed. Zhang Jing asked, "Are the two things related?" "There is a high probability," Li Xing said in a flat tone. "From the public information, the manor owner is the owner of a mining company. You said that the weight of the silver nuggets is different, which means that it may be privately mined silver. During transportation, his subordinates rebelled and the silver was lost. Then the owner of the mining company sent people to look for it, but they offended a ruthless person and even lost their lives. All of these are speculations." Zhang Jing pointed out that it was unreasonable. "I have seen the old man who lost his wife. He is not as cruel as you said. Don't judge a person by appearance." While speaking, Li Xing opened his mobile phone and found a folder with some photos of corpses. He introduced, "These are photos of the Ottawa Manor shooting. They are all fatalities. There is no extra shot, but there should be 2 or 3 people cooperating with each other." Zhang Jing murmured, looked at Li Xing and asked, "So, what is the situation now?" "You are lucky. Those silver owners are probably dead." "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Zhang Jing laughed like a goose. "It's too early to be happy," Li Xing reminded. "It weighs 20 tons. You can't transport the silver out, and there is no way to wash it." "You two talk." When Li sat up from the sofa, "I have a headache listening to the business." When Li left, and only Zhang Jing and Li Xing were left in the living room. "Do you have a solution?" Zhang Jing looked at Li Xing and asked. "I will help you transport the silver to Hong Kong and help you launder it. I will only charge you 50% commission and give you Hong Kong currency. Professional black laundering generally charges a 40% handling fee. If transportation is included, the price will be even more expensive." However, Li Xing could never have dreamed that Zhang Jing did not have 20 tons of silver at all, but only 4 tons. In addition, he had bought a lot of silver before, but only sold 9 tons. He could completely resmelt it and sell it openly. However, Li Xing was so awesome that Zhang Jing thought of another problem and could only ask him for help. I can handle the silver myself, Zhang Jing requested. I have another thing to help me with. Can you handle it yourself? Li Xing did not believe it at all, and reminded him carefully, this is equivalent to self-immolation. If something unexpected happens in a certain link, the consequences will be very serious. Don't be lucky. Let alone silver, Zhang Jing can handle it himself. There are some basic raw materials for making multipoint targeted drugs, serafinib. Do you have a way to deal with it? Li Xing's brain circuit was a little behind, and he asked uncertainly, serafinib? Yes. How do you have that kind of thing? I got it by accident while treasure hunting. How much is it? About 100 kilograms. 100 kilograms. Li Xing's eyes widened. How much do you plan to sell it for? I don't know the price. The two asked and answered quickly. If it weren't for 1 li, Zhang Jing would not believe Li Xing, let alone tell him a lot. It needs to be delivered to Hong Kong. No matter how much the final transaction is, 70% is yours. I will deliver it myself, Zhang Jing said affirmatively. Li Xing was startled, worried that Zhang Jing could not figure out the situation, and reminded him in a very serious tone, 100 kilograms, it is difficult for you to guarantee that your people will not betray you. If you are caught during transportation, you will most likely be implicated and go to jail for life. Don't dare to joke with your life, Zhang Jing said, I can deliver it safely. Seeing Zhang Jing eating the iron ingot, Li Xing promised, if you can deliver it to Hong Kong, you can get 90% of the final transaction price. Zhang Jing nodded in agreement. After staying at 1032 Manor for an hour, Zhang Jing drove a pickup truck to take Aegis back to Bayou Town. Halfway through the gravel road, they encountered a police car coming from the opposite direction. The tall and thin policeman Joe rolled down the window in advance and greeted them warmly, long time no see. Long time no see. I heard that Champion Racecourse plans to participate in this year's Seattle Cup. Is this true? It's true. General will participate in 3,200 meters and Dead will participate in 1,600 meters. This is a good thing, Joe said excitedly. I will definitely go to the stadium to cheer for General and Dead. Thank you, Zhang Jing said politely. I'm worried that they won't run well. The results are not important. Bayou Town has never participated in the Seattle Cup. This is a feat. After a few simple polite words, Zhang Jing first sent Aegis to the racecourse and returned to the winery. In the living room of the haunted house, after replacing the new furniture, Ding Jiechi and Chu Shaoqing were holding pillows in their arms and leaning against the fireplace, watching two broke girls. There were many funny dialogues and some dirty jokes in it. I don't know what they saw, but they were very happy. Brother Zhang, Ding Jiechi waved to Zhang Jing, come here quickly, this is so funny. Zhang Jing walked over to his girlfriend and sat down, watching TV with her. In the TV series, the second female lead Caroline was originally a wealthy girl from a well-off family, but her family fell into poverty because her father was suspected of operating a Ponzi scheme and was imprisoned. She had nothing except a horse, and it was because of that horse that Caroline was made miserable. The story is humorous, but there is some helplessness and sadness behind it. Time passed slowly, it was cold outside, and it was warm like spring inside. Ding Jiechi slowly fell asleep in Zhang Jing's arms. Zhang Jing also slowly fell asleep. Familiar, the two snuggled together. The next day was the weekend. Zhang Jingran sent Ding Jiechi and Chu Shaoqing to school, then took his backpack and went straight to the airport. Although there was a mithril space, it was easy to arouse suspicion with empty hands. Before arriving at the airport, worried that the airplane food would not taste good, Zhang Jing passed by McDonald's and bought 2 buckets of fried chicken nuggets and put them in his backpack.